This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. In March of the 16th year of Fontai, the Crown Prince got married Crown Princess Li, and in July married Concubine Lin. In the 18th year of Fontai, the Crown Princess was pregnant, and in May of the 19th year, Crown Princess Li gave birth to the Crown Prince's eldest son. The Crown Prince was happy to have a son, and since then, the country has had successors, and the foundation of the country has become more stable, and the Emperor's attitude towards the Crown Prince has become more gentle, which has greatly eased the subtle atmosphere between father and son, so the atmosphere in the East Palace has been getting better and better in recent days. It was spring in May. The last courtyard of the East Palace was where the prince's wives and concubines lived. It had many more decorations and flowers and trees than the previous two courtyards. A few pots of blooming peonies made people fall in love at first sight. This was something that the lady gave to the queen when she entered the East Palace. Now, in the Yuta Hall of the East Palace, the prince's concubine Lin leaned on a brocade pillow with auspicious clouds and auspicious wishes, watching her maid Yunxia find a brocade box, which contained a longevity lock carved from a rare piece of mutton fat jade. Lin Muyue was fiddling with a Suzhou embroidered screen. She listened to the maid's complaints without explaining, but smiled and said, "It is such a good thing that is worthy of the prince's happy event of having a son." Yunxia looked at her young lady's calm fake smile and felt a little disappointed. "You are like this again." "You?" Lin Muyue looked at Yunxia with a smile. Whether it was the master or the maid in the palace, everyone was good at acting. People like her who put their thoughts on their faces were a minority among the minority. Taking the brocade box handed over by Yunxia, Lin Muyue took out the longevity lock and played with it for a while before slowly saying, "Although such a good jade is rare, it is not the most rare. This longevity lock is precious. It was consecrated by Master Qingde, the abbot of Chengyu Temple during the reign of Emperor Taizong. Yunxia is a servant of the Lin family. Her mother is the wed nurse of the current concubine Lin. Her family has served in the Lin mansion for generations, and knows the origin of this jade. It is precisely because of this knowledge that she does not understand her young lady's plan. However, concubine Lin had always been opinionated since she was a girl. She was the only girl in the Lin family. Therefore, she was usually loved by her grandmother, Old Lady Lin. Even if her parents came to persuade her, they might not be able to persuade her, let alone Yunxia, a little girl. Therefore, Yunxia stood aside after handing over the brocade box. Although she looked depressed and puzzled, she did not say anything. At this time, a woman dressed as a female official came in. Seeing this, she bowed slightly to Lin Muyue, and then smiled at Yunxia and said, "Miss, go to the kitchen first. The bird's nest that the queen will use later is on the fire." After hearing this, Yunxia did not bother about the longevity lock anymore, and left after paying her respects. The small kitchen was recently set up by concubine Lin with the permission of the crown prince, and the maids and eunuchs who helped in the kitchen had just been transferred. They had rarely seen such precious things as birds' nests before, and the taste of the ones they had brought in before was not good. Now Yunxia had to keep an eye on it more. Seeing Yunxia leave, Lin Muyue sighed slightly, and handed the brocade box in her hand to the woman dressed as a female official, who was Yan Zhang, the head female official of Yuta Hall. The Zheng dynasty selected concubines for the emperor and the crown prince. They did not pay much attention to the official positions of the fathers and brothers of the concubines. Any girl from a clean and educated family could be appointed as a concubine or a concubine in the inner court. It was also because of this rule that some of the emperor's concubines and the prince's wives and concubines were inevitably of low birth. The palace selected female officials who were familiar with the palace rules and regulations to serve as new concubines and the prince's wives and concubines. The female officials had the responsibility of advising and guiding them, which gradually became a habit. Lin Muyue was the crown prince's concubine. The female official in charge was Si Yin, a sixth-rank official. This Zhang Si Yin was over 40 years old and had been working in the palace for more than 20 years. She usually helped Lin Muyue a lot. "I'll take this box. You can bring the prepared gifts with me to the main hall later." Lin Muyue sighed slightly after saying this, and then said, "Sister Zhang, I'm afraid I can't hide my pregnancy anymore." The crown princess had just given birth to the first child. If the concubine was pregnant again, it would actually be a happy event. However, the relationship between the crown princess and the concubines in the East Palace is tense now. which is not a secret. At least not in this palace. Your Majesty. Zhang Xian's smile disappeared instantly when he heard this, and gradually turned into a solemn look. Lin Miyue leaned on the soft pillow, looking at the sunshine and the blooming flowers outside the window. And she was full of emotion. She was now the prince's favorite concubine. But the situation in the Eastern Palace would have to change after she got pregnant. So, Your Majesty should also plan for the future. Zhang Xian said this carefully after a while. When Lin Miyue heard Zhang Xian say this, she turned around and smiled again, and replied, "That's the reason? Sister Zhang, are you willing to help me?" Hearing Lin Miyue say this, Zhang Xian was stunned, and after a moment, he looked serious, bowed to Lin Miyue, and said in a serious tone, "Thank Your Majesty for not abandoning me. I am willing to serve you forever." Zhang Xian is a smart man. When these ladies first enter the palace, the female officials around them must be selected by the palace. But it does not mean that they cannot be replaced in the future. When Lin Miyue said this, she promised Zhang Xian that she would still be respected among the female officials and maids in her palace in the future, and she would not rush to promote her own confidence. It is good to be a female official with a rank, but it also means giving up the idea of leaving the palace. However, if the master she follows is lucky enough to give birth to a prince or princess, there may be a time for her to leave the palace and see the world outside the red wall. So Zhang Xian also hopes to serve Lin Miyue all the time. Lin Miyue personally helped Zhang Xian up, and asked the little palace maid to serve tea and snacks. The two of them drank tea while thinking about what to do in the future. Zhang Xian sat opposite Lin Miyue with a teacup, but he was not in a hurry to speak. Instead, he drank a cup of tea and then slowly said, "Your Majesty, you should report this pregnancy to the Queen and the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Although I have been in the palace for a long time, and I am familiar with medical knowledge, I still need to ask the Queen to give me a nanny who has experienced women giving birth." Lin Miyue listened to Zhang Xian quietly, and nodded slowly when she heard her say this. The Eastern Palace is not big, and now the Crown Princess is gradually getting the energy to continue to manage the affairs of the Eastern Palace. And I didn't think that this pregnancy could be hidden. And I think that since the Crown Princess has learned the lesson in the past, and now has a grandson before me, she should not do anything stupid. Lin Miyue added. Lin Miyue dared to say this, but Zhang Xian didn't dare to listen. So he changed the subject and said, "Since the Queen is pregnant, you should drink less tea in the future." After a heart-to-heart talk, seeing that Lin Miyue looked a little tired, Zhang Xian got up and helped Lin Miyue into the inner room to rest. Lin Miyue lay on the Luohan bed, but couldn't fall asleep, recalling the things that happened since she entered the palace. Emperor Fengtai has been on the throne for nearly 20 years, and he is also diligent in government affairs. Empress Yu is the princess married by Emperor Fengtai when he was a prince. She is only 4 years younger than Emperor Fengtai, and is now about 40 years old. Emperor Fengtai can only respect the empress now. The most favored person in the palace is Consort Jin, and the youngest son of Consort Jin, the 5th prince, is also favored by Emperor Fengtai. In the past, the relationship between the Crown Prince and Emperor Fengtai was considered to be a loving relationship between father and son. However, in recent years, as the Crown Prince has grown older and entered the court, the relationship between father and son has become somewhat subtle. However, when choosing a concubine for the Crown Prince, the Emperor and Empress did their best. According to the convention of the Imperial Court, the Crown Prince's first selection of concubines was supposed to select 1 Crown Princess and 2 concubines. However, the Crown Prince only handed a small purse to Lin Miyue in the end, so now there are only 2 wives and concubines with names in the East Palace: Crown Princess Li and Concubine Lin. Crown Princess Li was born into a family of scholars. Although her father and brother did not hold high positions, her grandfather was a world-renowned scholar and had a good reputation among scholars. It was because of her grandfather that the queen chose Li as Crown Princess. Lin Miyue's father was a 3rd-rank official in the Ministry of Personnel and was a trusted minister of Emperor Fengtai. He had a chance to enter the cabinet. However, the Crown Prince did not hand over the purse because of Lin Miyue's background, but because Lin Miyue had a beautiful face. Even though the girls wore the standard clothes of the palace during this election, and were not allowed to put on makeup, Lin Miyue still stood out among the girls. According to Lin Miyue's background, she would have been a perfect match for the Crown Prince's wife. Unfortunately, the queen wanted the Crown Prince to be more popular among scholars, so she chose Li. and Lin Miyue had to become a concubine. The crown princess was favored by the queen, but the crown prince loved the concubine even more. It was only 4 months since the two of them entered the Eastern Palace. The crown princess's happiness as a newlywed had not yet passed, and she was not pregnant. But a concubine who was even more favored by the prince and had a high family background came to the Eastern Palace. You can imagine how the crown princess felt. The East Palace is inside Donghua Gate. It is a group of palaces that are not very large. There are 3 courtyards in total and several small cross courtyards. The prince usually discusses matters with the officials of the East Palace in the front. The main hall in the middle, Cheetah Hall, was originally used by the prince and the princess. However, when the prince got married, the back hall at the end was open for the princess to live in. She can still live alone if she wants to, and she can live in whoever's hall she wants. When Lin Miyue entered the East Palace, the prince personally named the East Side Hall Yuta Hall for the concubine to live in. Since then, Yuta Hall has become the most popular place in the East Palace. All sorts of little things mixed together, the East Palace seemed calm, but there were always undercurrents. Lin Miyue sighed. She was an ordinary office worker in the 25th century after graduating from college. She found a job step by step, worked overtime every day for $9.96 finally. She finished a big project and could take a vacation, unexpectedly. Due to overwork, she became a little girl in the unknown Zheng dynasty in the blink of an eye. When Lin Miyue came to this strange Zheng dynasty, the little girl in this body was only 3 or 4 years old. Lying sickly on the bed, it seemed that the original little girl had died of an acute illness, and she was replaced. Fortunately, Lin Miyue had an adult soul inside. She took the bitter medicine as soon as she was told to. And she also worked hard to exercise, and slowly healed her body. When she knew that she was born in a Beijing official family, Lin Miyue had a plan for her future life. She was busy in her previous life, and in this life, she saw that people in Beijing had a good life. She was born in this life, and her life was at least guaranteed. So she became lazy. It's a pity that this girl has good genes. She was selected in this election, and she entered the palace because of her original beauty. However, it seems that the position of the prince is stable now. Whether her baby is a boy or a girl, she will have someone to rely on in the future. This is not because Lin Miyue has the intention to seize the throne, but the dynasty stipulates that after the emperor dies, the concubines who have princes can live with the princes in their fiefdoms, and do not have to die in the palace. If they have princesses, they can live in the princess's mansion in Beijing. As long as Lin Miyue can give birth to this child safely, and the prince can ascend the throne smoothly, she can live a life of wealth and leisure for the rest of her life. Chapter 2. Lin Miyue thought about this and that. After taking a short nap, she used the bird's nest brought by Yunxia, selected a half-new dress, and went to the main hall where the crown princess was with the gift. In the main hall, Crown Princess Li Wancheng was wearing a headband on her head. She was watching the wet nurse, holding the little prince, and playing with him. Suddenly, she heard the palace maid come in to announce that the concubine came to congratulate her. The motherly smile on her face could not help but fade. I pay my respects to the crown princess. Congratulations to the queen on the birth of the first son. Lin Miyue followed the palace maid into the crown princess's bedroom and congratulated her according to the rules. When the crown princess gave birth, she naturally had to come to serve. But after the birth of the first child, the crown princess's people were wary of her like a thief. So Lin Miyue was too lazy to come more often. On weekdays, she just helped to manage the trivial matters of the Eastern Palace according to the rules. But now that the little grandson is 1 month old and the crown princess is about to leave the confinement, she came to congratulate according to the rules. Li Wancheng said with a perfect smile on her face, no need to be polite. Get up quickly. But she looked at Lin Miyue, who saluted her, wearing a slightly old-fashioned glazed red. But she also wore it with a sense of charm, and she always felt angry in her heart. Lin Miyue pretended not to notice the depressed look on the crown princess' face, and still had a proper smile on her face. She took the brocade box from Li Xian's hand, handed it to Fu Yu, the senior palace maid beside the crown princess, and said affectionately, the little grandson has been born. I don't have anything else but this longevity lock, which has been blessed by a great monk. It is the most suitable gift for the little grandson. I hope your majesty will not reject it. Seeing the gift Lin Miyue brought out, the crown princess was really surprised. Such a good jade is rare, and it is even more impossible to make a mistake. Concubine Lin brought such a rare gift, and she couldn't just send it away, so she had to continue to be polite to Lin Miyue. The crown princess first said to Lin Miyue, "Sister, please sit down first." And then she told her maid Xiaoman, "Serve tea to Concubine Lin. Your Majesty has just given birth to a little grandson. Is your body okay?" Lin Miyue naturally asked about the crown princess's health first. Li Wancheng and Lin Miyue entered the East Palace in the same year, and they were the same age. However, Lin Miyue looked at the crown princess after giving birth. Although her face had become rounder after a month, her complexion was still not very good. She also felt a little sad about pregnancy, especially the damage that pregnancy brought to women in this era. Hearing Lin Miyue's words, Li Wancheng sighed in her heart. Childbirth is the most harmful to a woman's body. She has just finished her confinement and is still feeling uncomfortable. She just didn't want to show her weakness in front of Lin Miyue. So she just said lightly, "Thank you for your concern. I am fine now." Looking at the crown princess's face, Lin Miyue did not comment on her answer. But this answer also facilitated what she wanted to do today. So she complimented her. "Your Majesty is blessed. And the little grandson is also lively and strong, which is a blessing for the Eastern Palace. Your Highness asked me to take charge of the Eastern Palace while your Majesty is pregnant. Now I still want to ask your Majesty when I can step down." After the greetings, Lin Miyue took the teacup handed over by Xiaoman, touched her lower lip slightly, and stated her purpose. The affairs of the Eastern Palace were naturally managed by the crown princess. But because she was pregnant, she handed them over to Lin Miyue temporarily. Although these things were not tiring, they were tedious and boring, and Lin Miyue had long been too lazy to take care of them. When Crown Princess Li Wancheng heard this, she unconsciously showed joy on her face and said, "I'm sorry for tiring you these days. I'll let you take care of it slowly after you're done with this." Lin Miyue thought to herself that her little maid Yunxiao was not the only one who was so naive in the palace. And this crown princess was no less tiring. And her thoughts were written on her face. However, Lin Miyue didn't want to continue to manage the affairs of the Eastern Palace. Now the Queen Mother in the palace governs the 6 palaces, and there are few concubines in the Eastern Palace. There is no point in managing the affairs. It is better to let the crown princess take care of it. So Lin Miyue replied, "Thank you for your consideration, Your Majesty. Talking to the crown princess is not a laborious thing. Li Wancheng is not thoughtful. Now that she has just had a child, she devotes her whole heart to the child." So Lin Miyue picked up some words about raising children and slowly talked to her. The two chatted for a quarter of an hour, and there was nothing to say. Lin Miyue had just realized that she was pregnant. The prince must have had some trouble today, and she was willing to go back and rest early. So she said first, "I have bothered you for a long time, and I will take my leave first." Although the princess did not show it on the surface, she was happy in her heart. So she said to the maid beside her, "It is my sister who spent money. Xiaoman, go and get the tea that the prince has just given you, and let Concubine Lin taste it." Lin Miyue was relieved. The princess really did not want to lose face in front of her. So she returned the tea that the prince had just given her. So she only replied, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty, and I will take my leave." Although the East Palace is where the Crown Prince lives, it is not very big. The main palaces in the last courtyard are the main hall and the side halls. Lin Miyue left the main hall of the Crown Princess and returned to her Yuta Hall in just a few steps. Lin Miyue returned to the inner room and still leaned on the Kong. Yanqing, the capital of the Zheng dynasty, is located in the northern border. In winter, burning charcoal for heating is not enough. Not all palaces have ground heating. So basically all the palaces where people live have kangs for heating. In the entire East Palace, only the Cheetah Hall where the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess lived originally has ground heating. Even the back hall where the Crown Princess lives now has no ground heating. Not to mention Lin Miyue's side hall. It was precisely because the Eastern Palace was not big that the Crown Princess had the opportunity to make some small moves. Although the atmosphere between Lin Miyue and the Crown Princess was a little subtle after she entered the palace. There were no other concubines in the Eastern Palace except the palace maid who had helped the Crown Prince with his affairs. So there was no need to confront them directly. Lin Miyue was not a flamboyant person. When she first entered the Eastern Palace, she was extremely respectful to the Crown Princess. Although the Crown Prince favored her among the concubines, she did not do anything out of line. The Crown Princess had everything she should have, and she was always given priority in everything. Li Wancheng was just a little less favored than Lin Miyue. Under such circumstances, Lin Muyue actually didn't expect that Li Wancheng would take the initiative to make a move, and it was a bad move that almost gave up her position as the crown princess to someone else. If it was just a small matter of jealousy between wives and concubines, it would not be a big deal, but the crown princess's stupid move at the beginning not only lost the queen's favor, but also displeased the prince. When the prince married, both the emperor, the queen and the prince himself all hoped that the prince and the crown princess would have a legitimate son as soon as possible, so the crown princess was very proud for a while after entering the palace. But when Lin Muyue, a concubine whose family background was not lower than hers, and whose appearance was even better than hers, entered the palace, the crown princess naturally felt uncomfortable. After entering the palace, the crown princess treated the crown prince with respect. But as soon as Lin Muyue entered the palace, the crown princess's situation became a little delicate. At that time, the crown princess believed the lies of the nanny she brought into the palace, and wanted to control Lin Muyue, and even put contraceptive drugs in her food. Lin Muyue was still worried that the crown princess was not easy to deal with, and was playing tricks behind her back. But when this happened, she was speechless. Even the emperor in the palace was shocked by the crown princess's brilliant move. The queen, who had strongly advocated that the daughter of the Li family enter the palace as the crown princess, almost fainted when she heard the news from the East Palace. The crown prince of the East Palace is the second heir to the throne, and the crown princess is a super-grade Yuan concubine, so she is naturally noble. However, Lin Muyue, as a concubine with a rank, is not an ordinary concubine. Moreover, Lin Muyue is also from an official family. If she is not handled properly, it will be a hidden bomb for the crown prince in the previous dynasty. Although the crown princess's nanny was devoted to her master, she was not very knowledgeable. All she saw and heard were things that were not presentable. She dug a big hole for the crown princess. Thanks to the crown princess, Lin Muyue somehow gained the upper hand in the East Palace. The crown princess had made a big fuss at the beginning, so she naturally did not dare to do anything. Now that she gave birth to a little grandson, she was a little more majestic again. Lin Muyue slowly stroked her belly for a long time. When she came to her senses, she felt that her actions were a bit childish. She gently patted her cheek to cheer herself up, thinking about how to deal with the crown prince when he came back. The crown prince Su Ruiqing is now observing government affairs in the court. He spends one day every day in the Qianqing Palace, where the emperor handles government affairs. Compared with the days when he just got married and only studied in the East Palace, he spends less time with his wives and concubines. The crown prince is young and gentle. He looks handsome thanks to the hard work of the royal concubines and beauties for generations. He also has a good temperament. He is a gentle gentleman. He is one of the most popular men among girls of this era. From the perspective of reading and handling government affairs, the crown prince likes reading, is close to literati, and is now diligent in observing government affairs. Although he occasionally disagrees with the emperor, he is quite trusted by the emperor and has a good reputation among the ministers. However, Lin Muyue found that the prince seemed immature in matters of love between men and women. She thought that this was because the harem of Emperor Feng seemed to be peaceful now. The empress had the prince as her legitimate son, and her throne was secure. Few concubines dared to challenge the queen. The prince usually saw pictures of beauties in the harem in harmony. Secondly, the prince himself was born with a good temper. He had read too many books of sages, and had some unrealistic fantasies. He thought that all women were born to follow the 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Princess Li Wancheng was born in a family of great Confucian scholars. She was originally the candidate for a virtuous wife that the prince had been looking forward to. Unfortunately, what happened later shattered the prince's beautiful fantasy of his wife. Lin Muyue came back from the main hall and called Yun Xiaoyan to tell her about the training of the palace servants in the small kitchen. The East Palace was not big, and it was not easy to run a small kitchen. Lin Muyue thought about telling the small kitchen to make some dishes that suited her taste. The master and servant were talking when they heard a voice outside saying greetings. Your Highness the Crown Prince, and footsteps. Knowing that the Crown Prince had returned, Lin Muyue stood up to greet him. Lin Muyue had just stood up when the Crown Prince came in. Without waiting for her to greet him, the Crown Prince said, "No need to be polite," and took Lin Muyue back to sit. Chapter 3. The prince was wearing a casual suit. Today the sun was bright, and the temperature was slightly higher. Lin Muyue saw a layer of fine sweat on his head, so she handed her handkerchief to him, and asked the prince to wipe it off. Su Ruiqing also took it as usual, smiled at Lin Miyue, and wiped the sweat off his head. This was also what he liked about Lin Miyue, who always made him feel comfortable in small ways. Your Highness, have you visited the Crown Princess and the little grandson? When I went to pay my respects this afternoon, I saw that the Queen was in good spirits, and the little grandson was also lively and strong. After the prince took a break, Lin Miyue sat down and said with a smile. After Yunxia paid her respects, she went downstairs to make tea without Lin Miyue's instructions, and brought in some newly made snacks, and placed them on the con table. After hearing Lin Miyue's words, the prince's smile became gentler, and he said, I went to the main hall just after I came back. The Crown Princess and you are both fine. You have been taking care of the affairs of the East Palace for a while. Lin Miyue didn't take credit for it, but just said, Your Highness, try this newly made snack. It was made by the small kitchen under my instruction. The prince was in a good mood, so he picked up a snack on the table, tasted it, and said with a little surprise, This snack tastes good. It's not a common flavor. Watching the prince eating the cookies seriously, Lin Miyue felt quite accomplished. She had carefully observed the prince's taste. Su Ruiqing liked sweet and crispy snacks. Since she set up a small kitchen, she taught the palace maids to make cookies. Now it seems that they really suit the prince's taste. This is the recipe of my family. It uses the butter commonly used by Western missionaries. It's good as long as your highness likes it, Lin Miyue said and handed the prince tea. This is the truth. There are many missionaries in Beijing. These foreign monks are also willing to contact the wives of high-ranking officials. Lin Miyue's grandmother is a person who worships Buddha and gods. She is willing to listen to a few words about the religion from the West. There were missionaries in the house before. Lin Miyue also took the opportunity to talk to one of the old priests and exchange some food recipes. Su Ruiqing ate a few cookies, and seeing Lin Miyue looking at him with a smile, he felt a little embarrassed, with a slight blush on his face. So he had to raise his hand to pick up the teacup and take a sip. Lin Miyue found it interesting to see the little prince drinking tea with a red face. But she was afraid that Su Ruiqing would get angry if she continued to watch. So she said, Today I will go to congratulate the Crown Princess. And I also have a happy event to tell your highness. The prince looked at Lin Miyue and said with some curiosity, What happy event do you have to tell me? Su Ruiqing rarely heard his concubine speak like this, and he had a vague idea in his heart. But the idea flashed by, and before he could catch it, he saw Lin Miyue glance at Zhang Xian beside him. Zhang Xian got Lin Miyue's look, and then he bowed to the prince, and said, Your Highness, the concubine felt a little unwell this afternoon. I took her pulse, and from the pulse, she has been pregnant for more than 2 months. Su Ruiqing was holding a teacup, and when he heard this, he was so happy that he tilted the teacup on the small Kong table, and the tea flowed on his clothes without knowing it. This is a great event. Pass it on, and all the palace servants who serve the concubine will be rewarded with a month's monthly allowance. Zhao Banban, go and report this happy event to your father and mother. The prince was overjoyed to hear Zhang Xian's reply, and he immediately wanted to reward the palace servants. Lin Miyue found it interesting to see the prince's joy, but it was a bit frivolous to congratulate the emperor and empress just by letting the female official beside her feel the pulse. So she spoke up to stop him, and said to the prince, Although Zhang Xian has felt my pulse, it is safer to ask a royal doctor to feel the pulse. The people in the East Palace were just being ordered around by the prince. But Lin Miyue suddenly pressed the pause button, and they all stood still. Su Ruiqing smiled, and shook his head after hearing this. You are always so cautious. Forget it. Zhao Banban will first ask the royal doctor on duty to come, and then report the good news after the royal doctor feels the pulse. It's not that I don't trust Zhang Xian, but for such a big matter, I think I should be cautious. Lin Miyue stretched out her hand to pull the prince's sleeve, pretending to be shy, and said. The prince looked at the beauty opposite him, lowering her head slightly and speaking softly to him like a spoiled child, and suddenly wanted to obey her in everything. So he took Lin Miyue's hand and held it in his palm, and whispered to her in a low voice. Not long after, the director of the Imperial Hospital, Mr. Fu, brought the medicine boy into the East Palace. The old man was over 60 years old, but his eyes were still clear and bright. Although he had a white beard under his chin, he was still very energetic. Your humble servant greets His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, the concubine, when Fu Yuanpan came. He had already heard the situation from the eunuch beside the Crown Prince, so he looked happy. When the crown prince saw that it was Fu Yuanpan who came in person, he told the eunuch beside him, "Please show the old man a seat." After Fu Yuanpan sat down, he said to Fu Yuanpan, "Please take the pulse of the concubine, so that I can report the good news to my father, the emperor and my mother." Fu Yuanpan was one of the imperial doctors used by Emperor Feng Tai. Although he was not the head of the imperial hospital, the fourth rank Yuanzheng, his medical skills were also inherited from his family, and were not inferior to Yuanzheng. The old doctor sat down, asked Lin Muyue to extend her hand and hold a silk handkerchief, and quietly checked the prince's pulse for a moment. Then smiled and congratulated the prince. "Congratulations, Your Highness. The concubine is indeed more than 2 months pregnant." Hearing Fu Yuanpan's words, the palace servants in the palace immediately stepped forward and congratulated together. "Congratulations, Your Highness. Congratulations, concubine." Seeing the palace servants on the ground congratulating in unison, Su Ruiqing was also full of joy in his heart and ordered, "According to the reward I just said." Wang Banban quickly went to report the good news. Eunuch Wang beside the prince was a gift from the queen to the prince. He was very happy to hear that there was another happy event in the East Palace. He smiled and said yes, and went out to announce the good news. Seeing the prince so happy, Lin Muyue felt a little relieved. So she smiled and said, "It's already this time. Although your highness is happy, you have to eat." "Yes, yes. You are also a twin now, so you can't stand being hungry more than me," the prince said with a smile after hearing Lin Muyue's slightly teasing words. The palace servants in the hall just listened to Lin Muyue's words, and quietly retreated under the leadership of Yun Xia to prepare for the meal. Not long after, seeing the palace servants carrying food boxes into the Yuta hall, Zhang Xian said, "The meal has been prepared. Your Highness and the Queen, please move in to eat." The Yuta hall is 5 rooms wide. The westernmost room is a warm room, which is used for living. There is also a room arranged as a study. The main room has a throne and screen for meeting guests. One of the 2 rooms on the east is used to receive close people and directors. Meals are usually eaten in this room. The easternmost warm room has a kong, which is where Lin Muyue takes a rest. Therefore, when Lin Muyue and the prince had their meal, they simply moved from the east warm room to the east side room. Lin Muyue enjoyed the meal very much. The prince was a gentle person and cared about Lin Muyue, so he knew what she loved. He served the dishes attentively during the meal, and the atmosphere between the two was very good. After the two finished their meal, Su Ruiqing said, "I will rest here today, but I have been discussing things all day, and I still need to take a bath. It was still a little cold in the spring night. If you need to prepare for the bath in advance, the prince has given instructions now, and the palace people still need to prepare for a while. Yunxia, go get some water, and bring me some of the new cream I made." Lin Muyue listened to the prince and told Yunxia to prepare it. Lin Muyue didn't know if it was because of the less pollution and lighter diet in ancient times. Her skin was much better than in her previous life, but when it was dry, she had to apply some skin care cream. She saw that the prince's skin was as delicate as hers, and the spring wind could easily make the skin tight and dry. So whenever the prince took a bath at her place, she would prepare some unscented cream for him to use for skin care. The prince was a little embarrassed at first, but once Lin Muyue personally applied it to the prince was very happy at that time, and he quite enjoyed this kind of pleasure in the boudoir. After the cream felt good, he sent the eunuch to ask for more after it was used up. Yun Xiao led the palace people to prepare water, and Lin Muyue invited the prince to return to the East Warm Pavilion. There was a couch in the East Warm Pavilion, and next to it was a small bookcase and a small table, which contained books that Lin Muyue often read in her spare time. The prince half lay on the couch and picked up a book to pass the time. Lin Muyue is always tired now, so she retreated to the kong with a mat and quilled beside the bed in the east warm room. She looked at the embroidery she had done halfway on the kong table, and continued to work on it stitch by stitch. The prince picked up the book and took a look. It was a strange novel, so he just flipped to a page and chatted with Lin Muyue while reading. "I have been accompanying my father and the ministers of the previous dynasty to discuss matters recently. The most important thing is to arrange positions for the top 3 Jinshi in this exam. It is a coincidence that the top 3 is from your family." Muyue. Su Ruiqing's words were quite ambiguous. Lin Muyue chuckled, "My ancestors followed the late emperor to lead the army into the pass. But I don't know where this Lord Lin came from." Lin Muyue's words were a bit modest. Her family had been officials for generations, Her ancestor was framed and exiled from the capital to the frontier because of his integrity. At that time, a tyrant was in power, and people's hearts were in turmoil. Heroes from all walks of life were vying for supremacy. The ancestor of the Lin family happened to join the Su family's ancestor, and was one of the founding ministers. Unexpectedly, the prince really stroked his chin and recalled slowly, this Lord Lin came from a well-known family. He was also a wealthy family. His ancestors also had titles. But his ancestral home. I vaguely remember that Lord Lin's ancestral home was the essence of Southern literature. Which should be Gusu. Su Ruiqing pondered for a moment, and suddenly said, as if he had realized something. Gusu is a great place. But I don't know if I can go there again in this lifetime. Lin Muyue said deliberately with regret. If she had married into another official family, Lin Muyue would have had the opportunity to follow her husband to various places to see the scenery. But now that she has entered the palace as a concubine, it is possible that she will rarely leave the capital to see the world in her lifetime. Hearing what Lin Muyue said, the prince was stunned, and then hesitantly said, it's not that there is no chance. If I can tour the south in the future, I will definitely take you with me. Su Ruiqing said this with little confidence, but Lin Muyue wanted to tease the little prince. So she didn't care and replied in a light tone, then my wish to see the prosperity of Jiangnan is all up to your highness. Well, this book is quite interesting. Wang Banban. Pour me a cup of tea. Su Ruiqing didn't know why, but felt his face getting hot again. Although Wang Gonggong was not a man who didn't know the taste of love. He was used to seeing how Emperor Fengtai and the queen got along. Now seeing the prince and his concubine getting along like this, he also found it interesting, and held back his smile and served tea to the prince. Chapter 4. Originally, he wanted to make the person he liked happy, but he didn't expect to make a promise that might not be fulfilled. Su Ruiqing felt a little annoyed. He grew up reading the words of the saints, and he shouldn't have indulged in beauty. But when he was a child, he met Lin Muyue when he went to the Buddhist temple with his father, who was still a prince at the time, to pray for his grandmother. In his heart, she was different from other women. That day was also a spring day when the sun made people warm. Su Ruiqing, who was still an inconspicuous little grandson of the emperor at the time, saw Lin Muyue wearing a pink and white jacket in the peach forest behind the temple. Somehow, he remembered the little girl in his heart. Although the prince brought his beloved son to worship Buddha, Emperor Fengtai, who was still Prince Rui at the time, did not want to make a big fuss, and did not ask the others to leave. Lin Muyue had just come into this world at that time. She was so bored that she was about to grow hair after being detained in the mansion to recuperate. She took the opportunity of the old lady worshipping Buddha to beg her grandmother to go to the temple with her, just to relax. Although they said they were going to worship Buddha, both the prince and Lin Muyue were 2 children at the time. After accompanying the adults to Kowdao, they were taken by the wet nurses to play in the peach blossom forest in the temple. 2 little kids, one had just come across and had no idea what Su Ruiqing was wearing at the time, and the other didn't want to show off, and didn't want to act like a royal grandson when seeing a pretty little sister, so they got along very happily at the time. Su Ruiqing remembered this experience for a long time, although he was also a child at the time, and didn't have any feelings for a little girl younger than himself, but the little girl, who looked prettier than all his sisters, left a deep impression on him. What the 2 didn't know at the time was that Lin Muyue's father was the confidant of Prince Rui at the time. And the 2 children met because Prince Rui actually promised the Lin family a fortune. Unfortunately, by mistake, the queen fell in love with the girl of the Li family. As Emperor Fengtai ascended the throne for a long time, his majesty gradually increased, and the original hint was no longer valid. Lin Muyue could only get the position of concubine. Eunuch Wang not only served tea to the prince, but also brought up a small box, which contained some snacks prepared by Lin Muyue. According to Lin Muyue's observation, the prince had a decent personality, but he actually liked to eat some braised food such as duck wings in private. So he always kept some after setting up a small kitchen. Su Ruiqing saw the food on the small table, and felt a surge of pain in his heart, seeing that Wang the eunuch had served the food and then left, and that there was no one else in the room. He sat down next to Lin Muyue, hugged her and said, Muyue. Seeing the prince coming over and hugging her gently, Lin Muyue knew that the snacks today were the right ones. So she smiled and said, I made some presumptuous guesses about your highness's preferences, and I hope your highness will not blame me. You are too polite. Su Ruiqing felt a surge of joy and pain in his heart after hearing Lin Muyue's words. He was happy that she was thinking about him. But he was also a little sad that he could not marry her as the crown princess. As a prince, Su Ruiqing didn't have the idea of being with one person for life. But the crown princess was his wife. And she would be the queen mother in the future. The only woman who could stand shoulder to shoulder with him. When he chose a concubine, he wanted to choose a woman he liked as the crown princess. Although according to the rules of this dynasty, the crown prince's concubine was a second-rank concubine, and her title was the same as that of a prince. Su Ruiqing only had Lin Miyue as a concubine, which added to his dignity, but he still made her a concubine. Ah! Holding Lin Miyue in his arms, Su Ruiqing looked at her belly tenderly and sighed. Lin Miyue always knew that the little prince always liked to think about things. Sometimes she could guess what he was thinking, but sometimes she didn't know what he was thinking. So when she heard Su Ruiqing sigh, she took his hand and gently placed it on her belly, which had just started to rise and fall. She said calmly and gently, "No matter what, the child in my belly can only rely on your highness in the future." The next morning, the prince naturally had to go to court and listen to government affairs. Lin Miyue went to bed late yesterday. When the prince got up in the morning, she just huddled in the quilt in a daze, watching the prince being helped by the palace servants to dress and wash before leaving. When the prince got married, he could have 3 days off from attending court. But he didn't get this treatment when he took a concubine. Lin Miyue didn't get up to help the prince dress the next day after she entered the East Palace. Now that Lin Miyue is pregnant, the prince will not let her get up. Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Miyue's sleepy look, and still thought she was beautiful. He thought about the good news she told him yesterday. So he deliberately moved lightly, so as not to disturb her rest. He just put a jade pendant on Lin Miyue's pillow when he left. Lin Miyue got up after a good sleep. Zhang Xian went to hand over the affairs of the Eastern Palace to the female official next to the crown princess today. Yun Xia asked her while dressing her, "Miss, do you want to eat anything?" The crown prince ordered the kitchen yesterday. Mrs. Sher does not need to follow the old calendar in the future. Just ask the kitchen for anything you want to eat. How can it be so precious? Lin Miyue felt interesting and a little funny when she heard Yun Xia's smug tone. The crown princess didn't do this when she was pregnant. You don't have to do this. Just ask the kitchen to make some dishes in the share according to my taste. Although I am pregnant now, the crown princess has given birth to Yuan Zi. No matter whether my baby is a boy or a girl, it is noble, but according to the current etiquette, it is absolutely difficult to compare with the crown princess's son. Lin Miyue thought of this and sighed secretly. She was dressed as a woman in feudal society, and was favored by the royal family. Although the prince was considerate to her now, it was still different from marriage in modern society. How her child would be in the future. Lin Miyue knew that she needed to think carefully. Maybe she, as a mother, could still give her child unreserved love. But the prince, as a father, might not be able to do so. After breakfast, Lin Miyue went to pay her respects to the crown princess and explained what happened yesterday. Today was not the day for people in the East Palace to pay their respects to the queen. So Lin Miyue also asked the crown princess to pay her respects to the queen. The relationship between the queen and Lin Miyue has always been a little subtle. When she first entered the palace, the queen acted like the master of the harem, which was very different from the gentleness and kindness she showed to the crown princess. But later, the crown princess's behavior made the queen embarrassed, so over time, the queen's attitude towards Lin Miyue also became gentle. Lin Miyue also knew a little about the queen's attitude. Now the most favored concubine in the palace is Concubine Jin, and Concubine Jin has a young son. It was okay before, but now the little prince is growing up, and Concubine Jin always makes things difficult for the queen. Lin Miyue is now the most favored concubine of the prince. If the prince ascends the throne one day, according to Lin Miyue's family background, qualifications and favor, the position of imperial concubine is probably in her pocket. In this comparison, Lin Miyue knew that when the queen looked at her, she probably saw some shadows of imperial concubine Jin. In addition, she was not the candidate that the queen had originally chosen, so she was not polite to her. The East Palace is not far from Cunning Palace where the queen lives. Nor is it close. Now is the best few months in the palace city. Lin Miyue also wanted to walk more, so she walked slowly to Cunning Palace at the time when the concubines returned to the palace after paying their respects. Cunning Palace covers a large area. The main hall is 9 rooms wide and 5 rooms deep, which shows the majesty of the queen. There is also a small garden behind it, where various rare trees and flowers are collected. It is the special treatment given to the queen by the founding emperor. As soon as I stepped into the cunning gate, the palace maid in Cunning Palace came to greet me. Lin Miyue put on a perfect smile, stepped forward, and stretched out her hand before Zhao, the female official, saluted, and said, I dare not accept Zhao Gongjing's gift. Is the queen free? I hope that what I did yesterday did not disturb the queen. I came here today to pay my respects and apologize to the queen. Cunning Palace received the happy news from the East Palace yesterday, and it must be happy. Lin Miyue said this modestly. Your Majesty is just talking about the concubine. The concubine's pregnancy is a great joy for the Eastern Palace. When I announced the good news to your Majesty yesterday, I also said that the Eastern Palace is really a double blessing. And the concubine is also a blessed person. Gong Xiao is the confidant of the queen. After receiving such greetings and words from her today, Lin Miyue also accepted the attitude conveyed by the queen in her heart. Although the queen's attitude towards Lin Miyue is not bad now, she still received Lin Miyue in the main hall, not in the more intimate side room or warm room. You are pregnant for the first time. You must be cautious in everything. Zhang Xian is an old man in the palace, but she has never given birth. This is Aunt Zhou. You can take her back and serve her. After entering the room, Lin Miyue greeted, and the queen called her up and gave her a seat without being polite. She directly pointed to an aunt in her 50s, with a pretty face, and gave her the seat. The queen's swift and decisive action was very much to Lin Miyue's liking. Although the palace was relatively peaceful now, giving birth was not a trivial matter even in modern times with complete medical conditions, let alone in ancient times. An experienced aunt was very necessary for her pregnancy and final childbirth. After the queen explained the matter of the aunt, she just talked about some parenting tips with Lin Miyue. Lin Miyue said that she would just listen to the knowledge. So she also smiled and responded to the queen. While Lin Miyue was replying, she was boredly looking at the furnishings in the queen's palace. The decorations in Cunning Palace were all in line with the queen's status, showing the queen's majesty. The queen sat on the red sandalwood throne, and behind her was an embroidered screen with hundreds of birds paying homage to the phoenix. Lin Miyue seemed to be chatting with the queen, but in fact she had already begun to count how many birds there were next to the phoenix. Although the queen gave birth to the prince, it was many years ago. Moreover, as a concubine, Lin Miyue was not strictly speaking the queen's daughter-in-law. The queen had nothing to say after a few words of concern. At this time, Zhao Gong was walking slowly outside the palace. After entering the palace, he said to the queen, Your Majesty, the wife of the Duke of Rong wants to see you. Your Majesty, do you want to see her now? Or, seeing that the queen was going to meet a woman from outside the court, Lin Miyue was also happy to go back to the East Palace to rest. So she stood up and bowed to the queen with a tactful look. Since your Majesty wants to meet the wife of the Duke of Rong, I will take my leave first. The queen nodded slightly when she heard this, and said to the people around her, Aunt Zhou, I will take. Lin is entrusted to you. After that, she gently said to Lin Miyue, You are now a double-breasted person. If there is anything missing, please report it to the Crown Princess first. If there is something that the Crown Princess cannot decide, you can also report it to me. Thank you for your concern. Aunt Zhou is the person given to me by the queen, and she must be very suitable. Hearing the queen say this, Lin Miyue understood the queen's intentions, and was willing to offer a good thing to the queen through Aunt Zhou. The crown princess just had a son, and now she suddenly learned that Lin Miyue was pregnant. It is possible that her temper will flare up again. The queen said this to comfort Lin Miyue, that if she was wronged, she could come and tell her. The Queen. Chapter 5. Zhao Gongjing personally escorted Lin Miyue out of Cunning Gate, and met a lady who was dressed up according to her rank. The person opposite seemed to be well aware of the situation in the palace. Without waiting for the female officials to speak, she bowed slightly to Lin Miyue and said, Greetings, Concubine Lin. Lin Miyue knew that this was the wife of Duke Rong that Zhao Gongjing had just mentioned, so she did not accept her full greeting. She slightly turned sideways and nodded to the woman opposite, saying, Madam, you are polite. Zhao Gongjing waited for the two to finish greeting each other, and then said to the wife of Duke Rong at the right time, Madam, please, the queen is free now. After that, he said to Lin Miyue, I will send the concubine here first. Does the queen want to ride in a sedan chair? I will send someone to tell her. Lin Miyue smiled and said, No need to do that. Zhao Gongjing will take Madam to see the queen first. I will go back slowly by myself. Hearing what Lin Miyue said, Zhao Gongjing's smile seemed to be more real, and he led the wife of Duke Rong into the palace to see Queen Yu. Aunt Zoe, who was chosen by the queen for Lin Miyue, had just stood aside and listened quietly, without saying a word. So Lin Miyue took the initiative to ask her, "Aunt, do you know why the wife of the Duke of Rong came to see the queen?" "The wife of the Duke of Rong and queen you were not related. She came to see the queen at any time of the year. She must have something to ask for." As the prince's concubine, she asked Aunt Zoe. As long as Aunt Zoe was willing to tell her, it would not be considered taboo. Just as Lin Miyue thought, Aunt Zoe replied straightforwardly after hearing her words, "Your Highness, you don't know that the only legitimate daughter of Duke Rong and his wife should be participating in this selection. The Duke and his wife want to ask for mercy and ask your Highness to put down the sign and marry on your own." Aunt Zoe's tone was steady when she said this, but her eyes were always looking at Lin Miyue's reaction. The selection was originally to select good women as concubines for the emperor. But now that Emperor Fontai is getting older, he doesn't care much about the selection. Therefore, the highlight of the recent talent shows was to select a concubine for the prince. This time, the principal concubine of the Eastern Palace had just given birth, and the concubine was pregnant again. It seemed that the Eastern Palace was going to have a new person. After hearing what Aunt Zoe said, Lin Miyue did not react. She had long known that the so-called favor of the prince was just a passing cloud. The prince, with his status, wanted to marry a wife and a concubine. In fact, it was not up to the prince, let alone herself. If she indulged in the prince's love and could not extricate herself, something would happen sooner or later. So Lin Miyue just said lightly, "It seems that the young lady of the Duke of Rong does not want to enter the palace. I wonder which family the Duke and his wife have set their eyes on." Aunt Zoe saw that Lin Miyue had no reaction to this election, and she also had a higher opinion of this concubine, who was very favored by the prince. After thinking for a while, she replied to Lin Miyue, "It is the third-place winner of this year's imperial examination, Mr. Lin, who has been appointed as a compiler. Speaking of which, he has the same surname as the concubine." Lin Miyue originally wanted to chat with Aunt Zoe to pass the time by listening to gossip, but she became more and more frightened when she heard what Aunt Zoe said. The eldest daughter of the Duke of Rong's mansion did not enter the palace through this election, but asked for grace to pick a name card, and got engaged to the third-place winner surnamed Lin. Aren't these the parents of Lin Dayu in Dream of Red Mansions? I was chatting with the Crown Prince before, and learned that one of the top 3 Jinshi candidates was named Lin. At that time, I thought it was just a coincidence. But since he is named Lin and is engaged to the daughter of Duke Rong, it is impossible to have such a coincidence. Although her mind was already surging with thoughts, in order to prevent Aunt Zoe from noticing anything unusual, Lin Miyue said, "It is also a good match. It shows that Duke Rong and his wife are both people who love their daughter." Aunt Zoe agreed with this. "It looks good to enter the palace, but the age of this daughter of the Duke is a bit awkward. Now the other princes are not old enough to be selected as concubines. Even if she enters the East Palace, the highest she can get is the concubine. And looking at concubine Lin's current appearance, it is not certain that she can get the concubine. Since there is no future in the palace, it is better to marry on your own. The third-place winner is young and handsome. The third-place winner has a future. So he is a good match for the daughter of the Duke." As the daughter of a civil servant family, Lin Miyue did not associate with the young ladies of the nobles and generals when she was waiting to be married. Although she studied and practiced calligraphy, she did not participate in the affairs outside. It was not her turn to enter the palace during the new year. When she first entered the East Palace, she spent a lot of energy trying to deal with the people in the harem during the new year. As the prince's concubine, she had no chance to talk to the ladies outside. So Lin Miyue only knew about the Ronghua mansion today. Duke Rong, Lin Tanhua. If this is not the world of the Red Mansion, what a coincidence. On the way back to the East Palace from Cunning Palace, Lin Miyue's heart was in a mess. She thought she was lucky to have a chance to be reborn, but she came to the world of the Red Mansion. Lin Miyue vaguely remembered that there were not many descriptions of the royal family affairs at that time in Dream of Red Mansions, but the prince in it did not seem to succeed in ascending the throne. Later, the old emperor became the emperor and competed with the new emperor. If this is true, then how can I, the prince's concubine, have a good life? After returning to the Eastern Palace, Lin Miyue went to the main hall where the crown princess was to greet her through the door, and then took Aunt Zoe back to her Yue hall. Today, the person who accompanied Lin Miyue to the Eastern Palace was Zhang, the head female official beside her. Yunxiao was busy with the young palace maids in the hall. Seeing Lin Miyue coming back with an aunt, Yunxia stepped forward to Lin Muyue and Zhang Xian. Anzo bowed and said, "Hello, concubine." "Hello, Zhang Xian and this aunt. Today, according to the instructions of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I asked the imperial physician to come and identify the commonly used baits in Yuta Hall, and hurried to clean them up before the queen came back." Lin Muyue was slightly startled, and looked around. The decoration in the hall had also changed a little. She didn't know that the Crown Prince had even ordered this matter. Now she suddenly heard this, and her heart was a little turbulent. However, Lin Muyue quickly adjusted her mood and said softly, "I don't want His Highness to still worry about these trivial matters. Yunxia, you have worked hard. Ask Yume to serve tea. You can go and have a rest." Lin Muyue's maids. The senior maids were named after Yunxia's character Yun. There were two maids, Yunxia and Yunong. Yunxia was mainly to serve, and Yunong followed Zhang Xian to take care of the young maids. The rest of the maids were named after you. Yume was considered a useful person among them, and could enter the palace to serve. Zhang Xian was the female official in charge of Yuta Hall, and Aunt Zhou was the pregnant nanny appointed by the queen herself. Of course, Zhang Xian was the higher official between the two, but after all, Aunt Zhou was still the queen's person, so the two of them were still humble after Lin Muyue gave them seats. In the end, Aunt Zhou sat opposite Lin Muyue, and Zhang Xian sat on the embroidered cushion brought by the little palace maid. Having just learned that the world she came to was the world of the Red Mansion, Lin Muyue also wanted to learn more about the current situation through these female officials, who had been in the palace for a long time. After all, in her opinion, the prince is kind, filial and wise, and is the son that Emperor Fontai has always loved. His position as the queen in the harem is secure, although the imperial concubine is favored. Her son is more than 10 years younger than the prince. He is still studying in the study, so he is not a big threat. Why would the prince be deposed in the end? Lin Muyue's heart is a little confused. If the prince is in danger of being deposed, then her future will undoubtedly become full of dangers with the dethronement of the prince. It would be fine for her, but she has the whole family behind her. Now she is pregnant, thinking about her family in this life and the unborn child. She decided to find out whether the Eastern Palace is facing any crisis now. Originally, she thought that as a concubine of the Crown Prince, she would become a concubine again as the Crown Prince ascended the throne. After having a child, she would be guaranteed and would not be without support in the future. Who knew that the Crown Prince, who seemed to have a stable backing, was actually a clay Buddha? She didn't know when something would happen. Lin Muyue was unusually depressed now. Taking a deep breath, Lin Muyue knew that the more she was at this time, the more she had to stay calm. So she calmed her mind and cheered up to entertain Aunt Zhou said by the queen. Lin Muyue looked at Aunt Zhou sitting opposite her in a somewhat reserved manner, and intentionally showing her goodwill. She raised her cup and said, "Aunt, try this tea. It is the new tea given by the Crown Princess." Aunt Zhou also picked up the teacup after hearing this, but she did not taste the tea first, but said gently, "I thank the concubine, but the concubine is pregnant now, so it is better to drink less tea." Zhang Xian laughed when he heard Aunt Zhou's words, and waited until Aunt Zhou looked over with some doubts before saying, "Sister Zhou, please take a look at the concubine's teacup. There is no tea in it." Lin Muyue then handed the teacup to Aunt Zhou, and there was indeed. It was not tea, but a cup of honey water. She said, "I know these little things, but I need to ask my aunt to teach me other things about keeping the baby safe." Hearing her say this, Aunt Zhou's smile deepened, and she said confidently, "I don't have other skills, but I dare say I am an expert in keeping the baby safe for women. Concubine, don't worry." In fact, Lin Muyue herself was in modern times. Although she was not married, many of her friends and colleagues had children. She had heard about pregnancy, childbirth and maintenance. She was not too worried about her pregnancy. She just used this matter as a starting point to inquire about some things in the harem with Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou is the queen's person, and she must know more about the affairs of Emperor Fengtai's harem than I, a concubine who basically only moves around in the East Palace. After the three of them started chatting, Lin Muyue looked at a landscape painting hung on the opposite wall by the prince himself, and said casually, "I heard that Concubine Jin's brother has entered the capital. My mother told me when she entered the palace a few days ago that the concubine's family in the harem had made merit and entered the capital, and asked me if I should prepare a gift." After saying that, She saw that Zhang Xian's expression did not change. But Aunt Zhou's face suddenly showed a little bit of depression. It seems that the concubine's family has made merit and entered the capital, which is not a good thing for the queen. As expected by Lin Miyue, Aunt Zhou said with a little hesitation after hearing her words. The concubine does not need to send a gift to the imperial concubine alone. And then added in a low voice, the imperial concubine has not gone to pay respects recently because she is sick. After Aunt Zhou finished speaking, Lin Miyue did not react. Zhang Xian frowned. But she did not speak. It is the duty of the concubines in the palace to pay respects to the queen. Now that the imperial concubine Jin is pretending not to do this, it seems that there will be another wave of waves in the harem. So that's it. I understand what Aunt Zhou means. Lin Miyue knew that Aunt Zhou said this to imply that the imperial concubine's family had made contributions recently and had begun to behave disrespectfully to the queen. Chapter 6. Lin Miyue thought of the wife of the Duke of Rong whom she saw today. She was a beautiful lady with a slightly plump figure. In Dream of Red Mansions, Jia Mu was the daughter of a marquis and married into the duke's mansion. It was the time when the four major families were the richest, so she cultivated a rich and graceful aura. Not wanting to mention the lawsuit between the queen and the concubine, Lin Miyue thought about it and changed the subject and said, before I entered the palace, I only talked and laughed with the young ladies of literati families. I didn't know much about the nobles. However, it was rare to see the young ladies of military families marry literati in the past. Aunt Zhou smiled. Lin Miyue was telling the truth. The gap and contradiction between literati and nobles have existed since the country. This time, the Duke of Rong's family promised their only legitimate daughter to a civil official, which surprised many people. Although the current Duke of Rong is still a duke, the title is awarded for merit. If the next generation has no merit, they can only be a first-class general. The men in his family. At this point, Aunt Zhou shook her head. There is no need to explain the meaning. I know what you mean, Aunt. Lin Miyue has also read The Dream of the Red Chamber. The men of the Jia family in these generations are really useless. Now it seems that they don't have the bravery of their ancestors. They can only study hard to make progress. After the duke of this generation is gone, the new head of the family is even worse. Lin Miyue had read The Dream of the Red Chamber, and knew that the old duke and his wife had made careful plans for their children's marriages. But it was fate that ultimately failed to stop the decline of the Jia family. Marrying a scholar is one way, and the mainstream thought nowadays is that poetry and literature are the best way to pass down the family. And Lin Miyue also thought that this marriage was a good one. But who would have thought that Lin Ruhai and Jia Min would leave one after another, leaving only Lin Dayu, an orphan, to die in the wind, thrust, sword and knife. After chatting for a while, Lin Miyue looked at the warm sunlight coming in through the window, which made her feel a little sleepy, and said, I have walked for so long today to pay my respects to the Queen Mother. I am a little tired. I think the room I have cleaned for Aunt Zhou is ready. I will trouble Zhang Xian to take Aunt Zhou to rest. Aunt Zhou glanced out the window, and knew that Lin Miyue was tired easily now that she was pregnant. So she said, Thank you, concubine. I will take my leave now. Yume came in and spread the bedding on the Luohan bed, and asked Lin Miyue to go up and rest. After Lin Miyue lay down, she thought about it, and decided that she still had to discuss this situation with her family. So she said to Yume, I remember that the day after tomorrow is the day when the palace people and the family will meet. Yume, please bring a letter to your family for me. Hearing Lin Miyue's words, Yume understood, responded and left. She said she wanted to rest. But in fact, Lin Miyue just wanted to sort out what she had learned by herself. The imperial concubine in the harem had made some unusual moves, which was inconsistent with her past behavior. Imperial concubine Jin was a cautious person. If it was just someone in her family who had made contributions, she would never disrespect the queen because of this. There must be something else that happened in the previous dynasty. Unfortunately, although the prince would occasionally talk to her about the previous dynasty, he would not go into details. Lin Miyue did not know much, so she still had to rely on her family to find out the news. Maybe pregnant women are short-tempered. Lin Miyue thought about it, and felt really sleepy. She fell asleep unconsciously. The candle flame swayed as people walked, and a spark of light burst. Lin Miyue was slowly awakened by the flickering light of the candle. When she opened her eyes, she saw the prince sitting cross-legged with his hands on the small table, smiling at her. According to modern aesthetics, Crown Prince Su Ruiqing is also a handsome man. Lin Muyue, who had been tense all day, was infected by the crown prince's smile and temporarily forgot her worries. She did not get up, but said lazily in the quilt, "When did His Highness come? It was my fault that I was lazy and failed to welcome His Highness." Hearing Lin Muyue's words, the crown prince laughed out loud. You finally revealed your true colors in front of me. You are not going to be polite to me anymore?" The crown prince's words made Lin Muyue feel a little embarrassed, so she slowly got up, fumbled in the small cabinet next to her for a while, took out a small box, and handed it to the crown prince without saying a word. The prince took it and looked at it. Inside was a jade pendant with a string and accessories. He thought it was the one he gave to Lin Muyue this morning. He wondered why Lin Muyue had finished it so quickly and returned it to him. Seeing the slightly puzzled look on the prince's face, Lin Muyue said, "Your Highness, pick it up and have a look." It was already night. Although candles were lit, Lin Muyue was still asleep just now, so there were no lights everywhere. The light in Yuta Hall was still a little dim. Su Ruiqing took the jade pendant in his hand and played with it. And then he realized that it was not the one he gave to Lin Muyue. The pattern of this jade pendant is more interesting. It is not like the common ones in the palace. It is a piece of yellow jade with skin, and is beautifully carved with good luck. Round and cute persimmons are squeezed together, which is very interesting. Su Ruiqing likes this little gift very much, but she still pretends to be reserved. She just said, "It is a bit interesting, but not dignified enough. You can wear it when you don't meet foreign officials." Seeing that the prince has arranged for the jade pendant to be worn by the young man, but still suppresses his liking, Lin Muyue finds it more interesting. She doesn't respond, but pinches her throat and deliberately says coquettishly, "As long as your highness likes it. I have been doing it for a long time." The first time the prince heard her speaking in such an artificial tone, she shuddered slightly, walked over in 2 or 3 steps, and swept Lin Muyue's face with the hanging string of the jade pendant, said, "You are the only one who is mischievous. Dinner has been prepared. Get up quickly." When they arrived at the side room, Yun Xia had already prepared dinner with the palace servants. On the table were Lin Muyue's favorite sweet and sour pork tenderloin, cherry meat, and other dishes. The prince had a light taste, and just ordered a scallop and mushroom soup, and a few refreshing stir-fried dishes. While Lin Muyue was eating dinner, she felt that the chef's cooking skills in the small kitchen had become more and more sophisticated. She thought to herself that even if she could eat such a good dinner every day, she had to let the little prince ascend the throne safely. Su Ruiqing liked to come to Lin Muyue's place, not only because she was the most beautiful woman in the East Palace, but also because she was a person who was very considerate of others' thoughts. Only here could he feel the rare peace and tranquility. The affairs of the previous dynasty were complicated, and it was always difficult to be the second in command, let alone being the prince under such a strict emperor like Emperor Fengtai. The harem was not peaceful either. There were not many heirs in the Eastern Palace. When the prince went to pay respects to the queen, he always heard words that urged him to be fair and make the Eastern Palace have many heirs. Only in this small Yuta Hall could Su Ruiqing relax and rest for a while. Even if he just sat opposite Lin Muyue without talking, he felt rare comfort. Lying on the bed, listening to the shallow breathing of the people around him, Su Ruiqing also slept well. The next day, Lin Muyue got up early, calmly wrote a letter in the study, and gave it to the little palace maid Yume after writing it. Yume is not a child of the Lin family like Yunxia, nor is she a maid in the Yuta Palace, so it is easier for her to do things. Moreover, this little girl is very smart. Not only is she loyal to Lin Muyue, but she also takes the initiative to ask the Lin family to protect her family, which is considered to be a letter of loyalty to the whole family. How did Muyue know these things in the previous dynasty? Lin family. Lin Muyue's father, Lin Feng, the second in command of the Ministry of Personnel, read the letter with one hand and stroked his beard with the other hand. A man of about the same age sitting next to him poked his head in, trying to reach out to read the letter, and replied, "Brother, why do you care about Muyue? Just tell her what she wants to know." Master Lin glared at his brother and said, "You are not as sensible as Muyue. You are so old. Sit still." Seeing his brother glaring at him, Master Lin straightened his body, but still muttered in dissatisfaction, I know. Brother, tell me, what exactly did Muyue write to you about?" There were 3 men in the Lin family's father's generation, all of whom passed the imperial examination and became officials. For Jinshi in the same family were considered a good story at the time. Father Lin had the best career, and is now the Minister of Personnel. Second Master Lin was not ranked high at that time, and was sent out for more than 10 years. Now he is also in the Ministry of Rights. Mu Yu is not a nosy person. Now he wrote a letter, which must be about serious matters. But Big Brother is so hesitant. But this child is so bold. The letter involves matters in the inner palace? This time it was the third master of the Lin family who spoke. Third Uncle Lin Mu Yu is usually the most silent. At that time, his two elder brothers passed the examinations one after another. But he failed to make the list after 2 consecutive examinations. However, Third Master Lin was not impatient. He made a great success in the third imperial examination in the Golden Palace, and finally won the second place, and even surpassed his 2 elder brothers. Lin Jun, the third master of the Lin family, entered the Hanlin Academy with the top 3 rankings. He was the most precious poet and famous scholar, and the Hanlin Prime Minister. Hearing what Lin Jun said, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head. You still understand this girl? Too bold. Then, Lin Feng handed his daughter's letter to his third brother Lin Jun, and asked his second brother, have you heard about the Jin family's actions recently? The 3 masters of the Lin family all entered the court as officials, but their personalities and experiences were quite different. The eldest brother Lin Feng was in the top 2 at the beginning, and he passed the examination for Shujishi and entered the Hanlin Academy to study. Later, he was transferred to the Ministry of Personnel as a secretary, and the censorate as a censor, and then entered the Ministry of Personnel and became a minister. Lin Ling, the second master of the Lin family, is the most lively one among the brothers. He is currently the chief official of the ceremonial department of the Ministry of Rights. However, he was sent out for many years, so he has a wide network of contacts in the court. Moreover, because of his good temper, he has the widest circle of friends among the 3 brothers. The Jin family started with the help of the imperial concubine and the old lady Jin. They did not manage the family strictly, and there were many playboys in the family. Lin Ling thought for a while and said, it's nothing unusual. I just heard that the youngest illegitimate brother of the imperial concubine has sought an official position, which is not a big deal. Lin Feng frowned and thought about it. He felt that it was indeed not a big deal. He signaled his third brother to pass the letter to his second brother, but Mu Yu said that the imperial concubine has already disrespected the queen in the palace, which shows that the Jin family must take action. This, what Mu Yu said, could it be that the Jin family will have unusual moves against the Eastern Palace recently? Lin took the letter and read it, muttering, but now the prince has grown up. What should the Jin family do to make concubine Jin so confident that she dares to disrespect the queen? After reading the letter, Mr. Lin Er also had a thoughtful look on his face. Mr. Lin Sen had been silent just now, and only said after hearing his 2 brothers finish speaking, perhaps this matter should be dealt with in the palace, not outside the palace. Lin Muyue looked at the reply letter from home, and her fingers tapped the table unconsciously. In the palace. It is now May, and the most important festival in the palace, the Dragon Boat Festival, has passed. There will be no festivals next. What other special days are there? Chapter 7. Lin Muyue was startled when she glanced at a paperweight carved into the shape of a unicorn on the table. Yes. After May, it was June. The 9th day of the 6th month was the birthday of Emperor Feng Tai. Lin Muyue had just entered the palace. This was the second time she had celebrated Emperor Feng Tai's birthday. She thought to herself, could it be that Concubine Jin was planning to do something to the prince on the birthday? But if Concubine Jin was going to do something, she would definitely want to bring the prince down in one fell swoop. Or, even if she didn't depose the prince, she would want to make him lose the trust of Emperor Feng Tai. But that day was a birthday banquet. Lin Muyue thought about it, but couldn't figure out what the imperial concubine was going to do to make the prince make such a big mistake. So she planned to test the prince's mouth first, asking him what birthday gifts he had prepared, and to see if the Jin family was going to make a fuss about the birthday gifts. Just at this time, Yun Xiao walked in from outside and whispered to Lin Muyue, Miss, I heard from Guyu from the princess's side that the East Palace will select 6 new people this time. Lin Muyue was also a little surprised to hear Yun Xiao's words. There are not many people in the East Palace now, and she is pregnant. She thought that the queen would definitely select a few more new people for the prince this time. But she didn't expect that 6 people would be selected at once. She knew that Yun Xiao could hear the words of the maids from the crown prince's side, and Li Wancheng must have revealed them to her on purpose. After the crown princess came of age, she served the queen's palace more diligently to please the queen. so it was not surprising that she got more news about this election. However, to Lin Muyue's surprise, although there were 6 newcomers to the East Palace this time, 2 of them were young maids with outstanding looks selected by the Queen from the maids of the 6 bureaus and 1 department in the palace. Therefore, Yun Xia only got the news in the afternoon, and Lin Muyue met 2 of the 6 newcomers the next morning. I pay my respects to the Crown Princess. I wish you a long life and good health, and endless happiness. The next morning, Lin Muyue went to the main hall to pay her respects according to the rules. After sitting down, the Crown Princess did not chat with the people below as usual, but asked the female official next to her to invite the 2 newcomers to the East Palace to come in and pay their respects to the Crown Princess. Lin Muyue looked at the 2 women chosen by the Queen. One was Yao, who was pretty and charming, and the other was Yun, who had a beautiful face and a poetic air. They both had their own merits. The 2 of them behaved well when they saluted the Crown Princess. It seemed that no matter what their background was, they must have worked hard after entering the palace. When a new person entered the palace, they had to bow 5 times to pay their respects to the Crown Princess. Each bow required the guidance of a female official, which was very cumbersome. Lin Muyue was not energetic enough after getting up early. She didn't dare to peek at her, because she was a new person. She squinted her eyes, and watched the new people kneeling. After the new people finished paying their respects, Lin Muyue straightened her body, and listened to the Crown Princess say something like obey the palace rules in the future and live in harmony. After the Crown Princess finished speaking, the female official next to her guided the newlyweds to salute Lin Muyue. Now, in the East Palace, only the concubine Lin Muyue has an official rank. The other women are strictly speaking just palace maids. They only need to greet the 2 newcomers with a flat greeting. Your servant greets concubine Lin. The newlyweds only need to bow and kowtow to the concubine. After the 2 of them saluted, Lin Muyue simply called them up, not making things difficult for the 2 newlyweds. In the future, you will be sisters. There is no need to be so polite in the future. Lin Muyue is not the Crown Princess, and she did not say anything to preach, but just said a few polite words. Seeing the more lively Yao, she responded, "Yes, I may bother you more in the future." Yun just politely replied, "Thank you, Your Majesty." With the newcomer, the greetings became more lively, especially since Yao was a wonderful person who could pick up anyone's words, which made the Crown Princess smile more. The day when the newcomer enters the Eastern Palace also falls on the 5th day, which is the day when the concubines in the Eastern Palace pay their respects to the Queen. However, this concubine refers to a woman of rank, and currently there is only Lin Muyue in the Eastern Palace. Therefore, after the Crown Princess had a rare happy morning, she had to take Lin Muyue, the annoying concubine, to pay respects to the Queen. The cunning palace was solemn and boring, but many flowers and plants were planted in front of the palace. The most rare ones were pots of various rare peonies, which were in full bloom, gorgeous and luxurious, and worthy of the title of the King of Flowers. This was given to the Queen by Emperor Fengtai alone, and it was also an old item from the early years, when the Emperor and the Queen were more affectionate. Today, the flowers are still the same, and they are even more beautiful every year. But the Emperor's favor is like flowing water, and it will never look back. Lin Muyue followed behind the Crown Princess, respectfully waiting for the Queen to call her. Looking at the peonies in the courtyard, she felt a little emotional. The Emperor's love was the most unreliable. Now Su Ruiqing treated her like a pearl. But looking at the lonely peonies blooming in the courtyard, who knows what the future will be like? Queen Yu did not ask the 2 to wait for a long time. She quickly asked Zhao Gongyong beside her to invite them in. After entering the palace to pay respects to the Queen, Lin Muyue found that the Queen had changed into casual clothes and looked more relaxed. It seemed that the sudden domineering behavior of the imperial concubine did not cause much trouble to the Queen. Your Majesty's birthday is coming soon. When the prince came to pay his respects, he said that he had prepared gifts. As the prince's wives and concubines, you should also make some progress. Had you prepared the gifts? Queen Yu always liked to talk about business first. As soon as the 2 sat down, she mentioned the birthday gifts for Emperor Fengtai in a while. When the princess saw the Queen asking about it, she said, "I have collected the longevity characters written by several calligraphers, and embroidered a picture of 100 longevity myself to celebrate my father's birthday." Li Wancheng was born into a family of great Confucian scholars, but her family seemed a bit pedantic to Lin Muyue. As the granddaughter of a great Confucian scholar, Li Wancheng did not read much, but her embroidery skills were superb. Lin Muyue had seen the screens embroidered by Li Wancheng before the Queen's 1,000-year celebration. They were not only of superb craftsmanship, but also had some new ideas that ordinary craftsmen did not often have. As expected, after hearing Li Wancheng's answer, Queen Yu nodded and said, "It is thoughtful and not extravagant. It is suitable for the East Palace to present to your Majesty." Seeing the Queen turned her head to look at her, Lin Muyue did not bother the Queen to ask, and said, "I have been in poor spirits recently, and my embroidery skills dare not compare with those of the Crown Princess. However, my family comes from the border area, and there is agate in the village. When I entered the palace, I brought an agate Buddha statue, which is just right for presenting to your Majesty." Queen Yu also nodded after hearing this. The Crown Princess came from Tsinghua University, and it was just right for her to present a longevity embroidery. Lin Muyue's ancestors had served as successors, so it was normal for them to have some wealth, and it was not unusual for them to offer precious treasures. However, compared with the two, the Crown Princess' birthday gift was definitely more thoughtful. So the Queen paid more attention to praising the Crown Princess, and it seemed that she treated Lin Muyue a little coldly. Li Wancheng had regained some face in front of the Queen after giving birth to the grandson. This time, the birthday gift overshadowed Lin Muyue and won the Queen's favor. On the way back to the East Palace, she was very proud for a while. After returning to the East Palace from Cunning Palace, Lin Muyue naturally went back to rest. But she could also feel that the Crown Princess was tossing something in the palace. But it was none of her business. So she returned to the East Warm Pavilion without caring. She had sent a letter to her family through a maid before, but she felt that the matter was urgent, and she could not wait until the next time the maids came to visit their families to send the letter out. So she used the excuse of being pregnant to ask the Queen and the Prince for permission, and then planned to invite her mother to the palace to talk. Lin Muyue's mother, Wang, also had a good background. She was the daughter of Mr. Lin's teacher. When Lin Feng passed the imperial examinations, he passed the imperial examinations again. Not only did he succeed in the imperial examinations, he also married the daughter of Mr. Wang, his teacher. This was a good story in Beijing. Emperor Fengtai's birthday was a big event. There were great considerations for what birthday gifts to send. According to the prince's usual style of doing things, the birthday gift chosen by the princess this time was indeed thoughtful. Li Wancheng returned to her palace, in a good mood, and instructed, "Although the embroidery is good, it is a bit frugal. Go find some good wood to make a frame, and then it will be perfect." The female official beside her hesitated and advised softly, "The most important thing about this embroidery is the thought, and other external things are not necessary." Before she finished speaking, Li Wancheng put the teacup in her hand on the table with a dong sound. And then she, the female official beside her, fell silent. This Lady Qi is the second lady beside the Crown Princess. The previous one has lost face because she failed to persuade the Crown Princess to stop her words and deeds. She has asked to resign and reflect on herself. The successor Lady Qi was very trembling for a while, which caused her to have to speak up and say something whenever the Crown Princess wanted to do something. It was fine before, but now that Li Wancheng has a grandson, she is more confident, which makes it more and more difficult for Lady Qi to do her job. After being silently pushed back by the Crown Princess, Lady Qi said she was a lady, but she was also a subordinate of the Crown Princess. So it was naturally difficult for her to say anything. So she stood aside silently without saying a word. The Crown Princess's residence is called Jinda Hall, which is also 5 rooms wide. However, the Crown Princess does not have a study room. Now that she has a grandson, the 2 rooms on the east side are arranged as a childcare center. She usually lives in the West Warm room and manages things in the West room. After arranging the birthday gifts, Li Wancheng called Fu Yu and Xiao Man in to select some gifts for the newlyweds. There is not much expenditure these days. Instead, all the palaces have sent gifts. You go and pick some materials suitable for young women and give them to the 2 newcomers to the East Palace. Li Wancheng took the previous account books and lists and looked at them for a while, and instructed Xiao Man. Xiao Man went down first after receiving the order. But Fu Yu, the senior maid beside the Crown Princess, looked at the Crown Princess's face and asked, "Why does the Queen want to honor those 2? They are just maids awarded by the Queen." Li Wancheng sighed and asked, "How do you think I look now? Is my figure still the same as before giving birth?" This, Fu Yu didn't dare to answer after hearing the Crown Princess's question. Giving birth to a woman's body is inevitable, not to mention that the crown princess was not a stunning beauty even before giving birth. At most, she could only be praised as dignified. Although it is already a month old, her face is still dull, and her figure has not recovered completely. The crown princess chuckled and murmured, I also want to see what she will be like when she reaches my age. Fu Yu originally wanted to complain to the crown princess about the newcomer, but she didn't expect that it would lead to a bigger thought in the crown princess' mind. She was a little scared, and lowered her head without saying anything. Li Wancheng glanced at Fu Yu sideways. I know what you are thinking. I will not be so stupid again. I dare not. Fu Yu shrank even more when her master pointed out what she was thinking. Not only did she kneel down, but she also spoke incoherently. The crown princess ignored her maid, but just raised her hand and picked up the small teapot on the table and said, Make another pot of tea. Chapter 8. After hearing the whole thing, the female official Qi, who had been standing silently by the side, said after Fu Yu left, Your Majesty, are you going to promote the newcomer to share Lin's favor? When Li Wancheng heard the word Lin, the faint smile on her face disappeared instantly. After a moment of silence, she said, Didn't the queen also say that the East Palace should have 100 flowers blooming, and the prince's offspring is still too thin? After hearing what the crown princess said, the female official Qi could not say anything wrong, and could only reply, Your Majesty is virtuous, and is a blessing for the East Palace. There is a row of palaces behind the main hall, where the crown princess lives in the last entrance of the East Palace. Now it is allocated to the crown prince's concubines, who have no official status. Yao and Yun were also arranged by the crown princess to live in the empty rooms here. The East Palace had several small courtyards for people to live in. But after this election, the East Palace had to admit new people with official status. So no one had been arranged to move into these courtyards. Yao and Yun were both given by the queen, but their backgrounds were different. Yao was a maid in the Shansher Bureau, while Yun had more opportunities. Because of her outstanding appearance and literacy, she was only assigned to study at the Inner Literature Institute after entering the palace, and had not yet been assigned a job. Now that they were selected, they were a little nervous after entering the East Palace. As maids, they didn't know about the crown princess's stupid behavior, but they also heard about the conflicts between the maid and concubines of the East Palace. Today, they formally paid respects. The crown princess was dignified, and Lin Muyue's stunning appearance dealt a huge blow to their self-confidence. The maids selected from the palace for the crown prince were naturally outstanding in appearance. Yunshi was not to mention, and what attracted people more was her bookish air. Yaoshi was indeed charming and beautiful, and she was always proud of it. But today, when they saw the legendary concubine Lin, they both thought of the difference between Mingzhu and Haoyue, and felt uneasy. Yao and Yun were assigned a little maid by the crown princess, and they were following the maid's instructions back to their rooms. The two rooms were together, with a 3-room layout. In the middle hall was a small table and 2 chairs. On the table was a jade vase, with a few seasonal flowers placed diagonally inside. On the floor was a carpet with a fragrant background, and hundreds of butterflies flying through the flowers. In the middle was a big-bellied jade short jar, with a scene inside, and a few goldfish for people to enjoy. The 2 inner rooms for living connected to the main hall were separated by a treasure pavilion and curtains. The furnishings on the treasure pavilion were similar at first glance. Nothing more than jade vases, incense burners, and ornaments. Both of them brought some things with them. Now the palace servants in the East Palace and their personal maids helped to pack. Yun looked cold, but her character was actually softer, so Yao pulled her to sit in her room first. Yao took Yun's hand and sat on the couch in the room. Looking around, she said with satisfaction, This room doesn't look big, but it has everything it needs, and then asked Yun, I haven't asked you how old you are yet? I am 17 now, and I have been in the palace for 4 years. Yun had just taken a look at the room. Inside was a step-out bed, a chaise longue, and a row of kangs under the window. There was also a small area separated from the room, which seemed to be the place for washing and dressing. It was indeed as Yao said. Although it was small, the room was not bad, and the layout was exquisite. When she heard Yao ask her age, she also said softly, I am 16 this year, but I have been in the palace for 6 years. I have only been studying in the inner library, and have never served in the 6 bureaus. Yao smiled and said, Then it seems that I have to call you sister. Without waiting for Yun to reply, Yao introduced herself and said, I come from the Imperial Food Bureau, and I have some status in the kitchen. My sister lives with me, so she won't be wrong by eating here." After saying this, Yao and the little palace maid who was tidying up the room smiled. Yun was slightly startled, and her heart was relieved. She also smiled and replied, "Then there will be more, Sister Yao." The crown princess selected fabrics for the two newlyweds. Lin Muyue also planned to select the rewards for the newlyweds before her mother entered the palace. She took Yun Xia for a stroll in the place where she stored things, looking through the book carefully, and thinking about what to give. The crown princess gave the cloth, because she received many cloth gifts when she gave birth to the grandson. However, as a concubine, the good cloth was given to her by the crown prince privately, and it was not appropriate to give it to others. The cloth in her allotment was used a lot on weekdays, and there was not much left. Therefore, it was not appropriate to give cloth to the newlyweds. I found it. Lin Muyue took a small box from the third shelf. It contained the things she brought in when she first entered the palace. It was produced by Yunzanji, a famous jewelry store in the capital. Although the materials used were not as magnificent as those in the palace, it was still a good thing. It was just right to give it to the newlyweds. Yun Xia took the things from Lin Muyue's hand, opened it, took a look and said, "Miss, there is a golden and jade inlaid crabapple hairpin and a pearl inlaid butterfly hairpin. The best ones, and the others are small things." Lin Muyue was still holding the list, and glanced at the things in the box. The jade on the golden and jade inlaid crabapple hairpin was not the best, but it was exquisitely made. The pearl butterfly hairpin was simple in shape, but the pearl on it was shining. Both items were presentable. Give the begonia hairpin to Yao, and the pearl hairpin to Yun, and put away all the other things. Lin Muyue also felt that the things in the box were suitable for the newlyweds, so she nodded in agreement. "Wait a minute. When you see that the things in the back are packed, you can give them to them, and tell them that they don't need to come to thank you." After choosing the rewards for the newlyweds, the master and servant returned to the East Warm Pavilion. Lin Muyue asked Yun Xia, "How have you been getting along with Aunt Zhou these days?" Yun Xia was the confidant that Lin Muyue wanted to cultivate the most. She had already expressed her ambition to Lin Muyue, and she didn't want to leave the palace, but only wanted to serve the young lady for the rest of her life, and finally become a female official. So Lin Muyue also focused on training her. No matter whether it was Zhang Xian or Aunt Zhou before, she let Yun Xia interact with him more, hoping that Yun Xia would learn more skills. Hearing Lin Muyue's question, Yun Xia thought for a while before saying, "Aunt Zhou is more serious and mature than Zhang Xian. But whenever I ask Aunt Zhou about anything related to the young lady and the dragon fetus, Aunt Zhou will teach me everything she knows without reservation." After a pause, Yun Xia added, "Aunt Zhou also told me a lot about the 6 bureaus and 1 department." Lin Muyue smiled. "Aunt Zhou is indeed an honest person. You still have a lot to learn from Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou. Although there are undercurrents in the Eastern Palace, it is generally peaceful. And even if there are internal struggles, the Crown Princess and Lin Muyue will not harm the interests of the Crown Prince and the entire Eastern Palace." Lin Muyue knew in her heart that if she wanted to find out where the crisis the prince was facing came from, the most important thing now was the affairs of the Fengtai Emperor's harem. Peonies are favored by spring. So why envy peonies? The imperial garden is now full of colorful flowers. And the most beautiful flower in the palace is none other than the imperial concubine Jin. Jin entered the palace in the 10th year of Fengtai. Although she has given birth to a little prince, she still has a charming face and a soft and graceful demeanor that comes from years of pampering. Concubine Jin stood by the pond, feeding the fish slowly with fish food in her hand. Her narrow and long fox eyes were slightly charming. She was just feeding the fish for fun, but her manners were elegant and charming. No wonder she was favored by Emperor Fengtai for many years. Concubine Jin fed the fish a few times, clapped her hands, took the handkerchief handed over by the palace servant, wiped her hands, and asked the eunuch who was bowing beside her with a humble attitude, "Have you done everything?" The eunuch was Guan, the confidant of the concubine. He looked gentle and even a little honest. But everyone in the palace knew that he was one of the people who should not be offended by the concubine. When Guantai heard the imperial concubine asking questions, he replied respectfully, "It's all done. But your majesty, how to lure the prince that day? Be careful with your words." Imperial concubine Jin glanced at the eunuch, and said calmly, "No need to say more. I will naturally make arrangements. Just do what you should do." When Guantai heard imperial concubine Jin's words, he bowed even lower. and his heart was in turmoil. The imperial concubine had a big plan this time. If it succeeded, it would be fine. If it didn't, the entire Chuncheon palace would be in trouble. After hearing the eunuch's reply, Concubine Jin didn't want to stay in the imperial garden any longer. No matter how nice the imperial garden was, she had already gotten tired of it after visiting it for more than 10 years. She looked in the direction of the Sinang Palace, raised her red lips and smiled, and said, "Your Majesty will come tonight. You go and prepare." Emperor Fontai is now at the age of knowing his destiny. He is busy with state affairs and doesn't linger in the harem, except for the queen's frequent visits according to the rules. Concubine has been with him for many years and is in good shape. The fifth prince is also young and cute, with his beloved son and concubine tied together. Emperor Fontai can't help but pamper Concubine and her son more. It was just that Emperor Fontai also knew something about the subtle relationship between the Empress and the imperial concubine recently. Although the imperial concubine was a bit presumptuous, she was still okay on the surface. The Empress was too lazy to deal with the imperial concubine's tricks. Emperor Fontai just thought that the Jin family had also entered the capital, and the imperial concubine wanted to gain some face in the harem to promote her family. The old lady of the Jin family was Emperor Fengtai's wet nurse. When Emperor Fontai ascended the throne, he properly treated the wet nurse's family and gave them a rich, but not eye-catching official position as the weaving supervisor. This time when the Jin family returned to the capital, the imperial concubine Jin's brother, who was the weaving supervisor, might not be able to move up in official position. The Jin family now openly considered sending their children to the palace as guards. But what Emperor Fontai has not yet discovered is that Concubine Jin's secret plot is not small. The crown prince is now firmly in the throne. Although the fifth prince is favored by Emperor Fontai, Concubine Jin knows in her heart that this favor is not enough to make the emperor want to depose the eldest prince and establish the youngest prince. In order to find a better future for her son, Concubine Jin still needs to plan carefully. This birthday festival is a good opportunity for Concubine Jin to attack the crown prince. After instructing the eunuch to do the work, Concubine Jin walked slowly in the imperial garden with the palace people, thinking that if she could pull down the crown prince in one fell swoop this time, the possibility of her son's succession would be greatly increased. Even if she couldn't let Emperor Fontai directly think of deposing the crown prince, if things went smoothly, it would also be able to alienate the emperor and the crown prince. A sure-win business. Chapter 9. Emperor Fontai was a diligent emperor. Although Su Ruiqing, the crown prince, had never entered the court before, he never slacked off in his studies. Now that he had married and was able to participate in the government, he was carefully trained by Emperor Fontai, and he was busy every day. In the study room of the Qianqing Palace, Emperor Fontai had a table set up for the crown prince, so that his son could work under his eyes. If there were court officials to make comments, most of them would let the crown prince listen to them. Su Ruiqing secretly glanced at his father, quietly stopped his hand from reviewing the memorials, rubbed his wrist, and signaled to the eunuch Xiao beside him with his eyes to pour him a cup of tea. Eunuch Xiao also quietly bowed and went down silently. The prince breathed a sigh of relief, and when he didn't want to look up again, he saw that Emperor Fontai had stopped his hand at some point and was looking at him with a half-smile. Su Ruiqing immediately stood up and saluted Emperor Fontai. "Father." Seeing his son, who was so old, still secretly doing little tricks when reviewing memorials, Emperor Fontai also found it interesting and speechless. So he also said, "Forget it. Come and rest." After saying that, Emperor Fontai walked to the chair by the window and sat down. And Su Ruiqing sat opposite him, and breathed a sigh of relief. "Now you know how difficult this is." Emperor Fontai teased his son. "Some time ago, there was a disaster near the capital, and some victims fled from nearby to the capital. There are many more victims in the suburbs of the capital, which is the most troublesome thing for officials in northern Jili recently. Although Emperor Fontai is also working hard to govern, natural disasters are not something that can be stopped by human power. Disasters are common, but if the disaster still causes victims to appear in the capital, it is a great dereliction of duty for the officials." This matter became bigger and bigger, and even alarmed the court. The prince had just entered the court, and he was naturally unhappy to see such things. Whether it was the officials in the disaster-stricken areas who failed to govern, or the officials in the capital who ruthlessly dispersed the victims and failed to properly resettle them, he felt that the officials were incompetent and derelict in their duties, and should be vigorously rectified. However, What Su Ruiqing did not expect was that Emperor Fengtai did not blame officials at all levels too much, but only ordered the removal of several minor officials, and then issued an edict to appease officials and people, and let the officials in the capital send the victims back home. As soon as the incident happened, Su Ruiqing privately expressed his thoughts to Emperor Fengtai, but Emperor Fengtai rejected the prince's request, which made him a little frustrated. The tense relationship between the emperor and the prince that day was noticed by the former court and the harem. Recently, Emperor Fengtai had a grandson, and his patience with his son increased greatly. He simply gave the task of resettling the victims to the prince, so that this simple son could see more about officialdom. Su Ruiqing was happy to have practical things to do, and to do things for the people. He also wanted to catch a few incompetent officials to make an example of them, so as to prove that he was right. Unfortunately, to appease the victims, a seemingly simple matter also requires the cooperation of several departments. The affairs of the capital area cannot be avoided without Jili Prefecture, and the allocation of money and grain cannot be avoided without the Ministry of Revenue. The military and horse division is needed to mobilize soldiers to maintain order, and it is necessary to hand over to officials from all over the country to send the victims back to their hometowns. Su Ruiqing, the prince who had previously devoted himself to reading sage books, was overwhelmed by the things he did. But in order to prevent his father from looking down on him, and to prevent the court officials from thinking that he, the prince, was incompetent, he gritted his teeth and persisted. After all the things were done, Su Ruiqing also knew why his father did not want him to deal with the officials involved. First, the matter involved too much. If he really investigated it, not only would many officials be investigated, but there would be waves in the court. Second, since the disaster had already happened, comforting the victims and disaster relief were the most important things. Even if officials had to be liquidated, they had to be done after this. After the prince experienced this incident, he truly knew how difficult it was to do things in the court. Even though he was a nobleman, the people below him sometimes had the courage to fool him. Hearing his father's teasing tone, Su Ruiqing felt a little embarrassed. He lowered his head slightly and said, "I was wrong." Emperor Fengtai looked at his son like this, and felt that he had made some progress. So he said earnestly, "You were born a prince. You usually see only palace maids and masters. There is no need to mention palace maids. Those masters only praise you. But my son, when you really enter the court officials are not palace maids and masters." Su Ruiqing seemed to understand something when he heard this, but he didn't say much. Just at this time, Eunuch Xiao came in with a teacup, and the father and son sat opposite each other to drink tea and enjoy the rare moment of tranquility in the afternoon. After a day of government affairs, the prince seemed to suddenly remember something before leaving. He said to Emperor Fengtai, "My mother seems to have something to say to my father. When I went to pay my respects today, my mother told me to invite my father to dinner at Cunning Palace tonight." Emperor Fengtai was a little surprised to hear his son say this, but he did not think much about it. He just thought that the queen knew that she had always kept her son in Qianqing Palace to handle government affairs recently, so she did not let the palace maids come to invite him, but just let her son bring a message to him. However, he had promised the imperial concubine that he would go to her to see his young son. Emperor Fengtai thought again, and still felt that the queen's matter was more important, so he would go to the imperial concubine when he had time. "I understand, you can go back. I'll take my leave then." After saying what his mother had told him, Su Ruiqing was also happy to go back to the East Palace to see his son and his wives and concubines. Before returning to the palace, the prince would inform in advance who he would go to for dinner or eat alone. Today, Yun Xia saw that the eunuch Xiao beside the prince went to the princess's place, so Lin Miyue was happy to eat alone. The prince has a light taste, but Lin Miyue likes spicy food and prefers heavy-tasting dishes, such as sweet and sour. Although they can order more dishes when dining together, but Lin Miyue always feels less comfortable than when she eats alone, and always has to pay attention to the prince's feelings during the meal. Lin Miyue was a little disgusted with having meals with the prince, but the princess liked it very much. After learning that the prince was coming to have meals, Li Wancheng specially prepared some dishes that the prince liked, and asked the wet nurse to feed Yuan-sun in advance to ensure that Yuan-sun was the most awake and active when the prince came. Li Wancheng knew that it was difficult for her to compare with Lin Miyue in terms of her relationship with the prince. But now that she had a son, even if the prince didn't do it for her, she would come to see her son more often. So she carefully arranged for her son to get closer to the prince every time. Su Ruiqing stepped into the Jinda hall and saw his son waving his hands at him. He felt that the fatigue of the days seemed to have dissipated a little. He could not help but walk forward and touch his son's hand. Li Wancheng saw the prince teasing his son and smiled. After bowing to the prince, she also walked forward and said, "Your son likes your highness very much." Su Ruiqing glanced at his wife beside him and continued to touch his son's smooth face. He said to the princess, "You have worked hard these days." Unexpectedly, the prince would suddenly say this. Li Wancheng's face bloomed with a more genuine smile, and she said gently, "It is my blessing to give birth to you. So how can I be tired?" The prince also smiled when he heard this, and said softly, "Let's eat." After the meal, the princess was gentle and considerate during the meal, and served the prince very attentively. Su Ruiqing was a little overwhelmed later, and could only signal the eunuch who served the dishes to pick up some dishes for Li Wancheng, trying to respond to her. After the meal, Li Wancheng felt sorry for her son, and did not use her son to seek favor. She just told the prince that children sleep a lot. The prince was close to her son for a while, so she reminded him and asked the nurse to take her son to bed. Watching his son being carried away, Li Wancheng looked at the sky outside and asked tentatively, "Does your highness want to take a bath?" Su Ruiqing nodded when he heard this. "Thank you, Crown Princess, for preparing it. He has always been a clean person, and he is willing to take a bath. He came to the Crown Princess's place for dinner today, and he also wanted to rest here." Hearing the Crown Princess ask him this, he felt that the Crown Princess was more considerate now. After Li Wancheng asked, the two were speechless for a while, and Su Ruiqing coughed and said, "How is the birthday gift you and Muyu prepared for father?" Hearing the topic of birthday gifts, Li Wancheng also became interested. "When I went to pay my respects to my mother today, my mother also asked about the birthday gift. I prepared a picture of 100 years of longevity that I embroidered myself, and Lin prepared an agate Buddha." The prince nodded, thinking that the birthday gifts prepared by his wives and concubines were appropriate, and he did not ask more questions. Li Wancheng asked curiously, "What birthday gifts have you prepared? Do you need me and Lin to help you prepare some more?" Su Ruiqing was also willing to talk about the birthday gifts he prepared. He said enthusiastically, "The birthday gifts I prepared this year are not surprising, but they are a little more novel. Some time ago, the South established government offices and overseas trade. Foreigners can make excellent glass. I saw that the glassware they offered was exquisite. I wanted to present it, but a missionary from the West said that they can also make colorless glass. So I asked them to make a large piece of glass for my father's birthday gift. I know glassware. It is more exquisite than porcelain. What is the use of large pieces of glass?" Li Wancheng was curious after hearing what the prince said, and continued to ask. His eyes moved around the windows in the Jinda hall. Su Ruiqing said, "Look at the window paper now. Although the palace is covered with the finest Goryeo tribute paper, it is still not light transmissive enough and not very warm in winter. But now Westerners can make great transparent glass, which can be inlaid on the windows. Isn't that perfect?" Li Wancheng turned her head to look at her own windows with intricate carvings. She thought that it would be better if the window paper could be replaced with glass. She also thought that the prince's birthday gift was ingenious and practical. So she praised sincerely, "Today, when I went to pay my respects to my mother, she praised me for my good intentions. Now that I know your gift, I feel that there are people better than you." The couple thought that the birthday gift given by the other party was good. Li Wancheng was even happier that the prince thought her gift was better, so she didn't ask about Lin Muyua's gift. Chapter 10. Lin Muyua didn't know how the crown princess felt now. She was chatting with Aunt Zhou and Zhang Xian. After 3 months, Lin Muyua's pregnancy was very stable. She didn't feel any discomfort now. But it's always good to learn from others in advance. "Aunt may predict when I will give birth. I heard that women don't have to be pregnant for 10 months. My sisters-in-law didn't give birth to their babies at full term." Lin Muyua's family had 3 male children in the previous generation, and there were as many as 7 cousins in this generation. She had 2 brothers, 3 men in her second uncle's family, and 2 more in her third uncle's family. 4 of her cousins were married. She knew something about the sisters-in-law's behavior when they were pregnant. "Your Majesty is right. Women are pregnant for 10 months, but some give birth early, and some give birth later. As long as the fetus is safe, there is no need to worry." Aunt Zhou nodded when she heard Lin Muyua's question. Aunt Zhou added, "Although women in the folk need to take supplements when they are pregnant, your Majesty is in good health, so you can take proper supplements when you are pregnant. You don't need to take too many supplements, especially since your majesty is still young. You should walk more, otherwise it will be bad if the fetus is too big during delivery. When Lin Miyue heard what Aunt Zhou said, she also felt that it made a lot of sense. She had also heard in modern times that you should not take too much supplements when you are pregnant, otherwise the fetus will be too big or other indicators will not meet the standards, and you will have to have a cesarean section. Now she was unlucky enough to be in this unknown ancient time, where there was no technology for cesarean section. So she couldn't oversupplement the nutrition and make the fetus too big. Zhang Xian asked curiously at this time, then what is the daily diet of the queen? Is there any need to change it? Except for some things that are not good for the queen and the dragon fetus. There is no need to make too big a change. Although the queen is not suffering from morning sickness now. The taste of pregnant people will change. What you can eat now may not be liked in the future. It is not too late to change it then. After hearing Zhang Xian's question, Aunt Zhou also explained it in detail. Aunt Zhou's words also reassured Lin Miyue. She knew her own taste. If it suddenly changed, she might not have a good appetite. After thinking carefully about Aunt Zhou's words, she felt that this aunt was really good. She could help her train Yunxia. And she also knew a lot about pregnant women and fetal protection. She was not like some maids who were annoying. After chatting for a while, they reached a consensus that Lin Miyue was in good health. She was not as weak as ordinary concubines. Now both the mother and the fetus were healthy, which was a good thing. Lin Miyue knew that she was overworked in her previous life, so she naturally cherished the chance to live again. She didn't say what kind of exercise she did every day, but she would walk every morning and evening. And she would also take care of her meals on time. So her body was indeed very healthy in this life. After talking about her own affairs, Lin Miyue couldn't help but care about whether Aunt Zhou had adapted to her after coming here. Aunt used to be from Cunning Palace. And it's a pity that you came to my place. I don't know if you have adapted to it. Is there anything you lack? Aunt Zhou smiled when she heard it. Everything is fine with me. The little maid sent by the queen is diligent. Yunxia is also smart. And I am willing to talk to her more. It is true that Cunning Palace is the most popular place in the palace. And Aunt Zhou is an old lady next to the queen, which gives her more face. However, the queen's place has many rules and things to do. And it is not necessarily more comfortable than the days in the East Palace. Yunxia is now the most popular maidservant around Lin Miyue. Not to mention other places, there are many maidservants and eunuchs willing to curry favor with her in the East Palace, and the 6 bureaus and 1 department. But since Aunt Zhou came to the East Palace, Yunxia not only often asked about Aunt Zhou's daily life, but also often personally served Aunt Zhou in dressing and eating, just to learn more skills. Now Aunt Zhou said this, not only thanked Lin Miyue for her care, but also recognized Yunxia's intention. Lin Miyue was happy to hear this, and was also happy that Aunt Zhou was not private, and was willing to take care of Yunxia. That's good. Yunxia is not very stable, but I have to trouble Aunt to teach her more. Zhang Xian would also teach Yunxia the rules and etiquette of the palace on weekdays. Aunt Zhou knew more about the secrets of the harem. After the training of these two people, Lin Miyue knew that Yunxia would definitely become an independent female official in the future. Lin Miyue and the female officials were chatting casually, and the crown princess Li Wancheng felt a little nervous. After giving birth to the grandson, the crown princess had not slept with the crown prince for a long time. When the crown prince went to take a bath, Li Wancheng quietly summoned the palace maid Xiaoman to come over and redress me. Xiaoman retied the crown princess's hair, and only inserted a yellow jade hairpin diagonally. The jade's lustrous texture was reflected in the candlelight, and the crown princess's face was covered with a layer of luster, and her complexion became better. After Su Ruiqing came out, looking at the beauty under the lamp, he also felt that Li Wancheng was more gentle than before. The couple walked into the inner room intimately, which was naturally a charming room. The rules of the Eastern Palace were to pay respects every day, but the next day, the crown princess sent someone to inform that the greetings were exempted. Lin Miyue was going to welcome her mother into the palace today, and was happy not to pay respects. Madam, please come this way. Yun Xiao led the palace servants to be busy early in the morning, prepared some tea and snacks that Madam Lin liked in the past, and prepared to receive Madam. After Lin Miyue had her meal in the morning, Yun Xiao led Madam Lin in affectionately. Seeing her mother enter the palace, Lin Miyue was very happy. Madam Lin was very serious. She followed the rules, and called herself a minister. She greeted Lin Miyue and said, "Hello, Madam." Lin Miyue knew her mother's temperament. She just turned aside to avoid her mother's greeting. She quickly went forward to help Madame Lin up. "Mother, please sit down. This is Zhang Xian. Mother has seen him before. This is Aunt Zhou, who was appointed by the queen, because it was Lin Miyue's mother who entered the palace." Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou also came to pay their respects. Madame Lin's title was second rank, so they also saluted and greeted her. Si Yin and Auntie are both very polite. "Please stand up quickly." Mrs. Lin naturally couldn't act in front of the female official and the aunt appointed by the queen, so she politely called them to stand up, took off her bracelet and gave it to Auntie Zhou, and handed a purse to Zhang Si Yin. "Madam, you are very polite. Auntie Zhou and I will not disturb you and the queen. We will take our leave first." Zhang Si Yin knew that Lin Miyue was anxious to ask Mrs. Lin to come to the palace this time, because she had something important to discuss. So he took his leave politely after greeting her. Mrs. Lin Wang looked gentle and virtuous on the surface, just like a lady from a rich family should be. But she was actually very opinionated. As the eldest sister-in-law and mistress of this generation, she was very dignified in managing the household affairs, and was trusted by the people of the third house. Minister Lin never minded discussing state affairs in front of his wife. So when Lin Miyue had something to discuss with the Lin family this time, Mrs. Lin came to the palace naturally. Lin Miyue first asked her mother to sit down and drink tea. "This is the new tea given by the crown princess. Do you like it, mother?" Mrs. Lin glanced at Lin Miyue with a little helplessness. "You?" Her tone was full of helplessness. However, despite this, the Lin family all like tea, and Mrs. Lin is no exception. She also quietly tasted a cup of tea and praised it. "It is worthy of being the tea in the palace. The crown princess is kind and has given me a treat." After hearing what Mrs. Lin said, Lin Miyue was no longer anxious. She couldn't drink too much tea during her pregnancy, so she took a cup of milk and drank it slowly. Unlike most people in this era, Lin Miyue likes to drink milk very much, and the crown prince is willing to indulge her and specially gave her a portion of milk. "Your Majesty, you are so anxious to send a message home. But what have you noticed?" Mrs. Lin finished a cup of tea before getting to the point. After thinking for a while, Lin Miyue said, "There have been some rumors in the harem recently. I have sent a message to my family before. I suspect the Jin family will attack the prince around the birthday of your Majesty." After listening to Lin Miyue's words, Mrs. Lin was silent for a while and asked, "Besides the fact that Concubine Jin has been disrespectful to the queen recently, have you found any concrete evidence? This is a big deal. If the Jin family really wants to target the prince, they must have made a big move. Have you noticed it?" Mrs. Lin added after asking. Knowing her mother's character, Lin Miyue also inquired about some things from Aunt Zhou during this period. Although she did not get any actual evidence of what the Jin family was going to do, it was enough to prove that Concubine Jin was indeed going to attack the Eastern Palace during the Emperor's birthday. The Lin family would naturally not sit idly by when the Eastern Palace was in danger, but interfering in the affairs of the royal family was always a taboo for ministers. So after the Lin family discussed it, they decided to let Madame Lin enter the palace to ask Lin Miyue again. After sorting out her thoughts, Lin Miyue said, "This time, the Emperor's birthday festival was originally hosted by the Empress. But Concubine Jin went against her usual behavior and asked His Majesty for the right to assist. Mother knows this. Although Concubine Jin had wanted to compete with the Empress before, she only cared about small matters such as the distribution of tributes. She would not act rashly on such a big event as the Emperor's birthday festival." Madame Lin nodded. Although this was a matter of the inner palace, she would naturally pay attention to these things since she had a daughter in the palace. So the Lin family knew all about these things. Not only did the imperial concubine intervene in the affairs of the Emperor's birthday, the eunuchs around her also always took the token to leave the palace. Although the Jin family had just arrived in Beijing, and the imperial concubine intended to take care of her family, it was too frequent. And the Jin family also stuffed a son in to serve as a guard. This is not their style. Lin Miyue also expressed her own views. She knew that she had no actual evidence now, and it was difficult to really convince the Lin family to do things. But these characters in the Red Mansion appeared together. She really didn't want the East Palace to go to the ending in the book. Mrs. Lin was silent for a while and said, "So it's all your guesses, right, Miyue?" Lin Miyue's heart tightened, and she was about to say something when she was interrupted by Mrs. Lin. "My family is willing to believe you. But if the imperial concubine wants to attack the crown prince, it must be in the palace. And there is not much the Lin family can do. Mrs. Lin looked directly into Lin Muyue's eyes, and said in a deep voice. Chapter 11. The trust and intimacy contained in Mrs. Lin's tone calmed Lin Muyue's heart instantly. Her back, which had been straight, suddenly relaxed. Lin Muyue smiled at her mother, and felt a little emotional. The information she had given so far was not enough for the Lin family to really believe that the imperial concubine was going to make trouble on the birthday of the emperor. But as a family member, Mrs. Lin gave the attitude of the Lin family. They were willing to believe Lin Muyue and help her. I know. So I just want to ask my family to check the dynamics of the Jin family. Although the imperial concubine has the power of assistant, the harem is the place where the queen has been running for many years. If the imperial concubine wants to take action, she must cooperate with the outside world to act. What Lin Muyue wanted to know most from the Lin family was the dynamics of the Jin family outside the palace, and then analyze how the Jin family would target the prince from these dynamics. Should we target the crown prince on the birthday of the emperor? Or should we target him to bring him down? Lin Muyue had thought about it for a long time, and only had two ideas. One was to tamper with the crown prince's birthday gift, and it had to be something that could shake the relationship between father and son. The second was to make the crown prince do something that would shake his position as the crown prince, such as having an affair with someone in the harem. And it had to be done in front of everyone to prevent Emperor Fengtai from covering up for the crown prince. Lin Muyue felt that since concubine Jin contacted the Jin family outside the palace so frequently, the probability of her tampering with the birthday gift was higher than the second point. After all, the queen was not a pushover. If she did something to the crown prince himself, it would require too much manpower in the palace, and the crown prince might not be able to complete it under the queen's nose. After she learned that the prince had come up with the idea of installing glass in the Qianqing palace of Emperor Fengtai as a birthday gift, she became more certain of her idea. Before, when she wrote to her family, she couldn't tell them directly what birthday gift the prince had prepared. This time when her mother entered the palace, Lin Muyue also told her family about it. Mrs. Lin was also a little surprised after hearing this. The prince is usually a decent person. This gift is indeed a bit surprising. Lin Muyue nodded. She couldn't tell her knowledge of glass directly, so she could only vaguely reveal. My daughter also received small toys from her second uncle when she was at home. But most of these things were brought by Western merchants. And the things said by the prince now are the same. Mrs. Lin entered the palace with a heart full of worries, and returned home with more worries. She didn't even have time to ask her daughter about her pregnancy. Looking at the woman's worried expression, she finally made up her mind to let her husband investigate the recent actions of the Jin family after returning home, and take the opportunity to tell the prince, so that the East Palace can be prepared. Although the prince had 2 new concubines, he still preferred to come to Lin Muyue's place. Today, Madame Lin came to the palace to visit Lin Muyue. The prince also specially ordered the eunuch to greet and give rewards. He also specially told Lin Muyue to come tonight. After sending his mother out of the palace, Lin Muyue felt relieved. She planned to talk to the prince again today about how he wanted to give glass, which was still a new thing at the moment, as a birthday gift to Emperor Fengtai. The officials of the Eastern Palace are all experienced people. The prince doesn't like any new Western things. How come he thought of giving such a strange thing? Lin Muyue suspected that the prince wanted to give this birthday gift. It is possible that the Jin family secretly guided him. The Jin family has been active in Jiangnan. There are ports and Western trade there. It is very likely that someone saw the Western things and thought of doing something, and then found someone to guide the prince to give such a birthday gift to Emperor Fengtai. You asked me how I thought of giving this birthday gift to my father? Su Ruiqing was also slightly absent-minded when he heard his beloved concubine ask this. These days, most people would praise their birthday gifts for being ingenious and thoughtful. Lin Muyue was the first to ask why this gift was given. I'm just curious. Your Highness knows that my family is quite wealthy, but I never thought of using something as rare as glass to inlay windows. I wonder how your Highness came up with this idea. Lin Muyue was used to using glass products in her previous life, but in ancient times, glass products were actually a rare commodity. The prince thought for a while before speaking again. I heard from a person in charge of the Ministry of Revenue when I was dealing with disaster victims recently. The prince was a little curious about why Lin Muyue asked him this question. So he also said, Is there anything wrong with this birthday gift? Lin Muyue smiled. Nothing wrong. I'm just curious. Then she pretended not to understand glass and said, But I see that glass is so transparent, although it is more waterproof than window paper. But will it break easily? Lin Miyue didn't know much about the techniques of making glass, but she had also seen some ancient glass products, most of which were small beads and small decorations on jewelry, and some small ornaments. She felt that this kind of glass was not the same as the flat glass on modern windows. There must be differences in the production process and techniques. The colored glass inlaid in Western churches, in her impression, seemed to be small pieces. The prince wanted to replace the glass in Emperor Fengtai's Qianxing Palace, and he must have replaced it with colorless flat glass. Lin Miyue doubted whether the current technology could make such a large piece of glass. Su Ruiqing shook his head and said with a smile, "You don't know? There has been a glass factory in Beijing for a long time, which specializes in producing these things. In recent years, there have been more missionaries and businessmen from the West, and they also brought some Western recipes to teach those glassmakers to use big iron cylinders to blow large bottles, jars, etc., and mix some other things to improve the old recipes. However, this glass that can be inlaid on the window was presented by Western merchants. The prince didn't like novelty, so the objects commonly used in the East Palace were still common porcelain and jade. Lin Miyue often went to the queen's palace. The queen had a calm temperament and didn't like to use these things, so she didn't really know that the current glass production technology was already very advanced. That's my worry. But where did His Highness put the birthday gifts now? I wonder if I'll be lucky enough to take a look at these novel things first. Lin Miyue always felt that the prince's gift was strange, since she couldn't get anything out of him. It would be good to see it with her own eyes. After all, she was a modern person who was used to using glass. Maybe if she saw it with her own eyes, she would be able to find out some problems. The prince looked a little embarrassed at this time. It's not good to transport those things to the East Palace now, and temporarily put them in the warehouse of the Imperial Household Department. Although it was a birthday gift for Emperor Fengtai, it was something that was used in daily life after all, and it couldn't be sloppy. So Su Ruiqing had already told Emperor Fengtai the whole story, and the things were also transported to the Imperial Household Department. Lin Miyue was shocked when she heard this. It is true that the Imperial Household Supervisor is an inner court agency, but it is not the 6 bureaus and 1 department of the harem. That is to say, Empress Yu's control over these inner court agencies is far less than that over the female officials. Empress Yu is the original wife of Emperor Fengtai, but she is not of high birth and was crowned as the empress after serving as a prince's consort for many years, so it took her a lot of effort to figure out the palace affairs. The inner court eunuchs are different from the 6 bureaus and 1 department of the harem. Eunuchs are considered the emperor's household slaves, although the queen, the mistress, is also the master, but Empress Yu has always been very sensible. Unless it is necessary, she rarely asks about the affairs of the inner court eunuchs. However, under such circumstances, Lin Miyue could not ask to see the birthday gift again, and could only hint, after all, this thing is new from the West. If your highness is extra, why not install it first and try it out before presenting it to your majesty? Su Ruiqing was thoughtful after listening to it. He thought this thing was good before. His father often reviewed memorials all day. This thing can make the light in the palace better, and can resist the cold wind better than window paper. But after listening to Lin Miyue's words today, he also felt that there was some truth in it. This thing is good, but it is too new. He doesn't know if it will be harmful if it is really installed. It is really a good idea to find a suitable place to try it out. Lin Miyue saw that the prince was in deep thought after she finished speaking, obviously thinking about what she said. She remembered that when she was in school in her previous life, the glass in the school had cracks but remained in a whole piece. She vaguely remembered that this was because it was overheated and then overcooled. This situation is easy to occur when the climate fluctuates. Modern glass is still prone to this problem. She doubted whether the ancient version of the prince's glass could really withstand the temperature changes in the capital. I have never seen a glass window, but I think there is a lot of snow in the capital in winter. I wonder if this glass can be used in winter. Lin Miyue thought about it, or said it more specifically. Su Ruiqing nodded when he heard this, and felt that Lin Miyue was thoughtful. He said with a little emotion, Miyue's virtue can be seen from this. Lin Miyue was a little embarrassed to be praised by the prince. She smiled and changed the subject. I don't know what virtue is. I'm just curious. This is the truth. Lin Miyue's second uncle has been exiled for many years, and has lived in the prosperous south for many years. During the new year, he often sent some new things to the capital as gifts, including Western things. Because of her past life, Lin Miyue wanted to grab some things that could be connected to her past life as a souvenir when she was young. In the eyes of her relatives, she was very interested in these things since she was a child. So her family also gave her many of these small things. Su Ruiqing also knew about these things. He was now mostly in charge of government affairs in the former court. And he also got some experience to practice and contact officials outside, including several young people from the Lin family who entered the court. He also inquired about Lin Muyue's preferences in the boudoir. So he just thought that Lin Muyue was bored now that she had entered the East Palace and could not get in touch with these new things. So he discussed this with him for a long time in front of the glass. After discussing the birthday gift with the prince, Lin Muyue felt that she had done everything she could. She felt that she knew the prince well. Presenting birthday gifts was not a trivial matter. Su Ruiqing listened to her words last night and would definitely check whether there was any problem with the glass. Rubbing the tea bowl, Lin Muyue felt that the possibility of the birthday gift being problematic was still greater. However, if the prince did not find any results after checking today, she would have to guard against the imperial concubine still going to the prince to make trouble for the private affairs of the harem. Chapter 12. Chengqian Palace is one of the most luxurious palaces among the 6 palaces in the east and west. Concubine Jin has been favored by the emperor for more than 10 years since she entered the palace. When she first entered the palace, she was just a concubine. At that time, the head of Chengqian Palace was Xiu Yuan Wu. Later, when Concubine Jin was promoted to a concubine, she persuaded Emperor Fengtai to drive the head of Chengqian Palace out of the palace, which made Wu very embarrassed. Since then, most of the other concubines of lower rank have asked to move out and live in other palaces. Chengqian Palace has become the exclusive palace of the concubine, and no one else has been arranged to enter. The main hall of Chengqian Palace is 7 rooms wide, and the interior is full of magnificence. Although the imperial concubine cannot overstep her authority, and Empress Yu has always firmly held the power of the palace. The emperor's favor can also allow the 6 bureaus and 1 department to give the imperial concubine enough preferential treatment. Concubine Jin is gentle and graceful, but she is not a foolish beauty with nothing in her heart. Her family started with the Jin family's Fengsheng lady, and not all the men in the family were educated. However, Concubine Jin was always reading when she was young. Everyone in her family even joked that she was going to produce a female champion. After Concubine Jin entered the palace and was favored by Emperor Fengtai for more than 10 years, the Jin family realized why Concubine Jin attached so much importance to reading. Before Concubine Jin, there were also beautiful women in the palace, but they were all short-lived. Concubine Jin was smart. She knew from her mother's words that Emperor Fengtai loved beauties more than talented women. So she studied poetry and books hard and cultivated an elegant temperament. Even after entering the palace, Concubine Jin had to read and practice calligraphy every day. But when she practiced calligraphy, Concubine Jin liked to chat with people around her. And often the fragrance of books in the room was accompanied by the sinister things in the harem. What I ordered before, how did my family respond? What has the prince been doing recently? While practicing calligraphy, Concubine Jin asked the female officials around her. The head of the female officials around Concubine Jin was the maid she brought from home, because her family was a servant of the Jin family. She also had the surname Jin. She had been following Concubine Jin through the ups and downs of the harem for more than 10 years, and was very loyal. The female official bowed her head and replied to the imperial concubine respectfully. According to the news from the palace, several princes have already contacted each other, and will directly report to your majesty the disadvantages of violating the laws of our ancestors on that day. After she finished speaking, the female official hesitated for a moment regarding the matter concerning the prince, and replied, "The person we infiltrated said that there was nothing unusual about the prince's entry, and nothing major happened in the East Palace." After hearing the first sentence, the imperial concubine Jin's expression remained normal, but she frowned slightly after hearing the second sentence. "Is Xiao Muzi still unable to serve you closely?" This Xiao Muzi was a spy that the imperial concubine had planted in the East Palace. His identity was just an ordinary eunuch, but in fact, his entire family was controlled by the Jin family, and therefore, he worked hard for the imperial concubine. It has been 3 or 4 years since Xiao Muzi was arranged to stay in the East Palace. The imperial concubine never thought that the prince would be so cautious. The eunuch who had served for so long could not serve him. The female official Jin sighed and said, "The prince is cautious, so Xiao Muzi can only find out some trivial things. It still depends on the queen herself and the mansion to plan carefully." The mansion? What can those people do? After hearing this, Imperial Concubine Jin showed a look of disgust. The men in the Jin mansion are not ambitious. After entering the capital this time, they all looked timid. When they heard the Imperial Concubine's plan, no one in the whole mansion dared to say a word. Later, it was the old lady Jin who made the decision. After saying that, she put down her pen. Concubine Jin took the handkerchief handed to her by the person next to her, sat down inside. Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Tell the people below to keep a close eye on the prince. If there is anything unusual, come and tell me directly. What is this? Looking at the things that Eunuch Wang brought personally, Lin Muyue was a little surprised. It's not that Lin Muyue has little experience. In her previous life, she was born in an official family in this life, and she has seen many treasures. But the item that the prince sent today still feels a little fresh to her. Replying to Concubine, this is what His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ordered the glass factory to make. You see? It's golden. Those Westerners call it Venus glass. Now we can make it too. His Royal Highness said this little thing is quite new, so he asked me to bring it to you. Concubine. Eunuch Wang is indeed the first person around the Crown Prince. He didn't say much about how good the thing is. Just saying that it was a special reward from the Crown Prince is enough to make it look valuable. Thank you, Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You've been hardworking for me on this trip. Yun Xia. Lin Muyue was also touched when she saw the things said by the Crown Prince today. She knew that Su Ruiqing felt that he had not seen many new things in the mansion yet. So he sent this little thing. After thanking him according to the etiquette, she also asked Yun Xia to give Eunuch Wang a purse. If the prince is thinking about someone, he can really remember the person's preferences, and always give people some small surprises at the most appropriate time. Lin Muyue played with the finely crafted Buddha's hand, pomegranate flower and golden star glass handle, and felt that the prince was considerate. Of course, this considerateness is based on the premise that the prince is not really regarded as a partner. Looking at this exquisite handle, Lin Muyue lowered her eyes and smiled. Yun Xia beside her said hesitantly, "Is the young lady unhappy?" Yun Xia was the little girl chosen by Lin Muyue after she took over this body. She grew up with Lin Muyue and naturally knew her young lady very well. Lin Muyue was not surprised that she could see what she was thinking, but she was unwilling to say more. After all, in the eyes of people of this era, the prince favored her so much, and she should be grateful. How could she have other thoughts? But Lin Muyue changed the subject and said, "How could it be? Yun Xia, go and prepare the food that His Highness likes. I guess His Highness will come back for dinner tonight." The atmosphere on Lin Muyue's side was still good, but the prince was sitting in the Imperial Household Department with a wave of fear. After hearing Lin Muyue's talk about the glass yesterday, he was always worried about his birthday gift. So he simply took the time to come to the Imperial Household Department in person today. He chose glass as a birthday gift because it was really a new thing. After talking about it with close people, in addition to praising his ingenuity, some mature people also advised him that this thing was too new and not suitable for giving to Emperor Fengtai. But only Lin Muyue put aside the rules and etiquette, and advised him from the perspective of whether the object itself was suitable for use. Because of Lin Muyue's words, the prince came to the Imperial Household Department today and asked the eunuch in charge of the seal to take some ice and melt it into ice water and pour it on the glass to try. When the eunuchs were experimenting, Su Ruiqing felt uneasy in his heart. Sure enough, after pouring the ice water, some tiny cracks appeared on the glass prepared by the prince. The eunuchs who were experimenting did not dare to breathe when they saw the cracks. And Su Ruiqing's face became ugly. For a moment, the air in the Imperial Household Department seemed to freeze, until the appearance of Eunuch Wang broke the silence. Eunuch Ji, the seal holder of the Imperial Household Department, chanted a Buddhist prayer in his heart, and it seemed that Eunuch Wang's eyes were full of the look of looking at a savior. As soon as Eunuch Wang came back, he felt something was wrong. His eyes swept across the spiderweb like broken glass on the ground, and he lowered his head and replied, "The things have been delivered, and the concubine is very happy." After hearing Eunuch Wang's reply, the prince pinched his eyebrows, thinking that this time it was really thanks to Lin Muyue chasing him and asking a lot of questions that he thought of coming to check the glass again. He had been recommended by the Ministry of Revenue before, and he had also visited the place where the missionaries lived. There was indeed no problem with the glass windows. Seeing is believing also moved him to send such a birthday gift to his father. He didn't expect that someone had tampered with it, or it was problematic. Today, Such a big mistake had occurred. I will tell my father about today's matter in person. The prince calmed down and said to Eunuch Ji in a deep voice, I understand. And I will not reveal a word to others. Eunuch Ji answered neatly after hearing the prince's words. He wished that the prince would take the matter personally. After all, this thing was a birthday gift prepared by the prince. And the Imperial Household Department only kept it temporarily. He didn't need to say more. The prince was in a bad mood. But after finishing the work, he had to leave Eunuch Wang to watch the eunuchs in the Imperial Household Department deal with things. And took fucking with him back to the Qianqing Palace. He secretly asked for leave from his father. And he had to go to the Qianqing Palace as usual to help Emperor Fengtai deal with government affairs. Emperor Fengtai knew that his son was going to give him something. And he actually had some expectations in his heart. But as an emperor, he couldn't show these expectations in front of his son. As soon as the prince went out today, Emperor Fengtai ordered the eunuch Xiao, who served him, to send someone to follow him out. Eunuch Xiao sent his apprentice Chunlai to follow him. The young eunuch was a smart man. He saw from afar that the prince's face was not as gentle as before when he was sitting in the sedan chair. He knew that something might have happened. He quickly took a shortcut back to the Qianqing Palace to report to his master. You said that the prince did not look happy? After hearing the reply, Emperor Fengtai put down the pen he was writing on. He frowned and continued to order. Xiao Liqing, go to the Imperial Household Department to see for yourself. The prince returned to the Qianqing Palace with a lot of things to say. But he thought about it all the way and didn't know whether to tell the truth to his father. If he had to say it, how should he say it? Fortunately, after returning to the Qianqing Palace, Emperor Fengtai was as usual, and did not ask the prince any more questions, but just let him continue to do what he should do. The prince opened the memorials in front of him. The things that could be sent to him were either things that could be handled according to the rules and were sent to him for practice, or things that were argued about in the court without any results. Emperor Fengtai did not intend to make a decision for a while, so he pushed it to his son to approve it at will. This memorial was jointly signed by Western missionaries, and it was nothing more than continuing to beg Emperor Fengtai to allow them to preach. The missionaries who stayed in Beijing now had fixed activity ranges, and were not allowed to leave Beijing to preach at will. However, Emperor Fengtai recently allowed several new ports to be opened for trade. So many Westerners also came here after hearing the news. Not only businessmen, but also missionaries. When they saw Emperor Fengtai's actions, they wanted to fight for more rights. Chapter 13. Emperor Fengtai wanted to increase the number of trading ports in order to increase the revenue of the national treasury. In recent years, the economic situation in Chengdu has not been very good, and disasters have occurred in various places. Emperor Fengtai believes that it is necessary to start with business, so he slightly lifted some restrictions on foreign trade. But although the missionaries from the West are capable in Emperor Fengtai's opinion, it is still of no benefit to the country to let these people move freely within the country. Originally, the maritime ban was the law of our ancestors. The ministers of the court wanted to compete with Emperor Fengtai to gain a reputation. The memorials were sent to the Seligian like water, but unfortunately they were all kept in the palace and not sent out, and the cabinet did not make any move. After a stalemate, the court officials did not expect that Emperor Fengtai would not argue with them at all. He directly promoted several factory guards and eunuchs to go to the south to set up new ports for trade. After a year, the real silver was deposited into the warehouse, and the court officials shut up and even wanted to pick peaches. Many ministers submitted memorials to formally set up a government office to select proper officials to manage these trade matters. Emperor Fengtai also knew that these matters would take a long time, and that proper officials must be selected to manage them, rather than temporarily using factory guards for supervision. So he agreed to the memorial at that time. But the chief official was a person from the Ministry of Revenue. But there was still a need for factory guards to supervise. The prince had a headache looking at the memorials from the Westerners. These Westerners not only know how to recite scriptures, but also know some strange knowledge. Especially those who have stayed in Beijing for a long time. They have relied on Western exquisite things and medicines over the years. They are familiar with some dignitaries in Beijing, and have persuaded many people to support them. I will not approve your request for the time being. The prince still wrote the red comment according to the previous reply, and picked up the next book to read. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of the self-ringing clock sounded. The prince rubbed his wrist and looked at Emperor Fengtai. After returning today, he has been restless, and he can't concentrate on doing things. He has been looking forward to going back for a long time. Emperor Fontai didn't look up when he heard the bell, but just said, "It's time to go back early." When the prince finally smiled and left, he said lightly, "No matter what happens, you don't have to be like this. You should know how heavy your burden will be in the future." Su Ruiqing was shocked, and he bowed and said, "Your son will learn from you." Then he thought for a while and added, "I haven't figured out what happened today. I will report it to you when the truth is revealed." Emperor Fontai looked up at his son and smiled with relief, and waved his hand to let the prince go back. Su Ruiqing has been in a state of tension recently, but today his father's words comforted him greatly, so he was able to ease his emotions and think carefully about how to get through this. He had a vague idea in his mind that his father might not be unaware of the incident, but at present, only some small shrimps were stirring up trouble, and the people behind the scenes were still hidden in the fog, so he could only wait for them to reveal their true colors before striking them. The crown princess in the East Palace was busy decorating embroidery recently, and she had skipped the greetings several times. People like to be lazy in spring, and Lin Muyue was too lazy to run around except for taking a walk every day to exercise. The two big Buddhas above never go out, and the two beauties Yao and Yun who have just entered the East Palace naturally don't dare to go out. The two of them spend more time talking together, and they also get to know the prince's concubines, who have no status before. "Tell me, when will His Highness summon us again? Although it is still spring, it is getting hot in the afternoon." Yao picked up a candied fruit with one hand and put it in her mouth. With the other hand, she slowly fanned herself with a bamboo fan with magnolia patterns, because there was something in her mouth. Her words were a little slurred. After the two entered the East Palace, they were summoned by the Crown Prince only once, and then there was no more summons. Yun was reading a book to kill time. She had gotten to know the character of her roommate, Sister Yao. She looked innocent and bright, and her character was as straightforward as her appearance. She had no bad intentions, and was a person who was easy to get along with. So when she heard what Yao said, she knew that it might just be something she said carelessly, and she might forget about the Crown Prince in the next sentence. As expected, after finishing the candied fruit, Yao no longer worried about whether the prince would come or not. She put down her fan and clapped her hands, saying, "Tonight we have excellent old duck soup. I specially inquired yesterday. Today, the kitchen has delivered the best mountain products, including bamboo fungus stewed duck, which is just right. If there are too many things, the master above will not be able to finish them. I secretly asked someone I know to leave a bowl for us, so we can drink it together when the time comes. Then I'm waiting for my sister's duck soup." Yun didn't care much about her appetite, but her appetite would be much better when she was with Yao, and she could eat something special from time to time. So she was very willing to dine with Yao. But she was not just taking advantage. Yao was not very literate. She had no time to read and write when she was a palace maid. Now she had more time after entering the East Palace. After Yao knew her background, she often asked her for advice. So the relationship between the two became more and more harmonious. While the two were chatting, Xinqing, a little palace maid beside Yao, came in and said in a clear voice, "Greetings to the two masters. Master Wang is here." Hearing Xinqing's words, Yun was not very good. Yao rolled her eyes impatiently, muttered bad luck in her mouth. Yun was sitting opposite, so she naturally heard what she said. She pulled Yao's sleeve helplessly, signaling her to stop talking. The rules in the Eastern Palace were strict on the outside but loose on the inside. The management of the prince's concubines was not strict. The princess's wife was now focused on her son, so she turned a blind eye to other things. Lin Muyue, the second in command, was not the type to take power. Because she was pregnant, she didn't like to deal with new people. The other old people were of the same status as Yao and Yun. No one was more favored by the prince, so he was polite to them. Only one lady, Wang, was very difficult to deal with. Not to mention Yao, even a good-tempered lady like Yun would have a headache seeing her. Before the two of them got up and went to the main hall, a woman in a light blue dress came in. It was the Lady Wang that the little palace maid mentioned. The three of them had the same status, but Yao and Yun were appointed later after all, so they bowed to Wang first and said, "Hello, Sister Wang." Wang raised her chin slightly to accept the greetings of the two, but she did not return the greetings. She went straight to the middle seat in the main hall and sat down, and then she said, "It's nothing, I just came to see my two sisters." Yun's temper was still a little softer. Although she was unhappy, she still wanted to respond with a few polite words, but Yao grabbed her arm and stopped her from speaking. The two of them had just arrived, so they naturally had to be more polite when dealing with these old people in the East Palace. The others were fine, but Wang was the only one who was pushing the issue. Seeing the two new people being polite, she took advantage of them and showed off her power. Wang was also there on the day when Lin Miyue rewarded the two with jewelry. When she saw Yun's pearl hairpin, Wang's eyes lit up. Although she didn't dare to ask for it in front of Yun Xia at that time, she kept hinting that her birthday was coming soon. The meaning was self-evident. Yun was also troubled by Wang's actions. She thought it was not good to tear each other apart for a piece of jewelry. She wanted to give the jewelry away on Wang's birthday. But Yao stopped her, saying that if Wang took a step back, she would definitely take advantage of her. She couldn't let her have her way. My birthday is the day after tomorrow. Have you prepared Sister Yun's gift? Wang shook the handkerchief in her hand and said slowly without looking at the two of them. Today, Wang came. Both of them knew that it was not a good thing. Seeing that she was so rude, Yao pretended not to see them and sat down to talk. Yao's anger was even more flared up. She was not polite. She put her hand on her waist and said, "You came today. Is there anything important besides this?" Hearing Yao's straightforward words, Wang was stunned for a moment. After a moment, she screamed in disbelief. "How dare you talk to me like this? You and I are all serving His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. What's the difference? Sister Wang is too rude." Without waiting for Yao to reply, Yun, who had always wanted to be patient, couldn't help but speak first. Yun had been studying in the inner library in the past. The people she met were all women who were well versed in poetry and literature. She rarely saw someone as greedy and short-sighted as Wang. She had been tolerant before because she didn't want to cause trouble. This time Wang was so ignorant of etiquette and spoke wildly, so she mocked him back. Wang was blocked by Yun's words. She couldn't catch her breath for a long time. She pointed at Yao and Yun with a trembling hand. You? She couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time. Lin Miyue's foot, which had just stepped into the house, slowly retracted. She secretly thought that she was really unlucky. She just came to meet the newcomer on a whim, and ran into such a lawsuit. Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou beside Lin Miyue were unmoved. They had seen everything in the palace for so many years, and now this was just a small scene for them. What's the commotion? Zhang Xian walked forward and asked coldly. Greetings, Madam Concubine. Seeing Lin Miyue coming, the three people bowed down like candles. No matter what happened just now, it didn't really need such a big ceremony to meet the concubine on weekdays. But when the three heard Zhang Xian's question, they knew that what happened just now must have been heard by Lin Miyue, and they dared not be more respectful. Holding Aunt Zhou's hand, Lin Miyue lost her usual gentleness and walked to the main seat and sat down. She glanced at the three people who were still polite and didn't call them to stand up. Seeing the three people's bodies shrinking, she secretly sighed that she really had the style of a favored concubine now. Lin Miyue and Zhang Xian made a stern face, and Aunt Zhou stepped forward to gently comfort everyone, saying politely, Masters, please stand up first. I am here to visit Master Yao and Master Yun today. I didn't expect to see the three of you arguing here as soon as I arrived. I don't know what happened. Hearing Aunt Zhou asking everyone to stand up, the three of them breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, Thank you, Concubine Lin, and then sat down on both sides. Chapter 14. When everyone was seated, Yao glanced at Lin Miyue's expression, and saw that she was not angry much. So she plucked up the courage to speak. Madam Concubine, I was chatting with Sister Yun today, and Sister Wang came in, and said that she was going to celebrate her birthday, and asked Sister Yun for the pearl hairpin you gave her as a gift. Yao was eloquent, and she explained the matter clearly in a few words, which was almost the same as what Lin Miyue saw outside, and Lin Miyue knew it was the truth. Wang had always been hated. She didn't dare to do anything rash to a concubine like her. She had bullied the palace maids of the same level, who served the prince, and were better off women. This time, a new person came. She naturally wanted to take advantage of her, but Yao was not the type to suffer a loss. Even Yun, who looked gentle, was well read, but she was also a person with her own ideas. This time, she not only hit a wall, but also brought the lawsuit to Lin Miyue, the concubine. Seeing that Yao had said it clearly in a few words, Wang wanted to explain, but she opened her mouth and didn't know what to say. She could only lean forward and say tremblingly, Princess, please understand. I didn't. My birthday is coming soon. I just came to inform you two sisters to have a drink. Yes. I came to invite you two sisters to have a drink. Listening to Wang's trembling words, Lin Muyue raised her eyebrows and smiled. That's interesting. I heard you say something about hairpins or hairpins outside. What's going on? This? Wang panicked. She knew that even if Lin Muyue didn't hear everything outside, she had heard the general idea of what happened. She knew it would be difficult to fool her today. I mean that my two sisters have just entered the East Palace, and I don't have any other good things. His Highness once gave me 2 hairpins inlaid with red and blue gems, which I gave to my 2 sisters when Wang was most proud in the past. The prince also gave her some good things in private. It was these favors that made her lose her mind at that time and offended Lin Muyue. Now she is scared to death if she is caught with a little braid. But in fact, she was worrying too much. The prince is kind to women. Who in the East Palace doesn't have some good things given by the prince? When Wang was so-called the most favored, it was actually just a way for the prince to keep things in balance. When Lin Muyue heard that Wang had cut off her flesh, she was happy to let her go. So she said to Yao and Yun, "What do you two sisters think?" Yao felt very refreshed when she heard Lin Muyue's treatment just now. She stood up and said, "It is indeed just a misunderstanding. Alas, Sister Wang is too polite. We sisters are really unworthy of it. When it is your birthday, we must congratulate you properly." Hearing Yao's sarcastic words, Lin Muyue couldn't help laughing. This Yao is really interesting. She won't suffer any loss. Wang was so reckless and didn't know etiquette just now, so she mocked her. Yun also stood up and bowed to Lin Muyue, saying, "Thank you, concubine." Although she didn't say much, she said thank you, which showed her attitude. Seeing Wang lowered her head and didn't say much, Lin Muyue didn't waste any words. She stood up and said, "Although I made the decision today, I will also report it to the crown princess. Although the queen is kind and will not blame me too much. Wang, you should also reflect on yourself and don't cause trouble in the future." When Wang heard this, her body softened and she couldn't say anything. She just cried woo. Woo. Lin Muyue brought the matter directly to the crown princess. Although she was punished, she would not be punished again. However, she had to report it to the crown princess. The disadvantages in the future were self-evident. Yao and Yun were also nervous when they heard it. Yao rolled her eyes and wanted to speak but did not know what to say. Yun spoke first. "I understand. I will live in harmony with my sisters in the future and will not cause more trouble for the East Palace." Lin Muyue nodded. Recently, the East Palace was in crisis. She did not want to cause more trouble for the crown prince and herself, so she decided the case today. Otherwise, according to her previous temperament, she would definitely not care about such things. She would only send someone to invite the crown princess or the chief female official beside her. After leaving the house, Lin Muyue remembered something. She stood at the door and said, "By the way, I came here today to give some more fabrics to the 2 new sisters." Yunxia, put the things down and send Wang back. Yunxia replied crisply, "Yes," and then smiled and said to Wang, "Master Wang, please come in." Wang was still lying on the ground. Hearing this, she was helped up by the palace maid who was with her, and she walked away slowly with Yunxia. Watching Yunxia and Wang walk away, Lin Muyue looked at Yao and Yun who followed and said, "You two sisters don't have to send off. Although you two don't have to offer gifts for His Majesty's birthday. It is always good to make more things to honor the queen and the crown princess." Watching Lin Muyue and the palace maids walk away, until they turned around a red wall and disappeared. Yao and Yun came out of the tense atmosphere just now, supporting each other and returning to the house. Sitting on the couch, Yao drank a full cup of tea, touched the corner of her lips with a handkerchief, looked at a small white jade incense burner on the Duobao pavilion with a slightly dulled look, and said slowly, "When I saw the concubine in the past, I only thought she was extremely beautiful. Today, after encountering something, I felt that her demeanor was also amazing." Yun, who was sitting next to her, was also scared for a while, and said hesitantly, "Sister, what you said is very true." The 2 newcomers were shocked by Lin Muyue's move, and Lin Muyue felt that she had learned a little today. What is going on? In the past, Wang sure seemed to be well behaved, but now she seems to be too unbecoming. Lin Muyue returned to her own palace and was a little speechless, and muttered to Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was not surprised by such situations. She had been in the palace for more than 20 years, and had seen all kinds of flattery and bullying. Today's incident was indeed common in her eyes. Taking a soft pillow for Lin Muyue to put under her waist, Zhang Xian smiled and said, "This is nothing. Wang Shi is just relying on her seniority to bully the newcomers." Back then, there was a beautiful woman in the palace who was really powerful. "Oh! But what happened in the palace?" "Your Majesty?" Hearing what Zhang Xian said, Lin Muyue became interested. She looked at the time. It was still early for the prince to come back. No one would come to disturb him at this time. She asked curiously. "The queen is strict in managing the palace. Is there such a thing in the harem?" Zhang Xian smiled. "The queen is fair and just. But there are so many things in the palace that you can't take care of. It was the first time your Majesty selected a concubine after he ascended the throne. There was a beauty named Jiang who had a good family background. She relied on her family's power and looked down on some old people in the palace. She even ordered the maids around her to punish the concubines living with her." Hearing this, Lin Muyue shook her head. Such shallowness and arrogance is indeed far better than Wang. The harem of Dezheng has 6 departments and 1 department. The punishment of palace maids in the palace must go through the palace justice department. Not to mention the concubines. Jiang dared to punish her concubines. So she would definitely not have a good end. I dare to ask, "Your Majesty, you are going to meet 2 newcomers today. But the Eastern Palace will soon confer titles on all the ladies." Zhang Xian thought that Lin Muyue was the one who was most afraid of trouble in the past. So why did she look at these 2 newcomers differently, and send another gift? Lin Muyue nodded slightly when she heard this. Zhang Xian was in charge of the affairs in Yuta Hall. He did not spend much time serving her in the past. The prince told her about the enfeoffment of the ladies in the Eastern Palace when he was gossiping. Zhang Xian was not there at the time. Lin Muyue did not think of telling Zhang Xian recently. There are still 1 concubine, 2 concubines, for talented women, 6 imperial concubines, and vacancies for selected concubines and ladies in the East Palace. Did your highness tell the queen anything? Zhang Xian thought about it, and asked. The position in the East Palace is related to the position of everyone in the harem after the crown prince ascends the throne. Concubines like Lin Muyue can be promoted to noble concubines at the beginning. And the lowest position is concubines. Most concubines are 9 concubines. And most talented women can get the highest position of noble concubines. It is hard to know what position they can get below that. Your highness hasn't said anything in detail yet. But he only mentioned that the position of Liang Di will be vacated. And the 4 selected ladies will probably get the position of talented lady. Your highness didn't say anything in detail about the maids who have served in the bed. And it seems that they will be arranged by the crown princess. The crown prince just mentioned this when he was chatting. But he didn't elaborate. Lin Muyue only knew the status of the 4 young ladies from official families who would enter the East Palace. Zhang Xian nodded. The prince still respected the princess in these matters. It was rare for him to talk to Lin Muyue. Lin Muyue felt that she knew a little about the prince's preferences. The maids in the East Palace were not bad in appearance, but they were not good at reading. The new Yun was quite poetic and bookish. And Yao was lively. They were not like the old ones, who were cut from the same mold. She felt that the newcomers might be superior to the old ones in the East Palace in terms of status, so she tried to win them over today. After watching this drama, Lin Muyue felt that although there were many hidden talents in the prince's backyard, there were still 4 officials' daughters with unknown temperaments who had not entered the palace. She secretly wondered whether the princess could control these people in the future. The prince did not know that people in his East Palace were already uneasy. After making a promise to his father, he left with the palace servants. This matter was not easy to publicize. He felt it was not easy to discuss it with his subordinates. But the big talk had been said, and he vaguely felt that there was something more complicated behind this matter. However, the matter was still hidden in a fog, and he could not grasp the clue. Among the officials of the Eastern Palace, the teachers, guardians, and tutors are all important officials in the court, and they do not work in the Eastern Palace on weekdays. The people in the Zhanshi mansion are the prince's own small team, but most of them lack experience. Su Ruiqing hesitated whether to discuss this matter directly with them. He has seen some clues about this matter now, but he needs someone to check it carefully. The officials in the Eastern Palace may not have this ability. Chapter 15. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Su Ruiqing had just left the Qianqing Palace and had not walked far when he heard someone calling him from behind. Turning his head, it was Eunuch Xiao beside Emperor Feng Tai. Eunuch Xiao had a smile on his face. Hello. Your Highness, I have brought His Majesty's oral instructions. If Your Highness does not know where to start, you can go find Minister Lin. Hearing what Eunuch Xiao said, Su Ruiqing hesitated. There was only one minister named Lin in the 6 ministries. That was Minister Lin Feng of the Ministry of Personnel, the father of his concubine in the palace. Your Highness. Just go. This is the order of His Majesty. Eunuch Zhao saw the prince's hesitation and said with a smile. In that case. Thank you. Father. Su Ruiqing nodded. He knew that Lin Muyua's father was a minister that his father valued. In fact, he usually avoided suspicion. However, this matter was very serious. Since his father had already spoken, it would not be taboo for him to ask for advice. The 6 ministries had their own offices in the imperial city. Since the prince was meeting with Minister Lin in private to ask for advice, it would not be appropriate for him to go directly to the office of the Ministry of Personnel. So Su Ruiqing looked at Eunuch Zhao and said, I need to ask Zhao Banban for someone to invite Minister Lin to the East Palace. Eunuch Zhao naturally knew what the prince meant. Your Highness. Rest assured, Chun Lai. A very pleasing-looking eunuch came forward and bowed to the prince. Eunuch Zhao smiled and said to the prince, This is my apprentice, who is used to doing small things like passing messages and running errands. Let him go and invite Lord Lin. The prince smiled and praised. The people trained by Zhao Banban must be right. I will return to the East Palace first. Minister Lin likes tea. I remember some Taiping Hokui was quite fresh. Please prepare some. Wang Banban. Su Ruiqing was not very fond of food. The tea he drank on weekdays was whatever the servants brought in. But Lin Muyua liked these things better. She had mentioned to the prince in the past that her father was a tea lover. Eunuch Wang said yes and went down to prepare. Su Ruiqing pinched his brows. During the days when he entered the court, many things happened one after another. When he was studying in the past, the court officials praised him for being filial, good at reading, and a wise prince. But when he really started to manage things, he found that these court officials had their own little thoughts, and it was not easy for him to do anything. In recent years, his younger brothers have gradually grown up, and some bold people in the court have even begun to think about the merits of following the dragon. He vaguely felt that this incident was not just someone trying to cause trouble for him on his father's birthday, and there must be a backup plan waiting for him. Although his father was in his prime, he was a little nostalgic and treated some old ministers too well. He had some disagreements with him on some things. But Su Ruiqing knew that the relationship between him and his father was not as tense as the outside world thought. These people were now eager to show their true colors, which might be an opportunity for him to further ease the relationship between father and son. When Lin Feng came in, he saw the prince sitting at the top with a blank expression on his face. However, he was used to Emperor Fengtai and had seen the scene of Emperor Fengtai getting angry many times. Naturally, he would not be scared by the prince's cold face. He still went forward to pay his respects gracefully. Your humble servant pays respect to His Royal Highness the Prince. Lin Feng paid his respects to the prince. But he was still thinking about what the prince wanted to see him for this time. Whether it was related to the letter his daughter had sent back home. Su Ruiqing came to his senses and hurriedly stepped forward to help Lin Feng. Ahem. Although they were the crown prince and the minister, he still had to respect his father-in-law after all because he had married someone's daughter. Minister Lin. Please sit down. I asked you to come here today because I want you to do something. Su Ruiqing did not say much. After asking Lin Feng to sit down and serve tea, he got straight to the point and told the purpose of inviting him here today. Lin Feng bowed and thanked him. He was not surprised to hear the prince say this directly. Because of his daughter, he knew the prince better than some ministers in the court. The prince seemed gentle on the surface, but he was very opinionated inside. He was a man who was gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. I don't dare to accept your request, Your Highness. If Your Highness has any instructions, I will do my best. As an important minister trusted by Emperor Fengtai, Lin Feng could not directly intervene in the affairs of the Eastern Palace. At that time, his daughter sent a letter to the family, and he could only let his brother pay attention to it privately. The prince's instructions must have been cleared in front of Emperor Fengtai, and he was happy to do this. But Lin Feng didn't really know what happened, so he asked tentatively, I wonder what Your Highness wants me to do. I dare to guess. Is it related to Your Majesty's birthday? He added. When you came, the eunuch beside Your Majesty also told you a few words, and I learned about it from that. The prince nodded. Sending Chunlai to invite people also had this meaning. He sorted out his thoughts and told Lin Feng about the matter in detail. After listening to the prince's explanation of the whole story, Lin Feng's brows gradually twisted up. He was not in a hurry to speak, and asked a seemingly unrelated question first. Does your highness know the boy that the Jin family recently sent to the palace as a guard? Su Ruiqing was stunned. He didn't pay attention to these things. When he paid his respects to the queen, he heard the queen mutter a few words about the concubine in the harem being a bit unruly recently. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he saw that the prince did not speak. He also knew that the prince might not pay attention to these trivial matters. So he continued, I dare to make a guess. Your highness said that the glass was brought in by Westerners. Your highness has been in the Qianxing Palace recently, and you must have seen the memorial submitted by those Westerners and the nobles. After hearing Lin Feng's words, the prince was shocked. A thought flashed through his mind in a flash. He couldn't help but said in surprise, but the nobles have always been close to Westerners, especially missionaries. How could it be? The world is bustling, and everyone comes for profit, and everyone goes for profit. Before your majesty established the trading ports, it was the powerful families who had lived in the south for generations who traded privately with the Westerners. And many nobles also participated. They made a lot of money at the beginning. But now that your majesty has issued a new policy, they dare not do anything openly. But they have been making small moves in private, said Lin Feng in a deep voice. Although the Jin family is not a noble family, they have the Madame Feng Sheng in charge. And they also have a concubine. Although the civil servants and the nobles may not give face to the Jin family, the Jin family lives in the south, and the nobles are still willing to interact with them. The gift prepared by Su Ruiqing this time was presented by the Westerners. If something went wrong, it would be like handing a sharp knife to those who wanted to criticize Emperor Fengtai's policy of opening ports. Thinking of this, Su Ruiqing broke out in a cold sweat. The harvests have been poor in recent years, and there have been frequent wars at the border. Emperor Fengtai and his court officials relaxed the maritime ban policy for the sake of the treasury's income, and came up with a way to reopen the ports. Now if these people use their own affairs to attack the maritime ban policy, even if my father knows what happened and doesn't blame me, the relationship between father and son will inevitably be broken. It is indeed a vicious plot. Now the sons of Emperor Fengtai are gradually growing up. The second and third brothers of the prince are also about to reach the age of being crowned as kings and marrying concubines. The fourth and fifth are still young. But the fifth is the daughter of the imperial concubine. The Jin family must have helped behind this matter. He can now guess what the Jin family is planning. Taking a deep breath to calm down his emotions, the prince said, This matter is serious. I have to report it to my father. However, it is only a guess now. I have to find a way to get some evidence before I can report it to my father. Hearing what the prince said, Lin Feng stood up solemnly and saluted to the prince, saying, I know, and I will not let down your highness the prince's trust. After finishing the business, Lin Feng hesitated, and said hesitantly, I dare to say that the concubine was pregnant a few days ago. Although my wife has entered the palace, I have visited her once. But I am still thinking about the concubine. I wonder how she is doing recently. Su Ruiqing smiled for the first time since the meeting, and said in a friendly tone, Don't worry, Lord Lin. Muyu is fine. By the time Muyu gives birth, I believe these things will have been settled. Lin Feng was relieved. He was a man. Even if he was basically working in the imperial city every day, it was not easy for him to visit his daughter. His wife came to the palace to visit him a few days ago, and said that his daughter was in good condition. But the Eastern Palace has not been peaceful recently. Even if there was no problem with the Crown Prince's birthday gift, the matter of adding a new person to the Eastern Palace has been finalized. The new person will enter the palace as soon as the date is chosen. With so many things, it is inevitable that the daughter will worry. Although his daughter is now a member of the royal family, he is still unwilling to observe the cold etiquette between the monarch and his subjects. When he came to the Eastern Palace, he did not ask his daughter a single question. After getting the prince's assurance, Lin Feng said, My daughter has been spoiled since she was young. Fortunately, your highness does not dislike her personality. I am relieved. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Su Ruiqing was also moved. Lin Feng could say these words to him, which showed his love for his daughter. He also said with a serious expression, Don't worry, Lord Lin. Muyu is very good, and I will not let her suffer any grievances. Lin Feng originally wanted to choose a good marriage for his daughter. He didn't care about the other party's family background, as long as the family tradition was upright. He had already taken a fancy to a family of scholars for generations. The family rules were strict, and the men were all upright. However, Emperor Fontai had shown him favor and hinted that his daughter should be promised to the prince. Later, news came from the palace that the queen had taken a fancy to the daughter of the Li family. Lin Feng thought that things had turned around, but the prince still handed over the purse. From then on, his daughter became the prince's concubine and was locked in the deep palace. It was difficult for father and daughter to meet again. Now he had talked to the prince. Although he knew that this promise was nothing, it still comforted his father's love for his daughter. Seeing his father-in-law like this, Su Ruiqing felt mixed emotions. He didn't want the atmosphere to become tense again. So he called the eunuch who was watching the door and said, "Go and make another pot of tea." He originally wanted to use good tea to entertain his father-in-law, but he forgot the time when he started discussing things. The tea he brewed at first had already cooled down. Lin Feng glanced at the clock in the palace and saw that it was still early, so he did not refuse. "Thank you very much for your kindness, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Chapter 16. Lin Muyue didn't know that her father was in the East Palace now. In the afternoon, she had nothing to do and asked Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou to chat. A while ago, the Rongguan mansion married a daughter. The people in Beijing also saw the wealth of the wealthy family. Even the palace occasionally discussed it. I heard that not long after the marriage, Lin Tanhua was sent out. Zhang Xian asked curiously. Lin Muyue's surname is also Lin. There are many men in her family who serve as officials in the court. So when they chatted, they still called the Lord Lin who married Miss Jia as Lin Tanhua. That's right. But the place you were sent to is also a prosperous place in the south, which may be more comfortable than the capital. And Zhou didn't feel sorry after hearing this. She was from Zhenjiang Prefecture and was not used to the dryness and coldness of the capital when she first came to the capital. Lin Muyue listened thoughtfully. Jiamin married and followed her husband to the capital. According to the inference of Dayu's age and Lin Hai's age in the dream of the Red Chamber, the couple gave birth to Dayu, their first child, when Jiamin was about 35 years old. The second child died when he was 3 or 4 years old. Although Lin Hai had other concubines, they did not give birth to children. She was not sure about the exact age of Miss Jia. But the Jia family missed the last election, so they asked for grace to marry early this time. Women in the Zheng dynasty could only participate in this election after they reached the age of 15. So it can be seen that Miss Jia was probably married at the age of 18 or 19. However, the couple had no children for many years, according to the fact that other concubines also had no children. Lin Muyue felt that the reason should be on her father's side. Either this Lin Tanhua was not in good health, or he might have some reproductive diseases. Thinking about the future of Miss Lin, Lin Muyue sighed secretly in her heart, thinking that if she could safely watch the prince ascend the throne, she should also be able to take care of Miss Lin. It's a pity that as the daughter of a civil official, she doesn't have much contact with the ladies of noble families. Otherwise, if she knew about this earlier, she would have had more contact with Jia Min and become close friends. Then it would be more legitimate for her to take care of Miss Lin. Lin Muyue looked at the two female officials, who had spent almost half their lives in the palace. Her aunt had already talked about the marriage of Duke Rong's daughter and their hometowns. She just listened to them quietly. Zhang Xian was from a few counties near the capital. She couldn't afford to raise so many children. She didn't want to be married to someone she didn't know. It happened that the palace was selecting maids at that time. So she entered the palace. And Zhou is an old lady by the queen's side. She followed Queen Yu into the palace from the prince's mansion and is the queen's confidant. However, it is precisely because of this that Aunt Zhou has not returned to her hometown for a long time. When I was young, I went to Zhenjiang Prefecture. Although it was built along the cliff for defense, there are many waterways inside, and the coast is also prosperous. Speaking of her hometown, Aunt Zhou's eyes are full of nostalgia. Lin Muyue looked at Aunt Zhou talking more and more, and tears came to her eyes. She couldn't help but think of her hometown. But not the Lin family in the capital, but the home farther away that she could no longer return to. When Yunxia entered the warm room, she found that the three people all had a look of loss on their faces. She couldn't help but slowed down her steps and asked carefully, "What's going on?" There was a message from the front saying that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will come to the concubine's place tonight. Seeing Yunxia coming in, Aunt Zhou hurriedly touched the corner of her eyes with a handkerchief, stood up and bowed to Lin Muyue. "I forgot myself. I don't know why I talk so much today. And I made the concubine sad. What are you talking about? Aunt? I have always longed for the beauty of Jiangyan. Today, I have seen a little bit of it after listening to your words. Lin Miyue said with a smile, taking out a small pocket watch and checking the time. Lin Miyue told Yinxia to ask the kitchen to cook a few more dishes that the prince liked. And then said to Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou, Sister Zhang and Aunt, please go and rest. His Majesty's birthday is coming. There are many things to do in the East Palace these days. I'm sorry to trouble you two to take care of it. Aunt Zhou and Zhang Xian went out hand in hand. Aunt Zhou said with some emotion, I don't know why I feel that the concubine is kind. I have been an old man in the palace for so many years. I still said so much when I was gossiping. Fortunately, it was only in front of you. Otherwise I would be laughed at. Zhang Xian laughed heartily. Sister Zhou is right. To be honest, I also treat the concubine as my own daughter. The East Palace looks peaceful. But it is not easy for the concubine to come this far. Alas, you don't have to say it. I know. Aunt Zhou waved her hand. Zhang Xian also knew that Aunt Zhou must have done her best. But Lin Miyue felt that after getting along with her for some time, Aunt Zhou was indeed a person who was familiar with palace affairs and had a good sense of propriety. So she asked Zhang Xian privately, wondering if she could keep Aunt Zhou in the East Palace to help. Although Aunt Zhou was an old lady around the queen, she was not young. To be honest, the queen was not short of servants. If Aunt Zhou was willing, it would still be possible. After Zhang Xian said this, Aunt Zhou also knew what she meant by her words. Now she stopped talking, which meant that she wanted to think about it. Zhang Xian was also a smart person. After hearing what Aunt Zhou said, she stopped talking. The days in the palace were endless. It was already June after a busy time. The capital was also full of joy for Emperor Fengtai's birthday. Especially, all the princes and relatives wanted to please him on his birthday. Emperor Fengtai pinched his eyebrows. It felt that the weather was getting hotter, and the palace was a little stuffy. Yanqing in the capital was originally a border city set up to contain the northern Hu people. The emperors of the Zheng dynasty were all good at fighting. Emperor Fengtai was also a fierce general when he was young. It was only now that he had put away his splendor as he got older. However, the city and palace built in this way are not very livable. Although Yanqing is located in the north, the sun makes people feel dizzy in summer. In June, the palace is already hot and irritating. Emperor Fengtai pointed at the table and asked the prince below, It's hot now, and ice has been used. Has the ice been supplied in the East Palace? Su Ruiqing smiled and said to Emperor Fengtai, Thank you for your concern. Father, the ice has been used. The crown princess is now with a child in the East Palace. She is afraid that the little grandson will catch a cold. So she is very cautious in using ice. Lin Miyue is pregnant and uses less ice. Therefore, only the crown prince uses more ice. And the ice is sufficient. Emperor Fengtai nodded and said, It's not easy these days. You can go to escape the summer heat in a few days. However, you should discuss with the crown princess whether to take your concubine with you. Originally, the crown princess could not get the emperor's concern. But Lin Miyue was pregnant. So she was precious. Secondly, she was the daughter of a minister trusted by Emperor Fengtai. So it was not strange to ask this question. Su Ruiqing felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. Thank you, Father. I know. The father and son in the Qianqing Palace took a break from their busy schedule to discuss the summer heat escape. Concubine Jin in the Chengqian Palace felt hot and annoyed no matter how much ice there was. The Jin family is considered a proud family in the capital. But the news from the palace recently made everyone in the Jin family feel uneasy. The reason is simple. Emperor Fengtai has always treated Madame Fengsheng with great courtesy. But this time, Madame Jin was not invited to the palace. Upon hearing this news, Madame Jin immediately handed over a card to enter the palace to meet the imperial concubine. This time, she entered the palace very quickly. Your Majesty, good health. Madame Fengsheng is old but still in good health. When she saluted, her back was straight and her demeanor was the same as before. Seeing her mother bowing to her, Concubine Jin had a calm expression and only called out softly. After old lady Jin finished bowing, her daughter did not come to support her. Her expression twisted for a moment, but her anger was suppressed. Your Majesty, do you know that the Jin family was not invited to the birthday party of His Majesty this time? Concubine Jin did not look at old lady Jin, but just said, It is true. But His Majesty also said that those who have official titles in the Jin family can naturally go to the Fengtian Hall in front to congratulate him on that day. And the birthday banquet in the back will only invite relatives. So how can the Jin family go? What about me? There has never been a time when His Majesty did not invite me to the palace for a birthday party before. Old Lady Jin was even more angry after hearing what Concubine Jin said. Oh, mother, do you really want me to tell you? Concubine Jin turned around and threw the tourmaline bracelet in her hand on the table. Seeing that her mother was angry, she was not polite at all. She sneered and asked back, "What happened at home recently? Do you need me to remind mother?" Concubine Jin did not wait for a reply and directly asked another question. Hearing Concubine Jin's words, the anger on Old Lady Jin's face faded like a tide, and she stammered a few words and kept silent. Concubine Jin had a big plan this time. She had already sent a message to the Jin family, asking everyone in the family to be cautious in their words and deeds in the near future. However, the Jin family lived like local emperors in the south. All officials in the province gave face to the Jin family and had long forgotten the word caution. Let's not talk about anything else. The youngest son born to Old Lady Jin and the eldest son of Concubine Jin's eldest brother, the youngest son and the eldest grandson, they are the most favored by Old Lady Jin, and they are spoiled and lawless. They are two ignorant playboys. These days, the Jin family is busy discussing things with the imperial concubine in the palace, and the nobles and clan members who have frequent contact with them. The elders in the family neglected to discipline their children, and the two playboys, who are uncle and nephew in seniority, formed a gang and even offended the Lin family. It was a coincidence. The Lin family had a clean family tradition. In fact, they had nothing in common with the two playboys from the Jin family who were lingering in the brothels. It was just that the two from the Jin family were really too proud of themselves. They flirted with a decent girl on the long street in Beijing. They were caught by the Lin family. A cousin of Lin Muyue went up and gave them a lesson. Although they didn't do anything, the verbal attacks of the literati were not something that ordinary people could bear. The two young masters of the Jin family were so angry that they started fighting. The young man from the Lin family was beaten. So the matter naturally became a big deal. The Lin family was not a soft persimmon. It was not enough to report to the police, but the matter was reported to Emperor Fengtai. When the imperial concubine received the letter in the palace, she was almost so angry that she vomited blood. During this period, in order to plot against the Eastern Palace, she specifically ordered the Jin family not to cause trouble in the capital. As a result, the Jin family was good, and directly offended the family of the Eastern Palace concubine. She rushed to the Qianqing Palace to ask for an audience, but was turned away. At that time, the imperial concubine Jin felt that she had made a wrong move when she wanted to discuss with her family to deal with the prince. Poor Madame Fengsheng. How powerful she was in the palace, and raised a daughter of an imperial concubine. The men of the Jin family have been unpresentable for decades. Finally, the prince came on behalf of the Lin family, and the two sides shook hands and made peace. Concubine Jin felt that everything was strange recently, but after checking again and again, there was indeed no unusual movement in the Eastern Palace, so she could only continue according to the plan. Old Lady Jin was pointed out about her family's shortcomings, and she did not dare to continue arguing with the concubine. She suppressed her anger and discussed the matters of the emperor's birthday with the concubine, and then hurried back to the Jin mansion, telling everyone not to cause trouble again. But in the end, for the sake of the crown prince's face, Old Lady Jin was still unable to enter the palace to attend the banquet on the emperor's birthday. Chapter 17. Not long after the incident between the Jin and Lin families, the prince took the letter sent by the eunuch, which contained the things that Lord Lin had recently found out, and the most important thing was a list, which listed the families that had been verified to have had recent contact with the Jin family. Su Ruiqing glanced at the list, which not only included the royal family members who could attend the birthday banquet that day, but also several Beijing officials who might be needed to submit memorials later. Desires are hard to satisfy, Su Ruiqing commented when he put the things together, and he didn't know who he was talking about. When the days in the palace met festivals, they passed by like flowing water. As the birthday of Emperor Fengtai approached, everyone in the palace had a smile on their faces. The palace maids who were forbidden to dress up in the past could wear bright flowers or delicate hairpins these days without being scolded by the female officials and aunts. When the real day came, Lin Muyue looked at herself in the mirror and felt a little strange when she was dressed as a concubine. The crown and hairpins on her head looked gorgeous, but they were really heavy. The dress on her body was also layered, and made her feel heavy. It wasn't just her outfit that made Lin Miyue feel uncomfortable. The banquet for the birthday of the emperor today also made her worried. The palace banquet was the most critical moment today. The birthday gifts were presented at the small banquet attended by the royal family at the end. Lin Miyue recalled what her mother said to her when she entered the palace the day before yesterday. She took a deep breath and told herself that things could be settled today. There was no need to be too nervous. Mother said, "Did His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ask the family to investigate the affairs of the Jin family?" Lin Miyue was a little excited when she heard her mother's words. One's own family knows what's going on. Lin Miyue has great confidence in her father's ability. The prince is now prepared and can still ask her father to do this. She thinks that Concubine Jin's conspiracy will not succeed this time. Madame Lin nodded. His Royal Highness has met your father in person. The family has also been keeping a close eye on the Jin mansion recently. It is found that their family has frequent visits with some royal family members and nobles. Your second uncle has some friendship with the family, and has also secretly inquired about the news. It is said that. Madame Lin was still a little hesitant when she said half of the words. Lin Miyue did not hesitate and took over her mother's words. You want to jointly report to His Highness that he is obsessed with playing with things and losing his ambition. Indulging in strange skills and lewd tricks and disrespecting the ancestors. You child. Even though she knew that the people serving in the palace were all close people, Madame Lin was still shocked by her daughter's outspokenness. Lin Miyue smiled. Since we know what the other party is going to do, there's no need to rush. That's true. The imperial concubine's move is very crude. She just got the pulse of the court. Mrs. Lin agreed. Imperial concubine Jin's method against the prince was not clever. But she found a good entry point. If the East Palace failed to notice it in advance, it would indeed be caught off guard by the imperial concubine. But once it was noticed in advance, it would be easy to guard against it. Lin Miyue sat in the sedan chair, looking at the various decorations on the palace road, which was too much to take in. There were also palace servants walking around happily and busy on the palace road. Needless to say, the grand ceremony of the emperor's birthday was very grand. The palace roads were lined with colorful tents and banners, which stretched as far as the eye could see. The most important thing during the day was that Emperor Fontai received congratulations from civil and military officials and envoys from various countries in Fontian Hall. Now the world is generally peaceful, and the court officials are not to be mentioned. What is rare is that even if there is no grand scene of all nations coming to pay tribute, there are still many small countries coming to offer gifts and congratulations. After the ceremony of the previous dynasty is over, Emperor Fontai will come to the harem. The queen arranged plays and songs and dances according to the previous rules. First, watch the plays and enjoy them on the stage of Li Fu Pavilion, and then have a banquet when it gets dark. The harem, the royal family, and the wives of important officials were all waiting in Cunning Palace. It was still early. In the main hall, the queen only talked to the concubines and several princes and princesses who were close relatives in the royal family. The birthday of the emperor was a big day. The princes had already entered the capital in advance, and the wives of the princes naturally followed them into the palace. I met the prince before. He was really handsome and had the style of his father and grandfather. The queen is blessed. The speaker was an old concubine, who was the concubine of the father of the present emperor, Emperor Taizong. When Emperor Fontai ascended the throne, these old concubines who had sons followed their sons to their fiefdoms and did not often meet the queen. But after all, she is an elder, and she is praising her son. Queen Yu also replied with a smile. I don't deserve the praise of the queen mother. This child has not had much experience. Fortunately, he is with His Majesty now, and I am relieved. That's right. I have heard from the prince before that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has been with His Majesty recently and has accomplished many things. Everyone in the upper and lower classes praises him. This time, the speaker was a princess of the same generation as the queen, and she also complimented the queen and the crown prince with a smile on her face. Lin Miyue sat beside the crown princess, watching the queen talking to these concubines and princesses. Lin Miyue knew her mother was there today, so she couldn't go over to talk to her mother, but had to sit here with her. These women kept repeating the same things, which she found extremely boring. Moreover, these royal family women who could talk to the queen were all very close to the current emperor in terms of blood relationship. They were either the wives of the current emperor's brothers, uncles, or some old concubines. Given their identities, the crown princess couldn't get a word in. let alone Lin Miyue. However, Lin Miyue could also feel that many of those people were looking at her. In the Zheng dynasty, only the princes were eligible to leave the capital and obtain their own fiefdoms. The prince title was hereditary. The number of princes in the current dynasty could be counted on one hand. The county princes and the state dukes had to open their residences in the capital, and their titles would be inherited at a lower level. The princes' wives among them did not think much of Lin Miyue, but some county princes' wives and state wives still wanted to talk to the famous concubine Lin in the East Palace. As expected, a woman who was the same age as the queen and dressed in the clothes of a princess of a county said, "The crown princess gave birth to a grandson before, and now the concubine is pregnant again. The queen will become a grandmother again. I am so envious." Queen Yu was also happy to hear this. The East Palace is still a little short of children, although there is already a legitimate grandson. Lin Miyue has a child now, and the queen is also happy. The words connected to Lin Miyue. She glanced at the princess of a county who was speaking. Before she could figure out what she meant by this, she heard someone outside saying that the ceremony of the previous dynasty was over and Emperor Fengtai was going to visit Cunning Palace. After hearing this, Empress Yu straightened her expression slightly and told the female officials to guide the princesses, and the ladies lined up according to their ranks to prepare to receive the emperor. Lin Miyue stood up with the crowd, took a deep breath, and prepared to welcome the king. The concubines of Emperor Fengtai had just been arranged by the queen to the side hall, and now they came out together under the leadership of Concubine Jin to receive the king. Concubine Jin did not expect the queen to be so disrespectful to her this time. Although she did not dare to do anything in front of everyone, she still gritted her teeth secretly. However, Concubine Jin was the center of attention in the side hall just now, and was highly praised. She took the opportunity to send a message to the ladies she had contacted before, and decided that when the prince presented his birthday gift today, a prince would take the lead and attack the prince. Even though Concubine Jin was worried now, she had to continue with what she had done today. Soon, Emperor Fengtai arrived at Cunning Palace. Empress Yu smiled and led everyone to greet Emperor Fengtai, saying, "Your Majesty, may you have a long life. People are in high spirits when they are happy." Emperor Fengtai was different from his usual seriousness today. He also smiled and helped the Empress up, and said to everyone, "Stand up." Xiao Gonglong saw that everyone had stood up, so he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Li Fu Pavilion is ready. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please come." So the group took the sedan chair to the place where they watched the show. Lin Miyue wiped the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief and looked up at the sky. The weather was getting hot at this time. It was okay to use ice in the palace just now, but now it was really uncomfortable to wear heavy clothes under the sun. Arriving at the place where the opera was being performed, Lin Miyue hid herself among the crowd and was not very noticeable. She took out a small purse from her sleeve and quickly had a snack. It was not convenient to have tea and snacks when talking in Cunning Palace just now. She was a little hungry. It didn't matter if she was hungry, but the situation was special now. The baby in her belly couldn't be hungry. This method was proposed by Aunt Zhou. She was often in the palace and knew that the more festive the days were, the less time people had to eat and drink. Lin Miyue was in a special situation now. With the purse, she could take advantage of the gap to have some snacks to at least relieve herself. Watching a play doesn't mean that everyone just sits down and starts singing. Emperor Fengtai is in a good mood on his birthday, and the little princes and princesses like to go to their father to join in the fun on this day. There are also rules for selecting plays. In addition to a few birthday plays, the rest of the auspicious plays must also be selected by Emperor Fengtai, and the actors who choose the plays will also be rewarded. But in Lin Miyue's opinion, the birthday plays are just the same few, and she has seen them in the past. The ones arranged in the palace are just the ones with better singing on the stage and more exquisite clothes and headgear. She is really impatient to watch these. Fortunately, after the play starts, everyone sits separately, so she can take a break. Lin Miyue looked at Concubine Jin beside Emperor Fengtai from afar. Smiling sweetly, she said something to the little prince, which made Emperor Fengtai laugh. The prince didn't like to listen to operas. He glanced at Concubine Jin and his fifth brother calmly. Thinking of what he had found out during this period, he felt that the operas off the stage were much more interesting than those on the stage. But he didn't know if Concubine Jin would still laugh after today. As the prince, although Su Ruiqing looked kind, he was still as ruthless and resolute as the royal family. He was willing to tolerate trivial matters on weekdays to gain a good reputation. But this time, the matter involves the throne. And to put it more deeply, it involves the lives and property of everyone in the Eastern Palace. Even the Queen and her mother's family. He will not be soft-hearted. Thinking about these things in his heart, Su Ruiqing did not forget to care about Lin Muyue. He called Eunuch Xiao softly. Go and give Concubine Lin a bowl of bird's nest. There are many things to do today, and it is not convenient to eat anything at the palace banquet. Eunuch Xiao received the order, and he also felt deeply that Concubine Lin Muyue was deeply favored. However, the Lin family played a big role in the prince's affairs this time. He felt that Concubine Lin's current status in the prince's heart was also due to the help of the Lin family. Chapter 18. Lip Pavilion is a place for watching plays, but it is very delicately built. It is a stage built in a large courtyard. The trees in the garden are scattered and arranged in an orderly manner. There is also a small pond with many koi fish. The breeze brings coolness. The emperor and empress, the prince and his wife, the princes and princesses, and the close royal family members sat in the best seats. Concubine Jin, as the only concubine in the palace, was also specially arranged a seat by Emperor Fengtai at the nearby table. Lin Muyue is now sitting with the concubines of Emperor Fengtai and the female relatives of the royal family, who are more distantly related. Everyone is not far from the central area where Emperor Fengtai is. They are all eating snacks and drinking tea. It is not too abrupt for her to receive the bird's nest presented by Eunuch Xiao. After listening to the opera slowly for an entire afternoon, it was not until the sky gradually darkened that Lin Muyue realized the biggest difference between today and the past in the palace. Normally, the night in the palace is quiet, and there are not many candles. But today, there are lanterns everywhere. The colorful lights reflect the colorful colors under the silk curtains, which makes the scene more prosperous and peaceful. The lights on the stage of Li Fu Pavilion have been lit. The Hua Dan sings the birthday song in a humming voice. Her singing is beautiful. Her figure is beautiful. Her clothes are colorfully embroidered, and the gold on her head is shining. Although Lin Muyue cannot appreciate traditional drama, she still finds it pleasing to the eye. During the day, the foreign ministers and envoys were entertained. The civil and military officials were in the Fengtian Hall. The palace banquet at night was for the royal family. The princes, the princesses, the empresses, the concubines, and the imperial concubines. The dishes at the palace banquet were all based on the old rules. Lin Muyue looked at the pork, deer, cattle and sheep that were served one after another, which was very lively. But there were too many meat dishes, and she had no appetite. At this time, Yun Xia quietly followed the palace servant, who served the dishes, and brought in a small food box. Inside was a small bowl of green stem rice, and a 5-petal plum-shaped lacquer box with snails. When it was opened, there were 5 kinds of refreshing side dishes. Yun Xia whispered. This was sent by the kitchen staff at the order of Aunt Zhou. It should be the queen's intention. Lin Muyue was a little surprised again. She looked in the direction of the queen. Queen Yu was raising her glass to Emperor Fengtai. Emperor Fengtai said something. Queen Yu was also a little surprised. Then she smiled a relaxed and heartfelt smile that Lin Muyue had never seen on the queen before, and drank the glass of wine. Lin Muyue picked up a little red fermented bean curd and rice with chopsticks, and put them into her mouth. She felt more at ease. The palace banquet was not just about drinking and toasting. The queen still arranged singing and dancing. Lin Muyue sat behind the crown princess, and was not conspicuous. Therefore, she ate happily after entering the table. After 3 rounds of wine, it was time for the princes and princesses to present birthday gifts. The crown prince raised his glass, and stood up and said loudly, Your son wishes your father a long life. Long live Chanin. Emperor Fengtai naturally had to give his son face. And he also raised his glass and drank happily. At this time, Concubine Jin spoke before the queen. Your Highness the Crown Prince is very filial on weekdays. I wonder what gifts your Majesty has prepared for his birthday this time. The queen is very tight-lipped. I have been curious for a long time. Queen Yu was not angry at all when her voice was interrupted. She just glanced at Concubine Jin and said nothing. Unexpectedly, the queen did not reply. Concubine Jin secretly glanced in a certain direction, and a lady from the royal family followed and said, What the concubine said is very true. I have often heard that the prince is very filial to the emperor and the queen. I wonder what birthday gift he has prepared today. Queen Yu glanced at the lady who was speaking, and she still smiled, but still did not reply. It was Su Ruiqing who smiled and took over the conversation. I don't have any good things. My father is rich. I don't have anything else to offer. But I am filial. I wrote a picture of 100 years of longevity, and carved a seal of 100 years of longevity on wood. The crown princess embroidered a screen of 100 years of longevity. Both the picture and the screen were carefully prepared by me and the crown princess. Today, we present them together to celebrate my father's birthday. After the crown prince finished speaking, there was no sound in the palace except for the singing and dancing. The smile on Concubine Jin's face froze for a moment. But soon she came back to her senses and said calmly, "Your Highness is filial, and has set a good example for your brothers and sisters." The crown prince smiled without comment. Although he still looked as gentle as usual, his smile was inexplicably cold. The lady who had just spoken fell silent, and looked at Concubine Jin in a panic. Concubine Jin also had fine cold sweat on her forehead, but she still had to force herself to put on a smile. Emperor Fontai looked at Concubine Jin meaningfully, and said, "Although the wine today is good, Concubine Jin, please don't drink too much." Concubine Jin replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty." Her nails, which were carefully drawn with flower juice and gold thread, almost broke her palm. Everyone at the banquet had different expressions. Several concubines and princes, and the princes' wives still looked normal, but they exchanged glances with each other, thinking that there might be some lawsuits between the queen, the prince, and the concubine. Several princes, dukes and their families were a little restless, but they couldn't look around and gossip during the banquet, so their fidgeting but pretending to be calm looked a little funny. Emperor Fontai glanced at everyone in the hall and said loudly, "The prince's gift is very good. It doesn't matter whether the birthday gift is expensive or not, as long as it is thoughtful. If you waste money and resources to give me a birthday gift, it would be a sin." After hearing what Emperor Fontai said, everyone hurriedly said yes. Another Princein, stepped out and said, "Your Majesty is right. I am stupid and do not care about the hardships of the people like Your Majesty. I am guilty." After he finished speaking, the bearded prince uncovered his face and cried again, prompting Emperor Fontai to comfort him immediately. Suddenly, the palace was filled with brothers and sisters, and the emperor cared about the world. Lin Muyue looked at Prince An's tears and exaggerated flattery, and felt that he was one of the only two princes in Emperor Fengtai's life. He was very good at observing people's expressions and acting. When Emperor Taizong was alive, this prince was very good at pleasing him. When his brother took the throne, he immediately turned to please his brother without any hesitation. He was also honest and obedient. He thus obtained the position of prince among the princes. Then the princes and princesses presented birthday gifts. But because they were still young, the gifts they presented were either prepared by their mothers or small things they made themselves. They were not outstanding, but they were all heartfelt. The gifts presented by the royal family were much more valuable, especially the princes who presented rare treasures, which opened Lin Muyue's eyes. Seeing that everyone had given their gifts, Lin Muyue felt relieved. She was not aware of the prince's temporary change of birthday gifts. She was also nervous just now. However, looking at Emperor Fengtai's reaction, Lin Muyue raised her glass to cover her expression. She felt that today's drama might not be carried out under the instruction of this shrewd emperor. The birthday banquet continued. Lin Muyue knew that the disaster of the East Palace was over, but she didn't know how Emperor Fontai planned to deal with the imperial concubine, the Jin family, and those who had connections with the Jin family. But these had nothing to do with her. She glanced at the prince, who was talking to a prince, and felt that she could live a peaceful life in the future. Chengqian Palace has always been a hot spot in the palace, but this place that has been hot for more than 10 years has finally cooled down. After the emperor's birthday, the palace servants in Chengqian Palace were replaced. The head female official Jin and the head eunuch Guan were replaced. The 4 senior palace maids, who could serve in the inner palace, the 4 second-class palace maids, and even some rough palace maids were sent to the palace administration department. Now, there are only 2 palace maids and a young eunuch serving Concubine Jin. In the main hall, Concubine Jin sat on the throne in the main hall. She was still wearing the same imperial concubine dress from yesterday. Unfortunately, she looked so decadent, even though she was still wearing gorgeous clothes and had pearls and jade on her head. She still looked decadent. "Your Majesty, Xiao Xie has brought the meal. Please eat." Xiao Yu, the maid who stayed to serve the imperial concubine, was a sincere person. Yesterday, the imperial concubine came back and smashed things like crazy. Then she sat here all night. At that time, the debris scratched the foreheads of the two maids. The other maid was too lazy to care about the imperial concubine today. However, Xiao Yu came in to persuade the imperial concubine to eat. Concubine Jin did not move. Just continued to sit there. Xiao Yu persuaded her a few more times. But when she saw that Concubine Jin still did not respond, she sighed and went down. Concubine Jin was always like this, until she could no longer hold on and fainted. Xiao Yu even asked the Jinwu guards guarding the door to invite the imperial physician. The imperial physician came straightforwardly. But the one that Concubine Jin was most looking forward to did not show up. Later, another female official came to Chengqian Palace. I don't know what she said to Concubine Jin. In the end, Concubine Jin was also persuaded by female official to eat and rest normally. As Lin Muyu expected, the days after the birthday banquet were calm. But when Emperor Fengtai decided to take the harem to escape the summer heat, the newly appointed female official beside Concubine Jin reported to the queen, saying that Concubine had a sudden illness and could not go with the emperor to escape the summer heat and had to stay in the palace to recuperate. The queen kindly instructed the imperial hospital to take good care of Concubine. The concubines who came to pay their respects to the queen had not yet dispersed. Everyone in Emperor Fengtai's harem watched the queen decide, with a few words, that Concubine should be confined to the palace to recuperate, which was almost like house arrest. Those who were well informed knew the reason, but some people were confused. The greetings in Cunning Palace were over. The concubines gathered in groups of 3 or 4 according to whether they were in the same palace or not, and the closeness of their relationship. Today's news was really shocking. Concubine Jin had been the most proud woman in the palace for more than 10 years. Now she has lost her power overnight. Many people have not reacted. Sister, what's going on? Why is that? A concubine of Emperor Fengtai pointed in the direction of Chengqian Palace and asked the people around her in a low voice. The woman beside her came from the Fengtai Emperor's residence. Her family had some background. And now she was a concubine. This concubine looked around and saw that no one was around. So she spoke. I heard from my family that the Jin family and the imperial concubine had made some moves against the Eastern Palace. You see, the crown prince is fine now. So the unlucky one is the imperial concubine. Imperial concubine Jin has been favored for so many years. Although she is not so domineering on weekdays, she is the only one who stands out. Naturally, other people in the harem are resentful. Now that they see that the imperial concubine is going to be in trouble, everyone is watching the show. There are also concubines who were angry with the imperial concubine at the beginning, and they wish that the imperial concubine would never come out again. Chapter 19. I heard from a sister from my hometown that the imperial concubine was very angry before, and there were all kinds of ping-pong sounds in Chengqian Palace. Yun Xia was very excited as she told the news she heard. Lin Muyu smiled faintly. Now is different from the past. The imperial concubine is now in a good mood, and the 6 games may not be so good. That's right. Yun Xia heard the sarcasm in her young lady's words, and felt even more happy. Being in the East Palace and being Lin Muyu aside, Yun Xia didn't know what was going on before. But now that the imperial concubine was imprisoned, she came to her senses. Now is the time when she dislikes Chengqian Palace the most. Seeing the imperial concubine in trouble, she is so happy. Lin Muyu thought for a moment, and asked Zhang Xian, is there any movement from the 5th prince? Zhang Xian sighed. The palace has always been a place where the powerful are flattered, and the weak are bullied. This time, Concubine Jin is in trouble. The 5th prince had been kept in the concubine's palace before, but now Emperor Fengtai has decided to move him to the West 5th Palace. The child got scared and had a fever when his mother got into trouble. The palace people were careless, and didn't even notice that the prince fainted from the fever. It was only when the crown prince took his brothers to see the 5th prince that they discovered it, and invited the imperial physician. Fortunately, the 5th prince had a good foundation, and he had recovered after a few days of rest. The queen was a little scared when the incident happened. All the children in the harem had to call her mother. The 5th prince's accident was discovered by the crown prince and was covered up. If the palace servants don't pay attention to the 5th prince in the future, it won't be as easy as this time. Therefore, the queen recently severely punished the palace servants who took care of the 5th prince, and transferred back the aunt and the maid who used to take care of the 5th prince. The queen is kind-hearted. She sent Zhao Gonglung to the West 5th office to punish the palace servants. I think it's all right now. Zhang Xian thought about it and said a few words, swallowing the rest. Lin Miyue lowered her eyes and said nothing. She made a decision in her heart. She only talked to Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou about going to escape the summer heat. After the emperor's birthday, the two busy people finally had some free time. In addition, the new people were going to enter the palace. They were always worried that Lin Miyue was in a bad mood, so they always talked to Lin Miyue. It was getting hot at this time. Although Lin Miyue was pregnant and could not use too much ice, the prince ordered a wind wheel to be sent. Put a small basin of ice far away and let the eunuchs take turns to pull the wind wheel, so that people would not feel too cool and the palace would be refreshing. The sun is getting brighter and brighter. It's time to go to the summer resort. Zhang Xian is an old man in the palace. She knows these days very well. After the recent birthday celebration of Emperor Fengtai, she thinks that if nothing goes wrong, she will leave for the summer resort soon. Aunt Zhou nodded, but looked at Lin Miyue and said worriedly, although it's been 3 months since I became a concubine, it's hard to avoid the long journey to the summer resort. But if I don't go, it's really hot in the palace in summer. Lin Miyue thought for a while. I still want to go. And also said that I'm relatively safe now. You don't know? I'm the most afraid of heat. I have to be cautious when using ice now. The temperature is still good now, but I'm afraid I can't stand it in July and August. Yunxia nodded. Very much. In previous years, the young lady must have used enough ice in summer to get by. At home, the old lady and the lady are. Even if I supervise her, I can't stop her from secretly eating the ice bowl. After being exposed by Yunxia, Lin Miyue was not angry, but just smiled and said, You girl, when did I eat alone? If there is a bowl for me, there must be one for you, but you said this in front of your aunt and Yin. After being told this by her mistress, Yunxia pretended to be scared and begged for mercy. Good concubine, I was wrong. You can punish me in any way you want, but you must let me eat enough ice bowls in summer. After these words came out, several people in Yuta Hall laughed so hard, and the crisp laughter spread far away. The crown princess in the main hall has been feeling a bit depressed lately. She originally thought her idea was good during the emperor's birthday, and that it would win some favor from Emperor Fengtai, but now that the imperial concubines incident has happened, she has found that her efforts are completely useless. Everyone was preoccupied that day, and no one really paid attention to the trivial matter of the gift. Your Majesty, there's a message from His Highness, saying that you are requested to draft the titles and positions of the people in the Eastern Palace now, said the female official Qi, walking gently into the inner room, and speaking to the crown princess, who was leaning on the Luohan bed. The crown princess was seldom so unbecoming. Seeing Lady Qi come in, she slowly sat up straight. Did your highness say who should be given a certain rank? No. Your highness meant that you should decide these matters. It's just that Yao and Yun were sent by the queen a while ago. If you think these two are decent, you can give them a higher rank. Lady Qi passed on the crown princess' words truthfully. Li Wancheng didn't react much to this. In her mind, the only person she wanted to arrange was Lin Miyue. But unfortunately, this was the person she couldn't arrange the most. Sitting down by the window, Li Wancheng carefully drafted a list, put down her pen after finishing it, and turned to ask Lady Qi. You said before that 4 new people would be admitted. Why did His Highness say that only 3 courtyards would be needed? Lady Qi didn't know what to say. Now that Concubine Jin's incident had happened, her master hadn't realized what was going on yet. She didn't know whether to say that the crown princess was too kind or had a problem. So he could only try his best to make up for it. Although it's just a concubine. But the Imperial Astronomical Observatory said before that a young lady's horoscope conflicts with your highness. So it's better to be a little more cautious. So only 3 were selected to enter the palace. Li Wancheng nodded, said nothing, and just handed out the list. You can ask someone to present it to your highness. Watching the chief female officials bow and leave the palace, Fu helped the crown princess to change clothes. Summer vacation was on the agenda. The queen had a lot of things to do, and the crown princess was often called to learn how to manage palace affairs these days. Li Wancheng was more tired than before, but she was happy with it. Before the newcomers entered the East Palace, they attracted a lot of attention. However, when the day came, the 3 newcomers only got the rank of talented people, and they entered the palace quietly. The crown princess was so busy that she even handed her children to the female official, and the senior palace maid Fu Yu to take care of them. She brought Xiaoman to help in cutting palace every day. except for the day of serving tea. The newcomers did not see the crown princess a few times. Although they were all talented people, their family backgrounds were not the same. There was a talented person named Zhu Yanfu, who was the daughter of a military general. Although the civil officials have been increasingly suppressed by the military officials in recent years, her family was also conferred the title of Anding Earl, and she was a powerful faction among the nobles. So she occupied the top spot among the 3 new talents in the palace. Zhu Kairan brought 2 maids with her, and there were 2 palace maids arranged by the crown princess to serve her. There were also 4 palace maids, and 2 young eunuchs in the courtyard where she lived. Looking around the courtyard, Zhu Kairan nodded with satisfaction. Her family had been rich and luxurious for generations. She thought she would only get the position of a talent when she entered the palace this time, and she would have to endure some hardships. But when she really entered the palace, she found that the crown princess was generous and did not bother her with these trivial matters. So Zhu Kairan's life was quite comfortable, just standing in the yard watching the young palace maids tending to the flowers and plants. A young eunuch came in to report, "I have seen the talented person. The talented person Lu is here. Do you want to see her?" Zhu Yanfu raised her eyebrows. Lu's family background was the lowest among the few people. She was just the daughter of a tribute student, and she had been trembling with fear since entering the palace. And she would not go out unless it was necessary. Why did she come to her place? But she had nothing to do now. So she said, "Please come in quickly. Lan Xiao. Go and serve tea and bring some snacks." The talented person Lu's name was Yunsu. She had a beautiful face and graceful manners, and she spoke in a soft voice. She was the most standard lady of this era. According to Lin Miyue's words, standing there is a picture of a beauty. Zhu Yanfu and she were both talented people. So she invited her into a room that she had decorated as a study. And the 2 of them hid on the couch on the shaded side to talk. Although the Eastern Palace has a rule for ice, the allowance for the talented people does not include such precious things. The talented person Zhu has money, but she thought that she should not be so prominent since she just entered the palace. So she did not spend the money. Therefore, she did not serve ice to the talented person Lu today, but only a cup of good tea. "Sister, please have some. It is really hot today. But the hotter the weather, the more comfortable you will feel after drinking a sip of hot tea," Zhu Yanfu said to the talented person Lu with a smile. The talented person Lu nodded and said, "Thank you, Sister Zhu." Seeing the talented person Lu eating snacks and drinking tea, Zhu Yanfu became more curious about her purpose. But seeing that she was hanging her head, it was not easy to ask directly, so she could only have some snacks with her. After talking about some embroidery patterns, Lu Yunsu said hesitantly, "To be honest, sister, I came here today because I have something to ask you. I will be going to escape the summer heat soon, but the crown princess has been busy recently and cannot see her. I wonder if the list of guests accompanying the emperor in the East Palace has been released." Then Lu Yunsu added, "I know this is a bit offensive. If it is not convenient for you to say it, then forget it. Both of them are talented people. But Zhu Kairan has a good temper and is good at flattering. Although she may not be favored by the crown prince, she has some face with the crown princess and Lin Miyue, and she is naturally well informed in the past." Seeing the person opposite her shrinking a little, Zhu Yanfu wondered how her family could raise such a daughter. The current trend is different from that of the previous dynasty. Daughters are not restricted too much. Therefore, there are fewer young ladies like Lu Kairan in the big families. But since entering the palace, the person opposite her has always been quiet. It was rare that she mustered up the courage to ask her a question this time. She said frankly, "The list has not come out yet, but I chatted with the concubine before, and she said that several talented people would be taken with them. If you are worried that you can't go, you can put your heart at ease now." Lu Yunsu felt relieved, and then she raised her face and smiled. "Thank you, Sister Zhu." After asking the questions, Lu Yunsu was not in a hurry to go back. Although she was timid, she was very good at sewing. This time she brought a round fan with a cat and butterfly pattern that she embroidered herself. There was a vivid cat embroidered on it, and there were also auspicious patterns such as pomegranate flowers embroidered on it. Zhu Yanfu liked it, so she took Lu's hand and talked about embroidery for a long time. In the end, the people who went to the Eastern Palace to escape the summer heat, excluding the Crown Princess and Lin Miyue, there were 3 new talents who entered the palace, and the Yao and Yun who were awarded the title of Chenghui who went to the temporary palace together. Chapter 20. The temporary palace is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and has beautiful scenery. The prince lives with his wives and concubines in the southwest of the temporary palace. Lin Muyue was assigned an independent place. What Lin Muyue likes most is that the houses in the temporary palace are not as rigid as those in the palace. In the imperial city, no matter what palace it is, they all have red walls and glazed tiles. The only difference is the size, but the temporary palace is different. The place where Lin Muyue was assigned is called Finghayeshu. The main house is a two-story building that is still very fresh in this era. It is very delicately built. The second floor has a wide view facing the big lake behind, which is very convenient for viewing lotus. The main building is paved with colorful gravel roads. And there are corridors and pavilions that rise and fall with the terrain. In addition to the main house, there are several houses located in various places. Lin Muyue has no one else living here, and one of them is given to Aunt Zhou and Zhang Xian, who came with her. A short walk back from this courtyard will lead you to a large lake planted with lotus flowers. The palace is cool, and the small lotus leaves in the lake are still just beginning to show their tips. But the round lotus leaves make people feel refreshed. The only bad thing is that there are many mosquitoes. Aunt Zhou asked Yunxia for some spices and medicinal herbs after asking the imperial hospital, and made a few purses to hang in various places in the house, which made things better. Lin Muyue likes lotus very much. She likes this place. What's better is that this place is spacious, and she lives alone. It is also far away from other people's places. It is her own little world. After a long journey, everyone cleaned up the inner room and invited Lin Muyue to rest. Then, they cleaned up the house slowly. Lin Muyue lay on the couch, chewing the candy green plums made by Yunxia, and kept muttering, "Yunxia, when I saw the lotus behind, I remembered that I have a spring-colored jade lotus pen holder. It's just right for you to find it." Yunxia looked up from the box with a little resentment, looked at her own lady, and replied helplessly, "Yes." When everyone had packed up, Yume came in and saluted, saying, "The crown princess's people came to pass on the message that the greetings today and tomorrow are waived, and the queen's side is the same, saying that it is not too late to pay respects the next day after you have recovered from your fatigue." Lin Muyue nodded. The queen has always been like this, valuing rules, but also sympathizing with the people below. The crown princess is also willing to learn the queen's style, and these small shrimps are happy to have some free time. "You may go and ask Maokai to find me a fishing rod. I see there are a lot of fish in the pond." Maokai is Lin Muyue's most useful eunuch. He is smart and efficient. Lin Muyue intends to train him with more small things. Nodding, Yume got the order and went out. Lin Muyue stretched. She felt that the baby she was carrying was also lazy. It was already past March and into April. It should be possible to feel the fetal movement, but the baby in her belly was really calm and rarely moved. Lin Muyue didn't understand these things very well. When she told Aunt Zhou about it, she even scared her aunt. But after a careful examination, she called the imperial physician. After taking Lin Muyue's pulse, the imperial physician also said that there was no problem with the fetus in Lin Muyue's belly. The imperial physician said that it was normal for the fetus to have infrequent movements. However, Lin Muyue thought to herself, this child just took after her, being too lazy. However, despite this, she was relieved to hear that the child was fine. After the afternoon sun was at its hottest, Lin Muyue found a flat river bank with shade to experience the fun of fishing. Yume, Maokai and two little palace maids spread brocade and cushions on the bamboo chair with backrests, and put a small table on the side. On it were the green plums and honey water that Lin Muyue liked. After everything was neatly packed, Yunxia asked someone to invite Lin Muyue to sit down. Although Lin Muyue only asked for a fishing rod, Maokai was indeed very capable. He came to the lake to take a look in advance and felt that his master might not get any catches when fishing for the first time. However, there were shrimps in the lake, so he prepared chicken legs and a small bamboo basket for shrimp fishing, so that Lin Muyue would not return empty-handed today. Seeing what Maokai had prepared, Lin Muyue really praised his good idea, because there were not many things to do in the East Palace. She had no eunuchs in charge, only a few young eunuchs who were convenient to run errands. Maokai was indeed the smartest one among them. He was given the opportunity to do things that were really satisfactory. Even if it wasn't in the mountains, it would feel cooler to be near water. Not to mention such a big lake. Lin Muyue lay on a bamboo chair, holding a fishing rod and enjoying the joy of fishing. Unfortunately, Just as Maokai thought, Lin Miyue, a novice, came here purely for fun. There was no shortage of fish in the lake, and they were very smart. After fishing for a long time, there was still no small fish. Yume, who was following her, was honest and kept fanning Lin Miyue. She felt that if she brought Yunxia with her, she would probably start to tease her by now. But when I went back, I didn't return empty-handed. There were quite a few shrimps in the small bamboo basket that Maokai brought. Although Lin Miyue was pregnant, she didn't mind eating fish and shrimp. The shrimps were very fat and crispy after being fried. Lin Miyue was very satisfied with the food. I usually go back after the Mid-Autumn Festival. By then, my pregnancy won't be too tiring. After dinner, Lin Miyue asked Yunxia to bring people to clean up a small pavilion. There were curtains and cushions inside, and a small table was placed for eating. Everyone sat inside to relax and cool off. Your Highness is having a good pregnancy. The birth is in the 12th lunar month, which is more comfortable than in summer, said Aunt Zhou, drinking a cup of tea slowly. Lin Miyue thought about it and thought it was good. But she thought it was good because she could probably avoid the various palace banquets at the end of the year in the palace. And she could spend the new year behind closed doors. Yunxia came over with a cloak for Lin Miyue to put on. It was close to the lake, and the wind was still a little strong at night. Yunxia was afraid that her young lady would be cold. So she asked for permission to go back and get a cloak before everyone sat down for a while. Aunt Zhou nodded secretly when she saw Yunxia's behavior. She wanted to remind her just now, but Yunxia spoke first. So she just told the maids to put down the curtains to block the wind. Yunxia came back and sat down and whispered, "Miss, I heard Maokai say today that there was a commotion in front." The front refers to the residences of the 3 talented people and the 2 imperial concubines. Among the people in the East Palace this time, the Crown Princess lives alone. Xu Kairan and Ma Kairan live together, and Lu Kairan lives with Yao and Yun, the 2 imperial concubines. Lu Kairan is a soft-hearted person. Yao and Yun are both maids and their positions are low. So it is quite harmonious for the 3 of them to live together. But Zhu and Ma are both talented women, and naturally they will compete with each other when they live together. Although the palace is not as clearly divided as the main hall and the side hall in the palace, it is best to have only one house in one place. Xu and Ma were assigned together, so they naturally competed with each other. So there was a quarrel today. After all, Xu is still the most powerful one, and she occupies the main house over there. Yun Xia finished putting the cloak on Lin Miyue, and then sat down to continue talking. I vaguely remember that Ma is the daughter of the censor's family, and I think she is also sharp-tongued. Why did she take a step back this time? Lin Miyue's words were playful, secretly saying something bad about the censor. Lord Lin Feng usually works hard. Emperor Feng Tai wanted to open the sea ban and set up a trading port before. Lord Lin thought it was a good thing for the country and the people, so he agreed. He did not learn from some adults, who would write letters to the emperor desperately. This really stirred up a hornet's nest, and he was chased and bitten by several imperial censors afterwards. The father of this Ma Kairan today has been finding faults with Lin Miyue's father. So when she saw Ma Kairan being defeated today, Lin Miyue said these words. Yun Xia was used to her young lady's way of speaking, and only said, "Xu Kairan is usually loose, but she never shows mercy when dealing with her subordinates." This time, the palace servants, who moved the luggage for the 2 talents, finally followed the instructions, and moved Zhu Siren's luggage to the main house. Only then did they understand the lawsuit. I see, Lin Miyue was not surprised. The 2 quarreled, and there was no end to it. In the end, 1 was strong and 10 were defeated. Zhu Kairan stopped quarreling and packed up, and went into the house. This ending did not surprise her. The 2 talented people's trouble was reported to the Crown Princess at most. But it was not a big deal. Lin Miyue thought that both of them would be scolded. In the end, Xu Kairan got the upper hand, and it was not a big deal to be scolded. Moreover, even if Ma Kairan complained to the Crown Prince, she would not get any good results, so she could only swallow the loss. After coming to escape the summer heat, the Crown Prince was actually busier. The garden was large, and the Crown Prince had to go to Emperor Feng Tai to handle government affairs, and to the Queen to pay respects. He had to go to the Crown Princess and the Crown Prince's only son more often. So Lin Miyue saw Su Ruiqing less often than before. However, Lin Miyue was happy that the prince could not come. There were few rules and things to do in the garden. The queen thought it was inconvenient for everyone to be far away, so she ordered the rule of paying respects every 10 days. It was not easy for the crown princess to bypass the queen, so she also said to pay respects every 10 days, and everyone should come to her place first, and then go to the queen's Fengmingkuni together. There was no need to pay respects or to be energetic to get along with the prince. Such a large area was enough for Lin Miyue to visit. She thought that the scenery would be more beautiful after a while, when the lotus flowers bloomed. She also learned painting at home, when she was a child. How could she not paint such a beautiful scenery now? Spiritually satisfied, the appetite cannot be neglected. There is naturally a small kitchen in the garden. Lin Miyue's appetite is not good after entering the summer. Not to mention the food she loved in the past, she also asked the kitchen to fry pepper and dogwood in oil and mix some side dishes to eat. Speaking of this, Lin Miyue is a little greedy for chili peppers. At present, chili peppers have not been introduced, but Emperor Fengtai has opened the port for trade. Lin Miyue thinks that she should be able to eat chili peppers again. Everyone is far away, but Yunxia and the young eunuch Maokai are good at getting news, and Lin Miyue can know any new things at the first time. Today Yunxia came back and said that Ma Kairan was making trouble again. But Zhu Kairan didn't respond and said that she would go to the crown princess to solve the case. So Ma Kairan became obedient again. Tomorrow Mao Kai will come in to learn from Lu Kairan. There is a shortage of things in the quota. Lu Kairan didn't say anything. But Yao Chengwei, who lived with him, embarrassed the people in the palace. In the end, these servants had to make up for the things. Mao Kai is not only smart, but also vivid when he tells stories. Lin Miyue was amused several times. Chapter 21. It was hot in the daytime. Lin Miyue didn't like to go out, so she did some needlework in the house with everyone to cool off. Lin Miyue sat and watched with a fan, while others did it. Yun Xiao brought Yumei and a few young palace maids, who were good at needlework, to make a new dress for Lin Miyue with the newly received fabrics. The silk was different from the one sent in the past, the color was more refreshing, and it felt better to the touch. Yun Xiao thought it was suitable for summer clothes. Lin Miyue touched the half-made clothes of Yun Xiao and thought it was good, so she said, "I think this thing is better than before." Zhang Xian was making a small dress for a child, and he said, "I heard that the Imperial Merchant was replaced, and the things said recently are better." Imperial Merchant? Lin Miyue was stunned for a moment, and thought it might be the Shui family. That's a good thing. Everyone thinks the things in this palace must be the best, but there are a lot of shiny things outside. Yun Xiao was embroidering on her clothes, and she could still answer the question. Lin Miyue smiled. She would not be short of anything. Everything said was good. But Yun Xiao helped Zhang Xian and Zhou, and went to the 6th bureau more often. That's why she said this. Most of the things in the palace were brought in by the imperial merchants, but different people have different abilities. The things sent by the new imperial merchants are better than before. However, if the new imperial merchant is the Shui family, Lin Miyue calculated the date and estimated that Miss Wang should have become a Shui family wife. Her sister, Mrs. Wang, should still be the second young lady in Ronghua Mansion. Now the two masters Ning and Rong are still there. Although the next generation in Jia Mansion is not very outstanding, it is still a rich and prosperous family. Lin Miyue thought, well, life in Ronghua Mansion is relatively stable. The eldest and second young masters are now under the supervision of the Duke of Guo to study and work. They are not as bad as they will be in the future. However, since the Duke of Guo's wife Jia married her only daughter, her daughter followed her son-in-law to the south, and she has always been unwell. The eldest daughter-in-law Zhang has taken over some of the household affairs, while the second daughter-in-law Wang is devoted to her children, and does not compete with her eldest sister-in-law. Ronghua Mansion is a family of nobles who started with military service. But as time goes by, the title is passed down from generation to generation. The old duke also knows the level of his son, who is unlikely to be able to endure hardships and make a name for himself in the army. So he has the idea of training his children to study and take the imperial examinations. The old duke is still able to control his son and grandson. So there are still a few men in the Jia Mansion who are considered to be somewhat smart. Madam, there is a letter from the south. Would you like to take a look now? A well-dressed mother came in and greeted her with a smile. Lady Jia Shi, the wife of Duke Rong, is now the head of the family. Although she has two daughters-in-law, she is not feeling well now, so she has given up the power of household affairs. After hearing that her daughter had a letter, Mrs. Jia perked up and said, "Show it to me." Seeing Mrs. Jia carefully reading her daughter's letter, Her face relaxed and smiled. The mother said jokingly, "This letter from the young lady looks better than the medicine given by the imperial physician before." Madame's spirits have returned immediately. Mrs. Jia was not angry. Her daughter's letter talked about the scenery in the south, and the bustle of Yangzhou City. There was no bad news in the letter. Although Mrs. Jia knew that her daughter only reported good news, she was relieved to see that it was all good news. Minner is my flesh and blood. And she is a daughter who is getting married, and is leaving so far away. How can I not worry? Mrs. Jia sighed, and put the letter down. Seeing that the lady was in a bad mood again, the mother did not say much, but just said, "Didn't the lady say before that she would pack some more things? Now that the Lin family is here, it's just right. When the famous families in Beijing get married, the dowry is roughly fixed. When the Jia family married their daughter, no matter how much they loved her, they still restrained themselves on the dowry." Mrs. Jia thought that she would be able to spend more time with her daughter in the future, so she didn't pay much attention to it. However, she was worried about her daughter's trip to the south. She packed a lot of things after sending a letter to the south, which was just right for her daughter to take back this time. Mrs. Jia was a kind mother who was worried about her daughter. The eldest daughter-in-law was dignified and steady, and she followed her mother-in-law's instructions. However, Wang, the second daughter-in-law who did not have the power of housekeeper, was a little unhappy when she saw her mother-in-law and eldest sister-in-law packing things. Before Jiamin got married, she was the only daughter in the mansion. Her parents and brothers loved her. Only Wang was spoiled at home. After she became a daughter-in-law in the Jia family, she felt a little sad, seeing her father-in-law, mother-in-law and husband doting on her sister-in-law. She felt a little unfair. She had some thoughts in her mind, and naturally expressed them in her daily words. Although they were roundabout, Jia Min was smart enough to hear them. She became less and less interested in her sister-in-law. The relationship between the two was discovered by Mrs. Jia, and Wang Shi naturally got into trouble. After several times, although there was nothing wrong in major matters, the relationship in private was not very good. In the courtyard of the second young master Jia Zheng in Ronggua Mansion, the second young master's wife Wang Shi was talking to her companion. Although she was called the second young master's wife, Wang Shi now had a son and a daughter. The eldest son was already studying and writing. In her private mind, she thought that her son was better at studying than her husband. So she urged her son to study for the imperial examination and strive to get a good name as soon as possible. "Madam, you are spoiling me too much." The maid next to the second young lady Wang looked at her grandmother's expression and said something bad about the lady in a low voice. Wang just said talkative lightly, without much anger on her face. The maid knew that she was right and continued to mutter in a low voice until the little maid standing outside announced, "Grandma, Zhu Gu is back." Now that her son was back, Wang no longer cared about the things between her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law, and only took her son to ask about his well-being. Jia Zhu is now a teenager, a time when he is growing taller. He is now a thin boy. He usually lives in the front house because he studies. Whenever he comes to pay respects to his mother, he is inevitably dragged along to talk. Wang looked at her son and felt less aggrieved. Her son was eager to study, and she, as a mother, would enjoy a better life sooner or later. Why should she bother with a married sister-in-law and displease her mother-in-law? After sending her son away, Wang said, "Find the tourmaline beads you brought from home, and find some good leather. I will take them when I serve the lady for dinner." "Grandma?" The maid was surprised to hear this, but was sent away by Wang. Wang was a flexible person. She was also very good at talking. In fact, apart from the matter of her younger sister-in-law Jiamin, Wang, the second young lady, always had more face than the eldest sister-in-law in front of Mrs. Jia. This time, she was not stingy with things and found some good things to send to the south. Naturally, she was also well received by her mother-in-law. Not only was the Jia family busy recently, but the royal palace was also busy. There was another wave of commotion. The reason was that a big happy event happened recently. Cheng Huiyun of the East Palace was not feeling well before and asked the imperial physician to see her. It was diagnosed that she was already 2 months pregnant. It might be that she was a little tired from the journey from the palace to the summer palace, and the fetal qi was a little unstable. The place where Yun lived was called Yushu Qianghua. It was named so because there was a nice pear blossom forest. The palace where people lived was built in a square shape. When they first came, Lu Kairan lived in the main hall, Yao lived in the east side hall, and Yun lived in the West Side Hall. Now in the West Side Hall, Crown Princess Li Wancheng took Yun's hand and said affectionately, "You are really blessed. But since you are pregnant, you must be careful about your diet and other things in the future." Yun usually didn't like to show off. Now that the Crown Princess came to her place in person, and was surrounded by people from the East Palace, who kept congratulating her, the joy of knowing that she was pregnant was diluted a little. Just now, Yunsher was helped back to bed by Qi Nungwen, who was beside the Crown Princess. Before she could even do the salute, Li Wancheng sat beside Yunsher's bed and talked. Lin Miyue sat on the couch by the window. Others didn't have the face and position, so they could only stand around in the room. After hearing what the Crown Princess said, Yunsher just said respectfully, "Please take care of me more. Your Majesty, I am young and don't know much. I will behave myself and take good care of the dragon fetus in the future." Li Wancheng nodded. She was so happy when she heard that Yunsher was pregnant. Lin Miyue was only 5 months pregnant, and Yunsher was already 2 months pregnant. She wanted to know what Lin Miyue was thinking, and whether the two of them would get along. However, the Crown Princess glanced at Lin Miyue, who was sitting next to her. She was sitting next to her with a bulging belly. Her face was a little rounder, but still looked good. She still looked cheerful. It seemed that she was really here to congratulate. Lin Miyue was looking at the Crown Princess and Yun. She saw the Crown Princess's little move, but she didn't care. She wouldn't lose weight if she looked at them for a while. Li Wancheng let her watch as she wanted to. However, she was also a little surprised. Yun's pregnancy in the past 2 months seemed to be caused by the period when the Eastern Palace was very nervous. She secretly complained that it seemed that the Crown Prince was not very nervous at that time, and had time to have a baby with others. She felt that if she really loved the prince, she would be so busy and nervous for the future of the East Palace when she was pregnant. Now that she knew that the prince was having sex with another woman, she might faint. However, she was more worried about herself and the baby in her belly, and she didn't want to play the true love game with the prince. So now that she knew that Yun was pregnant, she didn't feel much. Su Ruiqing seemed to be sincere to her. Lin Miyue thought about whether she could use Yun's pregnancy to play a trick, but she had to be careful about this matter. Otherwise, first, it would leave a bad impression on the emperor and the queen, which was not worth it. Second, it would be bad to overdo it and make Yun worried. After all, there was a child in her belly. Lin Miyue's face would unconsciously become a little gloomy when she was thinking about something. Li Wancheng had just talked to Yun for a while, and when she turned around and saw that Lin Miyue's face was not good, she felt even happier. But she didn't show it when she turned around, and she continued to talk to Yun warmly. Yao was standing outside, and saw Lin Miyue's expression and the Crown Princess's little movements. She calmed down on the surface, but she was worried about Yun's sister in her heart. Chapter 22. If you have anything you need, just send someone to look for me. Alas, I feel relieved when I have a steady person by your side. What a pity. The Crown Princess said this before she left. She acted as if she wanted to send a mature aunt to the Yun family but couldn't. Lin Miyue had already stood up at that time. She was holding Aunt Zhou's hand. She was speechless after hearing this. She thought that Li Wancheng's methods had not improved much. It was so obvious that she was trying to sow discord. The Crown Princess said that she would not disturb Yun's rest, and went back to her own residence first. Lin Miyue, the concubine, also left. The other women in the Eastern Palace did not want to stay any longer and left one after another. In the end, only Yao, who was close to Yun, stayed and continued to talk to her. What did the Crown Princess say today? Are you talking about the concubine? Yao hesitated for a moment and asked. Yun sighed. The happiness she had felt today when she learned that she was pregnant was basically diluted. The Crown Princess had just talked to her for a long time. There was not a word of concern for her without mentioning the concubine. If a mortal like her was affected by the fight between gods, she would definitely not get any good results in the end. No matter what. I know my own limitations. I really don't want to get involved in the fight between the Crown Princess and the concubine. Yun was a little worried. Yao fanned Yun a few times with a fan, and said, "Don't worry about it. Fortunately, there is nothing dirty in the East Palace. The Crown Princess and the concubine are trying to show off. But in the end, no one has done anything out of line." After listening to Yao's consolation, Yun also felt that it made some sense. So she said, "Sister is right. I just hope that everything will be safe and sound, and that I can give birth to this child in the end." Yun had just found out that she was pregnant today. and she cheered up to deal with the crown princess and the women who came to congratulate her. She chatted with Yao for a while, and Yao saw the tiredness on Yun's face and said goodbye. Yao took the maids with her back to her own place, rubbing her forehead and feeling a little headache. The maid Xinqing first brought water for Yao to wash up, and when Yao sat under the window and ate fruit, she said, Master Yun is pregnant today. I'm afraid her position will be moved up. Yao nodded, but she felt that in the current situation of the East Palace, Yun might not be promoted immediately. I'll see when Sister Yun's baby is born, and when the good days will really begin. I don't know when I can have good news. Alas, after talking about Yun, Yao pinched the soft flesh on her belly inside. Xi and Chung burst out laughing. This master of his own just loves the word eating. However, Yao's figure is suitable, and she looks a bit like Concubine Yang. She has flesh in the right places. She is unique in the East Palace where most of the women are slender and beautiful. On the way back to her residence, the crown princess's heart, which was originally irritable due to the heat, seemed to be immersed in ice-cold well water. She felt so comfortable. I don't know if Yun's baby is a boy or a girl. I hope it's a boy, Li Wancheng said to the female officials and palace maids beside her, while sitting on the sedan chair. The female official of Qi was silent, but Fu Yu and Xiaoman praised the crown princess for her generosity and tolerance, and praised her as a role model among women. Food is not easy to send, and ornaments are useless. Yunxia, go and pack 2 pieces of good fabric to send to Yun Chengwei. Yun's pregnancy was reported by the palace maids around Yun when everyone was paying respects, so no one had time to pack up the congratulatory items. Lin Muyue came back and asked Yunxia to find the items. Yunxia pursed her lips and asked cautiously, Miss, you? Lin Muyue took a round fan and gently patted Yunxia's head. What are you thinking about? Yun Chengwei is His Highness's woman. No different from me. His Highness is kind and generous. As long as this child is born, Yun Chengwei will definitely have a good fortune in the future. After hearing what her young lady said, Yunxia put away her aggrieved expression, but still said in a low voice, It would be fine at other times, but it happened to be 2 months. Aren't you sad at all? After hearing this, Lin Muyue's expression gradually returned from a smile to calm. After a while, she said with some self-mockery, What can I do if I'm sad? We still have to go on with our lives. After hearing what Lin Muyue said, Yunxia's eyes were filled with tears, but she didn't dare to speak for fear of making her young lady unhappy again. For a while, the room was silent and no one spoke. Lin Muyue looked at her double-sided embroidered round fan made of white jade. She seemed to be sad about Yun's pregnancy. In fact, when she was talking to Yunxia just now, she noticed that there was a person standing in front of Duoao Pavilion. She said those words in a flash. Sure enough, after she finished speaking, the figure swayed and went out. Whether it was the Yuta Hall in the East Palace or this place in the temporary palace, Lin Muyue required the palace people to be strict in major matters, but to be a little relaxed in minor matters. There was a bead curtain hanging over Duoao Pavilion. She was talking to her confidant in the inner room. If someone else came, it would be necessary to inform them. So the person just now was either the prince or someone close to the prince. If her words were heard by that person, the prince would probably make some comments. If there was no child, Lin Muyue would not bother to do these little tricks. But stroking her belly, she thought, it doesn't matter if she loses the favor of the prince, but it would be bad if the child becomes alienated from his father because of her loss of favor, whether it is a prince or a princess. If the children of the royal family are not valued by the emperor and father, they will have no future. Guessing that the man had left, Lin Muyue said to Yunxia, Do my makeup. Let's go out for a walk after noon. I've become more and more lazy these days. The scenery in the garden is so beautiful. It would be a pity if I don't take a look. Yunxia saw her young lady going out for a walk and thought that she wanted to relax. So she also laughed. Yes, young lady. You want to comb your hair into a bun. I learned a new style from Aunt Zoe. Do you want to try it? Lin Muyue saw that her little Yunxia became full of energy again, and she was happy to see her bright smile. So she said, Okay, Yunxia, show your skills to your young lady. Looking at herself in the mirror, and feeling the weight on her head, Lin Muyue didn't expect that the bun Yunxia learned was really good. The hair was combed up, and only 2 jade hairpins were needed to firmly fix all the hair. After Yunxia finished combing her hair, she looked at it, and picked a small jade lotus pattern comb and pinned it in the middle. Finally, the whole hair was neither complicated nor noble. Not bad. Lin Muyue never hesitated to praise the people around her. Yume was holding a mirror and also praised. Sister Yunxia has always been clever and skillful. Today's hair is both novel and suitable for a concubine. Because there was not much decoration on her head, Lin Muyue chose an almond yellow skirt embroidered with flowers and birds, and an inner shirt of the same color, and a green plum-colored half-sleeve on her upper body. This dress was made by Yun Xia and others before. The material is different from the previous ones, and is more breathable. It is suitable for summer wear. Lin Muyue doesn't like to ride in a sedan chair, but she wants to go somewhere else this time. The garden is too big. If she walks, she will definitely sweat and become more uncomfortable. So she still ordered a sedan chair. Where do you want to go? Concubine? Outside. Yun Xia always calls Concubine. We are by the water. The flowers in the lake are very beautiful. There is no need to go to the Jade Belt Bridge. I heard that there is a piece of land in the garden where crops are really grown. Why don't we go there? Lin Muyue thought about it, and was interested in this piece of land in the palace that showed that the royal family valued agriculture and sericulture. And Zhou also came out this time. After hearing what Lin Muyue said, that place is called Daheju. There shouldn't be many people there now. His Majesty and His Highness are in charge. The little princes are young and have to study. They won't go there. Lin Muyue actually decided to go out to visit the garden on the spur of the moment. She just wanted to relax after being injured. Now that she heard Zhou say that there are few people there, she thought it was a good place. Although it is a place full of jiaxuan trees to show the rural scenery. In Lin Muyue's opinion, except for a large piece of land, everything else here is very different from a real village. Not to mention other things. The houses beside the fields did not look as exquisite as the palaces in the palace. And they were also blue brick and tile houses, which were definitely not affordable for ordinary farmers in this era. However, looking at the green color of the rice planted in the fields, Lin Muyue had rarely seen such a vibrant field in both her previous life and this life. And she felt fresh when she came here. The group walked slowly along the stone road beside the fields for a while, and Lin Muyue vaguely saw traces of small animals wandering in the paddy fields. She thought it was a pity that it was not easy to come at night. Otherwise she could appreciate the beautiful scenery of the fragrance of rice flowers talks about a good harvest, and the sound of frogs. Among the people around her, Yun Xia had always served in the mansion, and had never seen the beauty of a farm. And Zhou did farm work for a few days when she was young. But she still felt a little emotional when she saw the fine fields. Although I am also from a farming family, I haven't seen the fields for a long time. And Zhou followed Lin Muyue. She came from the south, a place known for its abundant food, and she had seen her family working in the fields when she was young. However, the fields in the inner palace were carefully tended by the eunuchs, even in the north. And Zhou felt that the crops grew better than those she saw when she was young at home. Lin Muyue wondered if fertilizers were needed for farming, and what kind of fertilizers to use. She didn't know the specific grain output because she didn't know the data from the inner treasury. But she also knew that it was difficult to grow grain in the north in ancient times. If there were good fertilizers, it would at least increase the output. Not only fertilizers. Lin Muyue also asked Aunt Zhou and several eunuchs from farming families what the palace maids grew at home. The answers she got were all rice, wheat, etc. And there was no corn, potatoes, peanuts, etc. This Zheng dynasty was not a dynasty in history that Lin Muyue was familiar with. However, the missionaries she had met so far all said that they came from the west. And the food they ate on weekdays was what she had seen in her previous life. She felt that she should still expect that Emperor Fengtai's trade measures would allow several high-yield crops to be introduced to Zheng as soon as possible. While walking, she thought about many things. After all, she was too tired to work hard. After walking a few times, Aunt Zhou asked Lin Muyue to rest in the room next door. There were more eunuchs than palace maids serving in Daheju. Now that Lin Muyue came here, the eunuchs did not know the character of this master and dared not come to serve. Although the only two palace maids came, they saw that the people around Lin Muyue were quick and nimble, so they did not leave much work for them. So now they stood by the side at a loss. Seeing this, Lin Muyue smiled kindly and said, "Don't be nervous. I just came here to take a look." Hearing the gentleness in Lin Muyue's tone, the two palace maids gradually calmed down. The slightly older one even served Lin Muyue a plate of rice popcorn, sprinkled with honey, which tasted sweet and delicious, and was very much to her taste. After eating, Lin Muyue was quite curious about how the fields here were usually managed. So she asked the two palace maids to sit down and talk together. Chapter 23. Empress Yu had received the good news from the Eastern Palace before, and she was happy. But Zhao Gongdong beside her hesitated and came in to say that the concubine in the Eastern Palace seemed to be a little sad. And now she took people to a secluded place in the garden. When she heard the news, Empress Yu was sitting in the main room and giving a lecture to the eunuchs and female officials in charge of the temporary palace. After hearing the news, Empress Yu was stunned for a moment and asked the two eunuchs and female officials, who were frightened by the Queen's Majesty, to go down. The people in the temporary palace only see their master once a year. This time, the Queen wants to punish them because Yun is pregnant. The fact that she was deducted from her things before can no longer be concealed. Although Yao finally stood up for Yun and did not let her suffer any loss, the Queen still thinks that the people in the temporary palace are not in good shape. So today she sent two stewards to give her a lecture. Where did the news come from? After hearing what Zhao Gongzhong said, she paused for a moment. After coming back to her senses, Queen Yu asked Zhao Gongling first, with a clear and upright look in her eyes. She immediately saw through the meaning of Zhao Gongzheng's words. Your Highness, I can't hide it from you. This is what the Crown Prince told me. Zhao Gongling knew that he couldn't hide it from the Queen, but he still told the truth. Queen Yu shook her head. Qing'er is not shy about telling me this. Isn't he afraid that I will have a bad impression of Lin? Zhao Gongling just smiled after hearing the Queen's complaints. She knew clearly that Queen Yu could say this, which meant that she definitely didn't have a bad impression of Lin. Forget it. Forget it. I only have this one son, and I didn't expect him to be a debt collector. Empress Yu still told Zhao Gongling. Next time when the people from the Eastern Palace come to pay their respects, you should keep Lin. Empress Yu herself was the first woman in the palace to have a son. She was naturally proud of having given birth to the eldest son, the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, Emperor Fengtai's favorite concubines never stopped coming, and children were born one after another, and concubine Jin was even more favored after entering the palace. After having the fifth prince as her son, she coveted the throne. Empress Yu had no children after the prince. At first, she would feel jealous when she saw other women pregnant, but after getting used to it, Empress Yu could calmly look after the concubines' pregnancies. As for others, now when she looks at Lin Muyue, she only thinks that she is young and has focused her feelings on the prince. Now she is pregnant, and suddenly finds out that someone else is pregnant too. She feels uncomfortable. But it is not a big deal. After the incident in the Eastern Palace, Empress Yu knew that Lin had been well-educated and sensible since childhood, and acted uprightly. She would definitely be a good wife for the prince. In fact, she was more suitable to be the prince's consort than Lin, whom she had chosen. However, now that the matter was done, Lin gradually developed a romantic relationship with the prince. In this situation, if she did something out of control, it would be bad for herself and others. Empress Yu did not want to see this happen, so she planned to give Lin Muyue some advice. Lin Muyue did not know that what happened today was leaked to the queen by the prince, and she was still wondering if Su Ruiqing would come from here today. However, she felt that according to the prince's personality, for Yun's health, he would probably at least go to Yun's place to see her before coming to her place. No need to prepare dinner specially. Just serve some home-cooked dishes that suit my taste. When Yun Xia asked whether dinner should be prepared according to the prince's taste, Lin Muyue thought about it and ordered that no more preparation was needed. However, this time, it was beyond Lin Muyue's expectation. Before dinner, Su Ruiqing came with the palace people. Lin Muyue had just gone out for a walk and had some snacks that suited her taste. She was actually in a good mood, but she had to pretend when the prince came. When the prince heard the palace servant's message, he had already stepped into the east room where Lin Muyue was. He adjusted his expression and bowed to Lin Muyue with a sullen face. Su Ruiqing still said in advance according to the custom. No need to be polite. But in order to pretend to be angry, Lin Muyue bowed and squatted, causing Su Ruiqing to rush forward to help her up. Because he rushed here in a hurry on a hot day, Su Ruiqing had to dress more formally when he handled government affairs with Emperor Fengtai. So there were beads of sweat on his temples along the way. If it were in the past, Lin Muyue would have held a handkerchief and treated the prince gently and tenderly when she saw him like this, and then she would have ordered the palace servants to prepare water for the prince to wash and change clothes. But today, Lin Miyue wanted to pretend to be angry with Su Ruiqing, so after the ceremony, she stood aside without saying a word. The prince sighed, first asked the palace servants to leave, and then gently took Lin Miyue's hand and sat on the couch under the window. Lin Miyue lowered her head and said nothing. Su Ruiqing pinched her fingers and asked, "Are you angry?" Hearing the prince's question, Lin Miyue turned her head away and didn't look at him. Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Miyue and turned her head away, but did not pull her hand away. He was speechless for a moment. He felt that even if she was being petty, he still thought Lin Miyue was very cute. However, he came here directly today because he was impulsive. Although he made many small moves to make people happy, he didn't know what to say. In his mind, it was normal for a man to marry a wife and concubines, and for the wives and concubines to be pregnant and have children. When the crown princess was pregnant before, Lin Miyue didn't react. Now that Yun was pregnant, he was actually stunned when he knew that Lin Miyue was a little sad. What's wrong? Miyue? Even if you are angry with me or blame me, there must be a reason. The prince had never done this before, not to mention that he felt that he had done nothing wrong, so his words were not so soft. Lin Miyue turned her head away for a moment. She was not really wrong in her heart, but she felt that he was indeed a big pig's hoof when she heard the prince say that. How could this man be so irritating? Lin Miyue squeezed out a few tears. Her eyes slightly red, turned around and spoke with a bit of anger. Your Highness was worried about something some time ago, and I was worried about your Highness every day when I was pregnant. But what about your Highness? Today, when I learned that Yun was pregnant, I realized that my previous worries were just a joke. After the imperial concubine got into trouble, Emperor Fengtai still gave many of the finishing touches to Lin Feng, no matter whether it was an official or a well-informed concubine in a harem. As soon as this happened, it was known that the Lin family must have colluded with the prince before the incident. Later, Lin Miyue did not avoid the prince when she communicated with her family. She knew about this matter with the prince's tacit consent. Therefore, Lin Miyue's questioning was indeed valid. The prince was silent after hearing it. For a long time, there was no other sound in the house except the sound of birds playing outside the window. I am just a concubine. How can I care so much? I don't like you to go to other people. But I also know that the sisters in the East Palace are pregnant, and the prince's position will be more stable. It's just a few days ago. Before she finished speaking, the tears that Lin Miyue had been holding in her eyes fell. Jealousy is a taboo for women in this era. Not to mention that Lin Miyue herself is just a concubine. So she knows that even if she shows discomfort this time, it should not be because the prince made another woman pregnant. The only thing is that the turmoil that affected the Eastern Palace a while ago was a secret between the prince and her. She did always look worried, and the prince comforted her many times in private. So only by using this as a breakthrough point could she make the prince show guilt and maximize her interests without breaking taboos. Seeing Lin Miyue started crying while talking, Su Ruiqing felt like something hit him in the heart, and he didn't care about anything else. He quickly sat down beside her and hugged her to comfort her. Don't cry. It's all my fault. Since you don't like Yun, let her stay in the room and don't hang around in front of you. As he spoke, Su Ruiqing's next words were not in order. Lin Miyue interrupted him and said, Then what am I? Sister Yun is pregnant. I think there is someone else who should not hang around in front of me. Without waiting for the prince to speak again, Lin Miyue looked directly into the prince's eyes and said word by word, No matter which sister in the East Palace is pregnant, it is your prince's child. I won't be jealous of this. The tears just now had already made Su Ruiqing confused. And at this time, these words made him feel guilty towards Lin Miyue. Su Ruiqing was confused when he heard these words. He wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. He could only put on a pitiful expression and look at Lin Miyue. Looking at Su Ruiqing's hesitation, Lin Miyue knew that the prince had reacted now, and she was about to laugh in her heart. But she still pretended to be worried and said, Your Highness, don't say more, and don't do anything to Sister Yun. After saying that, Lin Miyue took the initiative to lean her head on the prince's shoulder and snuggled in Su Ruiqing's arms. Su Ruiqing was confused by the string of words just now. But Lin Miyue had said everything, and this culprit now buried his head in his arms. He lowered his head and could see Lin Miyue's slightly pregnant belly. The last bit of anger was gone, and he could only follow her and let her do whatever she wanted. However, the weather is indeed a bit hot now. I don't know how the prince feels. Lin Miyue hugged such a big stove. After the two of them hugged for a while, she felt a layer of sweat on her back. So she took the initiative to poke the prince with her hand. "Did your highness go to see Sister Yun?" Su Ruiqing felt a little itchy after being poked. So he twisted his body and sat up straight, and then grabbed Lin Muyue's mischievous finger and said, "Well, not yet. I came as soon as I got free. I didn't expect that there is not even a cup of tea in this hot weather. And you still have to scold me." Lin Muyue glanced at the prince. "Humph. Not only is there no tea, I haven't even prepared food for your highness." Su Ruiqing raised his hand and wiped the tears from the corners of Lin Muyue's eyes with his fingertips. Teasing. "Even if the concubine has nothing here today, I am willing to stay." When saying this, Su Ruiqing stretched out his words for emphasis, and also made an awkward bow. The prince made her laugh. Lin Muyue sat up straight from the prince's arms, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief and saying, "No, your highness. You should go to Sister Yun today. She has just gotten pregnant and her fetus is still a little unstable. Your highness should go and see her." Su Ruiqing was still talking, but Lin Muyue added a little embarrassedly, "There are many days to come. Your highness, as long as you have me and the child in your heart, it will be fine." He didn't want to go at first, but Lin Muyue persuaded him again, and the prince couldn't resist, and finally took people to Yushikianpa to see Yun. Chapter 24. Yun was promoted to Chenghui, and there were more people serving her. She asked her former maid Jiang Shui to be the manager. There were also two young maids named Xuewu and Xuesong, and a young eunuch named Wu to do some heavy work or run errands. After seeing everyone off today, Yun slept in the inner room with Jiang Shui's help. After resting for a while, Yun felt much more energetic. But after she got up, she looked at the sunlight outside and asked Jiang Shui, "What time is it? I feel much more comfortable after sleeping." While Jiang Shui retied Yun's hair, she smiled and replied, "It's already 2:45 p.m. Does the master want to serve the meal now?" Yun nodded, and lowered her head to choose jewelry in the dressing box. At this time, her eunuch Xiao Wuzi was peeking outside. Jiang Shui thought it was not good, and waved him in. Xiao Wuzi came in with a happy face. "Hello, my master. The prince has sent a message that he will come to your place for dinner tonight." Jiang Shui was also very surprised to hear this. She took a few steps back and bowed to Yun. "Do you want to dress up again?" Although Yun was also smiling, she handed over an exquisite silver hairpin and asked Chushua to put it on her while shaking her head and said, "No need to do that. The prince is just here for dinner. You take Xuewu and Xuesong to serve him carefully." Jiang Shui nodded with a smile, and went out to tell the two young palace maids to do their work. Xiao Wuzi was also smart. Just now, the master called everyone, but didn't mention himself, so he bowed and waited for Yun's instructions. Sure enough, Yun thought for a moment, and said to Xiao Wuzi, "Try to talk to the people around the prince, and ask where the prince came from. After that," he added, "if they don't want to say it, there's no need to force it. Just ask politely." When everyone got the instructions and left, Yun sighed and closed the dressing box, stroking the tassel hanging from her ear, and for the first time, she felt that being selected into the East Palace was not a good thing. The palace maids were also divided into different ranks. The first rank was naturally those who served the emperor and empress, and had obtained ranks. The second rank was the powerful figures in various departments. The eunuchs around the prince, such as Eunuch Xiao, were only the most important figures among the ordinary palace maids. Xiao Wuzi went out to think for a while. He was a little eunuch with no connections. At that time, he spent all his money to serve in the East Palace. Now that he was ordered to talk to the people around the prince, he naturally did not dare to show off in front of Eunuch Xiao. He thought that he could talk to Eunuch Xiao's apprentice to see if he could talk to him. The prince was persuaded by his beloved woman to go out and see another woman. He always felt that Lin Muyue's behavior today was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't figure out what was going on after thinking about it again and again. He could only sit in the sedan chair and go to Yun's jade tree and beautiful flower. Eunuch Xiao had been with the queen before, and thought that this was not the method that the queen often used to send Emperor Fengtai away. However, he was also called by the prince to guard the door just now. He didn't know what the prince and the concubine said specifically. Now, looking at his master's slightly depressed expression, he could only think about it in his heart, and didn't dare to say it out loud. Arriving at Yun's residence, the prince had already regained his usual demeanor. With a gentle smile, He helped Yun into Fumingchuan where she lived and had dinner together. However, the prince did not stay for long. After dinner, he talked with Yun for a while, and then returned to his own residence. After seeing the prince off, Yun called Xiao Wuzi in to reply. Xiao Wuzi came in and greeted him respectfully as usual, and then said, "Your Highness is very tight-lipped. But I invited Xiao Gongong's princess to have a cup of tea, and he did say that before your Highness came, the master went to the concubine's place." Yun did not show it on her face, and gestured to Jiang Shui to give Xiao Wuzi a small purse. Yun waved her hand to let him go, but sighed in her heart. It is true. In Fenghe Villa, Lin Miyue and the palace servant sent the prince away, and told Yunxia, "You can have dinner now." Yunxia had been asked to leave just now, and now the prince had just left with his people, and did not stay. Seeing that her young lady's eyes were slightly swollen, she could not help but feel a little worried. However, the palace servants had already started serving the meal after hearing the order, and she could not ask anything because there were so many people. So she had to serve her young lady first. Zhang Xian was also worried, and even Aunt Zhou, who was sent by the queen to serve her halfway, looked at Lin Miyue from time to time when she was having dinner. Lin Miyue could only finish the dinner under everyone's concerned gazes. After eating, she asked Yume to clean up the small pavilion where everyone talked last time, and then took people close to her to chat and cool off. Zhang Xian used to think that she knew Lin Miyue well. This time, she saw that the concubine was so sad that she needed the prince to comfort her, and she felt a little strange. However, she knew that the concubine had always acted in an orderly manner, so she suppressed her thoughts and didn't say anything. And Zhou didn't know what she thought of. After sitting down, she didn't mention the prince's matter. She took the initiative to speak with concern. "It's getting hotter day by day recently. The concubine has a poor appetite. I made some side dishes by myself. How do you feel after you finish eating today?" Lin Miyue saw a few more side dishes on the table when she was eating today. After trying them, she felt good. She was also wondering who made them. She would ask Yunxia to reward her with one or two later. Unexpectedly, it was Aunt Zhou's craftsmanship. "I like it very much. Today's dishes have some southern flavors and are very novel. It's just that I'm tired, Aunt," Lin Miyue replied with a smile. When Aunt Zhou heard what Lin Miyue said, she no longer smiled with restraint, which was common among the aunts in the palace, but smiled from the heart. "As long as the queen likes it, I'm glad. I have been in the palace for so many years, and I served the queen before, so I have seen many queens and masters. I don't understand other things, but there is only one thing I want to say to the queen. No matter when, you must take care of yourself." Lin Miyue thought that Aunt Zhou would advise her to be magnanimous and tolerant, but she didn't expect that Aunt Zhou would tell her to take care of herself, and she didn't know what to say for a while. Yun Xia was still smart. Seeing that her young lady was somewhat touched, but didn't know what to say, she quickly replied, "Don't worry, Aunt. I'm here. I will definitely take good care of the concubine. You should also take care of yourself. The young master will still be waiting for your care in the future." Aunt Zhou smiled and patted Yun Xia. "You girl." Seeing Aunt Zhou's closeness to Yun Xia and her concern for herself, it would be a lie to say that she was not touched. There was little affection in the palace. Lin Miyue and Aunt Zhou were half-time master and servant. It was rare for them to get along like this. But Aunt Zhou was on the queen's side after all. Lin Miyue still hid her inner thoughts, and just said, "I understand what Aunt means. The most important thing now is the baby in my belly. I will take good care of myself." Aunt Zhou also felt that although the concubine valued the friendship of the prince, she still knew the importance of things, and was very happy. The news that the prince went to the concubine first, and then went to Yin Chenghui for dinner spread like wildfire throughout the residence of the people in the East Palace. Yun Xia is a gossip expert in Lin Miyue's place. She also told this to her daughter. After hearing this, Lin Miyue felt that this must be someone else's work. Otherwise the whereabouts of the prince would not be spread so widely. However, with such rumors, she had to find a time to appease the Yun family. So she also felt that the person who did this was really annoying. Before going to bed, Lin Miyue would apply some ointment made by Aunt Zhou on her belly every night. She knew in her previous life that some people might get stretch marks during pregnancy. In this life, Aunt Zhou offered her a small box of ointment she made without waiting for her to ask. Lin Miyue usually doesn't like to have someone to watch over her at night. But now that she is pregnant, she still needs someone to watch over her at night. Originally, Lin Muyu assigned this task to Yume, and asked her to take turns to watch over the night with the maids whose names start with U. But Yunxia herself was worried, so she applied to watch over Lin Muyu together. Lin Muyu felt sorry for these maids, so she used her own small treasury to allocate some materials to several maids, and let them make new quilts to cover themselves when they were on duty. Yunxia then quickly spread the quilt on the couch, and soaked a towel in water to prepare for Lin Muyu to use when she wiped her hands. Lin Muyu was itchy, so she applied the ointment herself every day without anyone else serving her. After a while of busy work, Lin Muyu asked Yunxia to put down the curtains and close her eyes to rest. The crown princess is now the best at showing the demeanor of a virtuous concubine. Whether she is pregnant or Yun's dragon fetus, she always shows a generous look. Except for a few words that have become a habit to sneer at Lin Muyu. She does not have a trace of jealousy. Lin Muyu thinks that the queen will appreciate the crown princess's current behavior, but the prince himself may not. According to Lin Muyu's understanding of the prince, this little prince has a double standard mentality. The crown princess's behavior now shows that she only wants to be a good crown princess, which means that she has no feelings for the prince himself. The relationship between the prince and the crown princess is bound to drift apart, and she used the matter of Yun's pregnancy to complain to the prince. As long as it was not a big deal, it would not lower the impression of the emperor and empress on her, and it would also bring her and the prince closer. She fell asleep with satisfaction. At this time, Lin Muyu didn't know that she had been sold out by the prince behind her back, and she also had to explain to Empress Yu. She spent a few days leisurely. Now everyone lived far away, and basically lived their own lives when they were not paying respects. Even if they went to visit the garden, no one dared to invite Lin Muyu to join them. Compared with other women in the East Palace, Lin Muyu herself preferred to go around with Zhang Xian, and Zhou and Yunxia. And Zhou had followed the queen to the palace for many summer vacations. She knew the best scenery in the garden. She could always tell Lin Muyu about the ancient palace secrets when she went to different places. With such a good guide, Lin Muyu felt that her life was as happy as a fairy. Unfortunately, happy days are always short. Today is the time to pay respects. Lin Muyu felt that it was not easy for Queen Yu at this time, because she had to accept the respects from the concubines in the harem and meet the women of her son. The queen set the time for the concubines to pay respects at Chinchur, and the time for everyone in the East Palace at Sishi. The crown princess followed the queen's time and asked everyone to go to her at Chinchur. After chatting for a while, she went to Queen Yu's Feng Ming Kunyi. Chapter 25. Chinchur is 7 o'clock in the morning. The queen needs to dress up and have breakfast. She probably needs to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. This is earlier than the 8 people who go to school or work. Lin Muyu has to get up at the same time as the queen to pay her respects. She was half asleep in the morning when Yunxia pulled her up to dress up. She yawned and thought about all these things. When she got on the sedan chair to go to the crown princess, she finally woke up. When she arrived at Iluichuan Fangju, where the crown princess lived, she happened to meet Zhu Kairan, who had just arrived. When Zhu Kairan saw Lin Muyu, she hurried forward to greet her. Lin Muyu felt that this straightforward talent was also compatible with her temper. So she politely replied, "Good morning, talented Zhu," and got off the sedan chair and went to the main hall where the crown princess lived while talking to her. The two of them arrived early. Not only had the crown princess not come out yet, but the others had not come to pay their respects. There were 4 chairs on the left and right in the main hall. Lin Muyu chose the first chair on the left and sat down, and talented Zhu sat at the position below Lin Muyu. Speaking of the position for paying respects, there was also a small lawsuit. Talented Ma was very unhappy about being suppressed by talented Zhu before, so he went early when he paid his respects to the crown princess for the first time, and occupied the first chair on the right. Unexpectedly, talented Zhu did not even look at her this time, and sat directly at the position below Lin Muyu, and talked to Lin Muyu warmly. It is for this reason that Lin Muyu and Zhu Kairan are closer than others. Although the crown princess did not come, the palace servants here did not dare to neglect the concubine and the talented person. Xiaoman personally served Lin Muyu honey water and cakes. Lin Muyu sipped the honey water from time to time and chatted with Zhu Kairan for a while. When the self-ringing clock of the crown princess rang and a cup of tea passed, the crown princess came out of the inner room and sat in the main room to receive the greetings of everyone. Because the number of pregnant women in the East Palace has reached a new high recently, and the crown princess is raising a grandson. So in Lin Muyu's opinion, The East Palace is like a confinement center, and everyone talks about pregnancy and childcare knowledge. But she had Aunt Zoe, and she was a modern person at heart. So she was not interested in these little bits of knowledge. So she didn't like to talk much every time she paid her respects. Although Ma Chiron and Zhu Chiron had a quarrel, she was very good at judging the crown princess. She, Zhu Chiron, and Yao Shi were the most active people when paying their respects. The crown princess now had a little brother to command, and she was flattered more when paying her respects. Seeing Lin Miyue, the annoying guy, she felt less upset. When the time came, the crown princess asked the female official beside her to bring the grandson out with her people, and everyone went to pay respects to the queen. The crown princess carried the grandson and got on the sedan chair first, and Lin Miyue followed and got on her own sedan chair. Since Yun was pregnant, the crown princess also specially ordered a sedan chair to be passed to her, and the others had to walk. When they arrived at Fengmingkunyi, where the queen lived, Zhao Gong was still waiting for everyone. The crown princess talked to Zhao Gong affectionately, and everyone followed them into the palace. The weather was hot, and Empress Yu did not wear rich and heavy clothes like she always did in the palace. She wore a purple summer dress, but there was a phoenix embroidered with gold thread on her skirt to show her status as the empress. Empress Yu glanced at Lin Miyue, who was standing in the middle of the crowd with her eyebrows lowered. After receiving the greetings from everyone, she asked everyone to sit down. This time, I brought Yu to pay my respects to my mother. Yu pays his respects to my grandmother. After the crown princess sat down, she smiled and asked the wet nurse to hold the grandson to pay her respects to the empress. Empress Yu naturally doted on her only grandson. Not only did she smile and praise the crown princess, "You are so thoughtful," she also held the child in her arms. The little grandson was indeed a lovable child. Although he couldn't tell who was holding him, he liked to smile when he saw people. He was very respectful when the queen held him, and he giggled at his grandmother. After teasing her grandson for a while, Empress Yu returned the child to the wet nurse. She first praised the crown princess for raising children, and for raising Yu very well. Then, changing the subject, Empress Yu said, "All the children in the East Palace are my grandchildren. I naturally love them equally, Yunshi." When Yunshi heard the empress call her name, she quickly stood up and saluted. Empress Yu asked Zhao Gongzheng to personally help Yunshi up, and then said, "When Lin Shi was pregnant before, I rewarded my aunt, and now that you are pregnant, I will do the same." After saying this, the empress paused and added, "Not only Yunshi in the future, no matter who is pregnant in the East Palace, I will choose my aunt to serve her." The crown princess was still smiling, but Lin Miyue felt that the smile was a little forced, and she sighed that Empress Yu was really smart. Even though the women in the Eastern Palace had different positions, the babies in their bellies were all of royal blood. The queen treated them all equally, which helped Lin Miyue avoid the jealousy of the people in the Eastern Palace. Yun was also overjoyed to thank her. She was of low birth, so even if she was pregnant, her family could not visit her in the palace. Now that she had been awarded the title of aunt by the queen, she would not only have face, but most importantly, it would give her a chance to give birth to a dragon fetus safely. Other women in the Eastern Palace also felt that the queen was kind and compassionate, and they praised her motherly love, which was very touching. After paying respects and leaving, the crown princess's smile faded after she left. She walked away with the procession amid the farewells of the crowd. Lin Miyue looked up at the sky and felt that it was not too hot, and wanted to walk by herself. So she walked back slowly along the shade. However, before she walked far, she heard someone behind her calling, "Greetings, Madam Concubine. Please stay." Lin Miyue turned around and saw a familiar maid. She turned around to look at Aunt Zoe, and Aunt Zoe whispered, "It's Xingye beside the queen." The people around the queen. Lin Miyue had another thought in her mind, thinking that she might have gone too far, and the people around the queen were looking for her now, and she might want to teach her a lesson. Lin Miyue's thoughts were surging in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She smiled and said, "Is this sister serving the queen? Did the queen summon her for something?" The maid pursed her lips and smiled. "I don't dare to be called sister by the queen. I am indeed serving the queen. The queen has something to say to the concubine. Please go back." Lin Miyue had no choice but to follow the maid back to the queen's Fengmingkunyi. Greetings to the queen. Lin Miyue felt that the queen might know the twists and turns between her and the crown prince, so she wanted to teach her a lesson. So she reminded herself to be careful in her heart. After entering the door, she squatted down to greet without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the queen's tone was as gentle as usual. The maid Xingdia quickly helped Lin Muyu up, and then led her into the east side of the queen's side, and sat down face to face with the queen. Lin Muyu was even a little flattered. But now she had some reaction in her heart. The queen's attitude did not seem to cause trouble for her. But she was still unsure what the queen wanted to say. So she just put on a respectful attitude and waited for the queen to speak. Sure enough, after Lin Muyu entered the queen's side room, she sat down opposite the queen. The queen was not as upright as she was when she paid her respects just now. She leaned on the soft pillow and smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I summoned you here today just to talk to you." Lin Muyu's mind turned, and her words became more intimate. "I am young and ignorant, but I know that it is a blessing for the queen to teach me. I am willing to come here more often to listen to your teachings." Lin Muyu replied with a smile. Seeing Xingdia coming in with tea, Lin Muyu also took the initiative to raise her hand to pour a cup of tea for Queen Yu and presented it to the queen. Queen Yu also smiled. Her son's concubine was the smartest. Seeing her gentle attitude, she understood her elegant intentions and knew that she was not going to reprimand her. So she started to get close to her. However, Queen Yu did not expose Lin Muyu's little thoughts. She just held the cup of tea and brewed her thoughts for a while, and then spoke. "Women in the palace, when they were young, all hoped for favor, but when I reached my age, I knew that the emperor's favor was just a passing cloud, and offspring were the most important. Empress Yu was bathed in the sun, and her eyes were calm when she talked about the emperor's favor." Lin Muyu knew that this was the queen's heartfelt words. Emperor Fengtai and Empress Yu were young couples, and had a deep affection for each other, but later Emperor Fengtai had many concubines. Empress Yu had long since lost interest in favor, and focused on educating the prince. Now that the imperial concubine has fallen, and the prince's position is more stable, Empress Yu's life is getting better and better. "Your Majesty, I don't care." But Lin Muyu knew that the queen was speaking from the bottom of her heart. But she thought that her personality should remain consistent, and she couldn't be so affectionate in front of the prince. Now, after hearing a few words from the queen, her attitude immediately changed 180 degrees. "It's just that I like your highness. How can I not be upset when encountering such a thing?" Lin Muyu stood up and bowed to the queen. "But I promise that I will not do anything illegal to the sisters and the heirs in the East Palace." Queen Yu looked at the stubborn look on Lin Muyu's face and sighed. "Stand up." At this point, Lin Muyu was considered to be pouting the queen's face. But Queen Yu was still not angry. Just said, "The love of a man can still be said, but the love of a woman cannot be said. Muyu, you will understand this principle." Lin Muyu closed her eyes and took a deep breath. "My heart is not made of stone. It cannot be turned. After all, I am still young." After Lin Muyu left, Zhao Gongdong heard the queen sighing helplessly when he came in. Zhao Gongdong had been with the queen for so long, and he knew from her tone that the queen's words were only full of emotion and not angry. She was just a little helpless that young people would not turn back until they hit the wall. So she smiled and said, "It's good to be affectionate and righteous. But just don't follow the old path of the Jin family. You old slave dares to say anything." Queen Yu scolded with a smile. Zhao Gongdong said nothing. But Queen Yu said, "I think the child is much smarter than the Jin family. And the Lin family is not as short-sighted as the Jin family. And it won't go to this step." Chapter 26. Lin Muyu left the queen's Fengming Kunyi. She was still calm on the surface, but her back was almost soaked with sweat. She didn't stay any longer. She got on the sedan chair after leaving. Sitting in her room, Lin Muyu's pounding heart finally calmed down a little. Just now, she showed deep affection in front of the queen, which confirmed her character that her feelings for the prince were above everything else. This process seemed easy, but acting in front of the queen, a woman who had lived in a harem for half her life, was really not an easy thing. However, wealth and honor are sought in danger. Lin Muyu knew that today's drama was worth it. After today, the prince's pity, and the queen's trust and love will be one of the most important things she relies on to survive in the harem. The turmoil in the palace has calmed down temporarily, but the seemingly insignificant marriage outside the palace has attracted Lin Muyu's attention. In Ronggua Mansion, the second young lady Wang has been living a very comfortable life recently. Before, her mother-in-law, Madame Shi, wanted to pack some things for her sister-in-law Jiamin, who married far away. She lost a lot of money, but she was praised by her mother-in-law. The eldest wife's grandmother, Zhang, was born in a family of scholars and was the most gentle and virtuous. But the eldest brother, Jiaxi, was raised by Wang's grandmother-in-law. He was a young master who grew up in luxury. Although he was still decent under his father's care, he was not as good as his younger brother Jia Zheng in terms of study. And Wang's eldest brother, Jia Zhu, was even more of a scholar. Compared with the eldest grandson of the eldest wife, Jia Lian, he was much better in study. He was favored by his grandfather, the Duke of Guo, and was also quite favored by Madame Shi. Now Wang attached the most importance to her son's study. But as her son grew older, she began to worry about his marriage. In terms of origin, Wang's son Zhuge is also the legitimate grandson of the Duke's mansion. But the first wife also has Jia Lian, who is the future heir to the title of the Duke's mansion. Her son is very good, but he was born in the second wife, so she can only study and find a way out by herself. Wang leaned on the couch, thinking about how to talk to her husband about her son's marriage. She knew her husband's strength, and it was probably impossible to rely on her husband to arrange a good marriage for her son. Only if the head of the Duke's mansion, the Duke, was willing to give his grandson some favors, could his son marry a lady from a famous family. Just as she was thinking, she heard a little maid beside her come in and say, "Grandma, the second master is back." Wang quickly stood up and adjusted the hairpins on her head in front of the mirror, and went out to welcome Jia Zheng in. Jia Zheng and Wang were still on good terms. Their eldest son studied hard, and their daughter was well-mannered and well-mannered by Wang. Therefore, whenever Wang had something to discuss with him, Jia Zheng was willing to listen. Wang first asked the maid to help her husband change his clothes, and then she wrung out a handkerchief and handed it to her husband to wipe his face. Jia Zheng was very pleased and said, "Thank you for your help, madam." After a lot of trouble, the couple sat down and started chatting. Jia Zheng hesitated after hearing what his wife said. "Father hasn't spoken yet. I will take the initiative to ask him as a son." Wang secretly cursed her husband for being timid. He hesitated when asked to say something to his father-in-law. However, for the sake of her son's future, she still persuaded him in a soft voice. In the end, she gave up after Jia Zheng promised to tell the old duke. After telling her husband about this, Wang Shi also had a plan in mind. She had thought about whether to go to her mother-in-law to test the waters before. However, she thought that her mother-in-law was from a noble family after all, and if she was going to marry her son, she would probably find a noble lady from a high-class family. However, Wang Shi hoped that her son would pass the imperial examination and become an official in the future. In her heart, she still wanted her son to marry a woman from a family of scholars. Although she had some unpleasantness with her eldest sister-in-law in the past, she herself had a strong and straightforward personality. Because she loved to compete, there were many small things between the sisters-in-law. But Wang Shi had to admit that the girls raised in a family with generations of scholars, like her eldest sister-in-law, were indeed excellent. And they were good at managing household affairs and raising children. A few days later, Jia Zheng rarely showed his emotions. After returning to the small courtyard where the two lived, he laughed loudly and said to Wang Shi, "Madam, I have talked to your father about Zhu's marriage before. Your father said that he has also considered Zhu's future and has already established contacts with the family of the chief priest of the Jinling Imperial College." Wang Shi's eyes lit up when she heard about Jinling. The ancestral home of the Wang family, from which she was born, was Jinling. Now that she heard that the daughter-in-law that the Duke had temporarily chosen had a mother who was an official in Jinling, she thought it was a good idea. But Wang thought about it carefully. She is just the daughter of the Imperial College's chief priest? The Imperial College's chief priest is a fourth-rank official position. Noble, but without much power. The Imperial College in Jinling is in Nanjing, not under the Emperor's feet. The Imperial Court followed some of the old calendars and official systems of the previous dynasties and divided the two capitals. Jinling, a prosperous place in the south, was called Nanjing. Like the capital Yanqing, it established 6 ministries and other departments. However, although the officials in the two capitals were of the same rank, the officials who could work under the eyes of Emperor Fengtai were of course much more powerful and prestigious than those in the old capital. If this young lady was from the Imperial College in Yanqing, Wang would have no objection, but what about Nanjing? Jia Zheng didn't care when he heard his wife say that. In his opinion, his father must have a deep meaning for wanting to arrange this marriage. Even if there was no reason, would he, as a son, disobey his father? Wang was mixed with joy and sorrow after hearing the news, but she also felt that since the Duke was willing to run around for his grandson, it also showed that he valued Zhuge, And the young lady of the Jijio family was not disgraced by the duke's identity as his grandson. The Jia family arranged for the engagement of the eldest grandson of the second branch to the daughter of the chief priest of the Nanjing Imperial College. This matter should not cause any waves in the capital, let alone be spread to the palace. However, since Lin Miyue knew that her world line overlapped with the Red Mansion, she deliberately asked her family to pay more attention to the news of the Jia family. Therefore, the news that the Jia family engaged their son was written in a letter and passed to Lin Miyue. Yunxia and Yume were curious when they saw Lin Miyue paying so much attention to the news of the Jia family. Yume was more cautious than Yunxia, and she did not have a deep relationship with Yunxia and Lin Miyue, so she could bury her curiosity in her heart. "Miss, why are you so concerned about the affairs of the noble families?" Yunxia asked directly. Yunxia knew that Miss had high expectations for her, so she faced her own shortcomings directly, which was that she was okay with the affairs of the harem, but not so sensitive to the dynamics of the previous dynasty. Now Miss and the Lin family paid so much attention to the Jia family. Although she didn't know why, she still asked bravely, hoping that Miss could solve her doubts. Lin Miyue put down the letter and asked Yunxia and Yume to move the stool and sit down before saying, "Among the nobles in the capital, the Jia family has 2 dukes, especially the 2 Jia dukes who are in charge now. They were trusted by His Majesty when they were young. They were exceptions and inherited the title of Duke of the First Duke. Therefore, it is necessary to pay attention to their family. Today, the Jia family can be said to be flourishing, and the 2 dukes hold real power like a stabilizing force. They can be said to be a first-class family among the nobles in the capital. Just look at the Ningrong Street in front of the 2 mansions." In her previous life, when Lin Miyue was reading books, she always felt that the people in the Jia family were short-sighted. But now that she has really seen the power and wealth of the Jia family, she realized that it is not easy to see the crisis under this wealth. From the actions of the Jia family, we can see that they want to marry civil officials to change their family lineage, and we can also get a glimpse of the current trend of the nobles in Beijing. Lin Miyue thought about it and added, "But deeper behind the scenes, Mr. Jia may have seen that the prince is now close to civil officials and far from military generals, which is very different from his father. So there is no need to say such things." After listening to Lin Miyue's words, Yunxia nodded and stopped asking questions. On the contrary, you may seem to be thinking about something. Seeing the different reactions of the 2 people, Lin Miyue suddenly had some other thoughts. While the 3 people were talking, another maid named Yu Tao, whose name begins with the character Yu, came in and said, "Your Majesty, Yun Chenghui is here to pay respects to you." In order to appease the Yun family, Lin Miyue went to Yushu Cheongpa to talk to Yun family in person. Later, Yun family personally gave her a tiger head hat that she had embroidered. Seeing the exquisite embroidery, Lin Miyue also reciprocated and gave her a piece of good material. After such exchanges, Lin Miyue became closer to Yun Shi besides Yu Kairan. Nowadays, everyone is more lazy in the garden. Yun Shi also wants to walk around more after listening to Lin Miyue's advice, so she often comes to talk to Lin Miyue. Yun Shi came to talk to Lin Miyue. Originally, they did needlework together, but after a few times, Yun Shi saw that Lin Miyue was not very good at it, so now they often read books together. "I have been with my sister for so long, but I still don't know her maiden name." Lin Miyue read a line from Li Bai's "The Bright Moon Rises from Tianshan Mountain, among the vast sea of clouds." Seeing her own name and Yun Shi's surname, she asked curiously. Yun was a little surprised to hear this question, but she smiled and said, "Before I entered the palace, I was the eldest daughter in the family. I was only called Dajia. After entering the palace, I met an aunt named Bai, who gave me the name of Dan Yuan. Dan means the water waves are far away. The word Dan is used to describe the water waves that spread far and slowly." Lin Miyue felt that the aunt who gave Yun Dan Yuan this name was a wonderful person. The word Dan in this name is very suitable for Yun, who has a calm and gentle personality like water. Yun's nature of being soft on the outside and strong on the inside also fits the word Yuan. It is as calm as the sea. Lin Miyue had just said one sentence. Yun Dan Yuan raised his head and continued. "It is as if it has no end. The heart of the ancient sages is not worldly. But unfortunately, we are all ordinary people." Lin Miyue and the person in front of her felt a sense of mutual sympathy. Yun Dan Yuan smiled and said, "When you are in a cage, just keep your heart." Lin Miyue felt that it was really unfortunate. If you and I were not both pregnant, this sentence for my sister would be clear. Then I must remember this wine, and I will ask for it from the concubine one day. Yun Daniel rarely showed some liveliness, and replied playfully. Chapter 27. Talented, the one over there is back. The maidservant beside Lu Kairan came in and reported. Oh, I know you pack up for me. I'll go over there to have dinner with Yun Chenghui. Lu Kairan put down the half-tied silk cord and instructed the maid to change her clothes. Lu Kairan, who lived with Yun, had a mediocre life recently. Yun Chenghui's pregnancy was a happy event, and the prince came here more often. Although he was not able to do anything like intercepting, she also saw the prince more often, and the result was always good. But she knew in her heart that, as long as Yun's baby, whether male or female, could be born, it would probably be on equal footing with her. Recently, Yun had been visiting Lin Miyue more often. In her opinion, she was trying to please the concubine in order to gain benefits. Lu Kairan originally thought whether she should also show more courtesy to the concubine. But the threshold of Lin Miyue was actually very high, and not everyone could enter. She had been there several times, and only saw the real Buddha once, because she was too clumsy and could not speak. The whole scene seemed to Lin Miyue to be a complete awkward conversation. So Lu Kairan never entered the door of Fenghai Villa again. But after going there a few times, she became more friendly with another talented lady, Ma, who had also flattered Lin Miyue. Later, following Ma, she was able to often enter the crown princess's house, and became more familiar with her. So when Lu Kairan went to talk to the Crown Princess Li Wancheng asked her to pay more attention to Yun's dynamics, and try to find out the relationship between her and Lin Miyue. In order to make a name for herself, Lu Kairan did her best, but she didn't expect Yun to be slippery. Every time she went to talk to her, she was treated with good tea and politely, but she didn't get any information she wanted to find out. Although she failed to fulfill the Crown Princess's expectations, there were still too few people available to the Crown Princess in the Eastern Palace. And Lu Kairan eventually joined the Crown Princess's camp. With the Crown Princess Li Wancheng's appreciation, Lu Kairan continued to try every means to get close to Yun. But unfortunately, there was no progress so far. Yun kept a low profile and took care of her pregnancy. And since Lin Miyue's trouble, not only did the Crown Prince, who was expected by her, indulge her even more. After an unexpected conversation with Queen Yu, the queen would give her some rewards or talk to her from time to time. And the number of times made Lin Miyue a little flattered. Returning the favor, Queen Yu showed her goodwill. Lin Miyue naturally had to take the initiative to please her, so she took Yunxia to think about making some needlework and asked Queen Yu to bring it with her when she summoned her. This is made by me. I hope you won't abandon it. Lin Miyue presented Queen Yu with a headband. She actually didn't like needlework, but these small items were made by her grandmother and mother since she was a child, so she was quite good at it. This one for Queen Yu, she carefully embroidered various precious patterns. The whole thing was both grand and delicate. Lin Miyue thought the queen would like it. As expected, the queen took it and looked at it carefully for a while before saying, "It's thoughtful, but you should take care of yourself during pregnancy, and don't do these laborious tasks. I want to be filial to the queen, and there is no harm in doing something. Aunt Zhou always reminds me of the time." Lin Miyue praised Aunt Zhou when she heard the queen say that, and praised her. Queen Yu heard her implication, and smiled more deeply. She is a good person, and she really serves you well. Lin Miyue naturally said that it was all the queen's credit, and thanked the queen and so on. After a while, Lin Miyue felt more and more comfortable staying with the queen. She was smart, and knew how to read people's expressions. The queen herself had no biological daughter, so she admired her daughter-in-law. She seemed to love Lin Miyue as her own daughter. After a few autumn rains, the weather gradually turned cooler. Lin Miyue sat alone in the pavilion, looking at the slightly bleak lotus leaves in the lake behind the house. A scroll of painting slowly flowed out from her hand. There were no osmanthus trees in the north. When autumn came, there was no familiar atmosphere of falling flowers and osmanthus fragrance in the wind. But in Lin Miyue's opinion, there were many things to do in the palace in autumn, especially the amazing red and brilliant yellow autumn leaves, which made the whole palace bright. In fact, the overall feeling of charm was better than the meaning of bleakness. However, it was fine to walk around and enjoy the scenery in those places. Lin Miyue wanted to paint something and was unwilling to move. So she chose the lake behind Fenghai Villa to paint, because it was already the 8th month of the lunar calendar. The Daoa residence that Lin Miyue had visited before was already a scene of harvest. However, Every time the crops were harvested, Emperor Fengtai would lead the princes and ministers to harvest in person to show his importance to agriculture. Because of this, Lin Muyue did not see the beautiful scenery of the harvest. After hearing Lin Muyue's curiosity, the prince brought her a neatly harvested rice plant. At that time, Lin Muyue was curious about what was in such a big brocade box. After opening it and seeing the rice ears, her mind went blank for a moment. After she came to her senses, she thanked the prince for his kindness with a smile. Speaking of autumn, we have to say a few words about Lin Muyue's name. Mu is the same character as the men in the family, which is the generation name of the Lin family. The character Yu is because she was born on August 16th, although it was not the exact day of August 15th. The bright moon when she was born was no less beautiful than the mid-autumn moon. Lord Lin was blessed with a daughter. He lost so much hair and wore out so many brushes when he was worrying about naming his daughter. In the end, it was Mrs. Wang who made the final decision, saying that since his daughter was born on a full moon night, it would be a good name to name her a moon. Lord Lin thought about it again and again, and he also thought that this name was good. So he named his little daughter Muyu. Lin Muyu heard Yun Xia talk about this when her birthday was approaching. After hearing it, Lin Muyu copied several volumes of scriptures by hand, saying that she had a feeling in her dream and wanted to burn some scriptures to pray for blessings. Later, when the scriptures were burned in the Buddhist temple of the temporary palace, she prayed silently for a while, hoping that this little girl, who was entrusted with the love of her family, could have a happy afterlife. Mid-Autumn Festival is one of the important festivals in the palace. Most of the royal summer vacation trips were after the Mid-Autumn Festival. Therefore, the temporary palace often held Mid-Autumn Festival banquets, which was also a practice. The palace was full of busy and orderly figures. Lin Muyue was happy to stay away these days. She was getting older, and the baby in her belly was more lively. She even felt the fetal movement when the prince came to visit her and stayed overnight. The prince looked curious but pretended to be restrained. So Lin Muyue directly took the prince's hand and placed it on her belly. Although Su Ruiqing was already a father, he had never shared such intimate interactions with his wife during the pregnancy of the crown princess. So he also felt it gently for a while. After a few times, Lin Muyu was also happy to let the prince participate in some small things of parenting, or share with the prince some of the hardships she had during her pregnancy. She felt that this would better narrow the distance between the child and the prince as a father, and it would also be good for the child's future. Su Ruiqing also felt very fresh. At the same time, it was indeed as Lin Muyue wished. The prince felt a little bit of the hardship of a woman's pregnancy, and privately, he was more considerate of Lin Muyue. And the fact that August 16th was Lin Muyue's birthday, Su Ruiqing also knew that August 15th was a day for the whole palace to have a banquet. He also thought that Lin Muyue's birthday was a good day, so that he could congratulate her privately. But what birthday gift to give was difficult for Su Ruiqing for a while. For other women's birthdays in the East Palace, the prince would order eunuch Xiao to find some things to reward them according to their positions. As for the rewards, they were nothing more than cloth, jewelry, and ornaments. But for Lin Muyue, Su Ruiqing didn't want to be so perfunctory. After thinking about it, Su Ruiqing still felt that it would be best if he did something himself to show his intentions. The prince was busy creating literature and art here, while Lin Muyue was looking at her work and worrying. Tailoring. The baby hasn't been born yet. How can I make this dress? Lin Muyue poked and sewed, but finally leaned back and threw the work on the small table in frustration. Ouch. Miss, take care of yourself. Yun Xia was also sitting on the side doing needlework. She only found it interesting to see her young lady's rare childish look. But when she saw Lin Muyue suddenly leaning back, she was so scared that she jumped up from the stool she was making. Nothing. Nothing. There's a soft pillow behind you. Seeing Yun Xia's concerned look, Lin Muyue waved her hand and asked her to sit back, and indicated that she was watching her stomach. Yun Xia was definitely one of the best needleworkers in Lin Muyue's group. As an all-round academic master, she couldn't understand the troubles of Lin Muyue, who was a science scumbag. It was Aunt Zhou who stepped forward and picked up the half-finished thing by Lin Muyue. Your Majesty's embroidery is excellent, but it is not easy to cut clothes. Just let Yun Xia finish it, and your Majesty can embroider the pattern yourself. At this time, Yun Xia also stood up and went to Aunt Zhou's side. She glanced at the half-finished thing by Lin Muyue and said, Mrs. Embroidery is really good. It looks like this pattern is much more skillful than my embroidery. You can embroider it after I've finished the clothes. Lin Miyue rubbed her forehead. Recently, the palace was busy everywhere. She didn't want to go around like before, so she did some needlework in the room. Unexpectedly, although she could make small things before, now she met Waterloo. At this time, it was common for mothers to make small clothes for their children. Lin Miyue also wanted to do something for her unborn child. She had been encouraged by Yunxia to start making small clothes with great enthusiasm. But she didn't expect that it would still fail. Yunxia looked at her mistress's angry look and wanted to find something to talk about to comfort her. So she came over and asked, "Miss, your birthday is coming soon. Do you want to eat anything? Si Yin and Aunt are thinking about celebrating your birthday. Let's have a good time." Lin Miyue laughed and tapped Yunxia's forehead. "I think you are a greedy cat who wants to eat good food. Oh, I have been serving the concubine all year. Isn't it worth a feast?" Yunxia pretended to be pretentious, making everyone in the room laugh. Lin Miyue also smiled and shook her head. "Because of Yunxia's performance today, I have to arrange a good meal for everyone." After telling the joke, Lin Miyue said seriously, "We really need to have a good time. Please inform the kitchen in advance. I will host a banquet for the sisters in the East Palace on the afternoon of the 16th. I am afraid it will not be possible on the evening of the 16th. I will host a banquet on the 17th. We are all family behind closed doors. It will be fine to host a small banquet." Zhang Xian nodded in agreement, and also smiled and said, "I have some face in front of Lu Shang. I will use this old face to ask for some good wine to entertain guests." Lin Miyue also pretended to be pretentious. "And it's a rare good wine that you asked for. It's a pity that I can't drink it." And so laughed dumbly. "Concubine, and Yun Chung, we are really thinking about this sip of wine." "Really?" Lin Miyue thought about it, and found it interesting. She and Yun Danyuan got along well, and even their private hobby of craving for wine was the same. However, it is rare to have such a friend in the palace. Lin Miyue thought that after she and the other party were unloaded, she could really find an excuse to invite Yun to have a drink. Chapter 28. The palace banquet on the 15th was unremarkable in Lin Miyue's eyes, but it was a common auspicious and peaceful banquet in the palace. Everyone surrounded Emperor Fengtai and Empress Yu and said auspicious words one after another. The palace banquet was full of close relatives and important ministers, and there was nothing new to see. But there was an advantage to holding a banquet in the temporary palace. The temporary palace built by Emperor Fengtai was not built in a short time. It was built slowly by Emperor Taizong and 2 generations of emperors. Emperor Taizong was more casual than the current emperor. He allowed the royal family and ministers to build a garden near the temporary palace. Naturally, the Lin family also had a garden here. At least Lin Miyue looked at her parents from afar at the palace banquet, although she didn't have time to say a few words. It was a reunion on this full moon night. On the 16th after the palace banquet, Lin Miyue sent invitations to everyone in the East Palace. The crown princess naturally wouldn't come in person, but she also sent chief female officials to deliver gifts in person. As for the others, they were lower in status than Lin Miyue, so no one dared not to come after she personally sent the invitation. On the afternoon of the 16th, they gathered in the garden behind Fenghe Villa. In the garden, Lin Miyue invited the opera troupe from the palace to perform. It was not that she loved it, but compared to chatting with everyone, Lin Miyue felt that listening to the opera was more interesting. However, Lin Miyue did not like those old operas, so she wrote a story outline herself and asked someone to write a new script. Today, this new play was performed. The young lady of a wealthy family did not want to marry the wrong person, so she took her maid to study and disguised herself as a man. This part was a bit like the framework of the Liangzhu story. And then Lin Miyue added some of her own fantasy, which added some cool color. In the end, the young lady in the story got guidance from gods and Buddhas in her dream, and she pretended to be a man all her life. Although she did not become an official, she made money by doing business. In the end, she became a local official who built bridges and roads and was respected by the villagers. The story of the play was fresh, and it was matched with the good actors raised in the palace. In the end, the whole house applauded when it was sung. Such a story with a bit of fantasy was very much to the taste of the people present. Lin Miyue looked at her new friends Yun Chenghui and Zhu Kairan and liked them. Yao Shi also applauded because she saw the play was fresh, and the people on the stage were beautifully dressed. However, Ma Shi and Lu Shi, who were from the censor family and the tribute student family, did not like this story. but they had to flatter Lin Miyue on the surface. After the banquet started, Lin Miyue didn't waste Aunt Zou's good wine. She felt that except for herself and Yunshi, who were rebellious, others might not like these things. So she served some sweet wine as usual. There was nothing else on the table. Lin Miyue was willing to spend money to order a lot of crabs at this time of year. She couldn't eat them herself, but watching others eat them could satisfy her craving. The only other fresh ones were the chrysanthemums in autumn, which were in full bloom. Fried them with batter could also be considered a dish. This was Zhang Xian's suggestion. Using fresh flowers in dishes was fresh and elegant, and was loved by everyone. Snow pears are also something that should be eaten in this season. So Lin Miyue specifically ordered a bowl of rock sugar snow pear and white fungus soup for her and Yunshi, as compensation for not being able to drink. There were not many people in the East Palace, so Lin Miyue only asked people to prepare a large round table for dinner, and everyone ate together. Everyone at the table said the usual birthday wishes, and Lin Miyue also gave everyone some rewards in return. Lin Miyue naturally sat in the main seat today. She looked at everyone at the table, thinking that these people were actually only in their teens. In her original world, they might have been spoiled babies at home who went to school. Now that they have come to this deep palace, they are forced to grow up. They talked and laughed until the moon quietly rose to the top of the tree again. Everyone who came today was also discerning. They knew that the prince would definitely come to the concubine's place at night. So when they saw that it was almost dark, they left. After the banquet, Lin Miyue could not think of anything else and lay on the luan bed for a while. Yun Xia was fanning beside her. Although it was a lively day, it was still a bit tiring after all. That's right. But after this, there will be nothing to do after returning to the palace until the end of the year. It's not bad to have a lively time, Lin Miyue replied lazily. You are right. But miss, you should take a rest for now. There will be a lot of work to do when the prince comes later. Yunxia felt that what Lin Miyue said was true. She would not be as comfortable in the palace as in the garden. But she still felt sorry for her pregnancy and the whole day. So she urged her to take a rest. Yunxia took a thin blanket to cover Lin Miyue. After thinking about it, she decided to go out and take people to tidy up the small garden, so that the prince would not see the mess if he wanted to visit the garden to enjoy the moon at night. Zhang Xian and Aunt Zou were both old. They had been busy serving the palace banquet yesterday. They were also busy with the small banquet today and were now advised to take a rest. Yunxia had to think about these things and do them well. Yume, you stay here to look after the concubine. When the queen gets up, she will have to dress up and change clothes. You take a smart servant with you. After Yunxia went out, she called Yume over, and then she went to clean up with people. Lin Miyue took a short nap. When she got up, the lights were on in the room. But she looked out the window and saw the moon. The bright moon hung high in the sky, shedding thousands of silver rays. It is said that the moon waxes and wanes, and so does life. But in the palace, every step must be taken carefully. A small flaw may eventually lead to a big mistake. Maybe it was because she was alone after a busy day that she was easily thinking about things. Lin Miyue quickly threw these thoughts out and called out Yunxia. However, it was Yume who came in, replying to Concubine. Sister Yunxia is busy with her people. I will help you change your clothes and put on your makeup. Lin Miyue was relieved that Yunxia could handle the work now. She smiled and nodded. Yume then brought a little girl to comb Lin Miyue's hair again. Your Majesty, I made new clothes a few days ago. Would you like to choose one to wear today? New clothes? I remember there was one embroidered with osmanthus and jade rabbits. I thought it was new when I saw it. You can take that one. Lin Miyue thought about the clothes that were sent a while ago. At that time, the embroidery on that piece did not look like the common patterns in the palace. But the pattern was suitable for the Mid-Autumn Festival. So she kept it for her birthday. It is a bit novel. It is rare to see such lively patterns in the palace. Yume took out the box of clothes and took a look at it, and said with a smile. Not long after they were packed, Su Ruiqing arrived with his people. Seeing the new clothes on Lin Miyue, he also said, Your clothes are novel. I think they suit you better than the old ones in the past. Lin Miyue was holding the hand of the prince and walked side by side. At this time, she turned her head to look at him and said jokingly, What's new about the jade rabbit? When I have time, I will make you a pattern of Wu Gang cutting down the cassia tree. That would be really new. Su Ruiqing was speechless. I will remember what you said. If you don't have clothes, I will chase you for them. When Taizong Zhao heard her own prince and concubine say such childish words, she had a hard time holding back her laughter. As expected, the prince walked a few steps and looked at the full moon in the sky, which was no worse than yesterday, and said, "I will go inside to talk to the concubine first. You go prepare a cloak for her, and then tidy up the pavilion by the lake. It would be a waste if we don't enjoy the moon at this time." Lin Miyue gave Yun Xia an appreciative look. Even though the prince didn't say he wanted to go to the garden today, he still had to pass by the garden to get to the lake. Yun Xia just replied that she had tidied up and put the chrysanthemum bonsai and other things on the table. And now she was just in time. The two of them sat down in the inner room. Eunuch Xiao followed them in. He held a satin brocade box in his hand, which made Lin Miyue look at it several times. Lin Miyue had expressed her feelings to the prince before. According to the prince's temperament, the gift she gave to herself this year must be something new. Seeing that Eunuch Xiao was so careful with the box, she knew that this must be the gift the prince gave her. After sitting down, Su Ruiqing smiled and waved to Eunuch Xiao to hand the box to Lin Miyue. "Open it and take a look." Hearing the prince's eager tone, Lin Miyue raised her eyebrows and opened the brocade box. Inside was a small seal and a jade hairpin. She was slightly stunned. She stroked the simple hairpin and put the box on the small table without saying a word. She walked forward and took the prince's hand to take a closer look. Su Ruiqing subconsciously wanted to retract his hand, but Lin Miyue used all her strength to prevent him from successfully retracting his hand. The prince usually lived a life of luxury. Apart from the calluses from writing, his hands were as delicate as fine jade, and his fingers looked slender without any joints. Now there were some small cuts on his fingers, like flaws on white jade, which destroyed the beauty. Touching the scab on the small cut on the prince's hand, Lin Miyue sighed. "Does it hurt? Why do you have to do this?" Su Ruiqing used his other hand to find the box, took out the jade hairpin and slowly pinned it in Lin Miyue's hair. "It's not well made, but it's my intention after all. I hope you don't mind it." Lin Miyue touched the flowing cloud pattern on the front of the jade hairpin on her head. "How can it be bad? I think it's good everywhere. Take a look at this." The prince pushed the box in front of Lin Miyue again. Lin Miyue picked up the small seal inside, carefully identified the words on it, and read them out. "Gue Pachan 1. No wonder you teased me about this dress today. It turns out that you prepared this thing." Shaking the small seal, Lin Miyue said to the prince with a smile. Su Ruiqing smiled. "Doesn't this mean that you and I are in tune with each other?" The two talked for a while. Lin Miyue took the small seal, invited the prince to follow her to the study in the west to find the painting she had drawn a few days ago, and asked the prince to try the new seal with her. Lin Miyue nodded with satisfaction at the effect of the print, and thought to herself that even if Su Ruiqing failed to seize the throne, he would probably not starve to death with this skill. The prince was unaware of Lin Miyue's rebellious criticism. He looked at the picture Lin Miyue drew and said, "Your painting skills are getting better and better. However, this place is okay in summer, but the scenery is not as good in autumn. If you come to the garden again next time, you can stay in Fengyewu. The maple trees there only show their colors in autumn." Lin Miyue shook her head. "It's only the withered lotus and willows that are interesting. But maple trees are also good. I like all beautiful scenery." The prince picked up the stamped picture again and put it in front of his eyes. "It's missing a good poem to write on it. You and I together don't have more than 2 tales of poetic talent." "Don't say that." Lin Miyue burst out laughing. Su Ruiqing was a very good student, but he was not good at writing poems. In the past, during festivals, Emperor Fontai asked the princes to write poems. But when it came to the crown prince, the officials of the Eastern Palace would write poems instead. Lin Miyue herself was even less talented in writing poems. "You are so merciless in making up stories about me now." Su Ruiqing was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he felt that Lin Miyue was so close to him now, which was much more comfortable than getting along with others. Chapter 29. At this moment, Yun Xia came in and reported, "Your Highness and the Queen, everything is ready." Su Ruiqing took the cloak from Yun Xia's hand and put it on Lin Miyue. "Let's go, but it's a little cold tonight. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me quickly, we can talk later. It will be my fault if you catch a cold." Drinking alone under the moon is a poem, but in Su Ruiqing's opinion, drinking with a beautiful woman under the moon is more interesting. To be honest, Lin Miyue is not as beautiful as before because she is pregnant, but Su Ruiqing is now a lover's beauty, and still thinks she is beautiful. Lin Miyue wrapped herself in a cloak and curled up inside to keep warm. The sisters had already eaten their fill in the afternoon, and now they were just picking up the side dishes with chopsticks. The prince ate heartily without any hesitation. He also liked to eat crabs, and now he didn't need anyone to serve him. He ate with a pair of scissors and a hammer while drinking rice wine. In other places, for the sake of etiquette, he wouldn't eat these things. Today, under the light of the moon on Lin Muyue's birthday, he ate a few happily. It's better to eat less. This thing is cold after all. Seeing the prince eating 3 and wanting to reach for the 4th, Lin Muyue held the round fan in her hand across the plate, and still advised him. Su Ruiqing also listened to the advice. So he still picked up some side dishes to go with the wine, and picked up the small pot of ginger tea on the table, and poured a cup for Lin Muyue. You should also drink something to warm yourself up. I will go back in a while. But unfortunately my father has given me some tasks today, so I may not be able to rest even if I go back. After a few glasses of wine, Su Ruiqing's face turned red, and he said a few words about the past. Lin Muyue paused with the chopsticks. Then your highness will be busy. The money and grain are important. I saw that my father frowned when he looked at the bills from all over the country this year. He rushed to sort out some things recently. Su Ruiqing poured himself another cup and said leisurely. Lin Muyue knew that money and grain were the most important things now. The new grain and grain tax sent to the capital from all over the country were one of the important incomes of the national treasury. And it was also one of the main reasons why all dynasties attached importance to agriculture and sericulture. Now was the day for all the places to report their harvests this year. Although Emperor Fengtai was in the palace, he also got busy with the crown prince and ministers. However, although Emperor Fengtai now had a very high control over the court, it was 1,000 years that officials from all over the country had their own little thoughts. Every year at this time, it was not news for the officials sent out to the court to cry poor, but an old thing that happened every year. Now that Emperor Fengtai has opened the port, the treasury has other sources of income to support it, which is better. After the secret reports from the factory guards, Emperor Fengtai has a good idea of the situation in various places. He has relaxed his control over the really difficult places, and will reprimand and rectify the really bad ones. Lin Muyue sighed in her heart. In the days when people depended on the weather for their livelihood, the farmers had to pay taxes after a year of hard work, and she didn't know how much she could save. However, she couldn't comment on these things now. So she suppressed her thoughts and just listened to the prince's words. Su Ruiqing didn't want anyone to respond to him. Now that someone was listening to him, and he was venting his grievances, he felt much better. He leaned towards Lin Muyue and touched her belly again. Let's not talk about these troubles. This little thing really loves its mother. Didn't you see how it tormented you? It's really a worry-free one. Your Highness, don't worry about me. I'm fine. Lin Muyue also put her hand on Su Ruiqing's hand. Su Ruiqing nodded and held Lin Muyue's hand in his own. Thank you for listening to me. Lin Muyue smiled. I like to hear these things. Your Highness is willing to tell me. How can I find it annoying? Although it was not a big celebration, Lin Muyue's birthday was still comfortable. What made her even happier was that the Lin family also sent gifts. Lin Muyue took the letter that came with it and read it. It said that the things were not taboo after being passed in front of the queen, so the queen need not worry. The things sent by the Lin family included practical things such as banknotes and medicinal materials, all kinds of snacks popular in Beijing that Lin Muyue liked, and some Western items that her uncle had found for her. What the family sent was not things but love. Lin Muyue's heart was filled with unknown emotions, and she asked Yunxia to pack the things carefully. At the palace banquet before Lin Muyue's birthday, she also saw the Duke of Rong and his wife once. At that time, the Jia family was still in the front seat at the palace banquet. She couldn't help but think that in the later period, the Ning and Rong families couldn't even find out the news of Yuanchuan's enthronement in advance. After the extreme grace and honor, the power was empty. How ironic. Then, in the last few days of quiet days in the garden, Lin Muyue gave some silver to the young eunuchs in the garden, and asked them to pick some lotus roots from the lake and eat them. It was Maokai who said that some varieties of lotus roots in the lake seemed to be edible and delicious. So Lin Muyue had this idea. Returning to the palace at the end of August was another toss and turn. Lin Muyue had always been in good health, but she might have caught a cold after returning. One day, she was not very energetic during the day. At night, Yunxia felt something was wrong when she was on guard. She touched her forehead and found that she was actually a little hot. That night, everyone in Yuta Hall, and even the entire Eastern Palace was in a state of turmoil. The prince personally asked someone to invite the imperial physician Fu, who had examined Lin Muyue's pulse. The old imperial physician concentrated on examining the pulse for a long time, before carefully prescribing a prescription. Fortunately, Lin Muyue was in good spirits. First, she comforted the prince and insisted that he go to rest and prepare for the court meeting tomorrow. She took the medicine on time according to the instructions of imperial physician Fu, and gradually got better after a few days. But after this incident, everyone in Yuta Hall regarded Lin Muyue as a crystal person. Even the task of paying respects to the two places was rejected by Zhang Xian in a memorial to the crown princess, and she was forced to stay in the room for a few more days to recuperate. Lin Muyue didn't want to be so ostentatious. But this time Anzhou also stood on Zhang Xian's side. She said that she had reported it to the queen in private. The queen only told the concubine to rest well, and not to think about these rules. There was no way. After returning to the palace, Lin Muyue was confined to the room for a while. When she was able to go out for a walk, it was already snowing in Beijing. Lin Muyue was actually afraid of cold but not heat. So she didn't feel bad about not using ice in summer. But she felt uncomfortable after winter. For this reason, Anzhou consulted the queen and went to the Shanggong lady in person. She specially added some good furs to the allowance in Yuta Hall, and then ordered the Shangfu Bureau to make a new cloak and fur mattress. Every time she went out, Yunxiao would look at the weather to add or remove clothes for Lin Muyue. Today, the sun was good, and Yunxiao felt that she didn't need to wear a big woolen coat. So she found a golden lotus-colored lantern-patterned silk cotton cloak for Lin Muyue, and dressed her own lady up like a flour dumpling before going out. Lin Muyue now walks slowly with Anzhou or Yunxiao's hand. And today is no exception. The sun in winter always makes people easily satisfied. Lin Muyue likes this short stroll every day. It's a pity that there is really nothing to visit in the gardens in the north in winter. Lin Muyue just wanders around like completing a task every day. But today, by chance, she met Zhu Kairan, who was also out for a walk. Lin Muyue liked to talk to this outgoing Kairan. So after walking around, the two of them slowly returned to the East Palace together. Since they were going back together, Lin Muyue couldn't help but invite Zhu Kairan to come in and talk. So the two of them walked hand in hand into the East Warm Pavilion to talk. Your Highness's decoration here is novel. I've never seen anyone decorate like this before. Zhu Kairan entered Lin Muyue's warm pavilion, looked around but didn't sit down, but explained first. Lin Muyue smiled. I prepared it for the child. It's a bit messy before I finish cleaning it. I'm sorry to make Sister Zhu laugh. Zhu Kairan smiled with some envy. Your Majesty's troubles. I really want to experience it. Lin Muyue didn't know how to respond to this. So she smiled and started a new topic, asking Zhu Kairan to try the milk tea she made. In this era, because the capital was built in the north, there were many nomadic tribesmen who surrendered to the country. Goat milk and milk were common in the palace, and there was also milk tea to drink. However, Lin Muyue's milk tea added some small ingredients that are common in later generations, such as pearl taro paste. So it was used to entertain guests. Zhu Kairan felt a little regretful after blurting out what she said just now. Seeing that Lin Muyue didn't say anything, she was relieved. After tasting the milk tea, she felt that it tasted good. She also asked Lin Muyue for the recipe of the condiment. Lin Muyue just regarded this as an episode. However, Zhu Kairan was really diagnosed with pregnancy after she felt unwell for a few days. Zhu Kairan felt that she had got the blessing of the fetal god by coming to Lin Muyue. She also came to thank Lin Muyue, which made her laugh and cry. When the relationship between Lin Muyue and Zhu Kairan was further developed, the good news that Zhu Kairan was pregnant in the East Palace was also heard by the Queen. Queen Yu was surprised and happy, and quickly sent someone to send a reward to Zhu. Xiao Gongzheng beside her also complimented the Queen. Your Majesty has a good eye. The Yun family you chose before is pregnant. Now Zhu family is also lucky. She is pregnant only half a year after entering the palace. I said Qinger was a little thin before. Now you're, who is not the crown princess. And Lin's children are born. The heirs in the East Palace are finally abundant. Queen Yu was really happy. She smiled and accepted Zhao Gongzheng's flattery. That's right. When the young masters are born, Your Majesty, as a grandmother, will be busy in the future. Zhao Gongzheng said with a smile. Zhu Kairan is pregnant, and the East Palace celebrated happily for a while. Lin Muyue did not show jealousy in front of the prince this time, but the prince did coax her privately. Lin Muyue's main task recently is to decorate her East Warm Pavilion. When Ju Karen came, she only decorated half of the room, and it has not been completely cleaned up. Her house has a 5-room layout, and there is no depth. Therefore, except for the central room, there are 2 rooms on the left and right. Lin Muyue chose her easternmost warm pavilion to decorate it as a nursery. She originally planned to change the original study room into a place for the child to live. But Anzo persuaded Lin Muyue that the child always needs to drink milk at night, which is easy to disturb Lin Muyue's sleep. And the east warm pavilion has a Kong, which is also convenient. So Lin Muyue finally moved the east warm pavilion. Chapter 30. In addition to the Kong in the east warm room, which was difficult to change, the main items included a chaise longue for taking a nap, a small bookcase with some books that Lin Muyue wanted to read at any time, and 2 rosewood armchairs and a table opposite the Kong. Lin Muyue thought that this place would probably be occupied by her children in the next few years, so she had the bookcase moved to the study room in the west, and built a small wooden fence around the Kong, and the chaise longue was still kept. It was the 2 armchairs and the table that made Lin Muyue a little entangled. Lin Muyue originally wanted to move the things away and put a luohan bed opposite, but Zhang Xian persuaded her that there was no need to put another bed in this small space, so Lin Muyue did not move this part. After turning around again, she saw the corners of the table and chairs, and wanted to have them wrapped up. However, just when Lin Muyue was about to give the order, she felt that it was not urgent now. She just had someone add a layer of cotton cloth to the wooden fence of the bed. There was no bubble in this era, so it could only be done this way. In order to make the child sleep comfortably, she also had someone put a newly made felt mat on the Kong to insulate the cold and heat, and a new cotton mattress on it. There was also a new goose-crowned red carpet with a pattern on the floor. There were also a pile of small animals stuffed with cotton in various shapes on the Kong. Some of them were traditional dolls made by people from the Shangfu Bureau. Some of them were made by Yunxia, and others according to the drawings drawn by Lin Muyue. It was a bit strange to mix them together, but Lin Muyue liked them, so they were left there. Anzo watched Yunxia and others clean up the east warm pavilion bit by bit. Now, looking at the clean room, she said, "The queen is thoughtful. It's not obvious now. When the child grows up and can crawl and walk, we can save a lot of effort by adding a fence on the Kong to serve the young master." Lin Muyue actually wanted to make a crib similar to modern ones. But after listening to what she said, Anzo felt that the child was born in winter, and it would be more comfortable to keep him on the Kong. So she finally ordered the craftsman in the palace to make a bed according to her own drawings and put it in the warehouse, and use it when the child grows up. But now Zhang Xian looked at the circle of things on the Kong and felt a little worried. Is this against the rules? Nothing before. The concubine took her own painting to ask the queen for permission. The queen also praised the concubine for her cleverness. After listening to Zhang Xian's words, Aunt Zhou explained that Lin Muyue had asked the queen for permission in advance. Sister Zhou, don't blame me for being too talkative. After all, I am in this position. I still have to advise the concubine, Zhang Xian added with a smile. After all, she is a female official who has the responsibility of advising concubines, and it is reasonable for her to ask this question. And Zhou also knew these rules, so she nodded and didn't say much. Lin Muyue's current month. The wet nurse and the palace servants should also start to prepare. The crown princess did not take the power in this matter, and directly let Lin Muyue choose by herself. So she asked Aunt Zhou to select 2 honest ones to prepare first. The remaining new palace servants were also handed over to Yunxia for management, and then she would select the best ones to serve with Lin Muyue's original palace servants. There were 4 women in their 20s standing on the ground, all of whom were carefully selected by Aunt Zhou. Now Lin Muyue was asked to choose 2 who suited her eyes. How much money can you get in the palace? What will happen to your children after you leave home? Lin Muyue asked. A kind-looking woman with fair skin among the 4 spoke boldly. If you are favored by the queen, you will be lucky enough to serve in the palace. My family can get 2 taels of money a month, and we can raise the children. Lin Muyue thought for a while. 2 taels of silver. I only need 2 people here. I will give you 2 more taels of money in the monthly salary. However, after you are selected, your whole family needs to join the Lin mansion. If you don't want to, you can tell me directly. When they heard Lin Muyue say that they would get 2 more taels of silver every month, except for the one who just spoke, the other 3 were all overjoyed. However, when they heard Lin Muyue say that her family would move into the Lin mansion, their smiles slowly disappeared. The person who had replied before spoke hesitantly. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. May I ask? When your majesty said entering the mansion, do you mean deciding to sell yourself? Or becoming a slave? Lin Muyue smiled. Signatures are still required. But it does not mean that your whole family will sell themselves. It is just a contract with the mansion. From now on, you will work in the mansion. You are not a slave, but a good person. Yunxia also said, working in the mansion also has a monthly salary, and your majesty will naturally order someone to take care of your family. After hearing these words, some others were still hesitant, but the woman knelt down and said, I am willing. Lin Muyue gestured to Yunxia to help her up. I think you are a good person. What is your name? Can you read and write? I am Jing. My parents taught me a few words when I was young at home. The woman stood up and replied respectfully. Lin Muyue nodded. In this era, only by reading can one learn etiquette. Although there are many capable people who are illiterate, just look at Feng Jia, and you will know that she can handle all the affairs of the Jia family as a housekeeper with outstanding ability, but she is lawless because she is illiterate, and finally ends up in a miserable end. Although Feng Jia's tragic death was caused by many factors, and even her marriage into the increasingly dilapidated Jia family may be the main reason, but Lin Muyue thinks that the Wang family's lack of attention to letting their daughter study is one of the most important factors. The character of the wet nurse has a great impact on the child's future, especially since Lin Muyue doesn't know whether she is pregnant with a boy or a girl. If it is a boy, it is better because he will be disciplined by his father, and will not be accompanied by a wet nurse and influenced by her. If it is a girl, the wet nurse can even accompany the princess to get married, even if she is under the care of the princess. If the wet nurse secretly instills some bad ideas in the child, or if she relies on her seniority and favor to control the master in the future, Lin Muyue will be so angry that she will faint. Choosing a wet nurse was the last important thing before giving birth. Lin Muyue began to make some final decorations for the East Warm Pavilion. Also, she prepared for the new year with peace of mind. After the winter came, the atmosphere of the new year became more and more festive in the harem. Today, they pasted the word fu, and tomorrow, they cut window paper cuts. Only Lin Muyue used the room as a confinement center. Zhu Kairan and Yun Chenghui came several times and were amazed. After entering the palace, Mrs. Wang shook her head when she saw Lin Muyue's arrangement. Only the prince thought it was good no matter how his beloved concubine messed around. The former dynasty was busy with affairs before the new year. The prince came to see Lin Muyue in his spare time. He was indeed taken to see the newly decorated nursery. However, after Lin Muyue's explanation, the strange objects in the room all had their uses. So the prince didn't think much of it. Instead, he praised Lin Muyue for her ingenuity. Princess Li Wansheng also knew that Lin Muyue had been tossing around, but she was dismissive of these. As long as Lin Muyue was tossing around in her room, she didn't bother to care. But she didn't expect that Zhu Kairan and Yun Chenghui would see the benefits and follow suit. This was beyond the princess's expectation, and made her sulky for a few days. This year I want to give everyone more rewards. 50 taels for Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou, 40 taels for you and Yumei, 30 taels for Yu Tao and Mao Kai, and you decide on the rest. Lin Muyue wrote and drew, decided the amount of rewards for the first few, and let Yunxia decide on the rest. Hey, I know, but do you want to have people make something with the silver before giving rewards? Yunxia also accepted rewards from the queen and other ladies in the harem, knowing that these masters were more particular when rewarding people, and they would make small items with the silver before giving them. Lin Muyue nodded. Just make some small things according to the zodiac. Preparing for the new year is time-consuming and tedious, and there are things to do every day in the palace. However, Lin Muyue likes the new year with such a lively atmosphere. Although it is not the first time, she always finds something interesting behind the tedious etiquette to have fun. The 23rd is sticky with sugar melons. This day is the most important day for worshipping the kitchen god in ancient times. Emperor Fengtai also chose this day to stop writing and take a holiday. Lin Muyue opened a small kitchen this year. On the 23rd, Aunt Zhou brought people to set up kitchen sugar and tributes for worshipping the gods. She also thought the kitchen sugar with sesame sticky was good. As for worshipping the gods, it was just watching folk activities. There was nothing new about the other things. In Lin Muyue's opinion, the most interesting things about the new year in the palace were the lanterns and fireworks. For many reasons, Lin Muyue had not seen fireworks live for a long time in her previous life. The fireworks in the palace were also varied. In Lin Muyue's opinion, they were not inferior to the various modern fireworks shows, so she liked them very much. However, after Fu Tai diagnosed her pulse. He said that she might give birth around the new year, so she was afraid that she would not be able to see the fireworks this year. She could only feast her eyes on the lanterns when she went out every day. As for liking to see the exquisite palace lanterns first, the craftsmen do not have to care about the material consumption when making them. They never skimp on the finest colored satin and silk, and as for rare items such as pearls and colored gems, they can also be seen on the large palace lanterns. Second, the paintings on them are all painted by the painters in the palace under the order of Emperor Feng Tai. Lin Muyue felt that she learned a lot from watching them. The next few days were getting closer to New Year's Eve, and it was even more lively. When Lin Muyue went out for a walk, she saw the red walls of the palace city reflecting the white snow, and from time to time, there were plump birds coming to the trees to peck at the fruits hanging on the branches. Although it was winter, there was also a kind of joyful liveliness. On New Year's Eve, according to the rules, everyone in the palace stayed up all night. Lin Muyue had people prepare dried fruits, candied fruits, and pastries, and she also stayed up all night with her people. There are new patterns this year. I wonder how they came up with them. Yunxia and Yumei took the palace maids around the fruit box inside. Maokai brought the fruit box in. At this time, he also smiled and said, Sister Yunxia is right. It is indeed the latest pattern. I led our small kitchen to make it carefully and present it to the queen. Yunxia and Yumei were surprised. They thought it was sent from the kitchen, but they didn't expect that Maokai and his people made it. Lin Muyue was also a little surprised when she saw it from afar. You have this skill. Not bad. Not bad. I think it's much better than what the kitchen said before. The kitchen sent auspicious patterns. They were either 5 blessings for longevity, or something like abundance every year. Lin Muyue thought it was interesting when she saw it for the first time. She was really tired of it after 3 years in the palace. This time, Maokai and the people in the small kitchen of Yuta Hall made a miniature corner of the palace. Lin Muyue looked at the lotus pond and wondered how they made it. But when they shared the food in the end, they didn't show mercy. I don't know about other palaces. Lin Muyue didn't waste it here. She pinched a piece of candied fruit and ate it for fun. Then she asked Zhang Xian and Yun Xia to cut the rest. All the palace servants had a share. Chapter 31. The most important affairs of the country are sacrifice and war. After the New Year's Eve, the most important thing on the first day of the new year is that Emperor Feng Tai takes the crown prince to the Taimu to worship the ancestors, and then he accepts the worship of the ministers in the Fengtian Hall, and Queen Yu receives the worship of the ladies of the inner and outer court in Cunning Palace. No matter what festivals are held in the palace, Lin Muyue thinks that they cannot do without kowtow and pay respects. Not to mention others, Emperor Feng Tai, the greatest master in the world, has to kneel before his ancestors. In Cunning Palace, the ladies of the inner and outer courts gather to pay respects to the queen and congratulate her on the new year. Lin Muyue, along with the crown princess and the people of the East Palace, paid respects to the queen. Afterwards, Queen Yu specifically told Lin Muyue and the others who were pregnant to sit in the back and not to be polite in the front. All of you are good children. There is no need to be so formal during the New Year holidays. Those of you who are pregnant can go to the back and rest. Empress Yu said to Lin Muyue and the others with a smile. Lin Muyue hesitated, but at this time, Concubine Tang from the harem of Emperor Feng Tai said, Your Majesty is still so kind. You were like this when we were pregnant in the past. And you are still so caring towards the younger generation now. Hearing Concubine Tang's words, Lin Muyue knew that she was being sold out for a good thing, and secretly told herself that the queen had an old precedent for doing so. So she thanked the queen, and took Concubine Zhu and the other 2 out. Cunning Palace is the queen's bedroom. Lin Muyue couldn't count the rooms of all sizes. At this time, she went to a small room under the guidance of Xingye. Your Highness and Talent, Chung, we will sit here for a while. This is Bichuan and Biching. The 3 masters can just tell me if you have anything to do. Xingye smiled and told the queen's instructions, and pointed to the 2 little maids behind her to order them. Lin Muyue nodded. Thank you, sister. After Xingye left, the 2 little maids were a little embarrassed. Lin Muyue looked at their clothes and said that they should be new to the queen's palace. So Lin Muyue said, Please take Yunxia to add some carbon to the hand warmer. Yes. The 2 maids seemed relieved when they heard the order to do something, and took Yunxia out. Seeing Lin Muyue comforting the palace maid, Xu Kairan also smiled. Sister, come and rest for a while. Lin Muyue was the oldest among the 3, so she did not rest on the con like Xu Kairan and Yun Chenghui. but just sat on the couch. The prince originally said that he would take a leave and stop working. But Lin Miyue thought that it was a big day after all. So she went to the daytime worship and only declined the evening banquet. Zhu Kairan looked at Lin Miyue's belly that could not be covered by winter clothes and felt a little worried. Sister, you are so thin. But now you are visibly plump while pregnant. I don't know what I will do in the future. Sister Zhu, don't say that. I went to see you before and saw you eating a big crystal elbow. Why didn't you think about this at that time? Yunshur is now much more lively. Hearing this, she directly told the interesting story of seeing Zhu Kairan eating. Alas, I am just like this. I always make jokes for a bite of food. Mrs. Zhu blew on the cup and drank a mouthful of water and squinted her eyes in comfort. Lin Miyue smiled knowingly when she heard this. Which country's people are not foodies? She also likes to eat very much. But it's a pity that the ingredients and seasonings are not complete now, which limits her performance. But Sister Yao, who lives with Sister Yun, is a confidant. Otherwise I wouldn't be so familiar with you. Sister Yun, Mrs. Zhu was not annoyed when she was teased. She was born in a noble family, and she never tires of fine food. Not to mention other things after entering the palace, she really cares about her daily meals. Even the reason why they started to interact with Yun family was not just because they both had friendship with Lin Miyue, but because Zhu Kairan was Yao Qinghui's food friend. You and Yao Qinghui are both delicious. But it's a pity that I'm not convenient now. I will always ask you two for advice in the future. Lin Miyue was not saying this empty words. She had a small kitchen, but the food she made was always a little bit lacking. It was a good idea for her to learn more from these two. Zhu Kairan smiled. I'm fine. I'm just waiting to eat. But Sister Yao is a real expert. Lin Miyue knew that Zhu Kairan was being modest. She not only liked to eat but also liked to think. She had a lot of food in her stomach. She had sent Lin Miyue a few snacks that she had instructed the kitchen to make before, and they really tasted good. At this time, Yunxia followed Bichuan in, handed the hand warmer to Lin Miyue, and tucked the quilt covering her legs. Bichuan went to get hot water for the three masters. This room is not hot now, and it may not be hot in a while. Prepare some hot water for washing up later. Bichuan brought a pot of hot water and a food box. First made a cup of honey water for each of the three people, and then took out the snacks in the food box and asked them to use some for the time being. Lin Miyue felt that she was worthy of being a palace maid next to the queen, and acted properly and in moderation. So after Bichuan came back, she asked the two of them to take Xiuduan and sit down to talk together. Queen Yu happened to be talking to Lin Miyue's mother in front of her. Mrs. Lin is about to give birth. If it is convenient for you, you can prepare to go to the palace to accompany her. Mrs. Wang was overjoyed to hear this. There was an old precedent in the Zheng dynasty court. When a princess who lived in the palace gave birth, her mother was granted the privilege of entering the palace to accompany her, and stayed for more than a month. She didn't expect that her family could do the same now. However, Madame Wang knew that the queen did not summon her mother to the palace when the crown princess gave birth. Although she wanted to stay in the palace today, she still had to decline. Your Majesty is so kind and generous, but I dare not stay in such an important place. My daughter has married into the royal family, so she must obey the queen and the crown princess. How can I serve in the palace? Queen Yu smiled calmly. There is also an old precedent of Concubine Kong. When the crown princess was pregnant, I wanted to summon someone to the palace, but the Li family submitted a petition saying that their daughter-in-law was also pregnant, so Madame could not enter the palace. Now you don't have a daughter-in-law who is about to give birth, so don't refuse. Hearing the queen directly bring up the old precedent, Madame Wang knew that the queen was really willing to let her enter the palace to see her daughter. And it was not just a courtesy, so she thanked her quickly. Other ladies and imperial edicts also came to join in the fun, praising Madame Wang for her good fortune, and praising the queen's kindness. Today is the beginning of the new year, and the married princesses naturally have to go to the palace to pay homage to their father, the emperor, and their mother, the queen. Only the third princess, Princess Yao, happened to catch a cold and was afraid of passing the queen's illness on her. So she took a leave of absence and did not come. As soon as this year is over, the second prince will be 16, and the third prince will be 14. So they were also taken to the front court by Emperor Fengtai to see the world. And the other princes and princesses are still with Queen Yu. After the queen's words just now, even the crown prince's married elder sister Princess Wenhong and the second sister Princess Yuqing could not help but look sideways. It is true that Queen Yu is a kind mother, and she is also kind to these illegitimate princesses. But she is so concerned about the crown prince's younger brother's concubine, which is worth studying. Hearing that his mother valued the prince's concubine so much, among the remaining children in the palace, the younger princes and princesses were not so good, but the 10-year-old fourth prince seemed to be thinking about when to ask his mother, see if his mother could talk to Lin Muyue. The fourth prince was young but mature. His biological mother was a palace maid who served in front of the emperor. She was lucky to have him, so he had no idea of seizing the throne. On weekdays, he just followed the prince and acted as a good brother. Now seeing that the prince's concubine was so respectable in front of the queen and mother, he also had some ideas of trying to please her. The prince was the first child of the empress, and the eldest son, but not the first child of Emperor Fengtai. There were 3 older sisters above the prince, including the eldest princess born to Concubine Li, who was married to the eldest son of the Minister of Punishment. The second princess born to Concubine Dong, who was married to the third son of the second branch of the Qingyuan Marquis family, who was still in charge of the army. And the third princess born to Ji Xiuyuan, who was also married to the second son of the Minister of Rights. When the 3 princesses were born one after another, Emperor Fengtai, who was still Prince Rui, was often laughed at by his brothers in secret. Therefore, when Empress Yu gave birth to Su Ruiqing as her first child, Emperor Fengtai finally felt proud of himself. For this reason, he also loved and indulged this son a little more. However, seeing that everyone in the room was talking to Madame Wang, the crown princess's face became worse and worse. The eldest princess, Princess Wenhong, also brought her 3-year-old daughter with her when she entered the palace this time. She quickly changed the subject and said, "Mother, take a look at my son Honor. Has she grown better?" Empress Yu smiled and waved at her granddaughter. The wet nurse walked to the empress with the child in her arms. Empress Yu took the child and weighed her. The little girl was not afraid of strangers and smiled happily at the empress. Seeing this, the queen couldn't help but sigh to the eldest princess. "It's a bit heavy. You are still a child in my heart. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. You have married and have a daughter." Princess Wenhong smiled. "I still miss the days in your mother's arms." The highest official in the Li family now is the father of the crown princess. He is a second-class Jinshi in the imperial examination. He has never left since entering the Hanlin Academy. He is now a 5th-rank Hanlin scholar. It's a pity that Lord Li inherited his father's erudition. But he was also not good at being an official. Mr. Li gave up his official position and wrote books and biographies. But he was still a great scholar admired by the world. Lord Li is now just a Hanlin who is fond of poetry and wine after so many years. Crown Princess Li Wancheng finally felt relieved when she saw the eldest princess change the subject. Her mother's imperial edict was not enough to stay here to talk. But because she was the mother of the crown princess, she was specially kept by the queen. Now she was sitting nearby, and her face showed a bit of embarrassment when she listened to the queen's words. However, the queen quickly changed the topic and did not mean to embarrass the Li family. She not only held the little girl of the eldest princess, but also called the child of Princess Yuqing to her, and said a few words of concern. She gave each of the 2 children a red envelope. Then Zhao Gongeng came in, with several palace servants carrying trays. Queen Yu looked at the crown princess. "You have worked hard this year. Not only did you just give birth to Yu, but you are also busy with the affairs of the Eastern Palace. This is the heart of this palace as a mother and grandmother. There is no need to refuse it." The crown princess was moved when she heard the words. She smiled and bowed. "Thank you, mother. This is all my responsibility. I don't deserve your words." The queen's reward was not about the value of the things. The most precious thing was that she praised the crown princess in front of the imperial edicts, letting everyone know that although she valued the concubine and the heir, she was still satisfied with the crown princess as her daughter-in-law. Chapter 32. However, Lin Muyue was resting in the back and didn't know about this. Until she heard the crackling sound of firecrackers, she realized that Emperor Fengtai was coming to Cunning Palace. She and Zhu Kairan returned to the crowd to welcome the emperor. Afterwards, Lin Muyue herself did not go to Qianqing Palace with the others to attend the night banquet. She said goodbye to Zhu Kairan and returned to the East Palace. What Lin Muyue disliked most was attending palace banquets. There were many people and many etiquettes at the banquet. After the banquet started, there was a series of etiquette waiting to be performed. The food on the table was good, but with so many people eating together in winter, the cold dishes were still edible, but the hot dishes lost their flavor after a while, and were far worse than usual. After returning with the palace maid, Lin Muyue rested comfortably for a night. feeling much happier than going to any palace banquet. However, thinking about the wife of the Duke of Rong who she saw at the Queen's place during the New Year this year, Lin Miyue pondered the news she got a while ago. She knew that Jia Zhu, the eldest brother of the fourth generation of the Jia family in Ronghua Mansion, had been engaged. She didn't know how much the Jin family was affected by the butterfly, and whether this person could escape the fate of early death. Should she remind him? In the days after the New Year, the women in the harem were busy meeting their relatives. The close relatives of the royal family, who were granted the title of prince, did not enter the capital during the New Year, so the queen had a rare leisure time. She only talked with the relatives of a few close princes and their married daughters. Others basically did not see the queen. They only kowtowed outside the palace to pay their respects. The crown princess was also called by the queen to accompany the guests. Li Wancheng had a good relationship with the eldest princess. The eldest princess always acted like an elder sister. She didn't know what happened in the East Palace. She just felt that her sister-in-law was having a hard time. In addition, for the future of her husband and children, she had to get along well with the crown princess. She helped the crown princess out of trouble because of this. The second princess, Princess Yuqing, was only polite to the crown princess. She didn't go to the crown princess' place in the East Palace like the eldest princess did after entering the palace. The third princess, Princess Yao, is also fine now. This princess has a good relationship with her husband, but unfortunately they have no children after marriage. So after entering the palace, she saw her two elder sisters, and the princesses, and the crown princes often brought their children. Although she was still smiling, there was always a bit of sadness between her eyebrows. The three princesses have a good relationship. Before they got married, they lived together in the Yaoguang Palace in the palace. After returning to the palace, they still stayed in the Yaoguang Palace temporarily. In the small tea room, the eldest princess personally raised her hand and poured a cup of tea for each of her sisters. Finally, we can take a break. We sisters can talk quietly here. The third princess also looked at the glass cup in her hand with nostalgia. Sister is right. I still remember that this set of cups was awarded to us sisters by our father. It was a reward for our good reading and writing. Disliking the coldness in the room, the second princess asked her maid to get a few hand warmers. Hearing the third princess' words, she couldn't help but say, "That's right. It was New Year's Day. Our father took us to write poems together. Our brothers didn't do as well as us three sisters, so our father gave us this rare tribute." The third princess was the one who loved poetry the most among the sisters. As soon as she started talking, she immediately chanted a poem to celebrate the new year and miss her carefree childhood. The other two princesses also clapped their hands in applause. The sisters had a great time. In the evening, the three princesses ordered a hot pot in the Yaoguang Palace. They had a hearty meal with a delicious little fat lamb and the rare dongzi vegetables in Beijing in winter. After going back to rest, the second princess came to the inner room where the third princess lived at night to remove her makeup and change clothes. The two princesses squeezed on the bed and whispered to each other like they did when they were children. Asking the maid on night watch outside to rest on the couch, Princess Yuqing whispered to her sister, "Did you visit the crown princess this time when you entered the palace?" Princess Yao looked sideways at her sister and nodded. "Just like in the past. I went after sending New Year gifts." The princesses put their positions in the right place. Once the imperial concubine fell, the position of the crown prince became more secure. After the princesses left the palace, they were more aware of the news of the previous dynasty than before they got married. They knew that the crown prince had become more and more diligent in the past few years since he entered the court. And this year, he had done several things under the hands of Emperor Feng Tai. The crown princess now has the prince in her hands. If the crown prince ascends the throne one day, then as the queen. As long as she does not make any mistakes, she will surely have good fortune in the future. However, Princess Yao now heard the second princess ask this, and thought for a moment. "But what did you see from mother this year?" Princess Yuqing did not keep it a secret. Before, it was said that the crown prince favored the concubine and the Lin family. This year, I saw that the concubine Lin of the East Palace was also favored by mother. And she is pregnant again. If so, the child will be not much older than the crown princess. Looking at the broken branch plum blossom pattern embroidered on the tent above her head, Princess Yao said slowly, "If you ask me, it doesn't matter to us who sits on it. Does sister still want to be Princess Guantao?" Princess Yuqing was speechless for a moment, and after thinking for a while, she could only say, "Don't talk nonsense. Go to sleep." Lin Muyue didn't know that several princesses were actually thinking about the children in their bellies. She also met several princesses and imperial edicts during the new year. While she was busy responding, she also received a lot of gifts. Among the princesses of the royal family, the 3 married princesses sent people to send New Year gifts. And the 5th princess, who was the unmarried princess, came in person and gave Lin Muyue a set of wooden bird toys. Lin Muyue found it interesting and gave the little princess a few dolls she had made before. After the 6th day of the first lunar month, although the government office was still on holiday, Lin Muyue's mother, Madame Wang, went to the palace after arranging the affairs of the Lin mansion. As soon as her mother entered the palace, Lin Muyue officially let go of all the affairs in the palace and waited for the birth of the child every day without caring about anything. However, this child was really patient. Madame Wang held her daughter's hand and worried. I asked Aunt Zhou, "You are also about to give birth at this time. Why is there no movement?" Aunt Zhou had talked to Lin Muyue before about women not necessarily giving birth for a full month. And Lin Muyue remembered that the modern pregnancy period seemed to be 280 days, which means that the pregnancy period was 10 months. She was diagnosed in May and was already 2 months pregnant. I don't know how the months of pregnancy were calculated in ancient times, but the imperial physician she invited recently said that everything was normal. Aunt Zhou personally felt the fetal position and said it was normal. The fetus was not very big, so Lin Muyue could only wait. Therefore, seeing that her mother was worried about her, Lin Muyue could only comfort Mrs. Lin and said that the child is fine now, and it doesn't matter if he comes earlier or later. Then Lin Muyue took Mrs. Wang to the room she prepared for the child. What do you think, Mother? It was not the first time that Mrs. Wang looked at the wooden fence. Now she was no longer bothered by it. She just said, "It's not bad, but the Kong is a bit hot. You should ask the palace servants who take care of the child not to prepare too thick quilts for the child. Only use thicker quilts when it's very cold." Lin Muyue nodded. Aunt Zhou has also given instructions. Then Lin Muyue said to her mother, "Mother, have you gone to see where you live? Is there anything that you don't like that needs to be changed? I'll ask someone to help you arrange it." Mrs. Wang entered the palace, and the crown princess cleaned up a separate courtyard for her. After locking it, she didn't have to worry about anything else. However, Mrs. Wang came to the palace just to accompany her daughter. So she said nonchalantly, "Everything is fine. I'm just worried about you." The baby in Lin Muyue's belly had been quiet all the time, and the mother and daughter were a little worried before. But perhaps the baby felt the arrival of the grandmother, and suddenly moved. Mrs. Wang had only been there for 2 days, and had just talked with her mother on the 8th day of the first lunar month, and was about to have lunch, when Lin Muyue felt something was wrong. And sure enough, she began to have labor pains after a while, and Mrs. Wang and Aunt Zhou hurriedly helped Lin Muyue into the delivery room. The prince attended the tea party held by Emperor Fengtai today, and it is impossible for him to come back for a while. Zhang Xian wanted to send someone to inform him, but was stopped by Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou is very experienced. For a woman's first birth, it will take 5 or 6 hours at the fastest, and it is unknown how long it will take at the slowest. It is useless to inform the prince at this time. Aunt Zhou also reported a message to the queen, but the queen did not come. When the crown princess gave birth before, the queen only came to sit with her. It is not convenient for the young man to come at this time. So Zhao Gongzheng came to look after Lin Muyue and wait for the news. After hearing the news, the crown princess hurriedly had lunch and sat down in the main room. However, she avoided all matters and did not interfere. She just sat here for show. Li Wancheng also knew that people here might not trust her, so she only sent someone to find the imperial physician and told the wet nurse to come and prepare. When Lin Muyue first approached the delivery room, she thought nothing was wrong. She even ate a bowl of small wontons under the persuasion of Mrs. Wang and Aunt Zhou. But after a while, the labor pains came, and Lin Muyue began to frown and cry in pain. "Your Highness, you should get up and walk around. I calculated that it's still early." Seeing Lin Muyue like this, Aunt Zhou asked her to stand up and walk around. Mrs. Wang also knew that this was for her daughter's good. This was to make the birth smoother. Walk for a while and rest for a while, until the golden crow fell in the west and the jade rabbit rose in the east. When Lin Muyue lay down again, Aunt Zhou saw that her amniotic fluid had broken, and called the midwife to come in and prepare. At this time, Aunt Zhou persuaded Mrs. Wang to go out and wait, But seeing her daughter suffering like this, how could the mother be willing to do so? She just said anxiously, "Aunt, don't worry about me, just go and take care of Miyue." There was no other way. Aunt Zhou had to go and take care of Lin Miyue first. Zhang Xian went out to entertain the crown princess and Zhao Gongeng. Yun Xia took Yume and others to work inside and outside, preparing hot water, scissors, fine cloth and other things. "My lady, don't be anxious. Listen to me and push harder." Aunt Zhou looked at Lin Miyue, her head full of sweat as she shouted anxiously, trying to attract Lin Miyue's attention. Lin Miyue was lying on the bed. The severe pain made her head a mess, and she could only subconsciously follow the voices of the people around her to breathe and push harder. She didn't feel anything when she was pregnant, and she had never experienced morning sickness. However, the labor pains when she was about to give birth today had already made Lin Miyue suffer enough. Not to mention that now it was the last stage, and she was in so much pain that she saw double images of the people and scenery in front of her. Chapter 33. After holding her mother's hand for an unknown period of time, Lin Miyue finally felt a little lighter, the pain gradually faded, and the people and objects in front of her gradually became clearer. For a moment, Lin Miyue was a little confused, until she heard the voices of congratulations and her mother's caring words. She gradually recovered and began to feel the world again. Everyone first congratulated Lin Miyue in a noisy manner, and then they all went to the midwife to see the newly born little grandson. Only Mrs. Wang looked at her little grandson, and then went to see her daughter again. "My son, is he okay?" Lin Miyue looked at her mother's worried look, and shook her head weakly. "Nothing, I'm fine. Is the child okay?" Mrs. Wang looked at her daughter with a heartache, but still nodded. "The child is fine, Aunt Zhou. Aunt Zhou just brought." The selected wet nurses had already taken care of the little grandson, and now they were lining up everyone in the room, congratulating Lin Miyue, saying, "Congratulations, Concubine, for giving birth to a grandson." Hearing that it was a grandson, Lin Miyue sighed inwardly, but then nodded and said, "Everyone present will be rewarded with a month's allowance, and the several midwives will be rewarded separately." "Thank you, Xiyan." Zhang Xiyan accepted the order, and everyone at the scene thanked him happily. Yun Xia then took a handkerchief to wipe Lin Miyue's head and face, and put on Zhao Juan's suit. She also took the little palace maid to change Lin Miyue's clothes and bedding. After arranging everything properly, she ordered people to open the windows to disperse the foul air in the room. Mrs. Wang watched Yun Xia and her people take good care of her daughter, and nodded with satisfaction. "Yun Xia also grew up under my care, and now she is becoming more and more capable." Lin Miyue felt much more comfortable after a while, so she smiled and talked to her mother. "Mother, what you said is true. I can't leave her now." Mrs. Wang took her own handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her daughter's forehead, blinked to hide the tears in her eyes, and said distressfully, "After all, you have been through the gates of hell. I was able to take care of you because of the Queen's grace. Now I feel more at ease looking at you. If you had listened to me in the mansion, I would have been so worried." Lin Miyue turned to look at her mother. The father also saw the tears in Mrs. Wang's eyes, so he deliberately said a witty remark. "Today, Mother thinks I am the best, and I guess you will love that little wrinkled monkey even more in the future." Mrs. Wang had just held back her tears when she heard her daughter say this, which brought back the sadness in her heart. She couldn't help but tap Lin Miyue's forehead as she did before when she saw her daughter being naughty. "You, as a mother, say this about your own child. I really don't know what to say." The mother and daughter talked for a while, and everyone reported the news of the birth of the emperor's grandson to the crown princess, who was waiting in the main hall. Zhang Xian also asked the wet nurse to hold the child for Lin Miyue to see. Lin Miyue looked at the child she had given birth to. She felt nothing in her belly. She felt a little lost and unreal. But now that such a living child was in front of her, she felt a little relieved. She raised her hand and touched the child's slightly red face. Take him to the crown princess too. Maybe the child knew that it was his mother touching him, but he suddenly burst into tears. So when the crown prince hurried back, the sound of a baby crying was heard in the room. Li Wancheng looked at the crown prince, who went into the room to see Lin, who had just given birth despite everyone's dissuasion. He was so hurried that he didn't even take care of the child. She sighed heavily in her heart. Zhang Xian had not stopped the prince just now, and seeing the prince go in, she could only hurriedly tell the people in the room to lower the curtains beside the delivery bed, and then pulled Yume out to ask her to entertain Zhao Gongeng, and asked her to go back and tell the queen the good news." Seeing the princess got up to leave, she hurried back to the inner room, asked Mrs. Wang to take the wet nurse to take the child out, and then sent the princess off. "Go back." Li Wancheng got up and called Fu Yu and Xiaoman back. Xiaoman hesitated. "Your Majesty, don't wait for His Highness to come out and say something before." Li Wancheng interrupted her maid. "No need. Go back and rest." Madame Wang had just been talking quietly with her daughter hiding in bed, and now she saw the prince rushing into the inner room. She was about to persuade him to go out, but Su Ruiqing seemed to know what she wanted to say, and said with a smile, "Madam, there is no need to be polite. I just want to take a look at Muyu. You can go out and talk to the crown princess." Hearing what the prince said, Madame Wang had no choice but to follow Zhang Xian out to talk to the crown princess, and so followed behind, and asked someone to carefully lower the curtain at the main entrance, ensuring that no wind could get in before calling the wet nurse to carry the child out. "I pay my respects to the crown princess." Mrs. Wang adjusted her expression and put aside her worries, and smiled as she came out of the inner room, paying her respects to the crown princess, who had already arrived at the palace gate. "I am here to see the queen off. It is really frightening for the queen to come here in person. The concubine just gave birth and cannot be moved. Otherwise she must thank the queen in person." Mrs. Wang was worried about her daughter just now, and now that the fruit is ripe, she thought for a moment, and hurried out to thank the crown princess on behalf of her daughter. And Zhou also asked the wet nurse to carry the little grandson wrapped tightly in a brocade quilt to the crown princess. The crown princess took a look at the baby, and then turned to talk to Madame Wang. "Madam, don't be so polite. It's all my job." "Madam, don't worry. Lin's mother and child are both safe now, which is also a blessing for the East Palace." Li Wancheng didn't put on airs. She smiled and said politely, and told Madame Wang not to see her off. She took the palace maids back to the main hall. Madame Wang still went out of the hall to see the crown princess off. When she came back in, she saw that there was no one in the main hall. She couldn't help but sigh. Her daughter was born safely this time, but it was a boy. It's okay now. There will always be a day when the crown prince. I don't know if there will be ways again in the future. After Li Wancheng returned, she first ordered her to wash and change clothes, and then lay down on the couch tiredly. Xiaoman rubbed her head carefully beside her. Shi Nuwan and Fu Yu went with Zhang Xian to send Zhao Gonglong, who was beside the queen, back to Cunning Palace to announce the good news to the queen. Now they were not serving in the palace. Xiaoman saw that the crown princess looked bad and didn't dare to say much. She just did her job silently. After rubbing for a while, Li Wancheng patted Xiaoman's hand, indicating that she was done. Xiaoman stood by with her hands down, looking at the crown princess, who was still resting with her eyes closed, wanting to say something but stopping. Li Wancheng opened her eyes after a while, and looked at the appearance of her trusted maid, and laughed at herself. It's a boy indeed. Xiaoman, I'll take a break. You go and tell someone to prepare the meal. Li Wancheng didn't want to say more, and motioned Xiaoman to go out. My queen. Seeing the crown princess so discouraged, Xiaoman shouted with some worry. But Li Wancheng waved her hand to signal her to leave. The crown prince had just entered the inner room, and saw Lin Muyu covered by the curtains, and stopped in front of the bed. Muyu, are you okay? And Zhou saw this, and stopped the wet nurse, who had just come in to hold the child for the crown prince to see, and waved to Zhang Xian, Yun Xia and others, and let everyone out. Eunuch Xiao wanted to stay, but Aunt Zhou glared at him, so he shrank his neck and followed him out. Lin Muyu heard the prince's question, and she felt mixed emotions. She thought the prince would at least take a look at the child first, but she didn't expect him to ask her directly if she was okay. Don't worry. My mother was with me just now. Aunt Zhou and the midwives are experienced, and I didn't suffer when I gave birth to that kid. Lin Muyu thought about it. The prince just came, and he must have not heard the scream she made when she was in extreme pain. So she decided to beautify herself a little. Unexpectedly, the prince chuckled after hearing this, and directly lifted the curtain and sat on the bed. Who are you kidding? Giving birth to a child is always painful. Alas. You? Lin Muyu was startled by the prince's action of lifting the curtain. The prince always said that he no longer pretended in front of him. In fact, he himself did not always act like a gentleman in front of Lin Muyu. Don't move. Su Ruiqing saw that Lin Muyu was startled by him and wanted to get up, so he quickly pushed her back. You're making such big movements after giving birth. Be careful. Lin Muyue was pushed back, hiding half of her face in the quilt, and only showing a pair of eyes to look at the prince. Have you seen our child? Su Ruiqing saw that Lin Muyue's movements were lovable, but her eyes, which were always full of starlight in the past, were now full of fatigue. He couldn't help but sigh. I always wanted to have a child with you. Whether it's a boy or a girl, you will always have someone to rely on in the future. But after this, I think it would be nice if it was always the two of us. Hearing Su Ruiqing say this, Lin Muyue was shocked. It was beyond her expectation that Su Ruiqing could say such a thing. But she closed her eyes and warned herself that no matter how nice the vows made by the two of them when they were deeply in love, if she got old in the future and the man in front of her had 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, would she still remember what she said now? However, what she thought in her heart was different from what she said out loud. I feel relieved after hearing your words. Don't stay here. Go over there to see the children. Su Ruiqing hesitated for a while and didn't want to go. But Lin Muyue yawned softly and said, You go. I'm tired too. I want to rest for a while. Then you take a good rest. I'll go see the children and come back. Su Ruiqing nodded and turned to go to the East Warm Pavilion. Just now, the whole room was in chaos. When Lin Muyue saw the prince go out and her mother come in again, she said tiredly, Mom, I'm hungry. I want to eat the chicken noodles you made by yourself. Mrs. Wang, who had been holding back tears, also fell at this time. She wiped them with a handkerchief and said, Okay. Mom will make it for you. Seeing Mrs. Wang crying, Lin Muyue felt sad. But she still pulled herself together and said with a smile, Then I'll rest for a while. Mom, remember to eat too. Mrs. Wang put down the curtain for Lin Muyue to prevent the candlelight from dazzling her. She nodded and went out. Lin Muyue raised her hand to rub her forehead, curled up in the quilt, closed her eyes, and began to rest. Chapter 34. The East Warm Pavilion had long been prepared for the child to live in. Now when Su Ruiqing entered, he saw his son sleeping soundly on the Kong. When Aunt Zhou saw the prince coming in, she lowered her voice and said with a smile, Greetings to his highness. The young master just had his milk and fell asleep. I saw that he was a healthy child. When Su Ruiqing saw the child sleeping, he just took a look. It was hard to tell anything from the baby's face when it was just born. He wanted to see if the child looked like himself or Muyu, but unfortunately, he realized that he didn't have such a good eye after seeing him. And Zhou seemed to know what the prince was thinking and said, I have seen that the young master has eyes like the queen, nose and lips like the prince, and he will definitely be a handsome grandson of the emperor when he grows up. Su Ruiqing didn't care whether he was handsome or not. If he was a delicate little princess, the prettier the better. He didn't care how this brat looked. However, he was very happy when Aunt Zhou said that, and saw me when I was a child. If you say so, this child will definitely look like me when he grows up. Eunuch Wang was also looking at the child from behind. Aunt Zhou thought it was inappropriate to see him stretching his neck, so she patted his back. Eunuch Wang also laughed and didn't care. The prince stood in front of the Kong and looked at the child. A shadow enveloped the little baby. The sleeping child seemed to have some sign. He pouted and suddenly started crying. Su Ruiqing was startled. He coughed and sat on the couch beside him. Aunt Zhou quickly took the wet nurse to take care of him. Aunt Zhou smiled when she saw the prince's look. Your Highness looks exactly like the way His Majesty looked at you back then. You are indeed father and son. Having followed the queen for so many years, and having seen the prince grow from a baby to a husband, Aunt Zhou looked at the sleeping grandson and felt a little emotional. After hearing what Aunt Zhou said, Su Ruiqing felt even more embarrassed. Aunt Zhou waved her hand and shook her head, saying, I won't say anything more. Your Highness, have you had your meal? Su Ruiqing realized that his stomach was empty, and he was indeed a little hungry. So he told Eunuch Xiao, Go to the kitchen and get something. Your Highness, the crown princess has been waiting here for a long time. She just returned to the main hall. Why don't you go over there too? Aunt Zhou thought about it and said this. Su Ruiqing was stunned, frowned and said nothing. Aunt Zhou sighed again. Your Highness, please go down. Madame Wang and the servants are here, so there will be no problem. Besides, the concubine needs to rest now. And you are just sitting here doing nothing. Eunuch Xiao also smiled and advised. I just saw that the crown princess has just served the meal, so it's a good opportunity for you to go down together. Su Ruiqing sat for a while, and saw that his son had been comforted and fell asleep again. So he got up gently, nodded, and went out. Li Wancheng didn't have much appetite. She just rested for a while, and watched the food for a while. Then she asked someone to serve her food. She thought she would just deal with this meal. Unexpectedly, the palace maids came in with food boxes, and she heard the eunuchs outside saying that the prince was coming to eat. "My queen, can I ask someone to add a few more dishes that the prince likes?" Xiaoman was a little happy to hear that the prince was coming. She asked the princess with a smile. Li Wancheng was also a little surprised that the prince would come, but she nodded after hearing Xiaoman's words. "You go." Just as Xiaoman was about to leave, Li Wancheng suddenly added, "I want to eat some dishes with strong flavors. You go and order a few too." "My queen." Xiaoman was a little surprised, but seeing that the princess didn't say anything, she nodded and left. So when the prince came to his wife, he saw a table full of dishes with very complex flavors. He paused with his chopsticks in hand, and picked up a piece of roast goose in front of him and ate it. Li Wancheng didn't say much today. She sat in the main room of Yuta Hall from noon to the present hour of high. During this time, she only had some snacks and drank a few sips of tea. Now she was really hungry. After finishing the meal in silence, Su Ruiqing opened his mouth to speak. But Li Wancheng spoke first and said with a smile, "Your Highness, you must be tired. Why don't you go to the front and rest? You've been busy all day. I still have some things to take care of. It's not good to keep your Highness here." Su Ruiqing originally wanted to go back to rest, but after hearing what Li Wancheng said, he said, "You've worked hard all day. If you can't finish the work, do it tomorrow. Is you asleep? I'll go see him before I go back." I didn't expect the prince to ask about his son. Li Wancheng was stunned for a moment, but didn't stop him. He just whispered, "I think he's asleep. If your Highness goes to see him, remember to be gentle," nodding to indicate that he understood. Su Ruiqing also told the crown princess, "You should also take care of yourself." Then he took people out, and Zhou sent the prince out. After a while, Madame Wang came back with freshly prepared noodles. Madame Wang asked Yinxia to go in with the food box. "You have been busy for a while. Madam, do you want to go in and see your grandson?" And Zhou saw that Madame Wang did not feed her daughter herself, knowing that she must have something to say to her, so she took the initiative to invite Madame Wang to sit in the East Warm Pavilion. Madame Wang nodded, and went to the East Warm Pavilion with Aunt Zhou. "You go out first." After going in, Aunt Zhou saw that the emperor's grandson was still sleeping, and sent the wet nurse out first. When everyone filed out, Mrs. Wang stood up and bowed to Aunt Zhou. "I feel relieved to see that the concubine has a thoughtful and mature person like Aunt Zhou here." Aunt Zhou quickly stepped aside, and then stepped forward to help Mrs. Wang up. "I don't deserve your courtesy, madam. It's just my job." Mrs. Wang smiled when she heard it. "If Aunt Zhou said it's my job, then you have to continue to serve the concubine?" The concubine is the best at acting according to the situation, and going with the flow. Today, when I saw you, I realized who the concubine inherited her temperament and intelligence from. Aunt Zhou couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. A mother worries about her child even when he is thousands of miles away. Although Muyu is in the capital with me, she is inside the palace walls, which makes me more worried than being thousands of miles away. Mrs. Wang sighed and continued, "I have heard that Aunt is an old friend of the Queen, and she is very careful in her work. Now that the grandson has been born, I would like to ask on behalf of the concubine, please let Aunt stay with her." And Zhou did not refuse after hearing this. "If the Queen agrees, I will naturally have no objection." Zhang Xian had tried Aunt Zhou before, but she had not made up her mind at that time. However, after a few months, Aunt Zhou seemed to have discovered that Lin Muyu's plan was different from that of other women in the harem, and she was willing to gamble the rest of her life. Of course, there is no need to trouble Auntie. The Empress will ask for permission when Muyu is out of the month. Mrs. Wang had talked to Lin Muyu before. The Empress would naturally ask her to talk to her. Now that she has received Auntie Zhou's guarantee, she is satisfied. After the two of them finished talking about this matter, they stopped talking about these things and went to see the little grandson. Mrs. Wang looked at the little grandson's still red face with loving eyes. This child is good looking. Although he is a boy, he looks very much like Muyu when he was a child. Auntie Zhou said, "Oh, what you said is really a coincidence. I just said that this child also looks like the prince when he was a child. He is a smart child. He knows how to follow his parents' strengths." Mrs. Wang also smiled. Yun Xiao brought chicken noodles, and side dishes into the inner room. Seeing that Lin Muyue had fallen asleep, she went over and called softly, "Miss, wake up." Lin Muyue was indeed tired just now, and she was still a little confused after being woken up. "What time is it?" Yun Xia put a soft pillow behind Lin Muyue. "It won't be long. This is the chicken noodles made by Madam. Miss, please have some." There was a small table on the table. Lin Muyue took a sip of the delicious chicken soup and sighed comfortably. This cooking is really different for each person. I have been thinking about this noodle made by my mother. When Miss was sick in the past, Madam made the chicken noodles herself. Now you will naturally think it tastes good when you eat it now, Yun Xia said, as she continued to put a few plates of side dishes on it. After finishing the work, Yun Xia paused and said, "Just now." And Zhou invited the crown prince to go to the main hall. Lin Muyue was stunned for a moment, and said with a smile, "Are you complaining to me?" Yun Xia was speechless for a while, and her expression was even a little resentful. "I am so stupid in the eyes of the young lady. Ha ha ha. No way. You are the smartest one among me." Lin Muyue was amused by Yun Xia's expression, but after laughing for a while, she cried out in pain. This startled Yun Xia, and she hurriedly wanted to go out and call Aunt Zhou over, but was stopped by Lin Muyue. "It's nothing. Nothing. Come back. I'll be fine after a while." She closed her eyes and counted her breaths. Lin Muyue really felt a little better, so she pulled Yun Xia to sit down by the bed. And Zhou is very smart to do this. You can see how much the queen praised me during the previous New Year. And the relatives and nobles also sent me New Year gifts. This was not the case in previous years. After hearing this, Yun Xia recalled the year when she first followed Lin Muyue into the palace, and nodded. This year, the relatives and nobles who came to send New Year gifts are indeed more than the year when the young lady first entered the palace. Last year, it was more. Seeing that Yun Xia had listened, she continued, "My pregnancy was a coincidence. It was not much different from the crown princess's first child. When the crown prince ascends the throne in the future, I am not flattering myself, but the position of the fourth concubine is inevitable. What would you think if you were the crown princess?" Yun Xia's expression gradually became serious. After thinking for a moment, she tried to say, "Then what Aunt Zhou did today, is it to show goodwill to the crown princess?" Lin Muyue nodded. She had just given birth to a child. She could not sleep with the crown prince, nor could she eat at the same table with the crown prince. Why should she keep the crown prince? And Zhou did it just right. Alas, they say that people in the palace live a life of gods, but miss, you have come a long way. I don't think every step has been easy, and you have never had a good life. Yun Xia was a little discouraged, and muttered. Lin Muyue smiled. "You have never lived a really hard life. The poorest people you see on weekdays are just the farmers on the farm at home, and the little palace maids and eunuchs you see after entering the palace. Although our lives are also full of fear, it is still 100 times better than the real poor people." Yun Xia smiled when she heard it. "I haven't seen it." "Miss, have you seen it?" "Although I haven't seen it with my own eyes, there are not enough books about it." Lin Muyue shook her head and smiled bitterly. And she is from the future. She thinks she understands the suffering of the lower-class people in ancient society better than any upper decision-maker in the world. Yun Xia was speechless for a moment when she heard the young lady say that. She had been studying with Lin Muyue since she was a child, thinking about the things in the books. She naturally knew the hardships of the people. Let's not talk about this anymore. Lin Muyue saw that the atmosphere was not right, and she separated herself first. "You should also go and eat something. You must be hungry after working for so long. And Zhang Xian and Aunt Zhou, you go and ask the kitchen to make something. Let's eat quickly." Yun Xia nodded. She was fine. But Xian and Aunt Zhou were both old, and they really couldn't stand being hungry. Now that they had been busy all day, it was important to eat and rest quickly. So she hurried out. Lying on the bed, Lin Muyue's sleepiness faded a little because of something on her mind, until she heard the noise outside gradually fade away. The palace servants, who had been busy all day in Yuta Hall, were also on night shifts, and some were resting. She finally couldn't resist the sleepiness that came over her, and soon she fell asleep. It is said that when Zhao Gonglong returned to Cunning Palace, Empress Yu had finished bathing, and Xingye was wiping the Empress' hair. Seeing Zhao Gongjun coming back happily, the Empress was a little surprised. Give birth so soon? The concubine is usually in good health, and Aunt Zhou, who went to take care of her, is also doing her best. Today is indeed very smooth. Zhao Gongzheng not only felt that Lin Miyue was in good health, but also praised Aunt Zhou. Queen Yu nodded. She knew that Lin Miyue had listened to Aunt Zhou during her pregnancy. As long as the weather allowed, she would go out for a walk every day. So she was not surprised to hear the news today. However, after saying the above, Zhao Gongzheng's smile faded. But the concubine gave birth to a boy. That's fate. Queen Yu was combing her dried hair with a wooden comb. When she heard Zhao Gongzheng's words, she sighed and put the comb down. Zhao Gongzheng lowered her eyebrows. She didn't dare to listen to whose fate the queen was talking about. Pei Rong. I am old too. Besides, they are all my grandchildren. I love them no matter what. Let Jing err. As a father, worry about the rest. Queen Yu did not wait for Zhao Gongzheng to say anything, and added another sentence. Hearing the queen's words, Zhao Gongzheng, who had just been calm and focused, thought for a moment, and smiled and praised. The queen is wise. Chapter 35. Mencia said, the weather is not as good as the location. And the location is not as good as the harmony of people. A city of 3 miles, a city of 7 miles, can be surrounded and attacked but cannot be defeated. Lin Miyue took a copy of Mencius and read slowly. The little child sat on the couch under the window, listening to Lin Miyue's reading attentively. After reading this passage, Lin Miyue looked at her son, who was listening with great interest with a headache, and tentatively said, We have been reading for so long. Let Aunt Jing get the egg custard. And Mother will feed you the egg custard. Okay? Su Qingyu, nicknamed Yu, is now 5 years old. When he heard that his mother was going to feed him egg custard, he thought about the smooth texture and fresh taste of the egg custard and nodded heavily. I want to eat it. Thank you, Mother. Seeing that he finally fooled his son, Lin Miyue breathed a sigh of relief. I don't know who this kid took after. He doesn't like to play with cats and dogs at such a young age. After seeing the prince teaching Chengyu to read once, he insisted on reading a passage to him every day. When the child was 3 years old, Lin Miyue rearranged the east room and put the small bed she had built. The child slept on the bed in summer and returned to the original room when it was cold in winter. As for studying, Lin Miyue still went to her own study. Lin Miyue sat behind her desk and let the child stay on the couch by himself. With his mother watching him, she was not afraid that he would move around and fall. Before, the child wanted to study, but Lin Miyue thought it was too early. However, the prince thought it was good that his son had a desire to learn, and he advised her that children in the palace were always precocious. A 6-year-old child could go to the study room in the palace for the princes and sons to study. Her son was 5 years old now, so it was not too early for him to start learning. Lin Miyue thought about the Lin family's method of enlightenment. Originally, they wanted to use books such as 3-character classic for young children. But their son said that he heard his brother recite Mencius from his father, so they changed it to Jing reading books with him every day. Lin Miyue read this passage every day as an extension. She would choose half an hour every morning to read a passage from Mencius to her son, and then translate it carefully according to the teaching method of the Chinese language class in her previous life. If there were any allusions that needed to be supplemented, she would also explain them in detail. However, Lin Miyue really has no talent for being a teacher. The 4-year-old child listens with great interest for half an hour every day. Lin Miyue, a half-baked teacher, has a hard time preparing lessons every time. Luckily, Zhang Xian and Yun Xia are both literate and can help. Otherwise, Lin Miyue really wants to pack up and send this child to school. So it is half an hour. Every time Lin Miyue finishes her lecture, she will find something to do in advance to divert the child's attention. Today, she also asked the kitchen to make egg custard in advance. The child is still young and easy to deceive now. Lin Miyue thought that this trick might not work after a while. The egg custard contains large fresh shrimps that are pounded into shrimp paste and then seasoned to make shrimp balls. Add a little soy sauce. It is delicious and easy to chew. It is very suitable for children to eat. Lin Miyue held a small bowl, scooped up a spoonful of food, blew it, and fed it into her son's mouth. Looking at her son's big eyes narrowed because of the happiness of eating, she felt it was very cute. Continued to feed this small bowl of food herself. After coaxing the child, Lin Miyue wiped the corner of her son's mouth with a handkerchief, and said to Jing, who was standing beside her, "You can continue to study with him for a while. You don't need to write too many words. He is still young and may hurt his hands. Just take him to read books and learn some words." Jing nodded. I understand. Take the little prince to read for a while. After lunch, I will serve the little prince to take a nap. Lin Muyue now feels that Jing's choice of wet nurse is really good. There were 2 wet nurses at the beginning. After Lin Muyue weaned her son, the other one was rewarded and sent back home. Only Jing could read and write. Now Lin Muyue keeps her by his side and takes care of her all the time. After settling her son, Lin Muyue took people to Yunshi. Yunshi was pregnant with her and gave birth to a boy. Therefore, she was promoted to a talent now and lived in a small courtyard by herself. In recent years, children in the East Palace have emerged one after another like bamboo shoots in spring. Jushi gave birth to a boy and was promoted to Liangdi. In the following years, Lushi, one of the 3 talents, had a daughter. Yaoshi and Chenghui was also pregnant now, which made Yaoshi, who was already cheerful, smile when she met anyone. Wanshi, an old person who served the prince before, was pregnant and gave birth to a prince. She was also named a talent now. Sister is finally here. Watching Lin Muyue enter the room, Yun Danyuan breathed a sigh of relief, pulled his child in front of Lin Muyue. Hurry up and let Yun Xia send this naughty boy to his brother. I can't control him anymore. Yun Danyuan considered herself a calm person, and the prince was not a reckless person. How could he have such a naughty child? Now he is only 4 years old. She has all kinds of precious flowers and plants, and Lin Muyue has jade bottles and porcelain. There is nothing that this kid has not ruined. But this child is also very smart, knowing how to be close to others, seemingly being born with the ability to read people's faces, only starts to act naughty around his mother and his closest aunt Lin Muyue, and is only a little more lively around Zhu Liangdi and Yao Chenghui, and even more so pretends to be honest when he is around other people, which is why Yunshi feels a headache. But she can't bear to punish him. The name of Yunshi's child is Qingluan. He is the most naughty child in the East Palace, until now. It is not only why, only Chengyu from Lin Muyue's family can control this child. Jing is taking year to write. It's just right to send him there. Let his brother watch him, and learn a few words. Lin Muyue leaned over and touched little Qingluan's head, and let Yunxia hold him to find Qingyu. Lin Muyue watched Yun Danyuan arrange the child, and then went to sit in the house with her. You said Jiang Shui to find me today. But is there anything important? The people around her were all confidants. Yun Kairan did not hide it. She frowned and said, It's my family's business. Lin Muyue understood. She and Yun Kairan became more familiar with each other and learned some things about her family. Yun was born in a county town near the capital. The family originally had some property, and her father was also a scholar. Before entering the palace, one of her brothers had already married, and his wife had given birth to a girl. As for Yun, she was born smart and was the apple of her parents' eyes. So she learned a few words from her mother when she was young. However, when Yun was 8 years old, her family suddenly encountered an accident. Her brother, who was studying in a private school, had a conflict with a student and injured the student. Later, he paid a lot of money to settle the dispute, and the family fell into decline. Yun was already a very outstanding beauty when she was 10 years old. Unexpectedly, one day she accidentally heard her parents discussing that they would marry her to a rich man in the city as a second wife after waiting for 3 or 4 years. The little girl felt like she was falling into an ice cave when she heard the news. She knew that her family was in a difficult situation. After her brother got into trouble, the servants in the family were all dismissed. She took the initiative to take on various chores at home. Unexpectedly, her parents said that they still needed money to study after selling her, so they wanted to marry her off in exchange for a dowry. It happened that the palace was selecting palace maids in the 2 capitals at that time. Yun went to ask her parents to enter the palace. After entering the palace, there would also be 15 taels of silver for the family of the palace maids. She also persuaded her parents that the palace maids also had monthly allowances in the palace, and she could save the monthly allowances and give them to her parents. She just asked them not to marry her off casually. The Yun family's parents were furious when their daughter exposed the fact that they wanted to marry their daughter off for money. But they began to hesitate when they heard that Yun was willing to enter the palace. Yun used silver to persuade her parents, relying on the fact that she saw clearly that her parents' love for her was conditional, and finally entered the palace. Lin Muyue felt mixed emotions when she heard this story. There are so many girls like Yun nowadays. Yun thought she could live a peaceful life after entering the palace and the inner library, but she was selected into the vortex of the Eastern Palace. It is not known whether it is a blessing or a curse. Now, hearing Yun's words that something happened at home again. Lin Muyue thought for a moment and asked, "But what happened to your brother? Yun is now the prince's concubine and has a son. It may not be a big deal in the capital, but in the county, she has become the imperial concubine. The Yun family has also become prosperous because of this. And it is more prosperous than before the incident. My sister-in-law sent a letter, saying that my brother has taken in a woman of unknown origin. He originally brought her home to serve the two elders, but the woman is now pregnant. And my brother said that he wants to take her as a concubine." Yun Danyuan almost laughed when she saw the letter. After her brother passed the imperial examination, he never made any further progress in his studies. Now he is just a rich man with a little property. He even learned the tricks of the playboys outside and wanted to take a concubine. Lin Muyue frowned after hearing this. "There is no such rule. Your sister-in-law is quite clever. She even knew how to write to you." Yun Danyuan nodded. Her brother had been quite nice to her before, when her parents wanted to marry her off. They even said that she didn't want to study, and that she had to go home to farm to support her sister. But Brother Yun was impulsive, and did things without considering the consequences. He was a little confused about women. Now the family was in turmoil because of this. No matter how much her sister-in-law cried, she couldn't change her husband's decision. Her parents-in-law were also deaf and dumb, and refused to make a decision for her. So she could only ask for help from her sister-in-law, who had entered the palace. According to my sister-in-law's letter, the woman has a graceful figure, and her conversation doesn't sound like a country girl as she said. My sister-in-law took good care of Yun at home. However, this was not the reason why Yun Danyuan told Lin Muyue about this. After listening to Lin Muyue's words, she added another sentence. Lin Muyue sat up straight, her expression a little more serious. "What about the accent? Is it from the south or the capital? I can't hear it clearly. It should be someone near the capital." Yun replied, "People from Beijing." Lin Muyue thought for a moment. "It seems that they are targeting you and me. But it's just those few families." In recent years, the shipping business in the south has been getting better and better. But the lives of several old nobles in Beijing are not as luxurious as before. It is not the first time that the nobles in Beijing have made a move against the crown prince and the people in the East Palace. It's just that the previous few times they went to the crown princess and Lin Muyue's family. Now the Yun family has been implicated. I didn't expect that they have already reached out to your family members." Lin Muyue frowned. In the past, these people tried to attack the crown princess's father and Lin Muyue's father and uncle. But they didn't expect that this time they would not let Yun Danyuan, a talented family, go. Yun Karen pondered for a moment. "I think something big must have happened in the previous dynasty recently. Otherwise they wouldn't be like this." Lin Muyue was stunned and felt that this made sense. If there hadn't been a major change in the previous dynasty, why would they not even let go of a talented family? And why would they send a woman to act so sinisterly? "Sister, please write back to your family first, and say that your brother has made great achievements, and it is absolutely not allowed to take a concubine. If you like that woman, you can stay in the mansion to serve her," Lin Muyue said after thinking for a while. Such things must be discussed with the family before they can be done. Lin Muyue discussed it with Yun Karen first, and asked her to stabilize the family. Yun Karen nodded. "I know. Sister, just act according to your plan." Chapter 36. With a plan in hand, Lin Muyue didn't want to continue talking about these troubles, so she asked someone to invite the female official of the Shangfu Bureau, and talk to Yun Karen about the fabrics that had just been sent in spring, thinking about making some clothes. In recent years, the Jin family has lost their position as weavers, and ironically, the things sent from the south are better, and the women in the harem can also get some good things, unlike in the past. Only the queen could get a share of the good things, and the rest are basically with the imperial concubine. This lilac material is nice. I think it looks good on your fair skin. After choosing for a while, Lin Muyue picked up a piece of soft and shiny material, compared it to Yun Karen, and thought it was good. There were several other colors of the same material next to it. They all looked very shiny in the sun, but they felt good to the touch. It was hard to tell how such a material was made. The female official of the Shangfu Bureau standing next to her also smiled, and praised Lin Muyue for her good taste. The concubine has a good eye. This material is a fresh product made in Hangzhou and sent to Beijing. The ladies in the palace are all mature and prudent. Therefore, except for the princesses, the rest of the material is here. Lin Miyue thought for a while. This lilac material will be used to make a skirt for Yunkiren. It will be embroidered with wisteria as the main pattern. You can make other patterns as you like, the female official of the Shangfu Bureau said respectfully. After listening to Lin Miyue's instructions, she thought for a while and said, Your Majesty said before that she wanted some new patterns. There is also a piece of brocade with bogu pattern and several pieces of brocade with different figures and floral patterns in this batch of materials. The patterns of those figures and floral patterns are all different. If your Majesty likes them, you can pick them out. What is bogu pattern? Lin Miyue was not interested in the figure and floral pattern. But this bogu pattern, if it is what she thought, is quite interesting. The female official had prepared in advance. Hearing this, she handed over a pattern booklet. It's in this booklet. Your Majesty, please take a look and see if you like it. The booklet really contained a pattern composed of various ornaments, such as porcelain bottles and jade articles. The paintings were lively and interesting. Lin Miyue saw that the material was not suitable for making clothes. But with this booklet, she could imitate the pattern and make something else. After taking a look at the booklet, Lin Miyue smiled and said, This is good, but I can't think of anything to make at the moment, so I won't use it for the time being. But this is interesting. I'll keep your booklet for now. The female official from the Shangfu Bureau responded. And when she saw that Lin Miyue and the others had no other instructions, she left. Sister, let's go to Sister Yao for lunch later. Yun looked at the clock in the room and saw that it was not long before lunch. Lin Miyue also thought this was a good idea. Then let Qingwen go to have lunch with his brother, and then take a nap on the couch in my room and have someone send him back. Yunkiren was eager to see her son less, so she nodded in agreement. If you need to pay respects in the morning, go and pay respects. If you don't want to pay respects, get up a little later. After breakfast, take your son to read, and then deal with things for a while. If there is nothing to do, go to Juliandi. Yunkiren talked with a few others. In the afternoon, Lin Miyue usually reads, writes and draws by herself. Lin Miyue's days in the East Palace are now more regular. However, in the past 2 years, the nobles in Beijing have been attacking the Eastern Palace. After watching the children fall asleep at night, Lin Miyue lit a lamp in the study to read the letters from home. Yumei sat beside her. Not only that, there is another matter involving the palace. My father told me personally that the Jia family seemed to want to send their daughter to the palace. The Jia family originally had 2 dukes in one family. In the second generation, although the head of the Ningbo mansion, Jia Daiwa, did not inherit the title of duke, he was also a first-class general of the first rank and was awarded the actual position of the governor of the Beijing camp. The Rongwa mansion has inherited the title of duke for 2 generations in a row. The head of the previous generation, Jia Daishan, was still a super-ranked duke. Because of the first 2 generations of dukes and Jia Daishan, who inherited the title of duke in the second generation, the Jia family has been the leading family among the nobles in Beijing for many years. However, in recent years, I don't know what kind of trouble the Jia family has suffered. The head of the Ningbo mansion passed away, and the one who succeeded the title was not his son Jia Jing, who had passed the imperial examination, but his grandson Jia Zhen. After Jia Daishan left Rongwa mansion, the same thing happened to his family. Jia Shi inherited the title, but had no real job. The second son Jia Zheng originally wanted to take the imperial examination and enter the court. But when Jia Gong was seriously ill, he thought again, and still applied for a position in the Ministry of Works for his son. The letter Lin Miyue received was mainly about Jia Zhu, the eldest son of the Rongwa branch of the Jia family. After getting married, he had passed the examination and was preparing for the autumn examination. The Jia family is seeking change, but I don't know what level this young master of the Jia family is at. Lin Miyue put down the letter, picked up a handheld ornament on the table and stroked it. Yumei has made great progress with Lin Miyue in the past few years. After thinking for a while, she said, this young master Jia is a student who was blessed to study in the Imperial Academy. It is said that he is not bad in the noble families in the capital. Lin Miyue smiled. You are saying that you are being mean. He is not bad in the noble families. But how about among the scholars of the entire capital? Oh, how would the servant know? Yumei smiled, knowing that the queen knew what she meant. Jia Zhu, who was being missed by Lin Miyue, was now studying hard in the study, looking at the books on the table and the homework left by the teachers. He sighed. At this moment, A servant came from outside the door. "Master, the grandmother has brought something to see you." Jia Zhu looked up and saw his newlywed wife coming in with a maid. The maid was holding a food box in her hand. "Husband, you have been studying hard until now. Why don't you take a break?" Li Wan said to her husband with a smile. Jia Zhu was a little happy. In the past, he stayed up late to study hard. Although his mother cared about him, she would still persuade him to study hard and get a good name as soon as possible. Only after getting married, his wife would only care about him as a husband and no longer talk about the matter of the imperial examination. Because of the above reasons, every time he was studying late at night and knew his wife was coming, he would rarely let go of his worries about studying and the future. "If I go to bed early, how can I get this bowl of delicious soup?" "Madam?" Jia Zhu listened to his wife's words and smiled and nodded at the food box placed by the maid on the round table in front. Li Wan smiled and shook her head when she heard this. "This is not for my husband, Su-yun." Su-yun heard her grandmother's order and opened the food box. There was a bowl of sour plum soup inside. Jia Zhu was stunned when he saw the bowl and whispered, "Is there really no portion for me?" She took out the bowl and put it on the table. Li Wan smiled and said, "It's getting hot. If my husband likes it, you can try it." Jia Zhu hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the bowl. However, he only drank a sip and rushed back to the table where he was reading. He grabbed the cup on it and took a big sip. "Ahem. Madam, how many black plums and hawthorns are in this bowl? Is the sugar jar at home empty? Why is there no sweet taste at all?" Li Wan smiled, let Su-yun pack up the things, and walked to Jia Zhu, patted her husband's back gently and said, "I'm pregnant." Hearing his wife's words, Jia Zhu was overwhelmed with great surprise, but seeing his wife coming to his side, he did not dare to move, and could only whisper, "What? When did it happen? How many months?" Seeing her husband, who was always serious in the past, now at a loss, Li Wan found it very interesting. "Today I went to pay my respects to my mother, and when I served my grandmother with my mother, there was an excellent steamed sea bass, but I felt sick for some reason when I smelled the fish, and I asked the imperial physician to come and found out that she was pregnant. At that time, Li Wan was serving food to Jia's mother, and she could not help but put the dish directly into the mouth when she smelled the fish. She dropped it on the table and began to dry heave." Mrs. Wang, who was angry at her daughter-in-law's reckless behavior, was about to scold her, but the most senior lady in the Jia family, Grandmother Jia, spoke with some surprise. "Yuanong, go and see your daughter-in-law Zhu. She can't stand the slightest smell of fish. Is she pregnant?" Li Wan wanted to apologize for her impoliteness, but she hesitated after hearing Grandmother Jia's words. Su-yun, who was beside her, saw that her grandmother didn't say anything, and said to the old lady at the top of the table, "My dear, our grandmother has been feeling unwell recently. She has no appetite for fish and meat. She has been drinking porridge and eating some side dishes these days." Grandmother Jia was even more surprised to hear this, and she didn't even care about eating. She ordered, "Sit down quickly, you are such a careless child. You didn't even ask a doctor to check on you when you were not feeling well. I think you are probably pregnant." Mrs. Wang's expression also changed. She told the maid to ask for the doctor with concern. She also asked Saixia beside her to help Li Wan sit down on the chair beside her. "Good child. Sit down quickly." After hearing his wife's story about the day, Jia Zhu said with some distress, "Why did you come to see me so late? Go back and have a rest." Li Wan was waiting for this sentence. She didn't go back first. Instead, she persuaded her husband. "I am a woman, but my family was not so rich when I was young. Not to mention other things, I still have to do needlework and other things. After I got engaged to you, I took a boat to Beijing. In fact, I am in good health." After saying the first sentence, she saw that her husband seemed to be thinking about what she said. And then she continued, "On the contrary, you have been studying poetry and books for so many years. You are either studying in the school or writing in this study room all day long. You don't even move. Your body has been unable to bear it for a long time. This," Jia Zhu hesitated, "but I always want to pass the imperial examination as soon as possible, so that I can support the family." After thinking about it, Jia Zhu finally told his wife what was in his heart. Jia Zhu was actually very satisfied with his new wife. Li Wan was born in the family of the chief priest of the Imperial College in Nanjing. As the saying goes, A person with a wealth of knowledge will be elegant. Her bookish air attracted Jia Zhu a lot. Therefore, he often discussed poetry with his wife. He agreed with his wife's talent and insight. However, when he heard his wife admonishing him to take care of his body and put aside the imperial examination, although he felt that what his wife said made sense, he thought that the burden of the whole family was on him. So how could he let it go so easily? Li Wan lowered her eyes and smiled. I'll say something disrespectful. If you work harder now, my husband, you may inherit the title? Jia Zhu was shocked, and a little blush crept up on his cheeks. He said angrily, I don't have such an idea. But the Rong and Ning mansions are of the same surname, and the family prospers together and suffers together. Hearing her husband say this, Li Wan was not angry, but continued her husband's words. Since my husband has no intention of the title of Rong Mansion, even if you are a successful Jinshi, at least, Gao can only be a 6th rank official. Why worry about it and ruin your health? After his wife said this, Jia Zhu could no longer hide the shock on his face. He paced around the room for a few times, and finally sat down on the chair dejectedly. Grandma, why do you say this to hurt me? Although Jia Zhu is the eldest grandson of Rongwa Mansion, he is from the 2nd house, according to the national laws and family rules. No matter how promising he is, he cannot inherit the title. The one who inherits the title should be Lian Gur from the 1st house. Sensing her husband's anger, Li Wan sighed inwardly, but still said with a gentle smile, I know that my husband has his own intentions and values the relationship between family and relatives. He wants to pass the imperial examination and ensure the prosperity of the Jia family for generations. But I want to tell you a few words from my heart. If you think it is useless after listening to it once, I will never say it again in the future. Just now, when talking about the inheritance of the title of the Jia family, Jia Zhu felt that some things hidden in his heart seemed to be seen through by his wife. But now seeing that his wife's tone was serious and not joking, she suppressed her thoughts and said, Please teach me, Grandma. Hearing her husband still calling her grandma out of spite, Li Wan felt a little uncomfortable, but she still sorted out her thoughts and said, My father is now the chief priest of the Imperial College in Nanjing. You know my family. It is the same clan as the mother's family of the crown princess in Beijing. Although there are no high-ranking officials in the family, it is also a family of poetry and literature. This was purely Li Wan's self-deprecation, although the Li family is always ridiculed by some people, saying that it was because of the crown princess that they became famous in Beijing. But in fact, the reputation and confidence of the Li family have never been obtained by women. From the grandfather of the crown princess to several elders in the Li family, there are many erudite people in the Li family for generations. The grandfather of the crown princess, Mr. Li Zhuoyong, studied with the great Confucian Luan Mingxian, who annotated the 4 books and was designated as a model for the world by the court, and was accepted as a disciple. He can be said to be the most orthodox successor of Confucianism today. Even so, there are many brothers and sisters in my family who passed the imperial examinations at the age of 30. My husband, you are a son of a noble family. It is rare for you to pass the examination and enter the imperial college at your age. Why do you have to suffer so much? Li Wan persuaded Jia Zhu with family affairs. At 30, you are old enough to be a Mingjing. And at 50, you are young enough to be a Jinshi. Although the children of officials are not so good, it is common for them to pass the imperial examination and then the Jinshi at the age of 30. Jia Zhu is a scholar at this age and can study under famous teachers in the imperial college in the capital. If he studies hard for a few years, he will definitely get results. After listening to his wife's words, Jia Zhu still sat in his original position. Seeing this, Li Wan sighed and said, That's all I have to say. My husband has his own plans, and I won't say much. Watching his wife leave with the maid, Jia Zhu sat dejectedly on the chair for a long time without moving. Chapter 37. Jia Zhu and Li Wan lived in a small courtyard. The main room was for the couple to rest. The 2 side rooms connected to the main room were for the maids. The east wing was used as a study, the west wing was temporarily vacant, and the back room in front was for the servants on duty. The Imperial College had 2 days off every month, but students in Beijing could not stay in the academy. Especially the students in the Yin Academy were basically the children of officials in Beijing, and Jia Zhu was the same. He got up early every day to study in the academy, and went home to stay at night. Li Wan was diagnosed with pregnancy recently, but the imperial physician said that she was a little tired recently. And now that the month is still young, she needs to rest more. Therefore, Jiamu told her to take good care of herself for a few days and not to serve her and her mother-in-law, Wang Furen. Now it is Li Wan's mother-in-law who is in charge of the household. After Wang Furen knew that her daughter-in-law was pregnant, she also specifically ordered the kitchen lady to do whatever she wanted. And there must be no perfunctory. Li Wan had said a lot to her husband before. These days, Jiazhu went straight to the study when he came back from the snow, and slept in the study at night, and did not even go back to the main room. Grandma, why did you say these things to Grandpa? These days? Ah, so you took a small silver scissor and cut off a piece of wick, making the light brighter and more convenient for Li Wan to read. Looking at her grandmother, and said with some regret. Li Wan was wearing a cloud blue silk shirt and leaning on the couch to read a book. No matter what, I have to say this. The play she watched in the palace was one reason. After watching the play, she thought of other things. So she made up her mind to persuade her husband. It was okay before, but I see that the wife now has a second brother, and she is getting more and more face in front of the ancestors. You know what the first wife is like now. I think the wife has other thoughts now. Li Wan stared at the book for a long time without turning a page, and said this again after a while. Suyu was a maid she brought from home, and she was very confident that she would not speak nonsense. So she did not avoid her when she said these words. That can't be true. The lady is urging the master to study. Suyu thought about it and figured out the key to the matter. Li Wan saw that Suyu had figured it out, and she also forced a bitter smile. My husband is like this, let alone passing the exam. I think he will ruin his health sooner or later. I have no choice but to say these. I just hope he can figure it out. Suyu could only remain silent, and quietly sat by the side and started embroidering. Lin Muyue didn't know about the lawsuit in the Jia family, but tracing back to the source, it was indeed she who encouraged Li Wan, who came to visit the Crown Princess, to persuade her husband. When she first learned that Li Wan and Crown Princess Li Wancheng were from the same family, Lin Muyue was actually quite surprised. But thinking about how she had been resurrected and born again in this world, she quickly accepted this reality. Jia Zhu, the young master of the Jia family who died early, was worth investing in Lin Muyue's opinion. If he had not died as early as in the original book, the final situation of the Jia family would probably be different. The Crown Princess and Li Wan are from the same clan, but they are one generation apart. Li Wancheng is Li Wan's elder, but they are not much different in age, and they have known each other for a long time. The Crown Princess received a letter from her clan and learned that someone from the same clan was going to Beijing to get married. So she summoned her to the palace to speak, which was also considered to add some face to the new bride. Lin Muyue had no interest in the Crown Princess's guest. But Yume said, Look, madam, that is Li, the wife of Jia Zhu, the eldest son of Ronghua Mansion. Lin Muyue suddenly stood up, startling the people around her. But she tidied her clothes and jewelry and said to Yume, Let's go. The Crown Princess has invited guests. You pack some things for Li, and I will go to the main hall to accompany the guests. Lin Muyue learned from her family that the Li family, where the Crown Princess came from, married a young lady to the Ronghua Mansion, and she guessed that it should be Li Wan. But she only connected the name with a real person today. The atmosphere in Jinda Hall was not very good. Li Wan's father was an official in Beijing when he was young, but his position was not high at that time, and the women in his family had never entered the palace. He was later promoted to the Imperial College, but he was in Nanjing after all, so it was Li Wan's first time to enter the palace. Li Wancheng's grandfather opened a college in the south when he was young, wrote books and taught, so the two of them had met a few times before they got married. It's just that they haven't seen each other for many years. One is already the Crown Princess, and the other is a newly married bride. Li Wancheng and Li Wan said a few words, but didn't know what to say. They could only drink tea quietly. Li Wancheng was feeling embarrassed, and planned to say that she had something to do and asked the person to go back. Unexpectedly, Xiaoman came in and said, Your Majesty. The concubine said she heard someone was coming to your house, and brought gifts. Li Wancheng was a little surprised. She knew that Lin Muyue would not come to your house for no reason. But the visitor today was just a relative from her mother's family. She couldn't figure out what Lin Muyue wanted to do. After Lin Muyue came in, she first saluted the Crown Princess, and after receiving Li Wan's salute, she looked at the new bride. in the red mansion that Lin Muyue was familiar with in her previous life. Li Wan was a widow at the beginning. But the Miss Li in front of her was still a newlywed. She was wearing a cassia red top and a coral red skirt because she was going to the palace to pay homage. There were patterns of magpies and branches on the hem of her skirt. And there were gold hairpins and jade ornaments on her head. She was a rich and noble lady. I heard that a young lady came to your mother's family. And she is very beautiful. So I came to take a look. Lin Muyue said to the crown princess with a smile after sitting down. The crown princess glanced at Yume, who was following behind Lin Muyue with a few boxes, and wondered if she came to test the waters because she thought her family wanted to continue to send daughters to the palace. However, she rejected this idea as soon as it came up. No, Lin was not such a fool. Her coming here meant that she knew that her relatives were already married, and she should even know which family they were promised to. So the crown princess smiled and responded. She is beautiful, but according to seniority, she is still my niece. As an elder, you came to see my niece. But did you bring any gifts? Li Wan was also modest. I don't deserve your praise. Madam, I am Li, the wife of Jia Zhu, the eldest son of the second house of the Duke of Rome. Lin Muyue waved at Yume, and smiled at the two of them. Your Majesty really loves her own people. I did not come empty-handed. I heard that this is the daughter of the chief priest of the Imperial College, so I won't give her any ordinary gifts. But there were only some paper and pens, and only a handwritten copy of Binhong collection of essays, which was still quite presentable. Binhong collection of essays was a collection of essays by a great writer in the previous dynasty. But this writer did not become an official, so the collection of essays he left behind is hard to find now. Lin Muyue happened to have a copy at home, so she took it out and copied a handwritten copy to give to someone. Li Wancheng was also a little surprised when she heard about this book. She had a lot of books in her family, and this book was naturally one of them. But that book was from Mr. Li's personal collection, so she thought Li Wan should not have read this book. Li Wan was also happy to hear that it was such a novel gift, so she thanked Lin Muyue without much hesitation. Several people then started to talk about poetry. Lin Muyue herself could not write poetry, but she had a certain level of classical Chinese and poetry appreciation under the influence of the Lin family since she was a child. After hearing that Li Wan wrote a poem based on the scenery she saw when she came to Beijing by boat, Lin Muyue tried hard to hide her poor academic nature. At this time, she felt that it was not easy for Zhang Zong either. It was not easy to find the right level and tone when writing poetry. Besides, in her previous life, she wrote hundreds or even thousands of articles at a time. The ability of modern people to write ancient poems has been worn out, at least in Lin Muyue's case. The poems she wrote are just doggerel, so she won't show them off. Not only did they have a good chat this time, Li Wancheng was also aroused. She knew that Lin Muyue had arranged a new play for her birthday before. Thinking that she had nothing to do during this period, it would be nice to find a good day to hold a small banquet in the East Palace. So when Li Wan left the palace this time, she also received an invitation from the Crown Princess to watch a play next time. Lin Muyue thought that the Crown Princess wanted to invite people to watch a play, and her play was not enough, so she would add another one. So Li Wan saw a tragic play in which the husband and wife were originally in harmony. But the husband studied hard day and night to pass the exam in order to give his family a better life. But on the day of passing the exam, he died of weakness and vomiting blood. And the wife also died for love. In order to cover up the simplicity of the plot, Lin Muyue personally asked a cousin of the Lin family, who was outstanding in poetry and prose, to write the script, and tossed the craftsmen and actors of the Nanfu. And finally the play was arranged with beautiful singing, and every word of the play was interesting, which made everyone in the East Palace cry. Li Wan didn't think much when she watched the play. Several plays in today's banquet were rehearsed in the palace. But after returning home, Suyu beside her always hesitated to speak. Grandma, I always feel that this play is a bit unlucky. Suyu didn't dare to say it directly, but just said that this play is unlucky. The scholar in the play originally had a good life, but he was always obsessed with fame, and in the end, he died and everything was gone. How many scholars in the world are clear-headed? They just want to learn literary and martial arts, and sell them to the emperor, but the scholar's body is too weak to succeed. Li Wan wiped her face with a hot cloth, and there was some sarcasm in the beginning of her words, but the last sentence took a detour. The imperial examination in ancient times was a tough job. The autumn examination was better than the spring examination, but they had to squeeze into such a small examination room, and write hard under great pressure. At the end of each examination, a few weak scholars had to be selected. Li Wan thought about her husband's not very healthy body, and she wanted to persuade him to take care of his body, and take care of himself. So there was the previous incident. Now Jia Zhu was hiding from Li Wan, but the lights in the study were not on until midnight like before, so Li Wan just rested and took care of her pregnancy, and did what she had to do. Chapter 38. Lin Muyue didn't like living in the palace. She still liked the scenery in the garden. The prince promised her that she could live in Fengyewu, where the maple trees were very beautiful. She felt it was good after living there once. The garden has now expanded a lot. Lin Muyue is still envious of the new place to live. In recent years, Emperor Fengtai has also liked to go to the garden more and more. When people live in the palace, it is mostly during the new year. In winter, the garden is full of mountains and waters, and the humidity is heavy. There is no ground dragon, which is not conducive to wintering. Emperor Fengtai always had the habit of sorting out the affairs of the previous dynasty before going to the garden. Therefore, the prince and the court officials were always the busiest at this time. Lin Muyue could often discuss some affairs of the previous dynasty with the prince now. Her father, Lin Feng, initially worked for the prince for a period of time at the suggestion of Emperor Fengtai. Later, the private correspondence between the Lin family and Lin Muyue, or Mrs. Wang's visit to the palace to visit her daughter and grandson, all vaguely reflected that the Lin family privately favored the prince. Mrs. Wang now goes to the palace twice a month. On the 1st and 15th day of each month, the mother and daughter sometimes talk about the Lin family. Now that the former dynasty is in turmoil again, Mrs. Wang's monthly visits to the palace have become even more important. On this day, Lin Muyue and Mrs. Wang talked about the Jia family. Lin Muyue thought of the recent news from home that the Jia family intended to send their daughter to the palace, and said with emotion, its rise was rapid, and its fall was sudden. The young ladies of his family in the previous generation could ask for the emperor's grace to marry themselves. But this generation has to work hard to send their daughter to the palace. Mrs. Wang took a sip of tea and put the cup aside. She sighed and said, after all, the nobles have more face in front of the royal family. His family's grandfather saved the emperor, and is different from other families. It was successful before by asking for grace. I think if the wife of Duke Rong comes to ask in person this time, the young lady of the Jia family will be able to enter the palace. The titles of the nobles are in the hands of the emperor, and their relationship with the royal family is naturally closer than that of the civil officials. Mrs. Wang is well aware of this. So she felt a little emotional and sad when she said such words at this time. When you were in this election, your family wanted to ask for mercy, allowing you to choose a family before this election. But His Majesty refused to agree. After Mrs. Wang finished talking about the Jia family, she couldn't help but think of her daughter, and said this with a sigh. Lin Muyue smiled. Everyone has their own destiny. I'm fine now. Mother, don't worry too much. In such an era, it's good to have enough food and clothing. There are still many farmers in the world who work hard for a year and can only have enough food and clothing. She is lucky to wake up in the body of the little girl of the Lin family. Lin Muyue had no expectations for her emotional life in this era. Whether she entered the palace like now, or found a family in Beijing to marry, it was the same in her opinion. There were only a few families in the world with a family of officials, and a clean family tradition like the Lin family. Not to mention the capital. Now that she entered the palace, the prince was not bad to her. Lin Muyue treated the days in the palace as if she was working as 007, and she was a worker chosen by heaven. However, when talking about the Jia family, Lin Muyue also found it interesting. When I look at their family, I think of our family. My grandfather was indeed far-sighted, and my father and two uncles were also extraordinary people. Mrs. Wang nodded. The Jia family's behavior is indeed similar to ours. It depends on how their eldest son is. The ancestors of the Lin family were civil officials, but they were civil officials who followed the founding emperor to conquer the world. The family once obtained a title that could not be inherited. Lin Muyue's great-grandfather was far-sighted. He had strict requirements for his son and personally urged his son to study. Lin's grandfather entered the imperial examination and was promoted to the position of minister of Honglu Temple when he retired. This is also the reason why the Lin family has knowledge of foreign affairs. Lin Muyue's father Lin Feng was more courageous and bet on the right horse. He was promoted by Emperor Fengtai. The Lin family also successfully continued the family heritage because of Emperor Fengtai's promotion of Lin Feng. The next generation of the Lin family, since Lin's father's generation has completely become the sons of civil officials. Watching Mrs. Wang recalling the past, Lin Muyua realized something else. So Dad is the minister chosen by His Majesty for the prince. But now the relationship between the two. Mom, don't let the gods fight, and the little devils suffer. The father-son relationship between Emperor Feng Tai and the prince seems okay now. But the difference in political views is also fatal. The best thing for the Lin family now is to reduce their presence and not become cannon fodder for the conflict between father and son. Mrs. Wang was always frightened by her daughter's outspokenness. Now when she heard such words, she could only comfort herself that her daughter knew that she had dismissed everyone before she said it. Your father knows it well. Now is not the time to publicly take sides. Supporting the prince now will really harm him. Mrs. Wang knew what her daughter meant. But the three brothers of the Lin family were all experienced officials. They knew all about these things. No one was obsessed with future wealth. Lin Muyua smiled. I just reminded you. Mother, Yura is about to wake up. Do you want to go and see him? Hearing about her grandson, Mrs. Wang stopped talking about her worries and stood up to look at her grandson with a kind smile. Lin Muyua was laughing behind her back, and Mrs. Wang pretended not to hear anything. She walked leisurely from the study to the east side. Su Ruiqing had been in the court for so many years, and he had made great progress in both his character and his political skills. In Lin Muyua's opinion, he had some of his father's shadow. But the conflict between father and son was gradually emerging. The emperor was just the emperor of the world. The slogan of "Long live the emperor" has been heard by countless emperors from ancient times to the present. But every emperor knew that there was no such thing as "Long live the emperor." Emperor Feng Tai had always been a strong emperor. Although he could be called a wise ruler and was willing to accept advice, he was arbitrary in most of the things he had decided. Just like the beginning of the port. Even though the ministers opposed it, he still did it in the end. But in recent years, as he got older, Emperor Feng Tai became indecisive towards old ministers, especially those with old ties to the royal family. The opening of ports mostly affected the interests of nobles and wealthy families in the south. Most of the wealthy merchants in the south also had inextricable connections with the nobles. The nobles of the imperial court were basically the old men who had fought with Taizu and Taizong to conquer the world. Now Emperor Feng Tai began to soften his heart towards these people. Now the Maritime Merchant's Office has been officially in operation for several years. From the previous fierce resistance and even framing the prince, the nobles are now thinking about how to place their own people to share a piece of the pie. Emperor Feng Tai also turned a blind eye to these people's actions, and was willing to let them place their own confidence. But the prince was still young, and he had no sympathy for these people. He just thought that they had made a lot of money from controlling the shipping for so many years. Now that the court opened a port, it would not cut off their financial resources. These people still had money to earn. So why couldn't they just thank him honestly? In the eyes of the prince, there were not many good people among the nobles, except for a few families that still controlled the army and educated their children strictly. The rest were either playboys or good-for-nothings. Su Ruiqing looked down on these people. In the past few years, Emperor Feng Tai could still support the fight between the crown prince and the nobles. But this year, after seeing several old men with gray beards and trembling gait, the crown prince was often scolded by Emperor Feng Tai for some trivial matters. The most important thing is that the fifth prince is already 16 this year. It is rumored that Emperor Feng Tai seems to want to release Concubine Jin, who has been living in the palace, to choose a concubine for the fifth prince. When Emperor Feng Tai dealt with Concubine Jin, he used the excuse that Concubine Jin was seriously ill. Although he dealt with the Jin family, he did not do anything to Concubine Jin herself. So now that the news has leaked out, many nobles have begun to enter the palace to make noises. Su Ruiqing is still handling government affairs in the Qianqing Palace. But he is no longer sitting in the same room with his father as he did in the past. Emperor Feng Tai ordered the eunuch Zhao Liqing to prepare a room for the prince, so that the prince can handle government affairs alone. After reading all the memorials that he needed to read, Su Ruiqing pinched his eyebrows and felt a slight headache. He looked up at the self-ringing clock in the room and sent eunuch Wang to ask Emperor Feng Tai if he was free at this time. If he was free, he would go back and tell him that he was going back to the East Palace. Eunuch Wang came back and said Emperor Feng Tai was talking to Marquis Anping, but after he asked the imperial court to pass on the message, Emperor Feng Tai agreed without saying anything. Your Majesty told me that if your Highness has nothing to do, you can go back to the East Palace. Eunuch Wang respectfully reported Emperor Fengtai's words to the prince. Let's go. Su Ruiqing stood up and patted the pile of documents on the table and told his apprentice Chun Lai, who was left here by Eunuch Xiao in the imperial court. All the documents I have approved are here. You can take a look if your father needs you. Take them. Chun Lai bowed and responded. Yes, Your Highness. Don't worry. After giving instructions, Su Ruiqing took his people out and returned to the East Palace in a sedan chair. You said that the concubine asked you to invite me over today? The team marched in silence. And the prince suddenly asked Eunuch Wang. When Eunuch Wang heard the prince asking him, he quickly replied, Yes. Yun Xia from the concubine came to me this morning and told me that the concubine seemed to have something to say to His Highness. Su Ruiqing's expression was still normal, but Eunuch Wang could feel that he seemed to be in a better mood than before. So he boldly asked again, Does Your Highness want to go? Go. I haven't seen you for a while. Su Ruiqing thought of the child, and his expression became gentler. Lin Miyue had asked the female official of the Shangfu Bureau for a book of embroidery patterns. The boga patterns in it looked very cute to her, but she always felt that it was weird to use this fabric to make clothes. So this afternoon, she took Yunxia and Yume to make some small purses with this fabric. After working for an afternoon, Lin Miyue looked at the finished product with satisfaction and said to Yunxia, You go and string these up and hang them on Yuer's bed. How interesting. Looking at the things Lin Miyue was carrying, Yunxia sometimes felt that her young lady was really childish. She carried the string of things to the east room. After hanging them up, she felt that her young master might not like these things. Chapter 39. After Su Ruiqing entered the Eastern Palace, he first returned to the Cheetah Hall to change his clothes. This dress was made by Lin Miyue herself. On the ivory white background, bamboos were embroidered in green and ink in different shades. The final appearance of the embroidery was somewhat like painting on clothes. In order to repay this dress, the prince also returned to his old business and made a bamboo-shaped pen holder with green jade and gave it to Lin Miyue. When Su Ruiqing changed his clothes and brought out the jade crown, he saw his second son holding the hand of the third son, and the two brothers went to Lin Miyue's Yuta Hall together. Young master, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is looking at you. Su Qingyu's sharp-eyed Maokai saw the Crown Prince coming out of Cheetah Hall with his men, and quickly reminded his young master. Su Qingyu paused, turned around and stepped aside, and took his brother to wait for his father to come. The child greets his father. The soft voice of a child sounded. Su Ruiqing looked at the two little children, saluted him side by side, and felt that the softest part of his heart was touched. So he stepped forward and touched the heads of the two children. Are you going to Yuta Hall together? Su Qingyu looked up at his father, raised a smile and said, I am going to take my brother to my mother's place for dinner. Then let's go together. Su Ruiqing slowed down his pace and took the children into Yuta Hall. Lin Miyue had just finished making things with her team and was still watching the maids packing up. Unexpectedly, she heard a message from outside saying, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Seeing Su Ruiqing leading the two children in, Lin Miyue found it quite interesting. She and Yun Danyuan looked like two extremes. One as gorgeous as peaches and plums, and the other as elegant as magnolias. But the two brothers looked quite similar. Plus, they always made similar clothes for their children together. Now they really looked like twin brothers. Lin Miyue was able to make a whole set of clothes for the prince before, thanks to the years of making clothes for two children. Greetings to His Highness. Why did you bring the children with you? Lin Miyue stepped forward and motioned Yume to take the two children to the east room to wipe their faces and wash their hands. Looking at the prince's clothes, she knew that the prince must have cleaned himself up, so she asked the prince to sit on the Luhan bed in the inner room for a while. When I came, I saw Yer and Lunar coming out of Yun's place, so I brought them with me. Su Ruiqing knew that Lin Miyue had a good relationship with Yun's family, and the two children were of the same age and always played together, so it was not the first time that he saw the two children coming to Yuta Hall together. I made fried food that they liked to eat at night, so I asked the children to come with me. Lin Miyue had fried chicken before, as well as chicken wings, chicken legs and other things. Children have no resistance to such things, so every once in a while, Lin Miyue would make it and ask the two children to eat together. It tastes really good. Su Ruiqing thought for a while and said this. Some are left for His Highness. Wait until Yer falls asleep at night, and we will eat together. Lin Miyue also sat on the Luohan bed, whispering in the prince's ear. Ahem. Okay. Lin Muyue suddenly came over and spoke in his ear. Su Ruiqing's ears slowly turned red, and he could only cough a few times to cover it up. The prince has grown a lot in the past few years. He usually doesn't show his emotions, so Lin Muyue likes to tease the prince more and more. Before he said a few words, the voices of two children came into the house. Lin Muyue smiled and said to the prince, "Let's go. Your Highness. You have been busy recently, and you haven't seen the two children for a while. There are currently 5 children in the East Palace. The children who can see the prince the most often are Chengyu, the princess, and the other 2 are the 2 children of Lin Muyue and Yin Danyuan." So the 2 brothers were not afraid of the prince, although they still respected their father and behaved a little more restrained than usual. They could still inadvertently reveal some of their childish nature. It was not time for dinner yet. The 2 children wanted to play with toys together, but now their father was here. Although they didn't understand much, they subconsciously wanted to spend more time with their father. "How have you been studying these days?" Su Ruiqing sat behind the desk in the study, flipping through a pile of papers on the table, and asked about homework. The 2 children standing below showed doubts at the same time. Although they had begun to learn to read, they were not yet old enough to go to school. They were a little stunned when the prince asked this question. Lin Muyue couldn't bear it, and said to the prince with disdain, "Your Highness, please save yourself the trouble. It won't be too late to test their homework after they enter school. It's true that a loving mother has many spoiled children. I didn't say anything, but you just protected these 2. The prince flipped through the things on the table and realized that the 2 children were too young. They were only learning to read and couldn't write anything. So he put the things back and said to Lin Muyue with a smile. After saying that, the prince waved to the 2 children, took out a copy of the 3-character classic, opened a page at random, picked a sentence, and asked the 2 children to continue. Lin Muyue secretly rolled her eyes. The prince, as a father, was not as good as a half-baked teacher like her in teaching children. The princess's wife Chengyu would return to Jinda Hall dejectedly every time she was tested by the prince. Because of the previous incident, the relationship between Lin Muyue and the princess's wife eased a little. Li Wan would be asked to come to the palace by the princess from time to time to talk. And Lin Muyue was also willing to make a few more trips to find out some news about the Jia family through casual chats. So, she went there several times and occasionally watched Chengyu study. She felt that the child was good at studying, but he was young and inevitably playful and unstable. It was quite miserable for him to meet the strict father and mother, the crown prince and the crown princess. For the crown prince's random test this time, because Qingyu had already gone through all the Mengshu, although he could not say that he could recite it backwards. But now when the crown prince said a sentence, he could usually think about the next sentence. Qinglun was a little worse. He was younger than Qingyu, and usually liked to run and jump. He only started studying recently with his brother, and now he was a little stumbling when he continued. However, the prince also knew that his sons were still young, and he did not demand anything from them. He just used the method of testing his sons to pass the time. After the prince finished reading the 3-character classic, he took out a copy of Mengqiu of the past dynasties, and prepared to continue the test. At this time, Yun Xia came in, and saved the 2 children whose faces were about to be wrinkled into buns. "Your Highness, Your Majesty, dinner is ready. Do you want to eat it now?" Yun Xia asked with a smile after coming in. Before the prince spoke, the 2 children turned their heads to look at Lin Muyue, which made her laugh so hard that she said to the prince, "Your Highness, let's eat." Su Ruiqing shook his head, laughed at his 2 sons and said, "Forget it. Let's eat." After all, they were still children. After eating their favorite food, Chengyu and the other 2 forgot about what happened just now. In order to prevent the 2 children from being caught talking about studying again, Lin Muyue spoke first. "Chengyu, I made a new toy for you. Go play with your brother." When Lin Muyue was making a purse before, she looked at the pieces of cloth and had an idea to ask someone to make a puzzle. Yu Mei took the things back today. The puzzle was made by copying a picture of hibiscus and pheasant given by Lin Muyue on silk cloth, and then pasting it on a very thin piece of wood. Stroking the puzzle pieces, Lin Muyue thought it was very well made. After the 2 children finished, she could hang it up as a decoration. So she took 10 taels of silver and asked Yu Mei to reward the craftsman. After sending the children to play in the east warm room, Su Ruiqing went into the inner room again. Lin Muyue called Yunxia over. "You go and boil a pot of sour plum soup. Put some ice in it after it cools down. and then bring in some fried food for today. It's a good time to start preparing now to help digestion. After Lin Miyue gave instructions, she also went into the inner room. Eunuch Wang was standing in the inner room. The prince was sitting on the luohan bed with his eyes closed. Seeing Lin Miyue coming in, Eunuch Wang bowed and saluted, and then he quietly left. Lin Miyue thought for a moment, and sat in front of her dressing table, and began to take off some of the jewelry on her head. She recently got a set of kingfisher feather headgear, and she loved it so much that she wore it every day. But this headgear is beautiful, but it is a bit heavy. Now there is no one around, so she took off this set of jewelry first. After Su Ruiqing came in, she waited for Lin Miyue to comfort her, but she didn't expect that this woman came in and went straight to do her own things, so she could only helplessly open her eyes and look towards Lin Miyue. Feeling the burning gaze behind her, Lin Miyue took off the last small hairpin she used and put it back into her dressing box. Then turned to ask the prince, "Your Highness, do you have any worries? I am willing to share your worries." Seeing Lin Miyue's smiling face, Su Ruiqing could only smile helplessly, and walked over to pull her to sit on the luohan bed together. What else could it be? It's nothing more than those nobles starting over again. When Lin Miyue heard what the prince said, she also told the prince about Yun Siren's family affairs. After hearing Lin Miyue's words, Su Ruiqing's face darkened. These people can really think of any despicable means. These means may not be useful, but Yun Siren is now favored by everyone in the East Palace. The person who did this probably thought that if it worked, it would be good to have someone whisper in the prince's ear. Unfortunately, Yun Dan Yuan is not a white flower. She could see clearly that her parents asked to enter the palace. Now these people are trying to control her by controlling her family. It can be said that they have made a wrong calculation. The prince picked up the teacup placed on the small table of the luohan bed, took a sip of tea, and sorted out his recent experiences. Some time ago, a nobleman wrote to the emperor, saying that the officials of the Mingzhou Port Trade Office in the south had committed illegal acts, forcing local merchants and civilians not to participate in maritime trade, and accepting bribes for personal gain. The prince said slowly with a gloomy face, "Emperor Feng set up an office to allow officials to participate in maritime trade and collect taxes from merchants who followed the court ships to sea. But this did not mean that local merchants and some civilians who made a living from it would lose their jobs. On the contrary, with the court in charge, many merchants who could not get a share of the maritime business in the past can now make money, and going to sea with the official fleet is more secure." So what is it actually like? Lin Miyue asked just like that. In fact, this matter had been mentioned when her family wrote to her. This gentleman is really a greedy man, and his hands are not clean. Not to mention the ice and carbon tributes. There are few people in the court who don't take them. The festival gifts of the 4 seasons, the shops on the street, and the women in the backyard. The official sent to take charge is indeed too greedy. It's no wonder that he was caught with a handle. As expected, Su Ruiqing showed no mercy to the impeached official, and told Lin Miyue the whole situation directly. Nowadays, the salaries of officials are not too high or too low. If you work as an official in the capital or a prosperous place, you will be a little tight. But officials also have other ways to make money. This is something Su Ruiqing doesn't like, but he has accepted it silently after these years of experience. But the officials who were impeached this time made him very angry. It's hard to satisfy your desires. This is not surprising. You are so angry for something else, right? Lin Miyue thought again, and felt that the prince was not angry for this. The prince has been trained over the years. He is more and more calm in front of others. After returning to the East Palace, he rarely has such big emotional fluctuations in front of Lin Miyue. Su Ruiqing nodded silently and continued. This man is a classmate recommended by an official of the Eastern Palace. Although my father did not reprimand me when the incident happened, the recent small actions of the court, especially the nobles, are really annoying. At this time, Yun Xiao led 2 young palace maids to the outer room and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Your Majesty, the snacks are ready. Do you want to bring them in now?" The prince had just talked for a while and had no appetite. It was still Lin Miyue who said, "Send them in." Seeing that the atmosphere in the room was not right, Yun Xiao tried to move lightly to put the things in place, and then quickly slipped away. Lin Miyue directly picked up a fried wing and handed it to the prince. "Try it?" Su Ruiqing was still thinking about what happened just now. After being disturbed by this, he could only look at Lin Miyue helplessly. "I wash my hands, Your Highness." Please don't be disgusted, Lin Miyue said deliberately. After hearing this, Su Ruiqing had no choice but to take a bite from Lin Miyue's hand. Lin Miyue then poured a cup of sour plum soup into the glass cup and handed it to the prince. Although the prince did not send glass before, he exchanged some things that foreigners were interested in for some new recipes for the glass shop. Now the number of glassware in the palace has increased greatly. The excellent aesthetics of the court craftsmen also gave these glassware a different kind of beauty from the glass produced by assembly line operations in later generations. The prince took the food from Lin Miyue's hand and ate it, and drank a few sips of sour plum soup. It was hard to talk with something in his mouth. Lin Miyue didn't like to eat such greasy food at night. So he sat on the side and drank slowly with a cup of sour plum soup. Knowing the limit will lead to determination. Determination will lead to tranquility. Tranquility will lead to peace. Peace will lead to consideration. Consideration will lead to success, Lin Miyue said slowly, and then asked the prince, "What is your highness's next move?" Su Ruiqing had eaten some food and his mood had calmed down a little. Now my father is more inclined to the nobles. And the profits of maritime business are so huge. I think anyone in office will inevitably be corrupt. So I just look at the person in this position. Whether you have enough ability, whether you can handle this mess well is the most important. Take the handkerchief handed by Lin Miyue and wipe your hands, Su Ruiqing continued. It's just that my father removed the manager of Mingzhou Yamen and replaced him with a nobleman. This person is really not good enough. I'm afraid there will be trouble. I know you want to persuade me not to act impulsively, but the treasury looks rich. But once a war breaks out in the north, it will be like a stream of money being spent, Su Ruiqing said again. The nomadic peoples in the north have always been a threat to the Central Plains dynasty. The emperors of the previous generations of the Great Zheng dynasty personally led many expeditions to pacify the grasslands, and drove the Hu tribes back to the depths of the grasslands. But in recent years, powerful tribal leaders have emerged on the grasslands. First, they physically integrated several small tribes, and then began to test the border by threshing grass. When Emperor Fengtai was young, he also thought about raising troops to clear the grasslands again, but now he just wants to be a peaceful emperor, and he started to be vague about the border affairs. Su Ruiqing always felt that the Khan on the grassland had great ambitions, and was always worried that the border war would break out again. Lin Miyue thought for a while. Your Highness, it's not the right time yet. Your Majesty must know about the treasury. There's really no need to go against your Majesty at this time. The officials who were related to him had just stepped down, and they hurriedly opposed the new person chosen by your Majesty. Even if the new person was not good, it was hard to guarantee that Emperor Fengtai would not think too much. I know that Su Ruiqing doesn't like nobles now, but it's not the right time yet. When the prince ascends the throne, he can do whatever he wants to deal with these people. But although Emperor Fengtai is getting older now, his health looks good, and it's far from the time for the prince to be the master. You are the crown prince. Now that you have shown your differences with His Majesty, it will only make those with ulterior motives more and more excited. And they will try to alienate the father-son relationship between you and His Majesty. Lin Miyue tried to persuade him again. I know, Su Ruiqing replied after listening to Lin Miyue's words. He knew that it would be safest to just be a yes man, but he just couldn't get over it. However, he had no choice in this situation. Lin Miyue didn't say much. This kind of thing can only be digested by the crown prince himself. It is not easy to be a crown prince, especially when the emperor in power is getting old, and the crown prince is young and has his own ideas. Emperor Fengtai's current preferential treatment of old ministers is not for the crown prince to see, to show his authority as the common lord of the world. So Su Ruiqing can only take the initiative to retreat even if he is reluctant. Chapter 40. Let's not talk about this anymore. Father wants to choose a concubine for Xiaowu. Remember not to get involved in these things. Su Ruiqing digested his emotions for a while, and told Lin Miyue not to go to the queen's place except to pay respects. I know, but the queen is really having a headache now. Lin Miyue thought about it, and felt that it was difficult for the queen. Madame Jin is now risking her reputation. Sometimes the singing, reciting, and acting in Cunning Palace are more lively than on the stage. Although there were rumors that Emperor Fengtai wanted to release Concubine Jin, but Empress Yu, the crown prince and Lin Miyue all knew that this was impossible. The fact that Concubine Jin was still alive now was the last concession made by Emperor Fengtai for the sake of the fifth prince. But Lin Miyue also felt that Concubine Jin was unlucky. She later learned that it was the nobles who had asked the Jin family to target the crown prince and the sea merchants. As a result, Concubine Jin thought it was okay, and planned such a farce. She didn't dethrone the crown prince, but got herself involved. The Jin family also fell into decline. Now the nobles are still singing against the prince based on the merits of their ancestors. Emperor Fengtai is not as supportive of the prince as before. Lin Muyue thinks that if the imperial concubine had been more patient, and did not make trouble until now, maybe it would really work out. Now the marriage of the fifth prince was only made possible by the words of Emperor Fengtai after old lady Jin went to the palace and begged him. But he just left the matter to Queen Yu to handle, and he just acted as a hands-off manager. It is true that Emperor Fengtai does not want to release the imperial concubine, but it is also true that he wants to choose a good wife for his son. Old lady Jin also goes to the palace to inquire from time to time, which annoys the queen. But Empress Yu had been in the capital for so many years, and after careful selection, she really chose a wife who could not be found fault with by Emperor Fengtai and the Jin family, and who did not provide any help to the fifth prince. The fifth prince's wife, who was finally chosen, was also a wonderful person. Lin Muyue had met her once. She was a lively girl who acted very tactfully. She came from a noble family that was now in decline, and the family only had the title of a third-rank general. It was not a disgrace for this girl to be matched with the fifth prince. But the fifth prince got a wife of good family background, but did not get any benefits. In the matter of selecting concubines, Lin Muyue's biggest headache is that the Jia family is not like Jia Min when she was young, who was not interested in the royal family's wealth. Instead, they rushed to participate in the banquet held by the queen, which was called Flower Appreciation, but was actually for the fifth prince to find a concubine. The head of the Jia family has passed away for a few years. Jia Mu, the old lady of the duke, is still there, so the plaque of the duke's mansion is still hung. Jia Yuanchun can be said to be the granddaughter of the duke. The queen originally considered whether to choose her as the fifth prince's concubine. She is young and there is no need to wait a few years. However, when paying respects, Lin Muyue heard the queen talking about this matter, and finally went to persuade them. The Jia family is now a lean camel that is bigger than a horse, and there are still relatives and friends. Moreover, the brother of Wang, the second wife in Rongfu, is gradually emerging. After listening to her, the queen also thought it made sense. So she chose the girl before. Cunning Palace still looks solemn at first glance, but many of the decorations inside are now different from before. There are pottery flower pots with childish strokes, glass cups with flower shapes placed on the small table, and pillows with strange shapes placed on the couch and Kong. These are the things that the two children brought to the queen. The Queen Yu claimed to be a strict mother. When Su Ruiqing was a child, the queen did not dote on her only son. She did not expect that she could not be hard-hearted towards her grandson. She doted on her grandchildren more than the mothers of several children. Mother, you have worked hard recently. This is a small thing that I personally made with people. I brought it to you for you to taste. Lin Muyue saved some sweet-scented osmanthus honey that she made herself last year. Now she made some sweet-scented osmanthus candy to give to the queen. With Yun Xia, Lin Muyue handed a small wooden box with exquisite workmanship to the queen. After the relationship with the queen became better and better, Lin Muyue would often bring some small things she made when she came privately. Sometimes embroidery, and sometimes some food. The things were not expensive, just a token of her appreciation. After receiving it, Queen Yu took out a piece of candy wrapped in glutinous rice paper and put it in her mouth. After tasting it carefully, she said, "It tastes good, but you are not honest. You and Luiner gave me this candy when they came before. Now you, as a mother, are just copying others' words." Leaning back on the pillow, Queen Yu put the small wooden box of candy on the small table and said to Lin Muyue, "How do you feel about these days, Tianqing?" Knowing the conflict between her son and her husband, Queen Yu also knew that this matter could not be rushed. The prince was now doing more and making more mistakes. The best way was to do nothing and live his life according to Emperor Fengtai's expression. However, if she did this, the prince would have to keep his temper. Su Ruiqing's mood could be imagined. Queen Yu also had a helpless look on her face when she spoke. The prince was getting older. He was filial to her, but he rarely told her about these things. Stroking the white jade Rui, Queen Yu knew that she didn't know much about the affairs of the previous dynasty. The Yu family was named Chengyan Gong because of the queen's relationship. But that was all. There was no ambitious man in the family. So Queen Yu was anxious about her son's current situation. First, she started with Emperor Fengtai. When Emperor Fengtai was in a good mood, She said something good about the prince to ease the relationship between father and son. Second, she learned more about the prince from Lin Miyue and taught her to cook some dishes that the prince liked when he was in a bad mood. Lin Miyue understood the queen's concern for her son. So she said, "Your Highness is in a much better mood now. I don't know much about the past, but seeing that your Highness is not so worried, I think everything is fine." After hearing this, Queen Yu looked at Lin Miyue deeply, but the queen did not say much, only said to Lin Miyue, "That's good. I feel relieved to have you by the side of the prince." Hearing the queen's words, Lin Miyue smiled and started a new conversation, taking out a puzzle that Cheng Yu and Cheng Luan had put together. "Mother, this is your and Luaner's personal puzzle. It was made by hand. The picture is my humble work." After the two brothers finished it, they insisted on giving it to their grandmother. Coincidentally, "I brought it here today. Hey, bring it here so I can see it." Empress Yu looked at the framed picture. After taking it and looking at it carefully, she thought it was good, so she told Xingye beside her, "Go, hang up this picture. These two children are really smart. You and Yun have taught them well." Lin Miyue was even happier to hear the words praising her son. When she went back, she also brought a bunch of snacks made by the queen's maids to the two children. After the prince took the initiative to give in, the people in the Mingzhou Maritime Merchant's office were replaced by nobles. The current head of the Jinghua family, who had obtained the title of duke together with the two Jias. That is, Niu Jizong, the grandson of Jinghua Niu Qing, who inherited the title of earl. Su Ruiqing remained silent about this matter. Emperor Fengtai was also very satisfied with the prince's attitude this time. It happened that a small country in the south came to pay tribute. So the prince returned to the East Palace with a bunch of rewards. The prince treated the children equally at present, and the rewards this time were all small toys. So Su Ruiqing simply called all 5 sons and 1 daughter to the Cheetah Hall, and let the children pick a few of their favorites to play with. At this time, some small countries in the south paid tribute to the Great Zheng. The main items were rice, foreign yarn, various fabrics and spices. However, the reward the prince received this time included some novelties and jewelry, so they were given to the children to choose from. Several children gathered around the table with tributes. Eunuch Wang stood by with a smile, thinking back to the time when he watched the prince choose the gifts that Emperor Fengtai gave to the queen. Now the prince's children have grown up. Su Qingyu glanced at the things on the table, grabbed Qingluan who wanted to take them directly, and bowed to Cheng Yu, the crown princess, and said, "Please choose first." Brother. The crown princess and the crown prince's eldest son Cheng Yu were not very happy to be humbled by their younger brother at this time. However, Cheng Yu was so polite, he couldn't say anything, and could only say in a low voice, "Sister, choose first," and pulled the little girl born by Lu Kairan to the middle, and let Ling Yu, the only little girl among these people, take first. The little girl was still young, but Lu Kairan was very cautious, which made the only girl in the East Palace seem like a transparent person on weekdays. Now she was being watched by her brothers, and she was even more nervous. Qingluan looked at his sister, ran over and whispered a few words to the little girl, and Ling Yu took a small golden box with a rather exotic style on the table, which contained some scattered gems. After Ling Yu finished choosing, Cheng Yu, the crown princess, took a small dagger inlaid with ivory and gems, and Qingluan picked a small box of round pearls, which he felt was better than what he had seen from his mother before. Cheng Yu looked at his brother, who was still held by the nurse. The little boy reached out to grab the interesting wooden puppet on the table. Cheng Yu handed him the puppet carved from fragrant wood, and got the little boy's toothless smirk X1. The palace servants who were waiting nearby put the remaining 5 puppets in a box, waiting to take them back together later. Next was Zhu Liandi's Cheng Wei, who seemed to have noticed the quarrel between his brothers, so he waited until his younger brothers and sisters had finished choosing, and the prince brother had finished choosing, and it was his turn, before he went to get a box of pearls of different shapes. After everyone had finished choosing, Cheng Yu slowly took a purple crystal fixed on a wooden base. Su Ruiqing watched the children pick out their items, and asked Eunuch Wang to put the rest into the warehouse first, and then ordered, "Cheng Yu, stay here. I will ask you about your homework, and everyone else go back." So the children bowed in a circle and went back with their wet nurses, leaving Cheng Yu alone standing aside with a pout, waiting for his father to ask him about his homework. Su Cheng Yu, another hidden devil in the East Palace. The crown princess herself was born in a family of great Confucian scholars. and her personality could be described as gentle and virtuous. The Crown Prince himself was more interested in reading, and he didn't like archery and horse riding on weekdays. But their son Chungyu prefers martial arts. Although he can get by with his studies because the Crown Prince and the Crown Princess supervise him, he still performs better in martial arts. This kind of character is very popular with the two ancestors. Emperor Fotai praised this grandson more than once for being like himself and having some martial art style. Empress Yu also likes this lively grandson. The relationship between the generations is fully reflected. However, every time the Crown Prince tests his homework, Chungyu becomes listless and no longer lively on the training ground. Chapter 41. Mom, look at this. Chungyu held up the things he had taken and returned to his mother. He did not let Aunt Jing and Mao Kai, who followed him, take them. He showed the things to his mother himself, showing a bit of his childish lively temperament. Lin Miyue looked at the shining amethyst and thought it was good. You have a good eye. I like it too. Unexpectedly, the child heard his mother say this, and ran to the study room with the things in his hand, and put the crystal on a corner of Lin Miyue's desk. Lin Miyue followed her son in. Seeing him do this, she didn't know what to say for a moment, and walked over to pinch her son's little face. Chungyu smiled at his mother, and told her about today's selection of tribute. Lin Miyue thought that the children in the palace were really extraordinary since childhood. Chungyu was courteous to his brothers, and Chungyu immediately let his only sister go first. The behavior of the two children could leave a good impression on their father. Chungyu did a good job. He was courteous to his brothers and filial. Your father would like such a child. As she spoke, Lin Miyue suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. She was annoyed that such a young child had to go through this. And she was also annoyed that she said such words. But Chungyu nodded with a stern face. He still stood in front of the table and looked at the crystal. He said to his mother, I know. Mother. Lin Miyue squatted down and hugged Chungyu. She doubted whether it was the right decision to bring this child into the world. This child could not enjoy the complete love of his parents like other children since birth. He had to learn how to be a child loved by his father from an early age. Chungyu felt very warm when being hugged by his mother. Although Aunt Jing was also very nice, he still preferred his mother's embrace. However, after being hugged for a while, Chungyu felt that he was now a big boy and should not act like this. So he whispered to his mother, Mom. Lin Miyue calmed down her sudden depression and let go of her son. Seeing the expression of a little adult on Chungyu's face that did not match his age, she couldn't help laughing. Okay. Our year has grown up. Mom has also prepared new pens, ink, paper and inkstone for you. From today on, let Aunt take you to write for a while every day. Okay? Chungyu heard his mother say this and replied happily. Okay. Thank you. Mom. Miss, I saw that when the grandmother of Rongfu went back, she also brought a lot of things. One day, Lin Miyue was carefully sketching a picture of flowers, rocks and grass from the previous dynasty with a pen, and heard Yume come in and whisper in front of her. After hearing this, Lin Miyue stopped drawing whiskers on the mantis and said, Oh! The prince had brought back a lot of tributes before. Not only did the children pick some, but almost all the ladies in the East Palace got some, such as the Crown Princess, Lin Miyue, and Zhu Liandi, who all got some good fabrics and spices and wood from the East and the West. It seems that the Crown Princess and the new grandmother of Rongfu get along very well. Lin Miyue stretched her waist and strolled around the study for a few laps, while walking to relieve her neck, which had become a little stiff because of painting just now. The characters in the Dream of the Red Chamber are very complex. In the book, Li Wan has a gentle side, such as playing with her sisters and teaching needlework, but she is also stingy with money and unwilling to get involved in anything. Now that the husband of this young lady of the Li family is still alive, she is generous every time she enters the palace to reward the palace ladies, and behaves in a very noble manner without any stinginess. Li Wansheng has been in the Deep Palace for a long time, and for some reason she is unwilling to interact with the women in her family, and even her mother is only seen once every few months. After Li Wan entered the palace, she often visited the palace, and the two of them developed a certain friendship. These things are useless to me. Just take some back with you. Li Wansheng packed a few pieces of good fabrics, some spices, and other miscellaneous items, and gave them to Li Wan. Li Wan saw that there were bright colors such as magenta and amber yellow in those pieces of fabrics, which were probably for herself and her younger sisters at home to wear. There were also some ultramarine and sea wave blue materials, which should be for her to take to honor her two mothers-in-law. Knowing that the crown princess really carefully selected them before giving them to her, Li Wan was touched and did not refuse, but just thanked Li Wan in a few words. Li Wan got out of the sedan chair and took Su Yun to the inner room to change clothes. Bua stood in the main hall and told the maids to pack up the things her grandmother brought back today. Put them in the warehouse first. Chui, take the list and check it. Make sure there are no mistakes. Hey, I know. Sister Bua. The little maid named Chui was recently promoted by Li Wan from the maids in charge of sweeping the yard. She was a house-born child of the Jia family. She was well-born, literate and eloquent. Therefore, she was assigned to do a lot of things recently. Once she had some experience, she would be promoted to a second-class maid. Li Wan entered the inner room, and first changed her slightly gorgeous dress into casual clothes, and then asked Su Yu to comb her hair again. Put away these heavy phoenix hairpins, and just use a jade hairpin to tie a bun. The crown princess really likes grandma. I think the materials today are all good. The blue western gold glittering satin is very good, and it has a lotus flower pattern. Grandma is too old to use it now, but it is presented to the old lady. Madam, it is all presentable, Su Yun said while taking off the hairpins and readying Li Wan's hair. Li Wan nodded. Your Majesty is kind. Now that I am pregnant, I am not tired. It is also good to talk to you more. Li Wan had a good rest before and found that her pregnancy was stable, so she is willing to go to the palace more often. The rules of the Jia family are complicated, and Li Wan is not used to them. However, as a new bride, she can follow the rules. Now that she can go to the palace more often, the people of the Jia family look up to her. Life is much better than before. After packing herself up, Li Wan asked Bai Yu to bring Chui Er in. Have you packed everything? Chui Er bowed respectfully after entering the room. To answer Grandma, everything has been put into the warehouse. I brought the list and watched me pack it. I put it in the warehouse, where all kinds of things are stored. There should be no mistakes or omissions. Li Wan nodded. There is a piece of western gold glittering satin. You can take people to prepare it for your sister Su Yu. I will make a dress for the old lady to show my filial piety. There are also 2 rhino horn cups. You can find a time to send them to the madam. Chui Er nodded, glanced at Su Yu, responded, and went out. After explaining these things, Li Wan said to Su Yu, there are still many spices. I can't use them now. You can prepare some for me. I can use some spices when reading at night. They smell good and can wake me up. The servant was holding a lantern in front. Jiazhu looked at the night sky with stars, and he followed him back to his yard in silence. After tidying up for a while, Jiazhu sat behind the desk and read a book slowly. He smelled a sandalwood-like and slightly cool scent. He looked up at his servant, and the servant named Chowin grinned. Master, these are the spices that Grandma ordered to be sent. I just lit them. What do you think? Jiazhu was silent for a while. These spices are good, but Grandma is pregnant now, so these things should be used more carefully. Chowin saw that the master looked fine, and said, these were brought by Miss Su Yu, who was by Grandma's side. Miss Su Yu said that they are all here with you, and Grandma didn't keep them. Waving his hand to ask the servant to go out, Jiazhu sighed, put down the book, and looked at the light in the main room. It was still on, and he knew that his wife had not rested yet. So he tidied his clothes and went to the main room. Li Wan was talking to the maid Su Yu and Bai Yun, but Chui Er, who was guarding the gate outside, suddenly came in and said with some surprise, Grandma, the master is here. As soon as Chui Er finished speaking, Jiazhu had already entered the main gate by himself. Li Wan did not move, but Su Yu and Bai Yun quickly got up from the embroidered cushion and took Chui Er out of the inner room. After Jiazhu came in and saw that the maids had all left, he first bowed to Li Wan and said, Thank you for your advice, the court judge. I was wrong a few days ago, and I want to thank you for your enlightenment today. Li Wan was startled by her husband's behavior, and she also stood up and helped her husband. You and I are husband and wife. Why should we be so estranged? The couple sat down on the couch hand in hand. Jiazhu was still a little embarrassed, but he also hugged his wife and said, I know what you mean, but this autumn examination is approaching, and I can't help it. You need to work harder. I have not thought about becoming a jincher yet, but I will definitely take the jurin exam myself. Just as Li Wan was about to say something, she heard Jiazhu say again. Mother just had a younger brother, and she has been thinking a lot recently. I know you have your own ideas and know how to act. I just need to take care of myself now, and I will not let you worry about my health in the future. Hearing her husband's words, Li Wan felt relieved, so the previous incident between the couple was put behind them, and they trusted each other more and more in the future, and supported each other in their lives. Li Wan is pregnant now, and is not in good spirits. But she is very good at sewing. Even if she doesn't do much. The clothes she makes under the guidance of the maids are both exquisitely cut and well made. Su Yu and Bai Yun unfolded the clothes for Li Wan to see. She nodded and asked someone to pack a box for the clothes. Su Yu carried it to Rongqing Hall where Jiamu was. Jiamu's most precious thing now is her granddaughter-in-law Li Wan. Seeing Li Wan and her maid presenting the clothes, she loved them because of the good material and workmanship. But she pretended to be stern and said, "You have a child now. Why do you have to do this?" Li Wan smiled and said, "Don't blame me, Grandma. I have nothing else to do except resting. It's okay to do some needlework. Besides, Su Yu and the others are also skillful. They have helped me a lot." Jiamu smiled and patted the place beside her. Yuanyang quickly got up to help Li Wan over. Li Wan sat beside Jiamu and said in a coquettish tone, "Grandma, I don't know anything else. And I don't have anything good to show my filial piety to you. It's just that this material is a reward from the Empress in the palace. So I used it to make. I have received this dress. Please don't despise it." Hearing Li Wan say this, Jiamu's eyes flashed with a gleam of light. "You are a good child. I have always known that. I will accept this dress. Don't do these laborious tasks in the future." Yuanyang saw clearly from the side that Jiamu actually liked the things Li Wan sent. So she smiled and said, "I see that the old lady is very happy. The eldest lady has excellent craftsmanship and can train people. Alas, it's a pity that I am the most clumsy. Otherwise, I should do something to make the old lady happy." Sister Yuanyang, you are really embarrassed to say this. The old lady is wearing your craftsmanship. And you are better than me in every way. Li Wan looked at the headband on the old lady's head, and smiled and teased Yuanyang. Chapter 42. Jiamu is talking about her granddaughter-in-law here. She is more and more satisfied with Li Wan. But Li Wan's serious mother-in-law, Wang Furen, has been looking at Li Wan with a bit of a nose and eyes. Li Wan has two mothers-in-law. The great-grandmother is the old lady who has the final say in the family. The mother-in-law is the real housekeeper in the family. The great-grandmother is kind and gentle at her age. The two get along well. But the mother-in-law Wang Furen is always picking on small things. Li Wan is also somewhat glad that she can be lazy now that she is pregnant, and does not have to set rules in front of her mother-in-law all the time. Mrs. Wang had just had a little boy. Because he was born with a jade in his mouth, she was so precious that even her eldest son and daughter, whom she loved the most in the past, gave up their chance. She also had some ideas about this boy. She never expected that as soon as she started talking to her son, he was politely rejected by him. Although he said it softly, she was embarrassed by her son after all. Now she was full of anger. "You said that Zhu's wife made a dress for the old lady and sent it to Rongqing Hall?" Mrs. Wang was watching the nurse holding Bao Yu to sleep. When she heard Zhou Rui's wife come in to answer, she sent the nurse back to the side room and asked with a frown. "That's right. I heard that it was a reward from the crown princess in the palace. The eldest lady picked out the best material and made something for the old lady." Seeing that Mrs. Wang looked unhappy, Zhou Rui's wife lowered her head and went back. She knew that Mrs. Wang felt that her daughter-in-law didn't know the rules. It was proper to be filial to the old lady. But could she ignore her proper mother-in-law? Mrs. Wang was a little angry. But Kaiyun, who was standing below, said boldly, "Madam, Su Yu from the eldest lady came the other day and brought 2 rhinoceros horn cups. Madam was busy coaxing her brother at the time, so she just told me to put them away." Mrs. Wang paused after hearing this, and she became even more upset. Rhinoceros horn cups are now mostly tributes from foreign countries, and it is rare to see 2 in a pair. Since Li Wan sent this thing over, she couldn't find any fault with it. So Madame Wang only drank a sip of tea and said to Kaiyun, "The taste of this tea is weak, you go and get a new one." When Zhou Ruijia saw Kaiyun leave, she hurried over and sat on the footstool and whispered, "Madam, don't be angry." Madame Wang played with the small ice-cracked teacup, but suddenly smiled and said, "Why should I be angry? I have a plan in my mind. Now that Zhu's wife is related to the queen in the palace, I think this matter may be easier to handle than before." Madam is talking about the eldest daughter. Mrs. Zhou Rui was halfway through her words when she was stopped by Mrs. Wang's eyes. She said hurriedly, "Oh, I've said too much. Madam, as a mother, must have been thinking about the young lady. Our eldest young lady's birthday is on the first day of the first lunar month. She is destined to be very lucky." When Mrs. Wang first entered the mansion, she lived under the shadow of her eldest sister-in-law Zhang. Zhang was born into a noble family and was virtuous and capable. She was praised by the whole family. Even a very knowledgeable young lady from a noble family like Lady Jia was secretly satisfied with this eldest daughter-in-law. Zhang was the head of the Jia family. Although she gave birth to a boy named Lian after Lady Wang, she did give birth to an heir to the Jia family. Lady Wang was jealous of her sister-in-law's pride, but she didn't have any other thoughts. However, Zhang overworked during the mourning period for the old duke and injured her body. Later, she died of illness. Although she left behind a son, Jia Lian, the eldest master immediately married Xing, a minor official. After the mourning period, he didn't care much about his wife's death, and the only son left. But Jia's mother didn't like the new first wife. So the power of managing the household fell to the second daughter-in-law Wang. Mrs. Wang was now in power. Her eldest son was successful and went to school. She herself had passed the exams and had a good reputation. Her daughter was of good family background and good looks. Her unexpected youngest son was born with a jade in his mouth. She was very proud of herself. Speaking of the jade in her youngest son, Mrs. Wang felt a little regretful. Such a good thing has to be concealed. Jura is getting more and more opinionated as she grows older. As a mother, I can't control her anymore. The son born by Mrs. Wang as her third child was nicknamed Boyu, because he was born with a jade in his mouth. Jia Zhu knew that his younger brother was born with a jade, but he didn't show any joy. When everyone wanted to tell the relatives about it, he persuaded his grandmother. After thinking for a while, Mrs. Jia agreed with her eldest grandson's idea. Jia Zheng was a very traditional person. He was not happy to see his mother and wife spread these miraculous things. However, he did not dare to say anything to his mother, who was so happy. He was relieved to see his son persuade his mother. Zhou Ruijia also knew about the incident. Now she just followed Mrs. Wang's words and persuaded her slowly. It's a good thing for the boy to have his own ideas when he is old. Look at the eldest brother Lian. He is obedient, but he is not as promising as our Zhu. Mrs. Wang smiled when she heard Zhou Ruijia's words. Lian is almost old. I have a good marriage for him. Oh, which girl? Zhou Ruijia was a little confused. She was also Mrs. Wang's confidant. Mrs. Wang said that she had chosen someone. She went through the girl she had met recently and couldn't think of a candidate. She couldn't help but become curious. She is my niece. The girl whose academic name is Shifeng. Mrs. Wang said with a smile while looking at Zhou Ruijia. Zhou Ruijia was shocked. Wang Shifeng is the daughter of Mrs. Wang's eldest brother. But because her father died early, she has been living in her uncle Wang Ziding's house in Beijing, and was raised by her uncle and aunt. Mrs. Wang had seen Wang Shifeng several times before when her sister-in-law came to talk to her, and when she went home to celebrate her birthday. She knew that this was a girl with bright eyes and eyebrows, but a bit fierce. Although I have plans now. The father and son are of the same temperament. If I can marry my niece from my mother's family to Lian, it will be more convenient in the future. Mrs. Wang fiddled with the beads in her hand, with her usual charitable smile on her face. Zhou Ruijia was inexplicably cold, but she still flattered him. Madam, this is a good idea. But what about the old lady? Mrs. Wang laughed when she heard this. You have seen my niece before. She is of excellent appearance and temperament. The old lady also likes such smart girls. She will not fall in love with Shifeng when she sees her. Sister, Wang Shifeng was cutting peaches with a silver knife. Just as she cut the peaches into small pieces and put them in the glass bowl, she heard a voice that seemed to be her sister calling her. But the sound didn't seem to come from outside the door. She looked towards the window following the sound, and saw a little girl leaning against the window and smiling at her. Wang Shifeng was a little helpless. This was her uncle and aunt's legitimate daughter, Wang Shiming. The little girl was spoiled by her parents and was a little lawless. She hurried over to stop her sister, who wanted to climb in through the window, and glared at the maid next to her sister. How are you taking care of the young lady? If there is any bump, be careful of your skin. The little girl saw her sister's angry look, shrank her neck, and followed the maids around in a circle, and came in from the door in a dejected manner. seeing Wang Shifeng standing in the room, with the anger still on her face. Wang Shiming smiled sweetly, walked over and grabbed Wang Shifeng's skirt and shook her. Don't be angry, sister. I came here today to tell you something important. Wang Shifeng tapped her sister's forehead. What big thing can you have? Come and sit down. She poured yogurt into the bowl of peaches she had just cut, sprinkled some chopped nuts, and handed the bowl and a small silver spoon to her sister. Eat it. I just learned how to eat it. The little girl smiled. She thanked her elder sister with a smile, and sent the maids and servants who followed her out first. You all go out. I need to talk to my elder sister later. Sister Ping and others are here to serve. You don't have to stay here. Although Wang Shifeng and Wang Shiming of the Wang family are two young ladies, they are more effective than the young masters in the Wang family. Although Wang Shiming is young, none of the maids and servants around her dare to be arrogant and take advantage of the young lady. At this time, as soon as Wang Shiming spoke, several maids and servants went out one after another without any hesitation. The little girl finished the bowl of sweet snacks seriously. Wang Shifeng took out a handkerchief to wipe the corners of her sister's mouth, and then asked Pinger to take her to wash her hands. After everything was tidy, the two sisters sat on the Kong covered with rose-red brocade quilt in Wang Shifeng's room. Wang Shiming looked around and saw that only she, her sister and her sister's maid Pinger were left in the room. So she whispered to Wang Shifeng. I went to pay my respects to my father and mother that day, but the maid at the door was lazy and not there early. I went in without thinking much and heard my father and mother talking about my sister's marriage. Wang Shifeng was originally using a small silver hammer to smash walnuts for her sister. When she heard this, the thing in her hand fell directly on the table. Ping squeaked and hurried to see if her young lady had hit her hand. Wang Shiming and Pinger both came closer to look at Wang Shifeng's hand. Seeing that her fingers were slightly swollen, Pinger was anxious to go out and ask for a doctor. The three of them had experienced a lot of chaos. Wang Shifeng came to her senses and said quickly, It's okay. It's just a scratch. Pinger, stop busying yourself and come up and sit down. Seeing the worried look on her sister and the maid, Wang Shifeng said to Pinger, You can quietly go to Uncle Chung at your uncle's place and ask him for a bottle of ordinary medicine. It's really nothing serious. I know what's going on. Pinger nodded, but she knew that her young lady probably wanted to say something to her sisters. So she nodded and went out. Seeing Pinger go out, Wang Shifeng frowned and asked her sister, Did you hear which family it was? Wang Shiming was now serious, and his face was tense. Although there was no one in the room, he still went to his sister and whispered to her, I heard it was the Jia family. The family my aunt married into. But I don't know who they were talking about. Chapter 43. Wang Shifeng saw her sister coming over. She held her sister in her arms and rested her chin on her sister's head, and she felt a little worried. She herself was not her uncle's biological daughter, although her uncle and aunt were very kind to her. Her daily food, clothing and daily expenses were no different from Shiming's. But when it came to such a big event as marriage, the difference was revealed. My uncle was now working under the governor of the Beijing camp, and the old governor was very optimistic about my uncle, and it was said that the emperor also intended to let my uncle take over, and the family was about to take a step forward. Wang Shifeng knew that the Jia family was a family of dukes and marquises, but the next generation would only be a first-rank general. It was only because of the old duke's wife that the name of the duke's mansion continued to be hung. Her aunt knew this, so she did not dare to mention Shiming to her uncle, and only said that she wanted herself. In addition, the Jia family that her aunt married into was good, but she did not like it very much after visiting it several times. Moreover, her aunt's own son, Zhu Degu, had already married her sister-in-law, and if she married into the family, she would only marry the son of the eldest wife. Wang Shifeng felt that this was a bit strange. The aunt wanted her niece to marry her son, which was considered a close relationship, but it was always a bit strange to marry into the next room. Wang Shifeng was somewhat resistant to this marriage. The little girl Wang Shiming was hugged by her sister. She couldn't even raise her head and speak. She twisted in her sister's arms and said, Sister, do you dislike the Jia family? Wang Shifeng let go of her sister. I don't know, but if my uncle and aunt want me to marry there, I can't do anything about it. Hearing her sister say this, Wang Shiming's big eyes rolled around, and she smiled and said to her sister, Don't be afraid. Sister, I have a way. Even if my parents don't agree, I can still keep you from going to that family. Seeing Wang Shiming's evil intentions, Wang Shifeng felt even more headache. She knew that the maids and servants said that she was bold and fierce in private, and didn't look like a lady from a rich family. But Wang Ximing, the younger sister, was actually the most daring. Besides, the Wang family has been military officers for generations. There are many veterans who have fought in the battlefield among the current servants. These uncles and aunts love Miss Wang Ximing so much that they have almost no bottom line. If this little girl really murmurs something, I am afraid that the boy from the Jia family will be in trouble. Don't think of any bad ideas. According to the temperament of uncle and aunt, you should ask me a question. When the time comes, I will just say that I don't want to marry into the Jia family, and you can just help me drum up support. Wang Xifeng took her sister's hand and said, looking into Ximing's eyes. Wang Ximing had just thought of a way to play a prank on someone, and was thinking of going to his father's uncles to do it. But after hearing what his sister said, he had to give up. Even if you are engaged, it will take several years before you can get married. It won't affect you if you do something bad now. Wang Xifeng looked at her sister's regretful expression, and she was also a little amused. She pinched her sister's cheek and said something else. Ouch. Oh, dear sister, don't pinch me. I don't dare to do it again. Wang Ximing pretended to be in pain, which frightened Wang Xifeng. She quickly let go and looked at her sister. Oh, it's my sister's fault. Are you okay? I didn't use too much force. Ximing, where does it hurt? At this time, Wang Ximing smiled slyly and said, It's okay. I was just teasing you. Wang Xifeng immediately raised her eyebrows and chased Wang Ximing to hit him. The two sisters started to quarrel in the house. Wang Zidong and his wife have been thinking about their niece's marriage these days. Wang Xifeng is still young, but it is common for people of this age to meet each other in private, not to mention asking a few questions in private among relatives. Wang Zidong has a good or bad impression of the Jia family. The four major families are closely related and rely on each other. When the Rong and Ning mansions were in power, the Wang family also borrowed a lot of strength. But now the elders of the two families have passed away. In Wang Zidong's opinion, the brothers of his generation in the Jia family are not capable people. However, the Jia family still has a title to be passed down. If his niece marries him, she will get an imperial decree at least. Not to mention the grandchildren. Even if the children have no hope of getting a title, they can still get a son to study in the imperial college through the influence of their studies. Whether it's good or not, she has a title. It's not a loss for Feng Girl to marry him. Wang Zidong thought about it privately for a while, and said this when discussing with his wife. Wang Zidong's wife felt bad. She knew her aunt's character, who would never do anything without profit. But she couldn't say that in front of her husband. She could only say, if it was her aunt's own Jugur, I would agree without hesitation. But it was the boy from the next room, which I felt was a little inappropriate. Wang Zidong was a little disapproving of his wife's words. The Jia family is now headed by my sister, and Feng will be the wife of the eldest house after she gets married. They are aunt and niece. So isn't it just right to slowly hand over the family to Feng in the future? Wang Zidong's wife Chung resisted the urge to roll her eyes when she heard what her husband said. That's not right. If Feng gets married, she will have a proper mother-in-law. If she does things with her aunt like this, she will know that both of them are good at dealing with each other. People naturally get closer to each other. If someone spreads bad words without knowing it, wouldn't it be bad for both the Wang and Jia families? Wang Zidong hesitated when he heard his wife say that, but he thought it was a pretty good match. So he just said, You have brought Feng and Ming to the Jia mansion several times, and I think they have some impression of the Jia family. You can ask Feng what she thinks in private when the time comes. Mrs. Chung nodded when she heard that. I understand. By the way, His Majesty will go to the garden to cool off in a few days. This time, our family has been granted the grace to accompany him. You must send someone to clean up the place. After talking about his niece's marriage, Wang Zidong told his wife about other things. Mrs. Chung was delighted to hear this. The master can accompany the emperor this time, and the official position may be moved next year. Wang Zidong waved his hand. The old man is still strong, but it is true that our family has caught the emperor's eye again. The ancestor of the Wang family was Wang Gong, the county commander of the Du Taiwei. When Wang Zidong's father was an official, the Wang family once received the emperor's southern tour. But when it came to Wang Zidong's generation, Wang Zidong's eldest brother, Wang Xifeng's father, just when he was starting to get better as an official, died of a sudden illness while in office. As the second son, Wang Zidong had to take up the responsibility of the family. Although the family had money at the beginning, It was still difficult for a while, without children to support them in the court. Fortunately, Wang Ziting has gradually risen in officialdom. Ba. I'm not doing this for anything else. But the higher the position of the master, the smoother the life of Shiming and Shifeng will be in the future. Mrs. Chung only has one daughter, Shiming, and now she is most worried about the marriage of the two girls in the family. Madam, don't worry. As long as I am here, I can protect these two girls. Wang Ziting also sighed. He and his wife were in love in this life, but they had little fate with their children. Only Shiming. So he took his niece and nephew to Beijing to raise them after his eldest brother passed away. Although my niece Wang Shifeng is a maid, she is outgoing and sensible. She is filial to her uncle and aunt in words and in heart. Wang Ziting and Madame Chung are willing to treat her as their own daughter. However, my nephew Wang Ren is a little ignorant. He is not good at literature or martial arts. He just goes through the formalities for the sake of his uncle and aunt. Wang Ziting and his wife are indifferent to this nephew. Wang Shifeng has been in a state of anxiety these days. She waits for her aunt to call her over to talk every day. But Madame Chung is busy with things in the farm recently, and has no time to care about other things. Wang Ziting is now serious about his work. He has been living in the camp longer than at home. After a day of rest, the maidservant next to Madame Chung came to the front courtyard and invited him to talk, saying that there was something to discuss. It's easy to go to the garden. We have a small farm there. But we have to take the children with us. The master has to make the decision. Seeing Wang Ziting enter the house, Madame Chung looked at the sweat on her husband's head, asked the maidservant to bring a plate of melons washed with well water, and said while fanning her husband, "It's getting hotter day by day. It's better at home, but it's really hard to bear in the camp." Wang Ziting sat for a while, and felt refreshed after eating a few pieces of melon. "Take them all with you. There are only a few children at home. Shifeng and Shiming are both sensible. Although Renner is a bit of a mess, he wouldn't dare to do anything about this." Wang Ziting pondered for a moment, and decided to let Mrs. Chung take all the children with her. "Shifeng is good, but Shiming has asked me so many times, and today I can finally send this girl away after hearing what the master said." Mrs. Chung also smiled when she heard what Wang Ziting said. This year, when they went to escape the summer heat, most of the people in the Eastern Palace went. Only Yao was thinking about her own month, and finally did not move. "Empress, you also sent her aunt to the Eastern Palace to take care of her as usual, and the Crown Princess left her female official Qi in the Eastern Palace, so that she could take care of Yao and handle various affairs. The Crown Prince had promised Lin Miyue that he would let her live in a different place every year when she escaped the summer heat, but she had to bring her child with her before, and it was not easy to go to a wet place with water, because she was afraid that the child would accidentally fall into the water, and felt that a wet place was not good for the child. Lin Miyue likes to live in a place with water sources. She liked the place where she lived when she was pregnant. It was cooler in the summer, and she could go fishing from time to time. Qingyu has grown up this year. It happened that many new places were built in the garden. Lin Miyue chose a place called Lufeng Hang. She thought the name was just borrowed from this meaning. There was a small pond with a few cranes. Unexpectedly, she saw an environment similar to a swamp wetland in this place. The reeds were dense. She could vaguely see a group of cranes instead of a few as expected. On the contrary, she had not seen the house yet. Chapter 44. Are there really cranes in this place? How did they get here? After walking to an open area, Lin Miyue and her companions took a short break in a small pavilion. She was a little surprised to see the group of red-crowned cranes strolling leisurely in the water from a distance. The eunuch who led the way in the garden saw that Lin Miyue was curious, and replied respectfully, "My concubine, these are the cranes raised in the garden." Chung Yu was held by her mother's hand, and at this time, she rarely ignored her manners, and stretched her neck to see the cranes. "When I lower my head, I am afraid that the cinnabar will fall off. When I bask in the sun, I always wonder if the white snow will melt. How many people cannot love such beautiful creatures? At least Lin Miyue likes them very much. She can't wait to find a place to record the beautiful scenery and spiritual creatures in front of her." Several beautiful birds with red crowns and black and white feathers are strolling slowly in the pond with their long legs, and they lower their heads from time to peck at something with their long beaks. After watching for a while, there are two cranes flapping their wings. The graceful posture of the red-crowned cranes makes Lin Miyue stare at them. Lin Miyue leaned over and held her son in her arms, so that he could see more clearly. She continued to ask the young eunuch who led the way, "These cranes are fed by someone special, so they won't fly away, right?" the young eunuch said with a pleasant smile. In reply to Concubine, there are fish, shrimps, snails, and other things in the pond. The servants will also bring some fish to feed them from time to time. If the master is interested, you can also throw the fish far away, and they should eat it. After that, he added, these cranes have been raised since childhood and are very close to us. They are used to the environment here and will not fly away easily. Winter. There are warm rooms during the day, so they don't fly south for the winter. Lin Muyue nodded and asked Yunxia to give the young eunuch some money, and she shook her son and said, okay. Would you like to go fishing with your mother, and then we can feed them together? The young eunuch was smart, seeing that Lin Muyue liked these cranes so much. He said a few more words after receiving the money. If the queen likes them, there will be some other birds coming here. I can't remember their names, but they are all beautiful water birds. That's good. Hearing the young eunuch say, Lin Muyue's eyes lit up. Lin Muyue herself likes animals. She likes fluffy things like cats and dogs, and beautiful birds, like red-crowned cranes. When she heard the eunuchs in the garden say that they could feed the cranes with fish, she immediately wanted to go and catch a few buckets. Yunxia has gotten used to her young lady's impulsive and easily impulsive personality, but this time she had just come to the garden with the young master, so she couldn't just go and do something. Anzo came up to persuade her. Your Highness, if you want to have fun, don't rush. You've been traveling so long today. You should go and rest first. Lin Muyue felt that her son's head was nodding after being held by her for a while. He was almost sleeping on her shoulder. So she said embarrassedly, I was wrong. Yunxia, go and see how Yume and the others are cleaning up the house. Clean up the room where Yura is resting first. Settle the child down and then clean up my room. Yunxia smiled. Yume has sent Tonger to reply. Everything has been cleaned up. You should go and rest first. Holding her son to rest. Lin Muyue herself. She was very energetic. But she knew her own strength and felt that she might not be able to catch fish in this pond. So she called Maokai. Maokai, there are so many new places in the garden. Go and find out where is suitable for fishing. And prepare a set of fishing gear for you. Maokai listened to Lin Muyue's instructions. I know. I have found out about the fishing places before. It is best to be near the Baibo pond. As for the fishing gear, I will make sure to prepare it for the master. Lin Muyue nodded. Don't worry about it these 2 days. You all have to rest well first. Thank you for your consideration, madam. Maokai grinned, and went out when he saw that the master had no other instructions. Lin Muyue was just interested and felt full of energy. But now she was tired after relaxing. The shockproof ability of the ancient carriage was really not good. So she went to rest happily. A basket of shrimp dumplings, a few glutinous rice dumplings, a few custard buns, and scallion pancakes cut into small pieces. There was also a 5-petal plum blossom plate with various side dishes, plus 2 bowls of fragrant millet porridge. Lin Muyue and her son finished this somewhat mixed breakfast, and it was time to teach her son every day. Lin Muyue's teacher level has not improved much, but Xingyu is getting better and better. However, after Lin Muyue showed off to her mother, Mrs. Wang, she was ridiculed by Mrs. Wang for not studying carefully when she was young. When your brother was 5 years old, he had read all the 4 books. When he was 6 years old, he could recite a lot. When he was about 10 years old and started to study the classics, he was already familiar with the 4 books. All the children in the family who were interested in the imperial examinations went through this way. Mrs. Wang was also a little emotional when she talked about the study of the boys in the Lin family. The Lin family is currently considered a large family. The males of Lin Muyue's father's generation are all born from the same mother, but there are other males in the previous generation. Over the years, the family has also expanded. Most of the Lin family members who are interested in studying will come to the Lin Mansion in the capital to seek refuge. So much so that the University Hall of the Lin Mansion in the capital is full of uncles and brothers studying together. It is very lively. When Lin Muyue was a child, she studied at home, but she didn't have to take the imperial examination. The progress was different from that of her brothers and sisters. Moreover, she and her close brothers were all taught by teachers hired by Lord Lin. At least Lin Muyue didn't go to the family school to study very often. After hearing her mother say this today, she recalled her childhood, but couldn't remember it very well. It seemed that she had to learn so many things before she was even in primary school. Lin Muyue expressed doubts. The child is so young. How can she remember so many things? Mrs. Wang smiled. Look at those 10-year-old candidates. Who didn't study like this? A family of poetry and books can provide children with famous teachers and books. But whether they can succeed in the imperial examination, everyone has their own fate. There are Jiren in the Lin family who are in their teens and Jinshi in their 20s. And there are also those who passed the imperial examination at the age of 40, but never ascended the throne. However, almost every Lin family member who is interested in the imperial examination has studied hard since childhood. What he wants to learn may not be in the books. And I don't know how to teach him, Lin Miyue said with a smile after talking with her mother about education. Mrs. Wang was a little worried after hearing this. You should be aware of this matter. It is not so easy to accomplish. The Lin family does not seek to become a royal family and get the honor of being a Qingjian Gong, but only wants their daughter and grandson to be safe in the end. Lin Miyue now has a son, so no matter what happens in the future, she will have someone to rely on. Even if Qingyu only gets the title of a prince, he can open a mansion in Beijing to take Lin Miyue, the concubine, out of the palace to take care of her, and she can see her relatives more often. I'm not interested in that position, but you should at least be in charge of a region, so it's okay to learn these things. Lin Miyue herself was more confident, and felt that Yu should be able to obtain the throne of the prince, and from then on, he could take her, his mother, and go out to the capital without leaving the palace. Lin Miyue knew what her mother was worried about, and she didn't intend to let her child fight for that position. But if the prince was willing to teach her what she should learn, then why not learn it? However, Lin Miyue listened to her mother's advice. Although she herself was not a pushy mother, she asked her son about his own ideas and still slightly increased his homework. However, Lin Miyue liked to have fun. She let herself go even more when she came to the garden. She also took care to either play more with her son or take him to see Yun Danyuan's Qingluan, so that the child's mind would not be filled with books every day. After reading every day, Jing would teach him to write. Qingyu said that he had memorized the previous Mengshu. Lin Miyue took a few tests and found that it was true, so she changed the textbook. Later, seeing Chengyu copying calligraphy under the guidance of Jing, Lin Miyue asked Su Ruiqing to write a copybook for his son to copy. The prince's calligraphy is quite elegant, and he felt a little fresh when he first received this request, so he wrote it for his son very carefully. Chengyu was very happy to receive the calligraphy written by his father. He was very careful in reading and practicing calligraphy every day, and now he likes reading even more. After arranging homework for his son, Lin Miyue will meet the two female historians of the Shangfu Bureau in a few days to talk about the new summer clothes. Your Majesty, please look, this is the new tribute material. First, the lady from the clothing room handed Lin Miyue a booklet, which contained materials of various patterns, and some of the materials also had small samples attached, which were made delicately and properly. Lin Miyue flipped through it carefully. This batch of materials is quite complicated, all brocade and the like, but I don't like these in summer. This piece of grass bead red material is thinner, and the skirt made by it will be embroidered with cloud, crane and lotus patterns, and you can make the others as you like. Grass bead red is a very light red color close to white. Lin Miyue thought of the crane she saw a while ago, and she wanted to make a skirt with cloud and crane embroidery patterns. After talking about clothes, Lin Miyue said to the lady in the decoration room, I have drawn some patterns here, and I want to ask if you can make them. The lady was used to seeing the ladies making requests, but it was unique for her to draw the patterns herself. However, she quickly reacted and said with a smile, there are many skilled craftsmen in the bureau, and it should be possible to make it. However, I would like to ask the lady to give me the pattern book first, and see how well it can be made. Lin Miyue nodded. In summer, gold and silver jewelry weighed down her hair. She thought of the flower-wrapped and velvet flower headdresses she had bought in her previous life, and drew some patterns herself, according to the palace flower style she had seen before. She felt that it should not be difficult to make. Moreover, the patterns she provided were drawn from all angles, and some simple steps were written. These palace maids who were experienced in making jewelry should be able to make them. As expected, the female historian looked at the booklet given by Lin Miyue and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. Although these palace patterns are a bit novel, the drawings Your Majesty provided are detailed, so they should be made. Lin Miyue smiled with satisfaction. Then I will wait for good news from you too. Making new clothes and jewelry is more for the purpose of attending palace banquets one after another. For Lin Miyue, it is just a task, Not a pleasure. It is just that after arranging things, she can do her own things better. Chapter 45. Every time she went to the garden, Lin Muyue's favorite thing was to go around and draw the various scenes in the garden, and to find a cool place with food and drink to go fishing for a day. Qingyu was a quiet child. No matter what his mother did, he liked to follow her, and would always stay still. It was just that Qingyu was too young before. Lin Muyue was worried about him going fishing with her. This year, she finally agreed to take her son with her, so Qingyu was also a little excited that only Lin Muyue could see, fearing that the sun would burn the child's delicate cheeks. Lin Muyue also asked Yunxia to make 2 sun hats that looked strange to modern people. After receiving the finished products, she embroidered a koi carp on her own hat, and the one for her son was embroidered with a cat and butterfly pattern by Yunxia. When she saw the bald spot on her hat, and then saw her son's vivid embroidered kitten, Lin Muyue was speechless for a moment and pretended to be angry and said to Yunxia, "Yunxia, what's wrong with you, girl?" Yunxia couldn't understand Lin Muyue anymore. She could tell at a glance that she was not really angry. So she ignored her young lady and said perfunctorily, "The master needs it in a hurry, and only has time to embroider this picture. Can't you, as a mother, compete with the little prince?" Lin Muyue was choked by these words. She wanted to refute, but didn't know what to say. She could only fiddle with the ugly hat, and resignedly wondered if she could embroider some simple pictures on it. Unexpectedly, Yunxia saw her young lady's lost look and couldn't hold back. "Oh, how can I not prepare it for you? Here it is." Yunxia took out a hat embroidered with a koi pattern, and came to Lin Muyue and put it in her young lady's hand. Not only that, after giving the gift, Yunxia whispered in Lin Muyue's ear, "No matter how cute your little prince is, your young lady is always the first in my heart. I have prepared it for you a long time ago, but I changed it again these days because I saw that you like cranes. Since Chengyu was born, both the queen and her mother, Madame Wang, seemed to pay more attention to this grandson." Lin Muyue was okay with the queen, but every time her mother entered the palace, her daughter seemed to be less important than her grandson. She always felt a little uncomfortable. Yunxia's joke today brought out all the grievances in Lin Muyue's heart. Looking at the hat with koi pattern embroidered by Yunxia for herself, the fish on it is vivid. The water drops on the scales seem to be flowing down. A crane is embroidered on the corner, and there are cloud patterns on the edge. It is hard for Yunxia to add it after the pattern is embroidered. The finished product does not look too strange. After the emotion passed, I felt a little embarrassed about my behavior just now. Ahem. Where is Mao Kai? How is the thing I asked him to prepare? Lin Muyue coughed lightly and changed the subject. Yunxia did not expose her young lady. She also noticed that her young lady was sometimes in a bad mood, especially when she had just given birth to the little master. Basically, everyone was around the little master, and the young lady was always worried. Now that the little master is growing up, it's okay, but she is always careful to take care of her young lady's mood. Lin Muyue squeezed Yunxia's hand. Her strange mood was not understood by others at the moment, but Yunxia not only noticed it, but also said this to her. She felt complicated and didn't know what to say. Mao Kai came in from outside at this time and said, "Master, everything is ready. Sister Yume has packed everything that the master and the little prince need." Lin Muyue nodded. "You are all very careful and attentive. Mao Kai, go and see her. You don't have to do today's homework. When he is ready, let Aunt Jing bring him over." Mao Kai went out after receiving the order. He now served Chengyu more. He knew that the master didn't need eunuchs much now, and intended to let the little prince serve him. So he had a good relationship with Aunt Zhou, Aunt Jing and other aunts who served the prince, and the palace maids. There are many houses in the garden. Lin Muyue trusts the people around her and thinks Qingyu is a sensible child. So she asked Aunt Zhou and the others to take Qingyu to a house facing the sun. They did not live together as they did in the palace. During the conversation, Lin Muyue calmed down again and stood up to check the clothes she was wearing. There was nothing wrong with them. So she sat on a chair on the side and waited for her son to come. Just as she was eating a piece of freshly made salty snack, she saw her son coming over. Lin Muyue said, "Ouch," and wiped her hands with a towel. She went over to Chengyu and touched the clothes. "This one is new. Come here and let me take a look." Chengyu was a child himself, but he didn't like new colors. He usually wore ivory white, euphone white, or a yellow robe in the style of a prince. Today, She didn't know how he was coaxed into wearing a set of deep and light green, which surprised Lin Muyue. Chung Yu had a calm expression on his face. He didn't care about his mother's teasing tone. He saluted and greeted his mother as usual. Enzo smiled and said, "I made it a few days ago. I didn't think about it when I made it. I just saw that the material was indeed light and soft. It should be worn in summer. But the young master is fair-skinned. And he still looks like a handsome young man in this outfit." Lin Muyue put the sun hat on her son and said nothing. After passing the sedan chair, they went to the Baibo Pond. The Baibo Pond is a newly built small lake. It is not as wide as the original big lake in the garden, but it has fresh water and is well built. There are willow trees with drooping branches by the lake, and various kinds of exquisitely shaped stones here and there. There are also winding corridors and pavilions next to it. However, Lin Muyue and the people in the Eastern Palace lived in the southeast corner of the garden, which was the closest place to the lake. The concubines of Emperor Fontai lived far away, so few people came here. Lin Muyue chose a pavilion in the shade. Maokai brought the eunuchs here in the morning, and put a lot of bait to feed the fish. Now Lin Muyue could vaguely see the small fish under the water. This pavilion has no fence. Lin Muyue asked Yume to put away the bamboo chairs and small table she brought first. Then turned around and said to her son, You just sit on the chair honestly. Falling into the water is no joke. Your mother will not be unable to pull you out of the water." Chung Yu was looking at the fish in the pond intently. Hearing this, he nodded and said, "I know. Mother, go fishing. I want to feed the cranes." Lin Muyue looked at the sunlight, put her son in place first, asked Maokai to go over and teach her son how to fish, and sat down on the bamboo chair, holding the rod in her hand and waiting for the fish to bite. There are many kinds of fish in the lake. This newly built pond has not yet been put into the pond for viewing. They are all common local fish, including silver carp, black carp, and other relatively large ones, and some small fish that Lin Muyue can't name. I think the silver carp is quite big. If we catch one, we can eat it ourselves. Lin Muyue's bucket is still empty, but she is already thinking about whether to have grilled fish in the evening. Chung Yu went fishing with his mother for the first time and didn't know how good his mother was at it. He said politely, "You also likes to eat fish." Yume was honest when she heard this. "Can I ask the kitchen staff to prepare charcoal fire? Your Majesty, are you going to take the little prince to eat grilled fish tonight?" Hearing about charcoal fire, Lin Muyue thought that this was a good time to eat barbecue. Not just charcoal fire. Tell them to prepare some other meat and vegetables. I remember that there is venison in the kitchen these 2 days. Send someone to ask. If there is any, bring some over. Fishing is the best way to kill time. Lin Muyue waited with a fishing rod in her hand, and from time to time, she took things from the small table to eat and drink. She was so happy. But for some reason, Lin Muyue didn't have many silver carp, loach, wheat ears, and small crucian carp, let alone silver carp. But Chung Yu's novice gift pack was very generous, and there were 7 or 8 fish swimming in the small bucket. However, Lin Muyue was not in a hurry. Maokai had found out about this place, and this kid had even brought someone to make a nest. She didn't believe that she couldn't catch a big fish today, thinking that her son was still young. It would be bad to sit for a long time. After a while, Lin Muyue shouted, Get up and walk around. Let your aunt take you over there." Seeing Aunt Jing and Maokai getting up with her son to move around, Lin Muyue felt the fishing rod sink as soon as she turned her head back. She quickly shouted, Yume! Yume and 2 young eunuchs picked up the scoop net on the side, waiting for Lin Muyue to fish for a while before casting the net directly. Lin Muyue stood up, convinced, and gripped the fishing rod tightly, watching the fish struggling below, and began to compete with the heavy fish. When fishing, the first step is to hook the fish, but whether the big fish can be really caught after the fish is hooked, slowly let the fish bite the hook to disperse its strength before really pulling it up, until a thin layer of sweat appeared on Lin Muyue's forehead. Chung Yu had already returned and stared at his mother. Then Lin Muyue called again, "Come quickly," and a little eunuch waited for her to bring the fish up and took the net to scoop up the fish. "Mom is amazing." Chung Yu saw the big fish in the net, and threw himself on his mother's body and said. Lin Muyue also had a smug look on her face, thinking that she had saved her face in front of her son, and said to Chung Yu happily, "We will eat this fish tonight, and keep yours fish for later, and I will take you to feed the cranes with fish when the time comes." Chung Yu nodded, and went back to sit on her small bamboo chair and continue fishing. This time, Lin Miyue also asked Moutai to prepare more fishing rods, and Aunt Zhou and the others could go fishing if they wanted to play, so when the group returned, they could say that they had a great harvest, which was very different from Lin Miyue's previous return with nothing. Yun Xia asked to stay and arrange various affairs. This time, when Lin Miyue came in, she smiled and said, "Miss, you have returned with a lot of things this time. I have prepared some wine, and am waiting to celebrate with you." Lin Miyue pointed at Yun Xia with her finger. "You are just trying to make fun of me. Since you mentioned wine, are the other things ready? If not, I will not forgive you." Yun Xia smiled and replied, "They are all in the backyard. It is not good to keep the charcoal fire in the house. I asked someone to pack up everything and drive the stove to the outside yard. We will start the feast as soon as you come back and give the order." So everyone went to the garden at the back. After entering, they saw 3 stoves placed in the open space in the middle of the yard. The charcoal fire inside was already burning, and there were little palace maids watching the charcoal fire. Lin Miyue looked at the stove in the yard and ordered, "Yun Xia, have someone bring all the food. Si Yin and the ants, don't be polite. Go to your seats. Roast these things. After all, they taste better when you eat them yourself. Yun Xia, you guys come and eat too. Don't be busy." Then she ordered Jingshi, who was with Chengyu, "Watch him, and don't let him eat too much. Keep the charcoal fire away. Make other food in the small kitchen. Give it to Chengyu when the time comes." Chapter 46. The meal was quite brisk for several people, but Su Ruiqing couldn't eat anything even though he looked at the table full of delicacies. Everyone from the Eastern Palace, who came to escape the summer heat, lived in the same place. The prince usually didn't care about these things, so he asked his wives and concubines to choose the places they liked first, and he just picked a cool place called Yanjichuangwen to live in. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, and how cool the courtyard was shaded by the flowing water and rocks, it couldn't suppress the anger in the prince's heart. Su Ruiqing sat at the table, with his chopsticks in his hand, his face ashen, and didn't eat anything for a long time. Eunuch Wang stood by and watched, feeling bitter that coming to the garden was not a good thing. At least if it was in the East Palace, he could ask Concubine Lin to persuade him. Now the two of them were not far apart, so it was not easy to ask her. At this time, a young eunuch named Fang Yuan came in. He was also a man who knew how to behave. Seeing the prince's expression, he was afraid of being caught and didn't go forward. He just whispered to Eunuch Wang, "Grandpa Wang, the concubine has sent some food. Please bring it in." Eunuch Wang was as if he had been pardoned. He quickly put on a smile and moved closer to the prince. "Your Highness, the concubine has sent some food. Would you like to try it?" Lin Miyue was having fun with her own people, so it was not good not to send some to the prince. After all, the venison was actually divided from Su Ruiqing's food quota. So she sent some roasted venison and other things together in a large food box warmed by charcoal fire, and asked someone to send some to the prince. The prince heard what Wang the eunuch said and said casually, "Let's put it up and let's see. I wonder what she has cooked up." Seeing a table of roasted meat and vegetables on the table, Su Ruiqing's appetite improved when he smelled the aroma, and he slowly ate the food on the table. Wang the eunuch saw that the prince finally picked up his chopsticks, and he chanted a Buddhist mantra in his heart, and put a plate of fried golden Christian carp next to Su Ruiqing, and said with a smile on his face, "The concubine said that these are the fish caught by the young master himself, and they are fried for his highness." Su Ruiqing just picked up a piece of roasted meat, and raised his eyebrows when he heard it. He ate the thing he had just picked up first, and then picked up another Christian carp with its scales fried crispy. The fish was not even as long as a palm, but it was cleaned up, and it was served with a sauce that was made by someone unknown, and it didn't taste fishy at all. After finishing one, Su Ruiqing took the handkerchief and wiped the corner of his mouth and said, "Not bad." Knowing that his master's mood had recovered, Eunuch Wang was completely relieved, and he could also tell some jokes. Whether the fish is good or not, it's all because of the young master's filial piety. It's the best for your highness to eat it. After eating, Su Ruiqing took a walk near his residence with baby's breath to digest the food. He was still thinking about the things of the previous dynasty. After walking for a while, he suddenly told Eunuch Wang, "You go and prepare. I'll go to see Concubine Lin." In the East Palace, Crown Princess Li Wancheng is a virtuous wife. Under the queen's training, she can understand everything in the palace clearly, even if there are thousands of things. However, The crown princess is not very knowledgeable about the affairs of the court. The prince had tried to say something to her, but after a few times, he still felt bored and could only get some useless responses. So he gradually stopped talking. Now he was feeling depressed again. And if he wanted to talk to someone, he could only go to Lin Muyue again. So he followed his heart and went to Lufeng Hang. Lin Muyue led people to barbecue today. He didn't feel anything when eating. But after eating, he felt that his body was soaked in various smells. Even his hair was full of the smell of barbecue. So he asked Aunt Jing to bathe his son. And he also soaked comfortably in the hot spring pool in his own residence for a while. There are no natural hot springs in the garden. But there are several real hot springs on the mountain where the summer palace is located. Therefore, palace servants deliver water to the garden every day. Lin Muyue's place is newly built, and it is close to the water delivery gate. Therefore, after some preparations, she can take a hot spring bath naturally. While Yun Xiao was drying her hair, she suddenly heard footsteps outside. After a while, the messenger sounded. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. The master and servant looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Yun Xiao's hands kept moving. She quickly took out a hairpin and put it up for Lin Muyue. After Yun Xiao had done it, Lin Muyue took the light honey yellow shirt on the shelf and put it on. She glanced in the mirror and found nothing wrong with herself. She quickly went out to meet him. Su Ruiqing looked at Lin Muyue's dress and knew that he had come at an inopportune time. He quickly took a few steps to help Lin Muyue, who had just finished her formalities, and walked into the inner room hand in hand. He complained, "Your hair is still wet, and you just came out like this." Lin Muyue smiled. "It's okay. But why did your highness come at this hour? It's time to settle down." He ordered everyone else to leave, and the two of them sat on the Luohan bed. Lin Muyue took out the hairpin and threw it back into the dressing box. She also took the fine cloth for wiping her hair and wiped her hair while, "Your highness, what's bothering you?" Su Ruiqing sighed. "Yes, it's the same thing as before. I received a letter from the south. The new official is really not up to the task. There are complaints in the southern government offices. It's possible that something will happen one day, and it can't be concealed anymore." The nobles had worked together to overthrow the candidate among the civil servants and pushed one up. The official was a little greedy, but he was capable enough. It was only when several nobles went to the palace to cry in front of Emperor Fengtai that he cried. The grandson of the Duke of Jingguan Yo Qing, the current Earl of Zhenhain Yo Jizong, is greedy and incompetent. He was able to inherit the title of Earl because his father died early. The emperor specially awarded this title because he saw that the old man lost his son in his later years. Lin Muyue didn't know why the prince valued maritime business so much before. After communicating with his family many times, he learned the reason. Now that the court has lifted the ban on sea trade, the income of the national treasury has increased by at least 30%, not counting the private treasury of Emperor Fengtai. That is, the inner treasury of the royal family. There are also boatloads of rice shipped from Southeast Asia, which is also a valuable commodity nowadays, among the grains in the north, especially in Beijing. These and the grains purchased from several southern countries account for a large proportion. Lin Muyue was also shocked when she saw these real figures. No wonder the court has made so many moves overtly and covertly for this matter. With such a big piece of fat meat, it's no wonder that everyone wants to take a bite. From what your highness said, is it an act of deceiving the superiors and the subordinates? Lin Muyue heard the prince say that it was not possible to hide it. And after a little thought, she thought of the meaning behind his words. At the same time, Lin Muyue sighed in her heart. When she was studying before, she read about the reforms of dynasties in history. But it was just a few words. But now that she has experienced it personally, she knows that it is really difficult to do any reforms in ancient times. The issue of the sea ban on trade is really full of twists and turns. Before this loophole was opened, there were people who were specifically responsible for these tribute matters. At that time, these matters were not big. My father and grandfather awarded them to the nobles. Su Ruiqing also talked about the tribute and trade in those days. He knew a lot about the reasons. In the past, the imperial court received tributes from small countries in Southeast Asia. During the tribute period, some temporary markets were held in Beijing or in cities where several major ports in the south were located. The markets were filled with various goods from Southeast Asia and things brought to Southeast Asia by Western merchants for transit. These receptions for foreign kings or ministers were originally done for the nobles. so they became an exception. Later, rice, spices and various woods from Southeast Asia were all good things. And some Western exquisite items were even more popular with the rich and powerful families in Beijing. Therefore, these nobles also made their fortunes because of this. After the marriages between the families, few families did not participate in it. Lin Muyue's ancestor was also responsible for these things at the beginning. Otherwise her uncle would not know these foreign things so well. However, the Lin family members later took the path of civil servants, and it was not easy to do these businesses. The remaining shop business in the family is now openly managed by Mrs. Wang. Now that someone has made trouble, each family must support each other. Unfortunately, I don't think it can be concealed. Su Ruiqing was also speechless. The person said was even more useless than he thought. It has only been 2 or 3 months, and he is still in this state. It must be said that this person is also a talent. Thinking of this, Su Ruiqing was furious. So he casually picked up the folding fan beside him, and fanned himself with it. Lin Muyue thought of the men in the Jia family. The Jia family is still the leader among the 8 princes. Now her family is like this. Other families should be no different. So she said to the prince, "If this happens, how will your highness deal with it?" Su Ruiqing was silent for a moment. There is no ready-made candidate. Your family. Lin Muyue didn't want to take on the family's affairs. But after thinking about it, she had some ideas. So she wanted to ask the prince if it was feasible. It's not easy to move the people in my family now. Several capable brothers are still young and inexperienced. Among the uncles, only the 3rd uncle knows something about these things. But His Majesty may not let him go. Lin Muyue's father is about to enter the cabinet. At this time, Emperor Fengtai is unlikely to let the Lin family produce such an important person. Su Ruiqing sighed, closed the fan again, and tapped his palm. These old foxes in the court. I have been running the business for so many years, and it is still like this now. The people who can be used are all young people. They are too inexperienced to be promoted to work. I don't dare to use those recommended by others now. However, after saying this, the prince turned his head and reacted belatedly. No. You said that. There must be a candidate. Lin Muyue smiled, knowing that the prince would say this. The hermit has his own clever plan. Please listen to it. Su Ruiqing was amused, grabbed a fruit from the plate next to him, and handed it to Lin Muyue. Please solve my doubts. Sir. Lin Muyue leaned over and whispered a name in the prince's ear. The prince's expression changed several times, and finally he said, "It's hard to think of such a person. It's really suitable. But how to bring this person into the game is difficult." Chapter 47. Everything depends on human effort. If your highness thinks this candidate is feasible, my family is willing to share his highness's worries. Seeing that the prince was interested, Lin Muyue continued to encourage him. Su Ruiqing smiled. Well, I'll find time to meet your father these days. Lin Muyue nodded, and after finishing the business, she deliberately told the prince about the fishing trip she took her son today. Unexpectedly, after she finished speaking, Su Ruiqing tapped her head with a fan. You are such a careless mother. You think about how to play with your son all day long, and you are not afraid of delaying him. When Su Ruiqing was a child, Empress, you watched him very strictly. Even before he entered school, he had to finish his homework every day before he could rest. There was no such thing as a day when his mother played with him all day. The younger brothers studied even harder when they were young. The older sisters also had old scholars from the previous dynasty and female scholars from the literary institute in the harem. The teachers taught them knowledge, and they all had no free time. He also knew that the women in the harem all hoped that their children would become successful. But he didn't expect that his son was really different. He was not anxious at all. Lin Muyue just smiled and said nothing. If she was not anxious, wouldn't the prince, as a father, be anxious? Lin Muyue knew that Cheng Yu was a child who had fun when playing, but was also focused when studying. It seemed that he knew what to do and when to do it. He was the kind of child that made his parents worry the least. Yu is grown up. When the emperor came this time, the scholars of the Hanlin Academy also accompanied him. There are more people in the study room in the garden now. Why don't you send Yu there? Unexpectedly, the prince was stimulated by Lin Muyue and actually thought of sending his son to study in advance. Lin Muyue thought that she should ask her son's opinion. So she said, the child is still young. I think we should talk about it after the new year. Unexpectedly, the prince took the child to a breakfast in the morning. The father and son whispered something. But Chung Yu took the initiative to tell Lin Miyue that he was willing. Seeing that the child made his own decision, Lin Miyue let him go. A few days ago, it was the first time for the Wang family to live in the farm here. Mrs. Chung had been riding in the car for a whole day, but she still had to cheer up and go to the courtyard where her daughter and niece lived to see it in person before she felt relieved. When Wang Shifeng was a child, she had taken this trip from Jiling to Beijing. Although she was young and didn't remember much, it was an experience after all. However, it was rare for Shiming to go out for a walk. Even after a day of traveling, she still had a lot of energy. So when Mrs. Chung entered the yard, she saw a tired niece and a daughter who was still jumping up and down. She almost couldn't breathe. She first cared for her niece, asked the maids to make a bowl of medicine for Wang Shifeng to calm her nerves and nourish her body. And then she held back her temper and repeatedly reminded her daughter to behave like a lady. After a few days of rest, a message came from the palace again, saying that the Queen Mother was going to hold a banquet, and all the families accompanying the emperor could go. The couple talked by candlelight at night, and Mrs. Chung had a headache. Such an opportunity was rare, and she didn't dare to think about the royal family. However, if the girl in the family caught the eye of any lady, it would definitely be good for future marriage. Shiming is not in a hurry now, but Shifeng still needs to consider it, Mrs. Chung said worriedly. When the Jia family came to propose marriage, she was not unmoved at first, but later she felt that it was not right. She asked Shifeng's opinion, and her niece was not very willing, so she had to reconsider the marriage. Mrs. Chung is naturally confident about her niece's appearance. Although the girls of the Wang family are not very good at writing, they are good at managing the household affairs. Wang Shifeng is generous and capable. She can handle all matters in the mansion as a clan wife, or just be a daughter-in-law and grandmother who doesn't care about anything. So Mrs. Chung still wants to find a good marriage for her niece. However, Wang Shifeng's current status is indeed a bit embarrassing. The Wang family is still a good family. However, Wang Shifeng is only the niece of Wang Ziteng. Even though Wang Ziteng and his wife did not treat their niece differently from their own daughter, it was difficult to propose marriage to other families except for a few old relatives. Besides, their family was the girl's family, so it was not easy to make a big move. Therefore, Mrs. Chung attached great importance to the banquet hosted by the queen this time. Phone girl really doesn't want to. Wang Ziteng heard the lady say this, and knew that it meant that Wang Shifeng didn't want the marriage with the Jia family. Phone girl is a girl after all. How can you say these things to her carelessly? I asked someone to find out about the young man of the Jia family, and it really didn't work out. Mrs. Chung did ask Wang Shifeng's opinion in private, but it was not easy to tell her husband, so she just said it was her own idea. Wang Ziteng frowned. What's the matter? Mrs. Chung stood up and took a small pair of silver scissors to cut off a section of the candle wick, and said with her back to her husband, in the past, I saw that my aunt Sun Ju was a good man, studied hard, and there was nothing dirty in the room. I thought that all the descendants of their family were so upright and motivated. But after a little inquiry, I heard a lot of things about Leonor, who was a cockfighting tycoon and a running errand boy, and was not good at studying. Wang Ziteng frowned slightly, but said, it doesn't matter. Studying depends on talent and fate. Not everyone can succeed in this. Seeing the candlelight in the room getting brighter, Mrs. Chung continued, his family is a duke's mansion. It doesn't matter whether the boy is ambitious or not. Just like what my husband said. He has a future. But the boy is only a few years old now. I heard that he already has someone in the house. In the past, he could see this young master in some dirty places outside. After all, our family is marrying off a daughter. This situation is not good. Mrs. Chung herself has no son. Only 2 girls raised at home. So when she was choosing a man, she didn't really care about his family background. She just wanted to find a good marriage for her 2 daughters, and the man's trustworthiness and ability to keep himself clean were the top priorities. Wang Ziteng was blinded by the candlelight, and he closed his eyes and thought for a moment. Next time my sister comes, you can say that phone girl is still young, and we can't bear to let her stay for a few more years, so as not to delay her brother. Seeing Wang Ziteng's decision, Mrs. Chung was also happy, but she didn't show it on her face. She just smiled and said, that's right. After all, it's just a private question. We replied in this way, so as not to hurt the relationship between relatives. Lin Miyue gave the prince a new candidate. The prince was waiting for the current candidate to do something stupid, and then order someone to impeach him. Moreover, The contradiction between the civil officials and the nobles was now exposed. Su Ruiqing felt that even if he didn't do anything big, no matter how bad the situation was, the court officials would not turn a blind eye. The court was in turmoil again, but the harem was still calm. Only the queen's flower viewing banquet added some fun to everyone's life. Lin Muyue looked at herself in the mirror and adjusted a palace flower that looked almost real by her temples, and sighed that the craftsmanship of the palace craftsman was really excellent. Let's go. Let's go earlier. Mother will also be back today, and we may have more words. The queen still lived in Fengming Kunyi. This banquet was a more relaxed flower viewing banquet. There were colorful tents set up in various places in the flower garden around Fengming Kunyi for everyone to rest. After receiving the greetings from everyone, the queen asked several ladies to stay and watch the show with the concubines in the flower hall. She also instructed that young ladies who could sit still could stay here, and those who didn't want to could take their maids to go around. Wang Shifeng was sitting next to her aunt. After hearing what the queen said, Shiming quietly tugged at her sister's clothes. Feeling her sister's movements, she felt a little helpless. How dare she do such small movements in front of so many people? However, after the queen had just finished speaking, many young ladies had consulted their grandmother and mother, and then went out with their sisters. Wang Shifeng asked her aunt in a low voice, "Aunt, can we go out for a walk?" Madame Chung had just tasted the rose water that the little palace maid had prepared and served her. When she heard her niece ask her this, she smiled and said, "Go. But don't go to those remote places." Shiming's eyes lit up, and she quickly stood up and bowed to her mother and the ladies sitting next to her, then took her sister away. Why isn't mother listening to the opera today? After a few exquisite Taihu stones, Lin Muyue was called here by Lu Mama, who was beside her mother at home, and asked her mother with some doubts. The queen was taking concubines, several important ministers, and the women of close families to listen to the opera. Lin Muyue thought her mother would definitely stay, but she didn't see anyone when she looked around the flower hall just now. She watched the opera with doubts for a while. Yun Xiao whispered in her ear that the lady asked Lu Mama to invite the concubine to come over and talk for a while. She sent someone to tell Xiao Gonglong, who was beside the queen, and Lin Muyue left the table quietly and went to her mother's side. She didn't expect that after walking for a while, she saw her mother in a remote place. "I came here today to tell you something." Mrs. Wang was sitting on a stone bench. She smiled when she saw her daughter coming over. Lin Muyue saw that her mother still had a smile on her face. It didn't seem like she had encountered any major incidents, so she sat on another stone bench. "Mom, do you have something to say to me in such a low voice?" Mrs. Wang fanned herself. "It's not a big deal. I just want to discuss a marriage at home. I want to ask what you think." "You want to ask me what I think about a marriage?" Lin Muyue felt a little confused after hearing this. Mrs. Wang sighed and made a sign with her hand. Lin Muyue understood instantly. She was talking about the little princess in the family of the eldest princess, Princess Wenhong. Princess Wenhong was the eldest daughter of Emperor Feng Tai. She was very much loved by her father. The eldest daughter in the family was also named a princess this year. Although this princess was still very young, she was beautiful and well-mannered. Every lady would love her very much. Everyone knew that the princess would definitely keep the princess for a few more days. But now that this young lady had been named a princess, those who had sons of marriageable age in their families would have to take some action. It would be a good thing to arrange a marriage as soon as possible. If this doesn't work out for me, not to mention our family, their family may not be willing to marry. After saying her thoughts, Lin Muyue was also a little curious. Why did her family think of their family? Why did they mention this family? Is there anyone in our family related to their family? Without waiting for her mother to speak, Lin Muyue asked again. Mrs. Wang knew that this might not work out before she came, and she didn't feel disappointed when she heard her daughter say that there was no need to think about it. Your second uncle's brother mentioned the daughter of the Minister of Justice's family before, and they will get married this year. So your third aunt had an idea and wanted to help them get along. The age difference between the brothers of Lin Muyue's generation in the Lin family is also quite large. Lin Muyue is the only girl in the family, and the daughter of Lord Lin and his wife. But the sons of the eldest brother's family are already of marriageable age, and the youngest brothers are also waiting to get married. The Lin family and the princess's in-laws are married, and now they are close to each other. Lin Muyue's third aunt wanted to talk about this marriage for her eldest grandson. When Mrs. Wang said this, Lin Muyue remembered that Yun Xia seemed to have mentioned it to her, that her younger brother was going to get married. And she also asked Yunxia to take some things and give them to the young couple. However, based on Lin Muyue's understanding of Princess Wenhong, she felt that the princess would not marry the little princess to her family. The royal princesses were very smart and would not be confused in this regard. I don't think so either. But you know your third aunt. If I don't ask about this, the family won't be at peace, Mrs. Wang said. Although Lin Muyue's third uncle is a good official, he is a taciturn person. He married Liang, the daughter of a marquis in Beijing and the deputy governor of the 5 military protectorate. The daughter of a military officer is straightforward and generous. She is a complement to Lin's third uncle and gets along well with her sisters-in-law. However, because of her family background, Lin Muyue's third aunt is indeed very picky about her children's marriage. She arranged a marriage for her son with the daughter of an earl. As for her grandson, because Lin Muyue, the prince's concubine, was born in the family and was related to the eldest princess's in-laws, Mrs. Liang came up with this idea and wanted to see if Lin Muyue could go and test the eldest princess's opinion. But Lin Muyue knew that the third aunt was reasonable. Although Mrs. Liang herself did not know much about the affairs of the court, she just wanted to arrange a good marriage for her grandson. But if she could not get the upper hand today, Mother would go and tell the second aunt. And she would stop. After finishing the serious business, Lin Muyue approached her mother. Mom, please take a look at the flower on my head. Mrs. Wang saw that her daughter was so grown up and still approached her to act like a spoiled child, and pushed her daughter with a look of disgust. What flower? I don't think this flower is suitable for this season. Stand up and let me take a look. Seeing her mother say this, Lin Muyue stood up and smiled as she picked the flower and handed it to Mrs. Wang. I have fooled you. It is not suitable for this season. When the flower was in her hand, Mrs. Wang felt that it was a velvet flower. So she smiled and said, This is interesting. In the past, it was made of palace gauze and satin. No matter how new it was not inlaid with gemstones. Pearl, this one you figured out looks like a flower, but is not extravagant. Lin Muyue shook her head. It's just that it costs less to polish than gold and silver. It's also made of velvet made from silk thread, which is not affordable for ordinary people. As she was talking, she heard a series of silver bell-like laughter. And then a little girl's clear voice sounded, and she said with a bit of worry in her tone, Shiming, don't go over there. Lin Muyue turned around and saw a little girl wearing a lilac top and a hibiscus red skirt breaking into the small open space surrounded by rockery. The little girl was startled when she saw people, and she stood there and bowed, and then dared not move. Wang Shifeng called out, wondering why her sister didn't respond, and followed her sister in with her maid. She was slightly stunned when she saw the situation inside. A lady was sitting on a stone bench, and a young woman with simple clothes, but extremely beautiful, was standing next to her. Wang Shifeng thought she seemed to be the lady's daughter-in-law from her age, but she seemed to have seen her somewhere from her appearance. There was also an old lady and a young maid next to them. As Wang Shifeng walked forward, she quickly took a look at the lady's clothes. Her uncle was a third-rank commander, and her aunt was naturally granted the title of a lady of virtue. Today she was wearing a scarlet dress with tiger and leopard patches. The lady in front of her was wearing a scarlet dress with crane patches. Judging from the pattern of her clothes, she was the wife of a first-rank civil servant. So when Wang Shifeng stepped forward and protected her sister behind her, she had already made up her mind. She bowed and greeted, Greetings to the madam. I am a member of the Wang family, the commander of the Beijing Camp Command. My sister is young and ignorant, and has offended you too. I am here to pay my respects to the two ladies and apologize. Wang Shiming also felt that he had been polite for disturbing others when he came in just now. When he saw his sister apologize again, he immediately squatted and bowed, saying, It was I who accidentally offended the two ladies. I hope the two ladies will not blame me. Lin Muyue saw that the two young girls were just bowing to their mother. She was just an acquaintance. After a little thought, she knew that they didn't know her, so she didn't say anything. Mrs. Wang didn't care about this. It's not like other people can't come here. It's just that these two girls are well-mannered. The older one, who claims to be the elder sister, is also smart. Although she didn't recognize me, she introduced herself and apologized after taking a look at my clothes today. She really reacted quickly. Get up quickly. It's nothing. But why did you come here? Go back quickly. Don't make your family anxious. Mrs. Wang gave Yunxia a look, letting her go over and help the two girls up, and gently told them to be careful. So the two girls said some more words, such as "Thank you, madam, for your generosity, and we are sorry for disturbing her this time." And then they withdrew hand in hand and were sent back to the crowded place by Yun Xia. Lin Muyue's father is now the Minister of Personnel of the second rank, but he has recently been awarded the rank of Ronglu Doctor of the first rank. He is currently going through the process of imperial recommendation. Once the imperial recommendation is completed, he will be able to join the cabinet as a Grand Secretary of Wenhua Palace. This girl is smart. She apologized immediately after just looking at my clothes, fearing that I would be angry and punish her sister, said Madame Wang with a smile. She is usually kind to others, and it is rare for her to be treated like this. Not smart enough. If she was smart, she would have come to ask me for help. Lin Miyue also teased her mother. Mrs. Wang shook her head. From the girl's introduction, it should be her first time to accompany the emperor. I didn't dare to look around when there were so many people bowing and kowtowing. It's normal that she didn't recognize you. Mrs. Wang and Lin Miyue were chatting here. Wang Shifeng walked back slowly with her sister, but she gradually felt something was wrong. Today, the wives of high-ranking officials and young girls from their families entered the palace. Except for the married princesses and princesses of the royal family, there were no young wives and grandmothers who could enter the garden. She looked at Yun Xia's demeanor as she walked in front of her. The more she looked, the more she thought she was not an ordinary maid. She thought of the young woman and her wife she had just seen. They should be the inner court ladies and their mothers. However, Wang Shifeng was young and did not understand these things, so she did not know who they were. Wang Shifeng thought about changing her mind. After walking for a while, she saw a wide open area paved with bricks and stones in front of her. There were several hydrangeas in full bloom, which were placed in large porcelain pots in a prominent place. The land next to them was planted with peonies, roses and other flowers. Under the colorful tents set up everywhere, there were girls who were more beautiful than flowers. The pretty girls gathered together, and it was a scene of singing and dancing. The queen ordered people to prepare various drinks and cakes. These girls were gathering in groups of 3 or 4 to talk and eat, and they all looked leisurely. Yunxia smiled and said, "I will take the 2 young ladies here. Please do as you please." Wang Shifeng had already made up her mind at this time, so she also smiled and said, "Thank you, sister. I didn't recognize the great man just now. I would like to ask you to apologize to the queen on my behalf." Yunxia was surprised that the little girl in front of her thought of it so quickly. However, she was experienced after all. She always kept calm in front of outsiders, and was not upset by these words. So she nodded with a smile, bowed and left. Seeing that the Yunxia people had gone far away, Wang Shiming breathed a sigh of relief, and pulled his sister to choose a place to sit down. "If it weren't for my sister, I would have stayed there." Wang Shifeng was very disappointed, and whispered, You are really a bully at home. You are so powerful at home, and so brave when you go out. But you become a different person when you see others." Wang Shiming saw that there was no one around, so he shrank his neck and didn't say anything. He was also shocked in his heart. The lady was in such a secluded place, and she must have something private to say. She was lucky today that she didn't blame me for disturbing her. But she was a little curious after hearing what her sister said just now. "Why did your sister say she would apologize to the Empress?" Wang Shifeng waved her hand. "Let's talk about it when we get home. Let's not sit here anymore. You drink something slowly first. We will go back to find Aunt later." So Wang Shiming nodded obediently and followed her sister obediently. Mrs. Chung saw her niece and daughter coming back soon. She was a little curious about why the two were so obedient today. They came back to listen to the opera after a short stroll, but she didn't say anything in the end. She would talk about it after she got home. While listening to the opera, she had already started chatting with several ladies, and also went to pay respects to several princesses. Some ladies had just looked at the 2 girls she brought with her, and were invited by several ladies to listen to the opera and talk in the mansion. Although Wang Shifeng and Wang Shiming did not talk much with the other ladies just now, they sat next to Mrs. Chung and listened to the opera, and also received praise from several ladies. Chapter 48. Unexpectedly, not long after arriving home, Mrs. Chung had just finished changing her clothes. She saw the maid Lian Qiao beside her come in, with a strange look and report. "Madam, a eunuch from the temporary palace came, saying that the concubine in the East Palace gave a reward." The person who came was Maokai, who was also smiling, and not showing off in front of Mrs. Chung. The queen met 2 young ladies in the garden today, and after a few words, She felt that there was a fate. Recently, some new palace flowers were made in the palace, and the queen ordered me to send some to the 2 young ladies in your family. After saying this, Maokai did not stay for long. Although Mrs. Chung was confused, she still had to entertain the eunuchs from the inner palace. She called the servant beside Wang Ziting to invite Maokai to the front hall for tea, and personally handed him a purse. Maokai pinched his purse, and the smile on his face became more real. However, he did not stay for long. He just said, "The queen has a lot of things to do, and is waiting for me to go back. I appreciate the kindness of the tea, madam, and I will not bother you any more." Mrs. Chung had no choice. Wang Ziting happened to be out for something at this time. She could only say politely, "Then I will not keep you any longer." After sending away the eunuchs in the palace, Mrs. Chung looked at the box. It was a brocade box with honey yellow palace satin. After opening it, there were 6 exquisitely crafted palace flowers. "This is quite fresh," Mrs. Chung praised after seeing it. Lien Xiao also leaned over to take a look. "It's really novel. I just saw that it looked like a real flower." Madame Chung sat on the armchair and rubbed her brows. The eunuch said that the concubine happened to meet the 2 maids. "But I think there must be something behind it. You go and deliver this box of flowers first and see how they react." Wang Shifeng was really a scheming person. After Lien Xiao went there, it could be said that there were no loopholes. She just said that she accidentally met the concubine when she was walking in the garden and said a few words. However, Shiming was too young to be polished, and the trap was discovered by Lien Xiao. The 2 people behind were naturally taught a lesson by Madame Chung. However, after this flower banquet, Wang Shifeng did catch the eyes of several ladies. Later, Madame Chung took the 2 sisters to visit several houses. Although there was still no marriage, the 2 little girls made friends with several sisters. Later, they made appointments to go to each family to play, which was considered to expand their social circle. Lin Muyue said that she was not smart enough at the time, but she realized it belatedly after she came to her senses. The girl surnamed Wang introduced herself as a girl from the military officer of the Beijing camp. Could this be Feng Lotzi? After thinking about who around her could know this, she asked Anzhou and confirmed that she was from his family. It's interesting to think about it. Lin Muyue found that the only 2 people in the main book of the 12 beauties that she had seen so far were Li Wan and Shifeng, both of whom were married to the Jia family. She sighed secretly that these 2 people didn't have a good marriage. Jia Zhu was a good person who knew how to make progress but died young. Jia Lian was even more confused about women and men. He was not a good match at all. Yunxia, I remember there is still a box of flowers left that haven't been opened. Please pack it up and ask Maokai to take it to the 2 girls from the Wang family. Lin Muyue suddenly had an idea and ordered. Yunxia didn't care how her mistress came up with this idea, and she did it as she was told. That's why Mrs. Chung received the palace flowers for no apparent reason. Lin Muyue thought about the marriage her mother had mentioned before, and began to wonder if she could save Wang Shifeng and prevent her from jumping into the fire pit of the Jia mansion. However, she was currently a person in the East Palace, not a queen in a harem, and she didn't have much interaction with the ladies outside the palace. Otherwise, if she saw such a little girl and thought of a suitable family, it would be easy to match them up. However, Lin Muyue was thinking about it herself. It was the Lin family who sent a letter first, saying that the 3rd aunt of the family had gone to the commander's house of the Beijing camp for a drink, but met a girl from the Wang family, a subordinate of the commander, and felt that the girl was good-looking and straightforward, and she suited her own temperament, so she wanted to go to this family to find out what was going on. After receiving the letter, Lin Muyue was a little confused, feeling that this development was a little interesting. How could Wang Shifeng, the 2nd wife of Lian, become a member of her family? So she wrote a reply, saying that she also thought the girl was very good, that she had given some gifts to the family after meeting them once, and that it seemed to be a fate destined by heaven, etc. After a while, when Mrs. Wang came to the palace to see Lin Muyue, she said without waiting for Lin Muyue to ask that the 2 families had already privately agreed, exchanged tokens, and were only waiting for a few years for the children of the 2 families to formally exchange engagement letters and complete the 6 rites of marriage. This is an interesting marriage. Auntie, you have such high standards. Do you think this child is good? Lin Muyue's auntie was really picky. Wang Shifeng's background was not outstanding. So how could she catch the eye of this Buddha? You don't know your auntie. It's okay if she doesn't like you. As long as you are in her mood, she would like to treat you as her own daughter or granddaughter. Mrs. Wang also shook her head and smiled when she mentioned her sister-in-law, Mrs. Liang. Madame Liang has a granddaughter of her own. She loves her like a pearl and treasures her. She looks at her carefully when she finds a wife, even more carefully than when she chooses a daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law. As long as she doesn't look at other girls with the eyes of a future mother-in-law. She is a generous and open-minded lady who is very popular. That day, the commander of the Beijing camp held a small banquet at his home and invited several familiar women to drink tea and listen to opera. Your third aunt's family had an old relationship with that family, so she went there. I don't know why, but she came back and told me that she had taken a fancy to a girl from a family named Wang. This is the relationship of Madame Liang's family. Although the invitation was sent to the 3 ladies of the Lin mansion, only Madame Liang went there with her daughter-in-law. I don't know why she took a fancy to this Miss Wang. However, Lin Miyue knew Wang Shifeng's ability. This spicy Feng was considered a proud person in the Jia family. Not only was she able to take over the affairs of the entire family soon after entering the family, but she also had face in front of the grandmother-in-law, Jia Mu. It was not surprising that she was liked by her third aunt. It was just that she had been thinking that the people in the 12 beauties of the Red Mansion that she had met were all daughters-in-law of the Jia family. But Wang Shifeng had become a member of her family inexplicably. She didn't know if she would mess up other marriages if she did something else. Just when this thought came up, Lin Miyue felt it was a good idea. Not to mention the mess in Ninghua Mansion. There was not a single good man in the house. Jia Shi, the eldest master in Ronghua Mansion, was still thinking about his mother's maid at an old age. Jia Lian, the young master, not only had affairs in the mansion, but also secretly married Yu Er during the national mourning period. They were not good people either. In the Red Mansion, thousands of beauties cried together, and thousands of beauties mourned together. Basically, the girls in the book did not have a good marriage and a good ending. It was not a pity that Feng Luozi and Jia Lian could not be husband and wife today. Mrs. Wang thought further ahead. The man in that family seems to be favored by the emperor. Your father didn't want to marry into his family, but I think it's okay. Now the emperor might be willing to see our family and the family he favors together. Lin Miyue nodded in agreement. The prince has been trying to appease the nobles recently. It's better to do so now. The prince appeased the nobles. On the one hand, he made more concessions on the matters of the previous dynasty. On the other hand, Zhu Liangdi in the East Palace has been more proud recently. She even has some signs of surpassing Lin Miyue, the concubine, in terms of favor. However, even though Lin Miyue knew that this was a show, she felt that this group of men was boring and could use anything as a bargaining chip. After talking about family matters, Lin Miyue talked to her mother about her own son Chengyu. Mother also said that Chengyu's progress in school was not fast enough. Now, this kid was taken away by His Highness to study. Mrs. Wang was a little happy. This child is so outstanding. How is his progress in school? Are he getting along well with his uncle and brothers? Chengyu did not have many brothers in the study room in the palace. Among the princes of this generation, the eldest son of the second prince was not old enough to go to school, so the only close one was Chengyu, the crown princess. The rest of the brothers were distantly related. However, the youngest son of Emperor Fengtai was still studying in the study room. This was Chengyu's uncle. Lin Miyue thought about what her son said to her. It should be true. You know Chengyu's mother. He is not a mischievous kid. He can get along with everyone. Mrs. Wang felt much more at ease after hearing this, and the mother and daughter picked up other things to talk about. However, Chengyu went to school recently and was not with her during the day. Lin Miyue was actually a little lonely, which was unusual for her. Although she was not a mother who felt worried when her child left her eyes. She had been keeping her son by her side since he was born. When she suddenly sent him to school, she always felt that the house was empty during the day. So one day when Chengyu came home from school, he saw his mother holding a long-haired calico cat. The cat was curled up in Lin Miyue's arms. When it saw a stranger, it opened its round eyes curiously and meowed at people. Its voice was sweet and soft, and it went straight to people's hearts. Look at what this is. Isn't it cute? At least Lin Miyue, a cat lover, was fascinated, regardless of the surprised look on her son's face. She held the kitten in front of her son and showed off the kitten she had picked. Lin Miyue wanted to raise a cat in her previous life, but she was too busy with work at the time. She always felt that she would not have the time to accompany the cat. If the cat got sick, She would not have the time to deal with it. So she stayed at the stage of raising a cat online. At most, she would go to the homes of her friends and colleagues to pet other people's kittens. At this time, her son went to school, and she thought of raising a cat. She went to the cat room in the palace to pick one out. Lin Muyue was not very interested in those excellent cats that were said to be tributes from foreign countries. But she was attracted to a long-haired calico cat. The kitten was also quite clever. It not only called softly to Lin Muyue, but also rubbed its head and ears against Lin Muyue's hand when Lin Muyue touched it, acting very affectionate. So Lin Muyue brought the little fellow back to Lufeng Hang and asked Yunxia to select a more stable little maid to serve the cat. Chapter 49. Cheng Yu looked at the cat that his mother held up in front of him. The kitten's eyes were emerald green, and now they were wide open. It was looking at him intently. He reached out and touched the cat's head, feeling the kitten's soft fur. He also thought it was good. It's a kitten. It's very cute. Seeing his son seriously say that it was a kitten, Lin Muyue's mind, which was fascinated by the cat, was also cleared up for a moment. She put the kitten back in the nest and said with emotion, "Oh, Muyue is also cute. Go wash your hands. It's time for dinner. How did you study today?" Cheng Yu went to wash his hands obediently. When he came back, he said, "Not bad. My father tested me several times and said that I answered well." Hearing the happiness and a little bit of boasting in her son's tone, Lin Muyue was also happy to be a mother who liked to encourage and educate, and just praised her son for being a good child. Cheng Yu's face flushed with praise from his mother, but he was secretly happy in his heart, thinking that he should study harder, so that he could always make his mother so happy. Lin Muyue didn't have any rules about not talking while eating or sleeping. She liked to talk to her son about her day's experience while eating. When she heard her son talking about studying in the study today, she suddenly thought of Cheng Luan asking her for a brother when she went to Yun Danyuan's place. "I went to your mother Yun's place today, and Cheng Luan asked me for a brother." Lin Muyue also found it interesting. Cheng Luan is still younger now, and he can't sit still to study. So this time, brother Cheng Yu went to the study to study, and little Cheng Luan felt very bored recently. Yun Danyuan glanced at her son at that time. "Your mother also knows some words in her mind. If you want to study, I can teach you. When you can recite the books as well as your brother, I can go to your father and ask him to let you study in the study room in advance." Cheng Luan was silent after hearing this, but ran to Lin Muyue and whispered that he wanted to play with his brother. Okay. When Cheng Yu is resting, I will let him come to play with you." Lin Muyue agreed at that time, so she told her son about it now. Cheng Yu is still a child after all. Although he is calm and likes to read, he still likes to play with his brothers. The children in the East Palace are not much different in age, but everyone has their own destiny to get along with each other. Cheng Yu only has a better relationship with his younger brother Cheng Luan, so he said that he would go to play with his younger brother after a few days of rest. Lin Muyue smiled and touched Cheng Yu's head. "Mom also hopes that you are happier now. There are so many books that you can't finish reading. You are such a little kid. You should play more." Lin Muyue was happy with her son. But Lin Hai in Yangzhou City in Jiangnan was disturbed by a letter from the capital. He locked himself in the study and thought for several days, until his wife Jiamin came to see him in person. "What are you worried about, husband? You have been staying in the study all day these days. I think you are almost exhausted." Jiamin took the maid into the study and asked Lin Hai, who had been locking himself in the study recently. Lin Hai was buried in a pile of letters on the table. Hearing this, he raised his eyes and met his wife's eyes of care and a bit of complaint. He smiled helplessly, stood up and walked to Jiamin's side. He personally helped his wife sit on the armchair beside him. "Thank you for coming here. The weather has been bad these days. Are you still coughing badly?" Jiamin signaled the maid beside her to put the things she brought on the table. She said to Lin Hai with anger in her beautiful eyes, "I just rest all day long. I have drunk a lot of tonic soup, and I have recovered a long time ago. But I don't know what you are doing all day long. I am worried about you." Seeing the maid take out a bowl of snow pear bird's nest porridge and some side dishes, Lin Hai sighed, walked back to the desk and handed a letter to his wife, and went to the table next to him to eat the things his wife brought. Jiamin looked at the letter, and her brows began to furrow a little. She read it once, and then read it carefully several times. She gradually understood what her husband was hesitating about. Born in the heyday of the Ronghua mansion, Jia Min was the apple of Jia Gong and his wife's eye when she was still married. Her knowledge was not comparable to that of ordinary ladies. After reading the letter today, Jia Min knew that her husband was worried. And she also had some thoughts of her own. Lin Hai was eating the special meal brought by his wife, and his boredom gradually dissipated. He saw from the corner of his eye that his wife had also straightened her expression, and knew that his wife also understood his difficulties. After eating, Lin Hai cleaned himself up and sat down under the window opposite his wife. This is what worries me most these days. Shin Chung, do you have any ideas for me? Lin Hai was born as a third-place winner. With this rank, he entered the Hanlin Academy and became a 7th-rank reviewer. Later, because he married the Jia family and married the daughter of the Jia family, he caught the eye of Emperor Feng Tai. He was transferred from the reviewer position in the Hanlin Academy to the supervisory office, and was promoted half a level to become a 7th-rank supervisory censor. After the previous salt inspector returned to Beijing to report on his work, he was entrusted with an important task by Emperor Feng Tai and became the new salt inspector. The position of the salt inspector is a lowly position with heavy responsibilities. Lin Hai has worked diligently in Yangzhou City for so many years. I can't say that he has made great achievements, but he can handle all the things clearly, which is not easy. After so many years, my husband has lived up to the emperor's grace in his position. If there is a chance to do something, why not? Jia Min had seen her husband doing the deadly job of the salt inspector for so many years, and she wanted her husband to transfer back to the ministry and return to the capital after his term was over. Unfortunately, after her father passed away, her 2 brothers no longer had their father to use in front of the emperor, so how could they have a say? The term of office of the salt inspector is 3 years. Her husband has been doing this for many years. When he first came here a few years ago, he was fooled by the local wealthy families and the big men in the government office. She saw how difficult it was to get things done. Now that so many years have passed, although things have been sorted out, Lin Hai is not very healthy after all these years of hard work. But the business of sea merchants is not easy either. Lin Hai sighed after hearing his wife's words. Jia Min smiled. I think it may not be more difficult than the current situation. The master is here alone now, and he can only do everything by himself. But the government offices over there have all been established. Are all the people there mediocre? I think the meaning of this letter is that someone needs to take the lead. You, my husband, will only be in charge of the affairs. You will definitely have less time than now. Looking at the breeze blowing through the willows outside the window, Lin Hai was still a little hesitant. But after all, it was His Majesty who personally ordered me to leave the capital. Now this letter. This is a problem. Jia Min concentrated on thinking for a moment. This matter cannot be submitted by my husband himself to seek advancement. It must be submitted by someone else, who mentioned my husband. Lin Hai nodded. I had a plan in mind, and I only needed to think about the words for a while before writing a reply. The prince wrote the letter to Lin Hai after discussing it with Lin Muyu's father. Lin Feng. Lin Feng is now the official, who is in charge of these matters. Next year is the year for officials to report on their work, and then they will be promoted, transferred, or demoted. Lin Hai's position, as the salt inspector, has not changed for many years. Su Ruiqing only thought of such a person after Lin Muyu reminded him. He has a good family background and experience, and what's better is that he married a good wife. Jia Min was born in the Ronghua mansion of the Jia family. The nobles would have nothing to say if such a person was promoted. It's hard to say this, but it's not hard either. Lin Feng thought this candidate was great when he first saw him, but he was still hesitant about who should start the conversation. Besides, does your highness have a foolproof plan to bring that person down first? Lin Feng's relationship with the prince was still superficial, so it was not easy for him to really help him. He, including his 2 younger brothers, relatives, and students, could not speak up in the court to help Su Ruiqing. Su Ruiqing nodded. The nobles were not a monolithic group. He had recently contacted several military officers and nobles who seemed to have little to do with the Eastern Palace through his relationship with Zhu Liandi in the palace. And they were preparing to write to Emperor Feng Tai and bring down the Earl of Zhenhai. Lin Feng nodded. Then it all depends on whether Lord Lin is willing to do it. It's rare for an imperial censor to have worked for so many years. Father originally relied on Lord Lin. The current maritime business is not much different from the salt administration. This transfer will really improve his rank. If he works for a few more years and is promoted, he can directly enter the 6 ministries or the inspectorate as a senior official. Su Ruiqing was very good at understanding Emperor Fengtai's thoughts. He felt that this move was probably to get the pulse of Emperor Fengtai. As long as Lin Hai was willing, it would work. Whenever the father-in-law and son-in-law met, they would always have some serious matters. After his daughter had Chengyu, Lin Feng did not talk to the prince about how his daughter was doing in the East Palace. However, Mrs. Wang was now going to the palace frequently, and his daughter could also send letters out, which could comfort the old father a little. After discussing, Su Ruiqing personally sent a servant to send a letter to Lin Hai, and he first planned how to pull down the current position, and just waited for the reply from the other side. Lin Hai was also hesitant after receiving the letter, but after talking with his wife Jia Min, he made up his mind. When the court was arguing again about the new candidate, Kang Pingho wrote a letter mentioning Lin Hai's name. When Emperor Fengtai heard about this candidate, he hesitated for a moment, and did not say yes or no. However, the two groups of people who were arguing in the court did submit fewer memorials. In the end, it was decided that Lin Hai would be transferred to the 4th-rank post of the Haishang Supervisory Office, and he would be promoted to the 3rd-rank Yazhong Doctor. Lin Hai received the imperial edict with a golden scroll, and from then on, he waited for the new salt inspector to hand over the affairs, and then told his family to pack up and go to Mingzhou to take up the post. Chapter 50. The Jia family also heard the news, and received a letter from Uncle Lin and Aunt Lin from the south, seeing that her son-in-law's official position had changed and her daughter was now a 3rd-rank official. Jia's mother smiled a little more and told Mrs. Wang and Li Wan, "Although you can't go back to Beijing, it's also a happy event. You should pack up some things and take them back with the family members who sent the letter." Mrs. Wang was not very happy, but she didn't show it on her face. "Yes, this is a big happy event. Maybe in a few years, my aunt will be able to return to Beijing and reunite with the old lady and her daughter." Li Wan didn't say anything. She was now in her prime, and the old lady said this just to flatter her, to let these daughters-in-law and old women know that she, Aunt Ju, was also a person of character. But she would not really let her do any work. What kind of person is Jia's mother? When Lady Wang said this, she knew that her daughter-in-law was not happy again, but she pretended not to know. Now all the affairs of the family were handed over to the second daughter-in-law. But she, the old lady, was not indifferent to everything. I don't think Lady Wang would dare to do anything to deceive her superiors and hide the truth from her subordinates. Everyone gathered around the old lady to congratulate her. Jia she didn't say much, but Jia Zheng praised Lin Hai, his brother-in-law, several times, which made Lady Wang even more angry secretly. When everyone had left, Jia Mu leaned on the couch, and Yuanong beside her gently rubbed her temples. It's a good thing that the son-in-law got promoted. Why is the old lady so depressed? Jia Mu had her eyes closed, but after hearing this, she patted Yuanyang's hand. Among so many children, you are the one with a clear mind and a bright heart. Yuanyang pursed her lips and smiled. It's just that I know the old lady best. I can't say I'm clear-headed. The old lady straightened up and asked Yuanyang to sit on the couch. First, she sighed and said, "It's called a promotion, but it's still in the south after all. Besides, Minner is a good child in every way, but she and her son-in-law have been together for so many years and still don't have a child. The higher the official position of the son-in-law, the more worried I am about this." This is true, but Yuanyang also knew that the old lady was just looking for someone to talk to, so she just said softly, "Children are destined by heaven, Mrs. Blessed, and you never know when she will have one. The old lady doesn't need to worry. Just take good care of yourself. Won't you wait until the young lady becomes a lady of the 1st or 2nd rank and returns to Beijing with her grandson and granddaughter?" Yuanyang, the eldest maid, knows the current situation in the mansion. She knows that the old lady feels that Mr. Lin's official position is getting higher and higher, but none of her descendants are motivated, and she is worried that her aunt will be bullied. After saying what she was thinking, Jia Mu felt relieved. At the beginning, her family married her daughter with a low status, and her son-in-law was favored by the emperor with the help of Mr. Jia. Now her family still looks like a duke's mansion, but inside, no one has a real position in the court. She feels mixed emotions. Although the eldest son Jia she inherited the title, it was only a title, and he had no real job. The second son asked for a post before his husband passed away, and now he has been an official for so many years, and he is still wandering around in the hall. This son-in-law is really hard-working, and he has been entrusted with important tasks by the emperor again after so many years. But he is not a member of the Jia family. Jia's mother was born in a noble family and married into a mansion. She can be said to have lived a life of wealth and honor. But at this age, the shortcomings in her children can never be made up. Yuan Yang saw that Jia's mother's interest was getting lower and lower, and she thought of some words of comfort. Don't worry, old lady. Uncle Zhu is working so hard now. He will definitely get a high degree, and you will have a happy life in the future. Jia's mother didn't care whether she could enjoy happiness or not. But when it came to Jia Zhu, Jia's mother also felt that this grandson was really promising. So she became interested and nodded, saying, Zhu is really a good person, and his wife now looks worthy of being the daughter of the chief priest, and can be regarded as a good wife. After Mrs. Wang returned to her room, Mrs. Zhou Rui came to discuss what to pack with her wife. But she saw that Mrs. Wang just leaned on the Kong without saying a word after she returned. So she stood quietly by the side and dared not move. After a long rest, Mrs. Wang finally calmed down. She had been married to the Jia family for so many years, and her husband was only a fifth-rank official. Her sister-in-law was lucky. She had become a third-rank lady in just a few years. Now her mother-in-law wanted her to pack up her things. Mrs. Wang didn't feel sorry for these things, but she was angry when she thought that she was only a fifth-rank lady. Seeing that Mrs. Wang had rested enough, Zhou Ruijia said carefully, Madam, this is the list of things in the warehouse. You have to make a decision. Mrs. Wang sighed and took the list. I am really a hard-working person. Flipping through it carefully, Mrs. Wang instructed. Just pick out some good leather, some good ginseng tribute, and an old ginseng, and add some special products from the capital. My sister-in-law lives in a prosperous place in the south, and these are the best things in the north. When Zhou Ruijia packed up the things, Mrs. Wang checked them one by one. When Mrs. Wang was about to tell someone to pack up the things, the maid outside came in and said, Madam, the master is here to pay his respects to you. Mrs. Wang then perked up a little. When Zhou Ruijia saw it, she hurriedly said, Please invite the master in quickly, and sent the little maid to get some snacks and pour tea. As soon as Jia Zhu entered the room, he first bowed to his mother, and then sat on the chair opposite the big Kong, chatting with his mother about studying in the Imperial College. Mrs. Wang was most proud of her eldest son. Now that her son was in school and not often at home, she always felt that she had endless things to say to her son when she bowed to him. After asking about her eldest son's well-being for a while, Mrs. Wang couldn't help but sigh again. Your uncle has been promoted recently, and your Aunt Min is now a lady of the third rank. Jia Zhu looked sideways when he heard this. He knew that his mother had an obsession with imperial edicts in this life. Now, after hearing about Aunt Min's story, he was indeed a little sour. But now he also knew how to comfort his mother. He said nothing else but, When my son was studying recently, the teachers in the school said that he had made progress. He might give it a try this year. Mrs. Wang's eyes really lit up when she heard this. If it's true, I knew my son was a rare talent. Jia Zhu didn't dare to respond. During this period of time, he was studying in the Imperial College. Apart from other things, his arrogance in the past was completely worn away. It was because of this that he was able to really study. Now he got a word from the teachers that could help him get out of trouble. Mrs. Wang was naturally kind to her son. It happened that Jia Yuanchun also heard the news that her brother had come. The little maid at the door opened the curtain and said inside, Madam, Master, the eldest daughter is here too. Jia Yuanchun was the first girl in this generation. She was closer to her grandmother, Lady Shi, than her brother. When she was older, she lived with her grandmother. Just now, my grandmother talked to my mother and sister-in-law. Grandmother Jia said that she was tired and needed to take a rest. Yuanchun wanted to help her grandmother take a rest, but grandmother Jia smiled and sent her to find something in the storehouse. I just said that I would send something to your aunt. I remembered that I have a set of head ornaments inlaid with bright gems such as tourmaline and malachite. You can find them and play with them. Yuanchun hesitated, but grandmother Jia stroked her granddaughter's hair, which had begun to be combed into various girlish styles, and said, These are things that only young girls can wear. It's a pity to leave them alone. Let Amber take you to find them. After you wash them, wear them to your grandmother. Hearing what grandmother Jia said, Yuanchun nodded, thanked her grandmother, and went to get the things from Amber. Unexpectedly, after finding the things and redressing, Jia's mother sent Yuan Yang to pass on the message. Hello, eldest lady. Someone in front reported that Master Zhu has returned. He is talking to the second wife and paying his respects. The old lady said that the young lady should go to the wife first. Yuan Chun has a good relationship with her brother. Now Jia Zhu is in the critical period of studying. He usually goes home at night. In recent days, he has basically lived in the dormitory of the Imperial College. In this way, there is not much free time in the afternoon. So the little girl suppressed her excitement. Sister is here at this time. Has Grandma rested? I'd better go and say hello to Grandma first. Go. Yuan An smiled. Miss, go first. The old lady asked me to come here, so that you can go back first. Hearing this, Yuan Chun smiled brightly and said, Thank you very much. Sister, I will come back after I finish talking. Jia Zhu was also happy to see his sister coming in. I also brought you some small things from the street when I came back this time. I have sent the messenger to deliver them to your yard. Jia Yuan Chun also smiled. I also embroidered a new purse for my brother. As she said this, Yuan Chun took out a purse with a light green background embroidered with bamboo and strange rocks from her sleeve and handed it to Jia Zhu. Jia Zhu also smiled and thanked his sister. Mrs. Wang also looked at her two children with a smile, and called her daughter over and said, The thing on your head is quite new. Was it given to you by the old lady? Touching the tassel hairpin inlaid with pink tourmaline on her head, Yuan Chun nodded and replied to her mother with a blushing face. Grandma gave it to me today. Mother, do you like it? The daughter is now in her teens, with a fair and tender face, and a dignified look between her eyebrows. She is the kind of lady that is most loved by the ladies of various families. Mrs. Wang used to think that her mother-in-law, Lady Shi, favored her younger sister. Now that her daughter had received such a set of headgear from her grandmother, she could not say anything bad about her mother-in-law. So she just smiled and said, It looks good. It looks good. My son is good in every way. This tourmaline is delicate in color, and needs a new dress to match it. Mother has some good fabric sent by your aunt from the south. Find a piece to make a new dress for my son. The little girl smiled and thanked her mother. Jia Zhu looked at his mother and sister and smiled knowingly. He drank tea and ate snacks beside them. Jia Zhu talked to his mother for a while, and was called to the front yard by his father Jia Zheng. Jia Zheng tested Jia Gu a few times, and was satisfied in his heart. However, he still said a few words to his son to be cautious and not to be impatient. And Jia Zhu listened respectfully. My master said that the teachers in the school all praised you, and this autumn exam will be a piece of cake. The servant Fang Yan who followed Jia Zhu waited until Jia Zhu left Jia Zheng's yard and returned to his room, and his eyes rolled around and flattered his master. Jia Zhu saw that there was no one else on the road, and he shook his sleeves and glanced at his servant. It's not that easy. Why are you talking so much? Take the things prepared for your grandmother. If there are any bumps, it will be deducted from your account.